Chapter 1 Seamless Transition. Warning: not pure, not pure, not Purian important matters stated thrice. No career line. If you dislike swiping left, please refrain from leaving a message. No offense intended. Is this your first time? Meng Shuyi paused her kiss on the woman beneath her, a soft voice escaping her alluring red lips. The woman's voice was crisp and cold, mirroring her frosty demeanor, while the silver-framed glasses perched on her nose accentuated her austere beauty, evoking a sense of sanctity that felt both unapproachable and yet ignited Meng Shuyi's desire to conquer her, to witness her bloom. Have you kissed anyone before? Meng Shuyi found the woman's chilliness disconcerting. No, came the woman's reply. Meng Shuyi lowered her gaze, scanning the woman. Have you ever been with yourself? The slender arch of the woman's brow lifted slightly, yet her expression remained unchanged as she replied coolly. Does it affect your performance? Meng Shuyi smirked, her smile beguiling. Not at all. I merely inquired, concerned you might feel discomfort later. The woman fell silent, but Meng Shuyi turned and climbed out of bed, stepping out of the room. The woman, puzzled, did not hinder her and followed suit into the living area. Meng Shuyi sauntered down the staircase leisurely. On the first floor, she made her way to the wine cabinet, selecting a bottle of red wine before turning to find a corkscrew at the bar, deftly opening it with grace and elegance. The deep crimson liquid was poured into a decanter, gradually releasing an enticing aroma. Meng Shuyi filled a goblet with the wine, lifting it delicately, gently swirling the glass, watching the wine flow like blood within. Have a drink. Meng Shuyi offered another glass to the woman beside her. That comes at a different price. The woman adjusted her glasses, responding with frosty detachment. Meng Shuyi remarked, your resolve is too steadfast, your mind too clear, and your body too rigid it's rather dull. The woman's sculpted brow twitched once more, yet she silently accepted the glass of red wine from Meng Shuyi, gracefully taking a sip. As the woman tilted her head back to drink, revealing her fair, elongated swan neck with a defined silhouette, Meng Shuyi's pupils narrowed slightly. Her gaze deepening, she unconsciously swallowed in sync with the woman's motion. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, yet exuded an icy demeanor. Meng Shuyi lowered her gaze, concealing the shadowy glint in her eyes, raising her glass to her lips for a sip, then gliding gracefully to the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly gazing at the nightscape outside. The lawn before the window lay perfectly manicured under the soft glow of the streetlights. In the distance, darkness enveloped everything, obscuring the view. Occasional sounds of passing vehicles broke the night's tranquility. A gentle breeze swept in, caressing Meng Shuyi's warm cheek, bringing a hint of coolness. She instinctively closed her eyes, savoring the touch of the breeze, as if that coolness could penetrate her skin and reach the depths of her soul. Meng Shuyi brushed her wind-tousled hair aside, lifting her glass for another sip, acutely aware of the scrutinizing gaze that lingered upon her. Is it beautiful? Meng Shuyi asked without turning her head. The woman replied, it's lovely. Why'd you take my job? Meng Shuyi turned to face the woman, her crisp shirt and black suit portraying an image of a corporate elite, not someone in need of money. What does it matter? The woman countered. None. Meng Shuyi shrugged. The woman inquired, do you need a health report? The woman appeared to be quite clean, and Meng Shuyi shook her head, offering a nonchalant response, curiosity. The woman stated, you caught my eye, and the price was agreeable. Meng Shuyi, the woman continued, you seem quite experienced. Meng Shuyi, why did it feel as if she were the prey, and this woman before her was the hunter? In fact, it seemed she was selecting her to serve. Honored, Meng Shuyi beamed, her smile radiant like a blossoming flower, exuding charm. You're welcome. The woman tilted her head back, draining her glass in one go. Meng Shuyi followed suit, finishing her drink, then swiftly approached the woman, wrapping an arm around her waist and spinning her halfway, causing the woman to lean back unsteadily. Meng Shuyi embraced her, hands firmly supporting her lower back, catching a fleeting glimpse of alarm in the woman's eyes. Meng Shuyi smiled with satisfaction, bending down to swiftly press her lips against the woman's softly tinted ones. Noticing the woman's lips part slightly in surprise, Meng Shuyi transferred the red wine between them. Cough, cough, cough. The woman struggled to swallow, coughing violently in Meng Shuyi's embrace, her face flushing from the fit. Meng Shuyi steadied her, observing the woman's face redden from the coughing, the chill of her demeanor replaced by a vivid hue. Much more pleasant than her previous icy facade. Once the woman had recovered from her coughing fit, Meng Shuyi remarked, "You'll freshen up. There's a dressing room next to the bedroom with everything you need." The woman regained her composure, responding with a calmness that belied her earlier disarray. Meng Shuyi ascended the stairs. The woman followed at a measured pace, steady yet unhurried. When Meng Shuyi returned from freshening up, the woman was still in the bathroom, the sound of running water resonating from within. Through the frosted glass door, nothing was visible. Yet Meng Shuyi felt she could imagine the soft curves of the woman's body hidden beneath her tailored professional attire. Listening to the gentle patter of water, Meng Shuyi's thoughts drifted unexpectedly. In school, she had been pursued by girls, finding it absurd, never believing she would develop an attraction to women. Until she met Zhou Baiyang, Meng Shuyi realized that liking women could be quite delightful. Thus, she approached Zhou Baiyang to confess her feelings, and to her surprise, Zhou Baiyang agreed. Regrettably, later on, Zhou Baiyang's father fell ill and required substantial funds for treatment. Zhou Baiyang was forced into the circle, leading to countless fierce arguments between them. Ultimately, they parted ways on a sour note. By the time Meng Shuyi emerged, it had already been a year since then. In the adult world, who has the luxury to wallow in sorrow? Who has the time to reminisce about past lovers? Who can't survive without someone? From that point on, every time she mentioned dating, the response was either scornful laughter or a suggestion that she seek help. After being scolded and rejected so many times, Meng Shuyi felt disheartened, silently resolving to only date those she found appealing, parting ways at dawn. However, just as she made that decision, she stumbled upon news of someone with issues, still seeking connections. Her dream of becoming a carefree lover was abruptly dashed before it even began. Meng Shuyi valued her life, not wishing to meet an untimely end. 3 months prior, she met Xu Ranwei at a bar. They became regular partners. Yes, merely partners, not even lovers. Regrettably, today, Meng Shuyi was dumped. 3 months is not an excessively long time, yet it didn't alter the fact of her being cast aside. Well, one could also argue that Meng Shuyi had ended things with Xu Ranwei. Xu Ranwei claimed Meng Shuyi was too frivolous and flighty, lacking stability, unable to provide the future she desired. Meng Shuyi couldn't comprehend why so much money was necessary. Xu Ranwei had her own business and was hardly in need of funds. Meng Shuyi mentioned being reassigned to a city to take over the headquarters. Xu Ranwei was unwilling to accompany her or endure a long-distance relationship. Thus, in the end, it was unclear who had truly let go of whom. Meng Shuyi, irritated, tossed her head back, brushing away a strand of chestnut hair that had fallen over her left eye, as if that could rid her of her worries. She reclined, gazing at the ceiling, her eyes dreamy. "It was I who ended things with you. Look, just after I broke up, I immediately found a next one." Meng Shuyi smirked, acknowledging that she indeed resembled Xu Ranwei's description: frivolous and unstable. After all, she had just ended one relationship in the morning and seamlessly transitioned to another by nightfall. Now, she awaited the woman to finish her shower, eager to. Chapter 2. I have yet to pay. The sound of water ceased. The sound of a door opening reached Meng Shuyi's ears. Coming back to her senses, she beheld a woman, draped in a bathrobe, approaching her with measured steps. The woman was truly exquisite. Her fair complexion, slightly flushed from the steam, diminished the earlier chilliness, rendering her demeanor much softer and more alluring. The delicate bridge of her nose was adorned with silver-framed glasses, while her earlobes, glistening and smooth, were bereft of any adornments. Beneath the collar of the bathrobe, glimpses of a profound allure could be discerned. Her slender, elegant hands rested gracefully at her waist, swaying gently with her movements. Below the hem of the bathrobe, her long and shapely calves were visible, their muscular lines evident as she walked. Meng Shuyi mused that she must engage in regular fitness. Perhaps she possessed a mermaid line. Why a mermaid line rather than a defined abdomen? Meng Shuyi found herself puzzled as to why her mind immediately conjured the image of a mermaid line. Her gaze continued to descend, revealing well-formed feet encased in pale green slippers, 10 restless toes perfectly exposed, exuding a sense of mischief. Surprisingly, her toenails were painted a vibrant red. The woman was adorned with silver jewelry, exuding an air of coolness and restraint. Yet, that red nail polish, could she be the type to conceal her desires? Meng Shuyi felt the bed dip slightly. The woman took a seat at the edge of the bed, lifting the covers to climb in. "Are you all right?" the woman inquired hesitantly, her voice reaching Meng Shuyi's ears. "No, I'm fine." "Why do you ask?" Meng Shuyi responded, stammering as she regained her composure. The woman calmly stated, "You have a nosebleed." Meng Shuyi wiped her hand across her nose. Indeed, discovering blood. The woman spoke softly. "If you're feeling unwell, it's all right." Meng Shuyi, taken aback, thought, is it really that I merely imagined the woman's mermaid line, or envisioned what her hidden desires might resemble? Is it worth a nosebleed? "I am fine." At such a critical moment, surrender was not an option. Covering her nose, Meng Shuyi declared, "Let me take care of this." With that, she hurriedly rose and made her way to the bathroom, before the sink. Meng Shuyi supported herself with both hands. Gazing into the mirror at her familiar face, she scolded herself. "Meng Shuyi, can't you show a bit of maturity? For heaven's sake. You didn't bleed when you were with Xu Ranwei. Why then, at the mere thought of a woman you've just met? You must show some composure. You cannot bleed at the sight of a beautiful woman. Do you understand? Perhaps it's merely the heat. It has been sweltering lately. I am a seasoned romantic. What haven tea I encountered. Yes, it's just the heat." Meng Shuyi engaged in self-affirmation, self-comfort, and self-encouragement for nearly 10 minutes before stepping out of the bathroom. The woman was reclining against the headboard, half lying down, engrossed in a book. What could she be reading at this moment? Meng Shuyi approached the bed and gently pulled the book from the woman's hands. Leaning closer, she was enveloped by the faint fragrance of camellia. Gazing into the woman's eyes with a seductive allure, she softly said, "Look at me." The woman raised her gaze to Meng Shuyi, her eyes devoid of emotion. In that instant, Meng Shuyi faltered. This woman was far too difficult to seduce, lacking any romantic ambience. Abandoning her attempts at flirtation, Meng Shuyi directly reached out, her left hand brushing against the woman's ear, causing her to shudder slightly. Sensing the woman's reluctance, Meng Shuyi gently reassured, "Don't be tense. Do not resist me." The woman replied softly, her voice tinged with a delicate nasal quality. Meng Shuyi leaned closer, her lips brushing against the woman's neck and ear. Aside from Zhou Baiyong, Meng Shuyi was unaccustomed to kissing anyone, yet as she kissed the woman, she found herself yearning to press her lips against those of the woman. The woman's lips were beautifully shaped, a natural, healthy pink reminiscent of tempting peaches. Yielding to her desires, Meng Shuyi pressed her lips against them. Indeed, as she had imagined, they were warm and sweet, a stark contrast to her icy demeanor. Meng Shuyi lingered on the woman's lips for an extended moment, feeling the woman's soft, gentle breaths. Reluctantly, Meng Shuyi released her hold, leaning in to whisper by the woman's ear, "Has anyone told you that your lips are perfect for kissing?" Her voice was low and breathy. "Yes," the woman responded, slightly breathless, her previously cool demeanor softened by warmth. "Yet you claimed you had never kissed anyone before." "Indeed, not until now." Enchanted by the fragrance of the woman, Meng Shuyi found herself momentarily lost in thought, unable to comprehend the woman's somewhat ambiguous statement. Once the woman regained her breath, Meng Shuyi leaned in for another kiss, her hand lingering near the woman's waist. Hesitating, was she truly about to engage intimately with this stranger? What if Xu Ranwei regretted it? Suddenly, Meng Shuyi found herself snapped back to reality as the woman playfully tugged at her lips. "What? Regretting it?" The woman scrutinized her, her face once again adopting a cool demeanor, the softness from earlier dissipating. Just as Meng Shuyi was about to speak, the woman pushed her back, gathering her disheveled robe. "Since you still have someone in your heart, let us leave it at this for tonight." The woman rose and walked into the bathroom. Meng Shuyi was left with no time to intervene. Frustration welled within Meng Shuyi. Why had Xu Ranwei abandoned her? Yet she still found herself considering her feelings while with another? Ugh, Meng Shuyi, you are truly pathetic. Unable to contain her self-reproach, Meng Shuyi cursed herself softly. She rummaged through the bedside drawer, retrieving a cigarette. Just as she lit it and took a couple of puffs, the woman emerged from the bathroom, fully dressed. Through the swirling smoke, The woman's cool voice resonated. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Meng Shuyi, irritated, took a deep drag from her cigarette and slowly exhaled, extinguishing the butt in the ashtray. She watched the woman turn toward the door, her long black hair cascading down her back, accentuating her slender waist. I haven't paid yet, Meng Shuyi remarked nonchalantly. The woman paused but did not turn around, stating, I propose to end it. What is your name? Shen Shutong. The woman replied gracefully before elegantly opening the door and departing without a backward glance. The sound of her high heels echoed away. Meng Shuyi scolded herself once more for her lack of composure. Chapter 3. An entire night. Meng Shuyi found herself unable to sleep. Morning arrived at 8 o'clock. Yet Xu Ranwei had not sent a single message. The ashtray on the bedside table overflowed with cigarette butts. Meng Shuyi chuckled at herself, murmuring, Meng Shuyi, why does no one believe that you can engage in a serious relationship? Is it truly the case that after 30, one is unworthy of love? A moment of despair washed over Meng Shuyi, but she quickly shook her head. Why ponder such nonsense when there are countless opportunities awaiting her? Who cares about Xu Ranwei? Blanche, open the curtains. The curtains obediently parted. Light flooded into the room, instantly illuminating the space. Meng Shuyi raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding brightness, squinting towards the window. It was time to leave this loveless city. Ugh, to speak of love at this age is somewhat laughable. After voicing her thoughts, Meng Shuyi rose and entered the bathroom. Once she finished grooming herself, she grabbed her suitcase, called for a driver, and headed straight to the airport. Even as she boarded her flight, Meng Shuyi had yet to receive a word from Xu Ranwei. Stowing her phone, she proceeded through security. At 2 in the afternoon, a city airport. Welcome back, sweetheart. Meng Shuyi stepped through the arrival's gate, only to be instantly embraced by her mother, Meng Wenyu. Mom. Meng Shuyi opened her arms wide, enveloping her mother in a warm hug. Planting a kiss on her cheek, Meng Wenyu relished the affection from her beloved daughter, smiling as she asked, Were you tired from the flight? Are you hungry? Exhausted. Meng Shuyi leaned her full weight against her mother. Lamenting, the in-flight meal was dreadful. Tonight, I want to indulge in rose soy chicken and lobster in broth. All right. Once we reach home, I'll instruct Wang Ma to prepare it. The mother-daughter duo exited the terminal, and their driver arrived with the CAR.A.S. Meng Shuyi settled into the vehicle. Meng Wenyu cheerfully inquired, Forgive my curiosity, but may I ask about your love life? Mom. Meng Shuyi dramatically fell into her mother's embrace. Voicing her grievances, why does no one believe that I can engage in a serious relationship? Meng Wenyu held her daughter close, gently asking, Have you experienced another heartbreak? Meng Shuyi responded with a muffled yes. Would you like me to help you find someone? Meng Wenyu inquired, tenderly ruffling her daughter's hair. Meng Shuyi lifted her head, breaking free from her mother's embrace. Mom, would you truly be willing to sacrifice your beauty? For your happiness, what would I not sacrifice? Meng Wenyu, deeply concerned for her daughter, observed the dark circles under her eyes, knowing not how many sleepless nights she had endured. Aren't you afraid of Grandpa's wrath? Now it's all legal. He can do as he pleases, as long as my sweetheart is happy. Mom. Meng Shuyi wrapped her arms around Meng Wenyu's neck, unabashedly expressing her feelings. Mom, I love you dearly. And I will always love you, my darling. After Meng Shuyi returned home, she went straight upstairs to catch up on sleep. When she awoke again, it was already 5 in the afternoon. After freshening up, she descended to find her parents, Meng Ba and Meng Ma, just walking in. Dad, Mom, Meng Shuyi called out. With a smile, Meng Ba remarked, Oh dear, why do you seem to have lost weight? Are you on a diet? My dear, it's wonderful for girls to care about their appearance, but you mustn't become too thin. It could affect your health. Dad, Meng Shuyi hugged Shan Ziyuan. I am 30 this year, not 3, and no matter your age. You will always be my precious one. All right, enough of the mushy talk. Meng Wenyu interrupted their exchange. During dinner, Meng Shuyi's phone on the table lit up with a notification. Happy breakup. Today, the girls are gathering to celebrate your return to singlehood. See you at the usual spot. Meng Shuyi glanced at it and softly scoffed. These fair-weather friends, celebrating a breakup when they're all single themselves. Meng Wenyu set down her chopsticks and asked, Are your friends inviting you out? Yes, a Qing and a few others. Go ahead. Have fun. Meng Shuyi lamented. Mom. Meng Wenyu chuckled and served her daughter a shrimp ball. Originally, Dad and I had planned a romantic evening out. Such dog food. Meng Shuyi swiftly finished her dinner, applied her makeup, and donned her bag, stepping out with the sound of her high heels echoing as she exuded charm. With Ti Qingqing bar, Meng Shuyi always found the name tacky. Yet Sheng Qinglan thought it quite nice, claiming that being extremely tacky is trendy. Do you understand? In their private room, several fair-weather friends had gathered. Old Meng, come over. Meng Shuyi walked over and sat beside Xu Ran. Want to hear my jokes again? Not at all. Being single is just splendid. Yichen shot a sidelong glance at Meng Shuyi. What are we drinking tonight? Meng Shuyi lazily replied. The most expensive, and no problem. Qingqing's covering it. Xu Ran hooked her arm around Meng Shuyi's shoulder. I told you long ago, it's hard to find a girlfriend, but you didn't believe me. Meng Shuyi quipped. That's fine. I intend to take a bottle home. Sheng Qinglan huffed. You lot are here just to mooch and still want to take things home. Their banter continued, each person chiming in, creating a delightful chaos. After a while, Meng Shuyi found an excuse to step outside for some fresh air. Upon exiting the restroom, she spotted a familiar figure. That person, it couldn't possibly be the woman from last night. Shouldn't she be in S-City? Meng Shuyi felt vexed. She had only encountered that woman in a bar in S-City last night. And now she was here in a city. Why was this woman haunting her? Observing the man accompanying her, Meng Shuyi wondered if business was poor in S-City, prompting them to venture to a city for clients, serving both genders. Meng Shuyi recalled the woman's cool demeanor and rigid posture, igniting a flicker of anger within her. She regretted not having dealt with that woman last night. Why did she feel that Xu Ranwei would regret it too? She pulled out her phone to check for messages, but there was nothing. No inquiry about her safe arrival in a city, the chance encounter with the woman, the lack of any word from Xu Ranwei. And her lingering anticipation collided within her. Returning to the private room in a sullen mood, Meng Shuyi wordlessly downed an entire bottle of red wine. Chapter 4. Shen Shutong was feeling too cold. Hey, that's not how you drink red wine. Yi Chun tried to intervene, but to no avail. Sheng Qinglan sighed, cursing, what a waste of such fine wine. What's wrong with old Meng? Did you run into an ex? Xu Ran offered a cigarette to Meng Shuyi. Taking it, Meng Shuyi lit it and exhaled slowly, the smoky haze rendering her an image of emotional melancholy. No, she replied, glancing at the three who seemed poised to ask further questions. Don T asked, if you do, one of you might end up in bed with me. The trio promptly fell silent, startled by her words. Amused by their reaction, Meng Shuyi checked the time on her phone. Already 11 o'clock. All right, I must take my leave. That it's still early. Why the rush? I have to go for an onboarding tomorrow. Do you all think I'm as irresponsible as you lot? The three scoffed in unison. Can you make it back by yourself? Sheng Qinglan asked, a hint of concern in her voice. It's fine. I'll call for a designated driver. Meng Shuyi twirled her chestnut waves and clicked her heels as she exited the room. Meng Shuyi pondered why this year, which was not her zodiac year, seemed to be fraught with misfortune. After leaving the bar, she successfully found a designated driver. However, halfway through the ride, the car suffered a flat tire. After a moment of restraint, she couldn't help but curse under her breath. She called for roadside assistance, just as she hesitated about whether to contact a driver in the middle of the night. A Maserati parked beside her. The window rolled down, revealing the cool visage of a woman. Need help? Meng Shuyi stared blankly at the woman. Just moments before, she had regretted not having slept with her. And now here she was, delivered right to her doorstep? Ugh. Meng Shuyi quickly shook her head, pushing such thoughts out of her mind. Now was not the time for such musings. After all, this woman had just been seen with someone else. Get in. It's unsafe to be alone on the roadside at this hour, the woman said calmly. Feeling the effects of the alcohol, Meng Shuyi groggily complied and opened the car door. Once the car resumed its journey, she suddenly realized that being in the woman's car wasn't necessarily safer. What was your name again? Meng Shuyi rubbed her temples, having asked her just the previous night. Perhaps the alcohol had muddled her thoughts. Shen Shutong, the woman replied coolly. Please take me to Yunwan. Thank you. Shen Shutong merely responded with an Meng Shuyi observed Shen Shutong as she drove silently, her dark hair flowing in the wind. From the side, her elegant brows, straight nose, alluring lips, defined jawline, and graceful neck all evoked a sense of admiration for the creator's handiwork. You're quite kissable, Meng Shuyi remarked, her mind drifting to the captivating scent from last night. Shen Shutong. Nothing, Meng Shuyi snapped back to reality. You just said, quite kissable, Meng Shuyi. Ew. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words. This woman appeared to be quite affluent. after a few playful exchanges last night. She had returned home with her, yet now she was accompanied by another man. Shen Shutong glanced at Meng Shuyi, her expression icy. If you have questions, just ask, she added after a pause. I may not answer them all. I am merely curious. You don't seem to lack money. Meng Shuyi started but stopped midway, realizing prying into someone else's privacy was inappropriate, especially when she too sought casual encounters. If I said I liked you, would you believe me? Shen Shutong's calm tone was devoid of any ripple. Meng Shuyi chuckled. Your pickup line lacks originality. Shen Shutong did not elaborate further. Silence enveloped them for about 10 minutes before Meng Shuyi suddenly inquired. Are you still taking the order from last night? Shen Shutong decelerated as they approached a red light, bringing the car to a steady stop. She turned to Meng Shuyi, her eyes filled with confusion. They locked gazes. Under the dim streetlight, Meng Shuyi's eyes reflected her yearning for Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi herself was uncertain whether her request was driven by a desire to amend the regrets of the previous night or to retaliate against Xu Ranwei's indifference. I am sorry. Shen Shutong finally averted her gaze, resuming the drive as the car behind honked impatiently. I have things to attend to. Meng Shuyi fell silent, choosing not to respond. Shen Shutong's rejection might have stemmed from the man she had been with earlier. Meng Shuyi commenced her onboarding process, and no sooner had she settled into her office than her mother bombarded her with a pile of work. Why, dear, you've worked hard. I happen to have some free time, her mother stated. Ugh, such a hard life. Meng Shuyi sighed. Don't frown so much. It'll give you wrinkles. Meng Wenyu teased, playfully rubbing her daughter's cheeks. Mom, work will give me wrinkles too. Meng Wenyu withdrew her hand. Remember to attend the project meeting for me later. I must leave now, or I'll be late. As Meng Wenyu exited, the secretary entered. Meng Shuyi immediately adopted a mature demeanor, shedding her earlier dismay. Ms. Meng, it's time for the meeting. All right, Meng Shuyi replied, entering the conference room to find Shen Shutong seated within. She hadn't expected that Shen Shutong would be the newly appointed spokesperson for the Shen family, and that she would personally attend the meeting. The project discussions stretched on until noon. Shall we grab lunch together? Meng Shuyi suggested. Thank you, was Shen Shutong's succinct response. They dined in silence, as if they had never met before. During the lunch break, Meng Shuyi brought Shen Shutong to her office. Your behavior is truly perplexing, Ms. Shen. Shen Shutong replied coolly. What does Ms. Meng wish to inquire about? Encountering you for 3 consecutive days makes me question if you have any particular interest in me. Meng Shuyi gently pushed the teacup across the table. Shen Shutong lifted the cup to her lips, savoring a sip. I had not inflicted any harm upon little Meng, for it was she who had initiated the conversation with me the night before. Meng Shuyi remarked. That evening, it was indeed I who made the first move. Yet, I had assumed she was merely seeking companionship for profit. This misunderstanding, however, was not entirely accurate. After all, it was she who had offered me a ride home last night. Shen Shutong, seemingly aware of what Meng Shuyi intended to say, casually interjected, I also reside in Yunwan. Meng Shuyi responded. There still seemed to be something amiss, though she couldn't quite pinpoint it. Did you know me before, Mr. Shen? Well, one could say so. Meng Shuyi replied. What an honor. She smiled, her features radiant, her red lips captivating, resembling shimmering waters with autumnal reflections in her eyes. Shen Shutong adjusted her glasses and extended her hand, indicating there was still collaboration ahead, and it should be pleasant. For a fleeting moment, Meng Shuyi felt a pang of insecurity. She was acutely aware of the captivating power her smile held. Regrettably, the woman before her appeared blind to it. As if casting flirtatious glances at the blind, Shen Shutong was simply too aloof. Chapter 5. I would make a fine bedmate. Meng Shuyi had just taken over her new responsibilities, consumed by her workload. Since adding Shen Shutong on WeChat half a month ago, they had exchanged not a single word. Meanwhile, her parents, who had been absent for half a month, returned with beaming faces. Meng Wenyu exclaimed, Darling, your mother has returned with great news. What is it? Meng Shuyi, wishing to spare her mother's enthusiasm, responded with a nonchalant demeanor. Guess what? Did you bring me a gift? A gift hardly qualifies as great news. Try again. Meng Shuyi absent-mindedly changed the channel with the remote, saying, Surely, it cannot be that you found me a wife. What a clever child. Meng Wenyu chuckled, ruffling her daughter's hair. I ran into an old classmate during my travels. Her daughter is quite like you. What do you think? Would you like to meet her? Meng Shuyi couldn't help but admire her mother's restraint and waiting until they returned home to mention this. Mother, is your classmate from City A? Of course. How could I bear to marry you off to another place? Then how come you only just discovered that this classmate's daughter is from here? Meng Wenyu sighed, explaining that during their trip, she had casually mentioned her daughter's breakup, which had resulted in a rather dramatic confrontation. Meng Shuyi furrowed her brows that my classmate is not optimistic about the two girls. After her daughter's split, she faced considerable resistance, but she simply could not stand her daughter's previous partner's background. Meng Shuyi paused for a moment before saying, Mother, after being away for so long, you must be tired. Perhaps you should wash up and get some rest. Meng Wenyu sensed her daughter's lack of enthusiasm and inquired, What's wrong, I send this good news. Even if it doesn't lead anywhere, it's beneficial to meet someone. All right, Meng Shuyi relented, not wishing to dampen her mother's spirits. INACF. Meng Shuyi observed the girl seated across from her, likely around 17 or 18, presumably still in university. Her mother's matchmaking skills seemed rather questionable. I apologize for not realizing you were so young. The girl smiled. It's all right. I've been feeling quite cooped up at home and wanted to get some fresh air. If apologies are in order, I should be the one saying it. Seeing the girl's melancholic smile tugged at Meng Shuyi's heart, yet she felt grateful for her understanding and supportive parents. Since we both owe apologies, let us refrain from saying them and instead enjoy this delightful weekend afternoon tea together, Meng Shuyi said gently. The girl tilted her head to gaze outside, lost in thought. Following her gaze, Meng Shuyi noticed another girl across the street, staring blankly in their direction. An inexplicable pang of envy washed over her. With a sigh, Meng Shuyi declared, I must take my leave. Goodbye, sister. The girl bid farewell politely. As Meng Shuyi stood, she spotted Shin Shutong seated at a nearby table. When had she arrived? Just then, Shin Shutong looked up, and their eyes met. Meng Shuyi noted the woman across from Shin Shutong and felt a strange pang in her heart. Why did it feel like this? She couldn't decipher it. Their interactions had been limited to one intimate encounter, followed by a single ride home. They had shared nothing more, not even a hint of romantic tension. Why then this bittersweet ache? Perhaps she had overlooked the signs today. As she walked towards the exit, she passed by Shin Shutong, who stood to greet her. Little Meng. Meng Shuyi paused, donning a professional smile. Replied warmly, Mr. Shin? What a coincidence. And who is this? Shin Shutong inquired, glancing between Meng Shuyi and the girl nearby. She's someone my mother introduced to me for matchmaking, Meng Shuyi replied casually, immediately regretting her choice of words. Is that so? How unfortunate, Shin Shutong remarked, lowering her gaze. Meng Shuyi raised an eyebrow at the woman across from Shin Shutong. Mr. Shun, are you here for matchmaking as well? The woman stood, her face beaming with a playful tone. Little Meng, do not misunderstand. I am her sister, Shin Shuyi. Shin Shuyi extended her hand. Meng Shuyi remained silent, refraining from reciprocating the gesture. Shin Shutong did the same, both standing as if in a silent standoff. Bored, Meng Shuyi stated, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Mr. Shun. Wait a moment, little Meng. Shin Shutong grasped Meng Shuyi's wrist. Meng Shuyi turned back, puzzled. Since you are here for matchmaking, why not consider me as well? Shin Shutong proposed, I would make an excellent match. After a brief pause, she continued, I would also be a fine spouse. Meng Shuyi was taken aback. What nonsense is this? Who would wish to match with you? I merely sought a fleeting encounter, and now you're suggesting marriage. After her outburst, she felt a bit unhinged. She had intended to seek a meaningful relationship, yet here was someone calling her unwell. Now someone was discussing marriage, and she found them equally deranged. Very well. Both were clearly unwell. After only a few meetings, Shin Shutong was already broaching the subject of marriage, a sign of madness indeed. Shin Shuyi quickly grasped Meng Shuyi's hand. Sister Meng, I've heard my sister speak of you. She says you are exceptionally beautiful and talented in your work, flattered by Shin Shuyi's praise. Meng Shuyi was swept onto the sofa, while Shin Shutong released her grasp. Sister Meng, do not be deceived by my sister's stern demeanor. She has a soft heart. If you become her girlfriend, you will not regret it. Shin Shuyi chirped enthusiastically, promoting her sister. Meng Shuyi turned to Shin Shutong. What does this mean, Mr. Shun? Shin Shutong maintained a businesslike demeanor. I am quite busy and lack the time for dating. I believe we are well suited. If you agree, we could proceed to get a marriage certificate right now. Meng Shuyi. Are you in such a rush to marry? Shin Shutong replied calmly. Not particularly. However, being married imparts a sense of stability, which could be advantageous in business dealings. What does that have to do with work? Meng Shuyi rolled her eyes internally. Why must I choose Mr. Shen? Meng Shuyi smiled slyly. Convince me with reasons. One or several. Shin Shutong replied earnestly. Our backgrounds are comparable. We are well acquainted. I maintain integrity, am loyal and dedicated, possess financial acumen, have no ex-partners, and moreover, I would be an exceptional bedmate. Meng Shuyi. What on earth does being a good bedmate mean? Who seeks a bedmate? I do not rely on such encounters for survival. Yet, the image of sharing a kiss with Shin Shutong, her breathless, delicate demeanor, juxtaposed against her current icy facade, invaded her thoughts. Mr. Shin certainly knows how to jest. Shin Shutong replied, I am quite serious. Meng Shuyi casually remarked, I shall consider it. Chapter 6. Is this too much? At the Qingqing bar, Meng Shuyi sat alone, melancholically sipping several cocktails. Shang Qinglan approached her. What's the matter? Have you suffered another heartbreak? As if there are that many to lose, Meng Shuyi retorted, downing her Long Island iced tea. That's enough. Drowning your sorrows in alcohol won't solve anything, Shang Qinglan advised. I know, Meng Shuyi replied, her smile tender yet filled with sorrow. That it's only here that I dare indulge. Shang Qinglan patted Meng Shuyi's shoulder and said, I must return to my duties. Meng Shuyi downed another drink, blaming Shin Shutong for bringing up marriage. Why did she feel compelled to go on blind dates? Shin Shutong's words felt like a grave insult, as if implying she relied on physical encounters for sustenance. Did her face betray thoughts of such frivolity? Zhou Baiong expressed his immaturity and lack of understanding, while Xu Ranwei admitted to being frivolous and lacking in stability. Shin Shutong subtly conveyed her own feelings of desperation, her mind awash with a kaleidoscope of thoughts. This was a precise strike, highlighting their shortcomings with unerring accuracy. Meng Shuyi, her vision blurred from inebriation, struggled to discern the faces around her. Unbeknownst to her, someone had taken a seat across from her. Hey, drinking alone is dull. How about I keep you company? Meng Shuyi remained silent, aware that bar flirtations often followed a predictable pattern. She was currently vexed by Shin Shutong, feeling the need to prove that she could survive without resorting to the bed of another. Don't be so cold. The essence of going out is to have fun. The person opposite continued to flirt. Meng Shuyi endeavored to focus her gaze, but alas, alcohol had dulled her senses and clouded her vision. The stranger had moved closer, their soft form brushing against her arm. Get lost. Meng Shuyi's voice lacked authority, softened by her drunkenness into a playful pout. The individual beside her did not retreat, but instead leaned in closer, and Meng Shuyi could sense their hand nearing her hair. Suddenly, that encroaching hand was seized and pushed away. I apologize, my girlfriend does not require anyone's assistance. That a cool voice whispered in her ear. It was Shin Shutong. What a nuisance she was, always appearing everywhere. What brings you here? Shin Shutong replied, just passing by. Meng Shuyi scoffed, finding it rather fortuitous. Though, you mentioned you'd make a splendid bedmate. I suppose it's time to test that theory. Shin Shutong's brow twitched slightly as her cool demeanor responded, You're intoxicated. I am not. Meng Shuyi protested, trying to rise unsteadily. Didn't you say I was a riot of colors in my thoughts? Tonight, I shall fulfill your wish. Sheng Qinglan approached. Old Meng, you're drunk. Let me take you to rest. Ah Qing, mind your own business. Meng Shuyi stumbled toward Shin Shutong, grasping her wrist. What if I simply desire to find someone to share a bed with? What's wrong with that? Sheng Qinglan, bewildered by Meng Shuyi's sudden fervor, glanced at Shin Shutong and promptly abandoned her plans to intervene. The news had covered Shin Shutong when she took over the Shun Corporation. Thank you. Shin Shutong nodded slightly, not engaging further. Meng Shuyi tugged at Shin Shutong, swaying as she did so. Upon exiting, a gust of wind left Meng Shuyi's mind in further disarray. Shin Shutong led her directly to a nearby hotel. Meng Shuyi, half dragged and half carried, felt the front desk staff eyeing the scene warily. Almost ready to call the authorities as soon as they entered the room, Meng Shuyi rushed to the bathroom, vomiting uncontrollably. When Meng Shuyi finally regained consciousness, it was already 8 in the morning. On the bedside table lay a box of pills, accompanied by a note. Take some medicine to alleviate your headache. She lifted the covers, finding herself fully dressed, not a single item missing. Her mind replayed the events of the previous night, recalling only that she had clung to Shin Shutong, eager to test her as a bedmate. Yet, in the end, nothing had transpired. Indeed, Alcohol had led her astray. At 4 in the afternoon, Meng Wenyu called Meng Shuyi, darling daughter. There's a banquet for Gu Corporation's 60th anniversary tonight at 6. Make sure to attend. The invitation is with Secretary Xiaoyang. Meng Shuyi glanced at the invitation, feeling a headache coming on. Taking over the company meant unavoidable social obligations. Ultimately, the hour drew near, and with shamelessness, Meng Shuyi decided to skip work. The banquet hall was ablaze with lights, everyone impeccably dressed, exuding an air of sophistication, with conversations and laughter echoing throughout. Meng Shuyi stood in a corner, her gaze fixed intently on Xin Shutong. Clad in a formal black suit, Xin Shutong radiated elegance and poise, her silver-framed glasses perched on her nose, embodying the archetype of a frosty female CEO. She certainly has some capital, Meng Shuyi muttered to herself. As if sensing Meng Shuyi's scrutiny, Xin Shutong turned slightly, their eyes meeting. Unfazed by being caught in the act, Meng Shuyi raised her glass in a subtle salute before turning away to find a corner to sit down. Young Master Meng, Xin Shutong's voice was low and frosty, devoid of emotion. Meng Shuyi offered a polite response. Miss Xin, I wonder what young Master Meng has decided regarding our previous discussion. What discussion? Meng Shuyi feigned ignorance. Xin Shutong's expression remained impassive as she continued to regard Meng Shuyi. About marriage, I haven't made up my mind that I see. Xin Shutong did not press further, leaving Meng Shuyi feeling somewhat disconcerted. Why did you choose me, Miss Shun? This circle is rather small. Xin Shutong's words were only half spoken. Meng Shuyi absent-mindedly swirled her champagne. If your requirements weren't so stringent, there are certainly suitable candidates in other circles. Indeed, Xin Shutong replied coolly. Meng Shuyi took a sip of her champagne, her gaze drifting toward the stage. Where it was time for Xin Shutong to take the podium, she turned to face the stage. She tossed a parting remark to Meng Shuyi. I'll send you home after this. Who needs your escort? Meng Shuyi retorted, striding confidently out of the hotel, just as she was about to open the car door. A hand grasped her wrist. Young Master Meng seems to be disobeying. Without needing to look up, Meng Shuyi recognized Xin Shutong's voice. What? Do you enjoy playing chauffeur, Miss Shun? Xin Shutong cut straight to the point. You've been drinking. I'm not driving. I'll just sit and sober up. It'll be stifling. That's none of your concern. Xin Shutong said nothing further and turned away. Meng Shuyi pondered whether she had overstepped. Setting aside their near encounter the previous night, their families had a collaboration. Besides, Xin Shutong had taken care of her throughout the night. Xin Shutong hadn't uttered anything particularly outrageous nor acted inappropriately. Aside from that ambiguous remark about being a bedmate. Chapter 7. Would she even like this? Before she knew it, the National Day holiday was fast approaching. Meng Shuyi had previously arranged with Sheng Qinglan and others for a road trip along the Qinggan Loop. But all had cancelled at the last minute. Meng Wenyu suggested, how about going abroad with your parents instead? No. Meng Shuyi shook her head vigorously. I have no desire to witness any lovey-dovey displays. So we're misdirecting our affection for our precious daughter? Zhang Ziyuan chuckled. I'm perfectly fine. You two should enjoy your time together, Meng Shuyi said, fiddling with the peacock fish in the aquarium. Any new plans? Meng Wenyu inquired tentatively. Meng Shuyi watched the fish swim about, an idea sparking. I'll go accompany my grandparents for a vegetarian meal. That's a splendid idea. Meng Wenyu retrieved her phone. I'll call your uncle to have him pick you up from the airport. All right. Thank you, Mom. Meng Shuyi nodded casually, allowing her mother to make the call. Meng Shuyi spent 5 delightful days in the countryside with her grandparents, tending to plants and fishing, leaving her phone in her bag to gather dust. Its battery long dead as she prepared to return home. She clung tightly to her grandmother, reluctant to let go. Her grandmother smiled. Still as clingy and endearing as when you were little. Of course, I'll visit again during the spring festival. I in high spirits. Meng Shuyi embarked on her journey home. However, upon her return, she felt as though the joy of her holiday had evaporated. In the living room sat Xin Shutong, whom she hadn't seen in over a month, since their last encounter, when Meng Shuyi had insisted that Xin Shutong need not concern herself with her. Xin Shutong had left without a word, and they had not crossed paths again. The liaison from the company had also changed. Faced with her again, Meng Shuyi felt somewhat at a loss. She hadn't done anything to wrong Xin Shutong. Why the discomfort? Back. Come here, let me introduce you to a new friend I met on my trip, Xin Shutong. Meng Wenyu approached to take Meng Shuyi's suitcase. Mom, we already know each other. Meng Shuyi was puzzled by her mother's intentions, bluntly stating their connection. The Shun Corporation collaborates with us. Have you forgotten? Meng Wenyu sighed. Oh right, Miss Shin just returned from abroad to take over the Shun Corporation. And you've just taken over at home. You two have met, but I haven't. Shin Shutong smiled. Meng Yi, it's not a business matter now. You can just call me by my name. So you do know how to smile, Meng Shuyi thought, feeling a twinge of discomfort. She forced a businesslike smile. Thank you, Ms. Shun, for looking after my mother. Not at all, Shin Shutong replied, her smile fading. Meng Shuyi had anticipated some dramatic confrontation from Shin Shutong. But instead, she simply bid farewell with a cool detachment. Meng Shuyi was left bewildered by the encounter. Mom, how do you know Shin Shutong? And why did you invite her to our home? Meng Wenyu replied blandly. We met while traveling and exchanged pleasantries that on our return flight. Our driver encountered an issue on the way to pick us up, so Ms. Shin offered us a ride. What a coincidence, Meng Shuyi muttered. How could it be so fortuitous? Did she say anything strange to you? Not at all. Miss Shun is a person of great discretion, Meng Wenyu inquired. What opinions does he have about her? None, Meng Shuyi added. We've only met a few times. What opinions could I possibly have? After ascending the stairs, Meng Shuyi washed up and collapsed onto her bed. Each time she attempted to forget someone, Shin Shutong would appear once more. Meng Shuyi found herself perplexed. What was she so on edge about? Shin Shutong had merely made a suggestion when she went on a blind date. Subsequently, her behavior indeed reflected her mother's words. Exhibiting great restraint, what was she confused about? Why did she feel averse to seeing Shin Shutong? Was it because she remained so composed? Did she seem too difficult to approach? Or was it the rejection of her proposal that night in the car? Meng Shuyi turned over and buried her face in her pillow. She was unsure of her own feelings. Perhaps it stemmed from her desire for Shin Shutong, without wanting to bear any responsibility for it. She truly was a heartless woman, Meng Shuyi pondered. Her consciousness gradually faded. In her dreams, she saw Shin Shutong, the woman who always wore an expression of indifference, lying beside her. Without thinking, Meng Shuyi leaned closer, removed her glasses, and pressed her lips against those soft, warm ones, leaving a trail of marks along that fair neck. The next morning, Meng Shuyi awoke, feeling the stickiness on her body, and scolded herself for her lack of resolve in having such a spring dream. A week later, when she encountered Shin Shutong again, Meng Shuyi had invited a group to enjoy hot pot, but none were available. Frustrated, she decided to go alone. Luck was not on her side. The place was packed. Hesitating whether to change venues or wait, a server approached to inform her that someone had asked if she was willing to share a table. Following the server's direction, Meng Shuyi spotted Shin Shuang waving at her. Her gaze then swept around to see Shin Shutong standing at the self-service area. Goodness, what was Shin Shutong doing in a place like this? Dressed impeccably, she seemed to have a penchant for formal attire. Dining together felt like an intimate affair, especially over hot pot. Meng Shuyi contemplated leaving, but the enticing aroma wafted into her nostrils, stirring her appetite. Ultimately, she walked over to Shin Shuang. Sister Meng, I was worried you might find us distasteful. Shin Shuang exclaimed, warmly pulling Meng Shuyi into the inner seating. I owe you my gratitude. Meng Shuyi's voice was soft, and her smile poised. She ordered some of her favorite dishes. After Shin Shutong returned, she said nothing. They exchanged greetings before diving into their meal. Shin Shuang gleefully picked up a piece of beef tripe from the spicy platter, savoring it with exaggerated delight before enticing Shin Shutong. Sister, this is delicious. I don't eat it, Shin Shutong replied curtly. Meng Shuyi was taken aback. Why did it seem like the sisters weren't close? Shin Shuang leaned closer to Meng Shuyi, whispering, my sister turns red all over when she eats spicy food. Meng Shuyi responded, though I'm not particularly curious, it sounds amusing. Imagining the usually composed Shin Shutong blushing, she thought, well, that could be interesting. Are you sisters? You seem to tease her quite a bit. Shin Shuang shook her head. Dante, you think it's amusing when my sister turns red? Isn't it a delightful challenge? What a wicked sense of humor. Meng Shuyi switched to serving chopsticks and placed a shrimp into Shin Shutong's bowl without uttering a word. Shin Shutong frowned, remaining silent. Shin Shuang dutifully retrieved the shrimp with her own chopsticks and returned it to her bowl. The bill was settled by Shin Shuang. Meng Shuyi said, I'll add you on WeChat and reimburse you. Shin Shuang didn't decline and opened her QR code. Sister Meng, we're going to watch Yueju opera. Would you like to join? Now? Yes. Meng Shuyi glanced at Shin Shutong, wondering if she would enjoy such a thing. Chapter 8. Was this an seduction? Meng Shuyi ultimately declined Shen Shuang's invitation, saying, I have other matters, so I won't be joining. Enjoy yourselves. After speaking, she turned to leave when Shen Shutong, who had been silent all evening, suddenly spoke. Little Meng. Meng Shuyi turned back. Is there something you need, Miss Shun? Little Meng, do you dislike me? Shen Shutong's words were a mere statement that you're overthinking it. Miss Shun, Meng Shuyi replied in a gentle, languid tone, as if it were a non-issue. Shen Shutong continued. If my previous suggestion made you uncomfortable, I retract it. Meng Shuyi raised an eyebrow, curious about Shen Shutong's intentions. Miss Shun, you jest. Your proposal holds no weight for me. I formally decline it. All right. Thank you, little Meng. Shen Shutong responded indifferently. Since the proposal holds no significance for you, and you have declined it, may I ask to be friends? Meng Shuyi smiled slyly, her eyes sparkling with charm. Ms. Shun, surely you jest. Did we not just share a table for a meal? Shen Shutong was momentarily taken aback, adjusting her glasses before nodding. Since Ms. Meng has said so, you may call me by my name in private. Referring to me as Ms. Shun feels too distant. Meng Shuyi thought. Was this person quite all right? Shen Shutong's demeanor remained cool as she stated, if Ms. Meng is unwilling, then so be it. Farewell. Goodbye. Meng Shuyi maintained her smile. Though confusion swirled within her, everything seemed both reasonable and unreasonable. Shen Shutong was not in need of friends, and Meng Shuyi was not inept at making friends either. Why did she feel a particular aversion towards Shen Shutong? Shen Shutong was too profound. Yes, too profound. Her words were succinct, her mind calm, always analyzing pros and cons. She lacked emotion. As Meng Shuyi observed Shen Shutong's retreating figure, she pondered. Perhaps that night's unexpected turn had led Shen Shutong to believe that seeking her would simplify many things. Meng Shuyi rarely refrained from indulging. She went to bed early this time. The next morning, she awoke at 6, feeling refreshed that it was still early, so Meng Shuyi changed into her workout clothes and went for a run. The community was adorned with lush trees and flourishing flowers, offering a serene escape from the hustle and bustle. Within the community lay a large artificial lake. After warming up, Meng Shuyi began her run along the lakeside. The water was crystal clear, with fish swimming freely beneath the surface. The morning breeze rustled the willow trees lining the shore. As Meng Shuyi ran, she noticed a familiar figure ahead. Was that Shen Shutong? What a coincidence! Why was she everywhere? It seemed Shen Shutong had not noticed her. Meng Shuyi collected her thoughts. She had done nothing wrong, so why did she feel guilty? Just then, someone patted her shoulder. She turned to find Shen Shuang. Are you here to exercise too, Sister Meng? Meng Shuyi replied casually. Her breath steadied as they ran together. Shen Shuang panted. My sister's stamina and pace are incredible. I can't keep up. Meng Shuyi remained silent. Shen Shuang continued. I've never seen you running here before. I had some free time today. Meng Shuyi replied, slightly out of breath. Sister Meng, you have a great figure, long legs and a generous bust. Meng Shuyi, though it was meant as a compliment, why did it sound a bit lewd? Observing Shen Shuang's flushed face from exertion, exquisite and vibrant, Meng Shuyi returned the compliment. Thank you, Miss Shen, you're beautiful and sweet-tongued. As they chatted, Shen Shutong had already completed a large loop and was catching up from behind. Shen Shutong playfully tugged at Shen Shuang's ear for slacking off. Shen Shutong's breathing was even, her voice slightly breathless, with a hint of warmth absent from her usual cool demeanor. Meng Shuyi chose not to intervene in their sibling banter, but stole glances at Shen Shutong. Her hair, usually cascading down, was pulled up high, revealing her long, fair neck. Beads of sweat trickled down her neck into her collar, leaving tantalizing trails, exceedingly alluring. Her cheeks bore a rosy hue, a stark contrast to her usual chill. Clad in form-fitting athletic wear, a sliver of her abdomen was visible, hinting at her toned physique, and she appeared to possess a slender waist, long legs, and a shapely rear. Meng Shuyi's thoughts drifted back to that night. Suddenly, Meng Shuyi felt her legs weaken and her breath become erratic. Ugh, she was running. Why was her mind wandering to such distracting thoughts? Shen Shutong nodded slightly in acknowledgement and took off ahead with Shen Shuai. Meng Shuyi paused to catch her breath. Once she regained her composure, she resumed her run. Half an hour later, after stretching, she headed home, her mind inexplicably replaying thoughts of Shen Shutong. But in truth, if she chose Shen Shutong as a bedmate, Would she truly lose out? Just as she had said, she would make for a splendid partner. Meng Shuyi came back to herself, she realized, with Shin Shutong attempting to seduce her as the year draws to a close. Meng Shuyi finds herself busier than ever, scarcely having a moment to ponder the chaotic thoughts that once consumed her. In an effort to avoid Shin Shutong, she has refrained from her usual runs by the lake. Meanwhile, Shin Shutong has seemingly vanished, as if all that transpired before was merely a figment of Meng Shuyi's imagination. In contrast, her relationship with Shin Shuyi has grown considerably closer, allowing them to occasionally rendezvous for shopping excursions. One evening, after work, Meng Shuyi arrives at the Qingqing bar, a place she has not frequented in a long while. Sheng Qinglan emerges to greet her, exclaiming, "Long time no see, Lao Meng," taking time for self-cultivation. "I see. Today, let me treat you." Meng Shuyi smiles charmingly, responding, "That sounds splendid." She cradles a glass of wine, lingering at the bar from 9 until 10, before meandering outside. Not far off, a Maserati is parked, and leaning against it is someone who captures Meng Shuyi's attention in an instant. It is Shin Shutong. After a brief moment of hesitation, Meng Shuyi approaches. "What brings you here, President Shun?" Shin Shutong blinks her slightly squinted eyes open and replies, "Miss Meng, I'm fine." Observing the unnatural flush on Shin Shutong's face and her hoarse voice, Meng Shuyi remarks, "You're drunk, where's your driver? He had matters at home and left. And Miss Shin, why haven't you reached out to her?" Shin Shutong pauses, seemingly contemplating, before eventually stating, "I couldn't get through." Meng Shuyi offers, "Allow me to drive you home." Shin Shutong remains silent, neither accepting nor declining. Meng Shuyi opens the passenger door and assists Shin Shutong into the seat. Shin Shutong offers no resistance. Quietly sitting there like a compliant student, her previously aloof demeanor all but vanished. After fastening Shin Shutong's seatbelt, Meng Shuyi rounds the front of the car and settles into the driver's seat. "Which building?" Once they enter the community, Meng Shuyi glances at Shin Shutong, who responds, "Building A9. Shin Shutong's eyes appear somewhat vacant, giving her an almost vulnerable look. Meng Shuyi turns the steering wheel to the left. Having parked the car, Meng Shuyi helps Shin Shutong out. Shin Shutong scans her fingerprint to enter the living room, uttering, "Lights on." The lights illuminate in response. Meng Shuyi notes the hoarseness and evident intoxication in Shin Shutong's voice. How much did she drink? After settling Shin Shutong onto the sofa, the latter immediately reclines upon sitting. "Are you all right, Shin Shutong?" Meng Shuyi observes as Shin Shutong's eyelids flutter closed, her cheeks flushed uncharacteristically. A soft murmur is all that answers her. Meng Shuyi pulls out Shin Shutong's WeChat and attempts to voice call her. After a minute of ringing, there is no answer. Shin Shutong furrows her brow, appearing to be in considerable discomfort. Meng Shuyi quickly scans the layout of the house, relieved to find it similar to her own. She navigates to the kitchen and prepares a glass of honey water. Although Shin Shutong is somewhat dazed, she cooperatively drinks it down. Noticing some wet wipes on the coffee table, Meng Shuyi gently wipes Shin Shutong's face and hands to prevent Shin Shutong from choking on her own vomit. Meng Shuyi turns her so she lies on her side, deftly loosening the buttons of Shin Shutong's shirt. Just as she undoes the second button, Shin Shutong suddenly grips Meng Shuyi's wrist with astonishing strength. Shin Shutong's eyes flicker open, filled with confusion and a sharp glint of wariness, as if she could pierce through one with her gaze. Meng Shuyi stammers, "Why so hostile?" seemingly recognizing the person before her. Shin Shutong exhales softly, loosening her grip on Meng Shuyi's wrist. "I apologize, and thank you, Miss Meng, for escorting and caring for me." Her voice carries a depth and allure that Meng Shuyi has never encountered before. "Are you feeling any clearer?" The response is a steady and even breath. Meng Shuyi prepares to rise when her phone vibrates, indicating a WeChat message. "Sister Meng, is there something you need?" It's Shin Shuyi. "Your sister is quite intoxicated. Could you please check on her? It seems no one else is home." "Sister Meng, could I impose upon you to look after her? I'm away on a business trip and unable to return." "Please," Meng Shuyi contemplates, recalling how Shin Shutong once took care of her during a drunken episode, though she remembers nothing of it afterward. "Very well. Thank you, Sister Meng. I'll treat you to a meal when I return." "I truly appreciate it." Meng Shuyi refrains from replying further, settling back on the sofa and watching the serene figure of Shin Shutong, who sleeps peacefully. Shin Shutong's glossy black hair sprawls over the brown sofa, the tips playfully curling. With her delicate brows, high nose, and rosy lips, the corners of her mouth hint at a barely perceptible charm. Clad in an ordinary shirt paired with a suit jacket, the fitted design accentuates her flawless silhouette. Her long legs are elegantly crossed, adorned with a pair of black high heels. Meng Shuyi suddenly recalls the graceful curve of Shen Shudong's toes. Painted with a vibrant red polish, the sigh escapes her as she laments the unfinished business between them from that fateful night. They had intended to gauge Shen Shudong's suitability as a partner, yet Meng Shuyi had succumbed to inebriation, missing yet another opportunity. Such thoughts are perilous. She must not dwell on them. Has she not suffered enough from Xu Ranwei? Love and desire can indeed be separated. Yet, did she not harbor a flicker of longing for Xu Ranwei as well? Humans are inherently greedy, forever yearning for more. Engaging in such a treacherous relationship is sufficient for one lifetime. The following morning, Meng Shuyi returns home, sporting dark circles under her eyes. Upon entering, Meng Wenyu exclaims, "Darling, have you been up to no good? Those dark circles are quite pronounced." "No, mother, I simply need to freshen up." "Wait for me to accompany you to the office." Meng Shuyi stifles a yawn behind her hand. "What about your car?" "It's parked at Aching's." Meng Wenyu wisely refrains from probing further, noticing her mother's inquisitive expression. Meng Shuyi anticipates her mother's imaginative tendencies and casually explains, "President Shen got drunk yesterday, and I drove her home." "Which President Shen?" "Shen Shutong." Meng Wenyu relaxes, saying, "Ah, she's a lovely girl. She even gave us a ride the other day." "I see, Ms. Meng. You mentioned the matter before and even brought gifts to express your gratitude. Such is the nature of social exchanges." Meng Wenyu continues to chatter, praising her daughter for her kindness. "It's wonderful to help out. We are all neighbors." Meng Shuyi sighs. "Mother, I'm 30 this year. I know you're not 3. You don't need me to teach you about social conduct." Meng Wenyu retorts playfully. "Now go wash up and come down for breakfast." As Meng Shuyi settles into her office, she powers on her computer. Her phone lights up with notifications. Ignoring it, she focuses on reviewing documents and emails. When she finally checks her phone, she finds a message from Shen Shutong. "I apologize for last night. Miss Ming, as a token of gratitude, I would like to invite you to dinner this evening that I hope you will honor me with your presence." Meng Shuyi spins in her chair for a moment, then raises her hand to type a response, declining the invitation. "No need. We're even." After sending her reply, she resumes her work. By 5 o'clock, Meng Shuyi gathers her belongings and checks her phone one more time. But the message she sent out that morning has sunk into silence, yielding no response. She takes a taxi to Shengshan Road to retrieve her car, driving home as the sun sets at a traffic light. She catches sight of Shen Shutong seated by the window, laughing animatedly with a long-haired beauty across from her. Shen Shutong wears a genuine smile that Meng Shuyi has never witnessed before. So this is what it feels like when ice melts away. In classical terms, one might describe it as her smile is enchanting, her eyes captivating. The glances exchanged are imbued with allure. The horn of the vehicle behind her blares, forcing Meng Shuyi to refocus and drive on. She recalls how Shen Shutong had promised to treat her to dinner, yet her message went unanswered while she now enjoys the company of another. Sharing laughter. Meng Shuyi is perplexed by her own irritation. Speeding home, she parks in front of the house and enters to find her parents absent. Frustrated, she wonders why she returned home after changing clothes. Meng Shuyi settles onto the balcony's lounge chair, watching the sun as it begins to dip below the horizon. The sky is ablaze with crimson hues that a gentle breeze stirs, tousling Meng Shuyi's hair and whisking away the worries that had arisen from her thoughts of Shen Shutong. Our lives are not intertwined. Let her share laughter with whomever she pleases. What does it matter to me? Chapter 10. The Unfathomable. After dinner, Meng Shuyi retreats to her study to tackle unfinished work. The phone rings. It's Shen Shuyi. "Sister Meng, I'm back. Are you free now? I'm handling a bit of work." "What's up? When will you be free? I'd like to treat you to dinner." "No need. It's not a big deal." Shen Shuyi persistently presses Meng Shuyi, who frowns in response. "Let us postpone it for a while. I'll be on a business trip in a few days." "Where are you headed?" Shen Shuyi inquires eagerly. Meng Shuyi, not paying close attention, replies, "To Qingcheng." "How delightful. Could you kindly assist me in bringing back some qingcha from Qingcheng, Sister Meng? I beseech you." "Certainly," Meng Shuyi readily agreed. After hanging up on Shen Shuyi, a message from Shen Shutong followed suit. "Is Miss Meng at home? Meng Shuyi. Did these sisters conspire to disturb me together?" 2 minutes later, another message from Shen Shutong arrived. I am at your doorstep. There's something amiss. Meng Shuyi pondered for a moment before replying. I wish to express my gratitude to Miss Meng in person. No need. I am preparing to retire for the night. Very well. I apologize for the intrusion. Good night. Miss Meng. 5 minutes passed without another message. Meng Shuyi approached the balcony and gazed below. Shin Shudong's silhouette was elongated under the streetlight, exuding a sense of profound solitude. Retracting her gaze and returning to her desk, Meng Shuyi found it difficult to concentrate. The last time she had been inebriated, Shin Shutong had taken care of her, and she had neglected to express her gratitude. What peculiar behavior from Shin Shutong! Bored, Meng Shuyi scrolled through her moments that Shi Ran and Yi Chun, two affluent young women, were surfing in Sanya. Meng Shuyi sighed internally. Indeed, being a rich second generation must be splendid. Is my status as a rich second generation merely a facade? Why must I toil so? In a state of discontent, Meng Shuyi set her alarm, locked her phone, and drifted into slumber. When Meng Shuyi returned from Qingcheng, a week had already elapsed. She sent a WeChat message inquiring when Shin Shuang would be free to collect the tea leaves. Shin Shuang replied, Sister Meng, I am on another business trip. You may either wait for my return or, if it is inconvenient for you, deliver them to my sister's place. Thank you, and I apologize for the trouble. When will you be back? I should be home around the new year. Meng Shuyi. Then I shall take them to your sister. She is at home, correct? Yes, she is. Shin Shuang replied promptly. Oblivious, Meng Shuyi gathered the items Shin Shuang requested and ventured out. Upon ringing the doorbell, Shin Shutong appeared. Clad in simple yet comfortable loungewear, a modest apron casually draped around her waist, as if she had just been cooking. Meng Shuyi silently observed Shin Shutong traverse the courtyard with steady steps. Approaching the door to let her in, Miss Shun, these are the items Miss Shun entrusted me to bring. Meng Shuyi presented the items in her hands to Shin Shutong. Shin Shutong nodded slightly. A polite smile gracing her features, expressing her gratitude for Meng Shuyi's personal visit. Observing Shin Shutong, with her hair elegantly styled and dressed in loungewear, an inexplicable warmth enveloped Meng Shuyi, reminiscent of a dutiful wife. The casual attire did not diminish the poised image of the usually aloof businesswoman. Even without her formal attire, Shin Shutong remained striking and distinctly captivating, no need for formality. Miss Shin and I are quite compatible. Shin Shutong unexpectedly invited. I am currently preparing dinner. May I inquire if Miss Meng has dined yet? If not, might you do me the honor of joining me? Meng Shuyi's stomach audibly protested at the inopportune moment. With her parents away and having returned early from a business trip, the household help was still on holiday. She had originally planned to order takeout or prepare some frozen food to tide her over. Please come in. Takeout may not compare to my cooking, Shin Shutong casually decided for Meng Shuyi. Stunned, Meng Shuyi detected a hint of playfulness in Shin Shudong's otherwise calm tone, and, for reasons unbeknownst to her, agreed. Then I shall impose upon you, Miss Shun. After all, I have come before. Following Shin Shutong into the living room, Meng Shuyi settled onto the couch. Please make yourself comfortable. I shall be ready shortly, Shin Shutong said, guiding her to the sofa before retreating to the kitchen. Just as she entered, Shin Shudong's phone buzzed with a new WeChat message. Sister, have you succeeded? A mischievous smile. Shin Shutong chose not to respond. Silencing her phone, she placed a damp cloth over the pot lid and lifted the heavy earthenware lid, releasing a rich, enticing aroma that instantly filled the kitchen. Inside, the broth had nearly reduced, enveloping the ribs in a thick, glossy sauce, the crimson glaze resembling a luxurious outer garment. Shin Shutong sprinkled a handful of chopped scallions and turned off the heat. It was a feast for the senses. Meng Shuyi sat quietly in the spacious, well-lit living room. Suddenly, an irresistible aroma wafted toward her, compelling her to inhale deeply. The rich fragrance caressed her taste buds like an invisible hand, causing her to swallow involuntarily. Already somewhat hungry, this scent completely awakened Meng Shuyi's appetite. Her stomach growling audibly. With a resigned smile, Meng Shuyi acknowledged Shin Shudong's evident culinary prowess. She stood and followed the tantalizing aroma. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Please wash your hands and take a seat. Shin Shutong beckoned. After washing her hands, Meng Shuyi returned to find an array of 3 dishes and a soup on the table: braised ribs, poached shrimp, stir-fried water spinach, and Westlake beef soup. To her surprise, Shin Shutong possessed such remarkable culinary skills. Meng Shuyi sincerely praised the simplicity of the dishes, It was clear that Shin Shutong could not tolerate even a hint of spice. "I hope I haven't embarrassed you, Miss Meng," Shin Shutong inquired. "Do you partake in carbohydrates with your dinner?" "Certainly. Such delightful dishes deserve to be paired with rice." Meng Shuyi nodded. Shin Shutong bore a subtle smile as she turned to the kitchen, returning with 2 bowls of rice. Meng Shuyi, genuinely hungry, wasted no time on pleasantries. As soon as Shin Shutong picked up her chopsticks, Meng Shuyi eagerly reached for the plate of braised ribs. The glistening ribs were exceptionally enticing. With a delicate pinch, Meng Shuyi lifted a piece and savored it, instantly experiencing a rich flavor unfurling on her palate. The unique savory taste was perfectly balanced, not too intense, yet not too subtle, melding harmoniously with the rib's inherent deliciousness, creating an indescribable, exquisite sensation. Visually appealing and delectable, Meng Shuyi relished every bite. Shin Shutong observed Meng Shuyi quietly, her gaze inscrutable. Shin Shutong served Meng Shuyi a bowl of soup, expressing her gratitude for Meng Shuyi's patronage. To her astonishment, Shin Shutong's culinary skills rivaled those of a 5-star restaurant chef. Meng Shuyi scooped a spoonful of soup and savored it, her compliments flowing freely. "Thank you for your kind words, Miss Meng." Shin Shutong maintained her composure, her demeanor remarkably elegant. Chapter 11. What pretense of decorum now? After consuming a bowl of soup, Meng Shuyi's hunger subsided slightly. Noticing Shin Shutong meticulously peeling shrimp, she realized she had lost her composure. Shin Shutong used serving chopsticks to place a rib onto Meng Shuyi's plate, stating, "It brings me joy to have my culinary skills acknowledged. Indeed, it is delicious. Miss Shun, do you ever contemplate a career change?" Perhaps opening a restaurant?" Shin Shutong contemplated for a moment before gently shaking her head. "No. Cooking and enjoying food is a hobby. If it were to become a means of livelihood, the beauty of food may be lost." "Your insights are profound, Miss Shun." With that, the topic shifted away, and the two continued their meal in silence. Meng Shuyi, now pleasantly full, discreetly rubbed her belly beneath the table. Shin Shutong noticed, suppressing a smile, yet refraining from laughter. After dining, Meng Shuyi assisted in clearing the table. Shin Shutong, unable to resist, allowed Meng Shuyi to come and go in the kitchen to at the sink. Shin Shutong washed the dishes while Meng Shuyi rinsed them for a second time. Curiously observing Shin Shutong's adept dishwashing, Meng Shuyi inquired, "Do you often cook, Miss Shin?" "Generally. I cook for myself when I am not busy," Shin Shutong replied, handing a bowl to Meng Shuyi. She accepted it and rinsed it under the faucet. Marveling at Shin Shutong's surprising domesticity, Shin Shutong turned her head to Meng Shuyi, her expression tinged with curiosity. "I had assumed that someone as composed as you, Miss Shun, would be above such mundane tasks. A highborn lady untouched by the trivialities of life, uninterested in cooking." A smile gracing her lips. Meng Shuyi tilted her head to meet Shin Shutong's gaze. Their eyes locked, and Shin Shutong calmly responded, "I am human too." Meng Shuyi couldn't help but chuckle at Shin Shutong's earnest explanation, bursting into laughter. "Why do you find this amusing, Miss Meng?" Suddenly realizing how endearing Shin Shutong was, Meng Shuyi replied, "I never expected you to be so charming." Shin Shutong looked on, puzzled. Meng Shuyi felt that the current Shin Shutong was adorably naive. During their first encounter, she had seemed utterly frigid. Who would have thought that beneath that veneer lay such a delightful, down-to-earth personality? As she began to recount their first meeting, Meng Shuyi hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to have such thoughts upon first meeting. That was hardly the right thing to say. Well, never mind. Meng Shuyi stumbled over her words. "I didn't mean it like that." Shin Shutong's tone remained neutral, leaving Meng Shuyi unable to discern her feelings. Hesitating over whether to apologize, she was interrupted by Shin Shutong's inquiry. "Are you still continuing with that order, Meng Shuyi?" What was Shin Shutong implying? Since her earlier slip of the tongue, the kitchen ambience had shifted slightly, and upon hearing Shin Shutong's question, Meng Shuyi sensed an unmistakable tension in the air. Was Shin Shutong suggesting what she thought? Meng Shuyi scrutinized Shin Shutong's earnest expression, the same cool and composed demeanor, yet her words were undeniably suggestive. But Shin Shutong's expression appeared to be merely a casual inquiry, asking if she wished to partake in the delicious food she had prepared. Meng Shuyi observed the slight bob of Shin Shutong's throat and was abruptly reminded of that night when Shin Shutong sensually swallowed red wine. She imagined how a bite on that delicate, fair neck would surely leave a mark. What kind of recompense does General Shin desire? Meng Shuyi absent-mindedly uttered this question and immediately regretted it, nearly wishing to bite her own tongue. Had they not known each other, a night of passion would have simply concluded with the dawn, each going their separate ways as strangers. Yet now, having gained some understanding of Shen Shudong's character, and with their recent neighborly proximity and business collaboration, the thought of entangling further in bed, what chaos might ensue in the future? Let us adhere to the agreement reached earlier, which ensures a beginning and an end. Shen Shutong replied with an unruffled demeanor. Meng Shuyi averted her gaze from Shen Shutong, rinsing the plates in her hands before drying them off. Indeed, one often becomes preoccupied with such thoughts when well fed. Having just indulged in the meal prepared by another, it was only natural to entertain desires of intimacy. Still wavering, Meng Shuyi was interrupted by Shen Shudong's voice. Miss Meng, there is no need for psychological pressure. We are both adults, and it is entirely normal to have physiological needs. That a sudden lightness washed over Meng Shuyi's heart. Shen Shudong's words clearly delineated the line between public and private, indicating her clarity of mind. Very well. Meng Shuyi smiled softly at Shen Shutong. Shen Shutong swallowed twice, then lowered her gaze, diligently washing the dishes in the sink. After tidying up the kitchen, Meng Shuyi settled onto the sofa in the living room to watch television. Shen Shutong brought over a glass of lemonade, inquiring, "Are you feeling nervous, Miss Meng?" Not at all. The two sat together in silence, watching the television. After half an hour of quiet, Meng Shuyi could no longer suppress a yawn. Shen Shutong asked casually, "Do you need to freshen up?" Meng Shuyi glanced outside to find the sky had completely darkened. Shen Shutong continued, "Miss Meng, having just disembarked from your flight, you must be tired. Shall I run a bath for you?" Meng Shuyi nodded. Yes. She watched Shen Shutong's retreating figure. She felt an unusual sensation, that it was Shen Shutong who desired her, rather than the other way around. Realizing too late, Meng Shuyi felt as if she had fallen into Shen Shudong's trap of exquisite food and alluring beauty. Yet surprisingly, she felt no inclination to resist, perhaps, as Shen Shutong had articulated. They were indeed both adults, or maybe it was that Meng Shuyi had long harbored regrets about not having seized the opportunity to be with Shen Shutong that night, due to her hesitation. 20 minutes later, Meng Shuyi lay in the bathtub, completely immersed as the hot water enveloped her body. All traces of fatigue were swept away by the warmth. She closed her eyes, savoring the embrace of the water. The temperature penetrated her skin perfectly, easing her tense muscles, and Meng Shuyi let out a soft sigh of contentment. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the door jolted Meng Shuyi from her near stupor. Shen Shudong's voice called from outside. "Miss Meng, you haven't fallen asleep, have you?" "No, I'm fine." After responding, Meng Shuyi hastily rubbed her cheeks to awaken herself. It'd be why the time she finished preparing, half an hour had passed that I in the living room. Shen Shutong lounged on the sofa, a glass of red wine in hand. Her previously styled hair had come undone, indicating she had already freshened up. General Shen Shutong turned to Meng Shuyi, her cool voice cutting through the air. "Are you certain you wish to address me that way?" Shen Shutong. "Very well." Shen Shutong offered a glass of red wine to Meng Shuyi. "Would you care for some, Miss Meng?" Meng Shuyi accepted the wine. Sitting on a single sofa, lightly swirling the glass, the ruby liquid caressing the inner walls, the aromas of blueberries and cedar wafted into her nostrils. Upon closer inspection, hints of vanilla and earth could also be detected. Meng Shuyi took a small sip, the wine's silkiness enveloping her palate. Shen Shutong truly knows how to indulge. This sip must have cost at least 500. Meng Shuyi shook her head, banishing the sudden thought that had intruded. Shen Shutong inquired, "Do you understand wine, Miss Meng?" "Not at all," Meng Shuyi replied decisively. "But I understand women." Shen Shutong. Seeing the shadow of confusion in Shen Shudong's eyes, Meng Shuyi felt a pang of regret. Her composed persona was beginning to crumble. Embarrassed, she raised her glass again and took another sip. Suddenly, Shen Shutong broke into a smile, remarking, "That's quite all right." Meng Shuyi abandoned her attempt to maintain a serious demeanor. From their very first meeting, she had already presented herself as a flirtatious woman in Shen Shudong's presence. What was the point of pretending to be proper now? Chapter 12. And so it begins, feeling as though she had been playfully teased. Meng Shuyi blinked, raised her glass to take another sip, then stood and approached Shen Shutong, gently lifting her chin. Kneeling on one leg beside Shen Shutong on the sofa, she leaned closer. The trickle of red wine escaped from the corner of Shen Shudong's mouth. trailing down her fair neck and disappearing into her white collar. Shin Shutong appeared to submit to Meng Shuyi's advances, the wine lingering on her neck evoking an inexplicable sense of vulnerability within Meng Shuyi, urging her to break her apart even further. Here, Meng Shuyi felt her heart race, her breath becoming uneven. Shin Shutong was truly enchanting. Turn off the lights, as Shin Shutong's words fell, the lights extinguished in an instant. Darkness enveloped the entire living room, leaving Meng Shuyi only able to sense Shin Shutong's breath nearby. Once her eyes adjusted to the dark, she could discern Shin Shutong's silhouette in the soft gloom. Meng Shuyi's hand explored from Shin Shutong's chin to the back of her ear, her head slowly drawing closer to Shin Shutong's, their breaths intertwining. Shin Shutong trembled slightly, grateful for the darkness that concealed her reaction from Meng Shuyi. Shin Shutong reached out, wrapping her arm around Meng Shuyi's waist, causing Meng Shuyi to stumble slightly. Surprised by Shin Shutong's action, Meng Shuyi let out a low laugh. "Are you in such a hurry?" Shin Shutong offered no reply, her breath hitching. Meng Shuyi stiffened. Had she really presented herself so readily? Shin Shutong paused, her voice hushed. "Are you having second thoughts?" Meng Shuyi. Suddenly, Meng Shuyi caught a whiff of something that could not be named. "You?" Meng Shuyi hesitated. "Are you?" "Yes." Meng Shuyi. No wonder she was so proactive. "You." Shin Shutong had just begun to speak when her words were abruptly swallowed. "Ugh." Shin Shutong involuntarily let out a sound, quickly stifling it. Meng Shuyi's left hand held Shin Shutong's nape, preventing her retreat. Sensing Shin Shutong struggling for breath, Meng Shuyi released her lips. Meng Shuyi suddenly desired to see the normally aloof Shin Shutong with her eyes clouded in desire. "Shall we turn on the lights?" Meng Shuyi gently coaxed in Shin Shutong's ear. "All right." Shin Shutong hesitantly acquiesced, then added, "Let us go upstairs." Meng Shuyi climbed off Shin Shutong's lap, bending to lift her up. "As you wish." Shin Shutong melted into Meng Shuyi's embrace, burying her head in the crook of her neck, her voice soft as she asked, "Can you see?" The warmth of her breath brushed against Meng Shuyi's ear, sending a shiver down her neck. "Isn't there a night light?" Indeed, Meng Shuyi's suspicion was confirmed. As they turned a corner and reached the staircase, they found each step illuminated by a soft glow. "How did you know?" Shin Shutong nestled into Meng Shuyi's arms, her voice ethereal. Meng Shuyi, steady in her stride, replied, "It was just a guess." Upon reaching the second floor, Meng Shuyi inquired, "Which room?" "The second one on the left." Shin Shutong's breathing had returned to normal. Meng Shuyi opened the door, and Shin Shutong prompted the smart assistant to turn on the lights. The underbed lights illuminated the space, and Meng Shuyi tossed Shin Shutong onto the bed, leaning over her with a playful smile. "You seem so soft after just a kiss." Shin Shutong replied earnestly, "It wasn't just a kiss, it was many kisses." Meng Shuyi. Shin Shutong was becoming increasingly entertaining. The soft orange light cast a gentle glow on Shin Shutong's features, softening her previously austere lines, making Meng Shuyi yearn to see her even more tender and alluring. Meng Shuyi asked, "Have you truly never been with anyone?" "Does it matter?" Shin Shutong fixed Meng Shuyi with a steady gaze. "If you haven't, I would feel as though I were taking advantage of you." "And what about you? Have you been with someone?" "Yes." Meng Shuyi met Shin Shutong's gaze, their eyes locked. "Do you mind?" Shin Shutong countered, "Mind if you've been with someone?" Meng Shuyi. "Not at all. Is it different?" Shin Shutong asked earnestly. Meng Shuyi found it difficult to articulate how it was the same or different. "Are we really discussing this now?" A fleeting hint of shyness crossed Shin Shutong's face, gone in an instant. Meng Shuyi was momentarily entranced. Seeing Meng Shuyi's dazed expression, Shin Shutong turned away, leaving the rest to her imagination. When Meng Shuyi finally regained her composure, Shin Shutong had already turned the tables. As Meng Shuyi raised her hand in an attempt to resist, she was swiftly seized by Shin Shutong, pinning her down and rendering her immobile. Shin Shutong. Meng Shuyi stammered, her voice wavering in protest. "What on earth are you doing?" Shin Shutong, noticing the lack of fervor in Meng Shuyi's resistance, released her grip and, panting, replied, "Just having my way with you." Meng Shuyi was momentarily speechless. Shin Shutong, with a gentle coaxing tone, continued, "Since you've been with others, I shall have my turn first. This way, we shall be even." Meng Shuyi pondered this for a moment, thinking it had some merit. "Ah, nonsense. I came here tonight to take charge, not to be at your mercy. If you're uncomfortable, we can cease." Shin Shutong tightened her grip on Meng Shuyi's wrist, her voice laced with temptation. Don't you want to experience the sensation of surrender? Meng Shuyi found herself inexplicably intrigued. Why is this so enticing? Aren't you able to hold back? Shen Shutong raised an eyebrow, withdrawing one hand to caress her. Meng Shuyi trembled uncontrollably, realizing she, too, was affected. Shen Shutong remarked coolly. Miss Meng, you are in the same boat. The initial embarrassment of being exposed turned into a rush of heat across Meng Shuyi's cheeks upon hearing Shen Shutong's words. If Miss Meng remained silent, I shall commence, Shen Shutong declared with a straight face. Meng Shuyi marveled at how she could utter such words with a stoic expression. Chapter 13. Seizing opportunities in the early morning, soft and warm sunlight gently filtered through the delicate gossamer curtains, casting a golden hue upon the bedroom. Meng Shuyi lay languidly in bed, one hand slowly lifting to shield her eyes from the intrusive, fragmented rays of light. Her elongated eyes narrowed slightly, revealing that she had yet to fully awaken from the depths of slumber, her face adorned with a hint of confusion and fatigue. As her consciousness gradually sharpened, Meng Shuyi slowly opened her eyes, gazing dreamily at the ceiling, realizing this was not the familiar decor of her own home. Outside, the melodious chirping of birds graced her ears, while a gentle breeze rustled the leaves outside her window, producing a soft, whispering sound. Everything she heard heralded the arrival of a new day, yet her body remained steeped in the weariness of the night before. Her thoughts drifted back to the events of last night initially. She had come to deliver something to Shen Shutong and ended up staying for dinner, which ultimately led to them finding themselves entangled on the bed. The crux of the matter was that Shen Shutong had taken the lead all night long. Damn it! Meng Shuyi could not help but curse inwardly. Turning her head, she found the space beside her already vacant. Sitting up, she surveyed the disheveled bed, momentarily lost in thought. After a prolonged pause, she finally rose. But as her feet touched the ground, her legs buckled, nearly sending her sprawling to the floor. Entering the washroom in her bare skin, she stood before the mirror, staring at her reflection in disbelief. What is Shen Shutong thinking, treating me like a mere plaything? Her collarbone, shoulders, and chest bore an array of vivid bruises. Turning to inspect her back, she grimaced at the sight. Her shoulders were similarly marked. At least she had the decency to leave her neck unblemished. Shen Shutong, this isn't over. She regretted heeding her words from the night before. Shen Shutong had claimed she would go first, but in reality, it was she who ended up utterly exhausted, with no chance to regain her footing. After a refreshing shower, Meng Shuyi donned a bathrobe and descended to the first floor. She realized she had no recollection of where she had tossed her phone the previous night. On the coffee table in the living room, she found her phone lying quietly. As she unlocked it, she intended to arrange a delivery for clothes. To her surprise, several messages from Shen Shutong awaited her in WeChat. The clothes are on the sofa in the living room, and breakfast is on the dining table. Meng Shuyi glanced over, and indeed, several bags lay on the sofa, their styles and colors resembling those she typically wore. Even her undergarments were from her preferred brand. The second message read, Miss Ming's stamina requires improvement. Meng Shuyi, next time, if I don't make you so exhausted that you can't get out of bed the following day, I shall no longer bear the surname Meng. How dare you question my endurance? Shaking her head to dismiss such thoughts, Meng Shuyi scolded herself for considering a next time. Frustrated, she transferred 10,000 yuan to Shen Shutong with a message, the fee we agreed upon. After a moment of contemplation, she added, your skills need refinement. Practice more when you have the time. Satisfied with her message, she clutched her clothes and retreated to the washroom. In Shen Shutong's office, Shen Shuang observed her sister's radiant demeanor and could not resist teasing her. Sister, have things finally come to fruition? Shen Shutong maintained her usual impassive expression, yet there was a glimmer of warmth in her eyes. Clearly in high spirits. When Shen Shuang inquired further, Shen Shutong gave a slight nod, responding nonchalantly, Shen Shuang's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she pressed on. Really? Have you finally secured your prize? Shen Shutong rubbed her left shoulder and nodded. Noticing the faint flush on Shen Shutong's earlobes, Shen Shuang realized that her sister was indeed smitten. Observing Shen Shutong's shoulder rub, Shen Shuang casually asked, what happened to your shoulder? I was kicked, Shen Shutong replied with a smile playing at her lips. Shen Shuang, it seems the previous night was quite the spectacle. I want to hear all the details. Sister seems genuinely happy, even smiling after being kicked. How many times? Just 4 or 5, Shen Shutong answered with a casual air. Shen Shuang, I expected silence on that front. Yet here you are, responding earnestly. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Shin Shudong's phone on the table lit up, signaling 3 incoming messages in quick succession. She picked up her phone, unlocking it to reveal the messages. The first was a transfer, the second was ignored, and the third made her eyes narrow, a flicker of coldness crossing her gaze. Shin Shuyi noticed the warmth in her sister's expression dissipate, replaced by a brooding intensity. What's wrong, sister? Nothing, Shin Shutong replied tersely, putting her phone down and turning away from Shin Shuyi. Focus on your work. Shin Shuyi surmised this was likely related to Meng Shuyi, as only she could evoke such a shift in Shin Shudong's mood. Nodding, Shin Shuyi returned to her desk and sent a message to Meng Shuyi to probe further. Sister Meng, I've been called back unexpectedly. Are you free for dinner tonight? My treat. Just as Meng Shuyi stepped out of Shin Shudong's villa, her phone buzzed with Shin Shuyi's inquiry. Meng Shuyi found it difficult to face the prospect of dinner. Still haunted by the memories of the previous night and her current state of discomfort, it was all Shin Shudong's fault for tempting her to stay for dinner, leading to the chaotic events that ensued. Ultimately, she had to admit there was a small part of her that was drawn to Shin Shutong. Otherwise, she would not have fallen into this predicament, though she begrudgingly accepted that she had allowed Shin Shutong to take advantage of her. It was infuriating that she had also received a message mocking her endurance. Frustrated, Meng Shuyi cursed silently, feeling irritable and unwilling to respond to Shin Shuyi's text. Thus, Shin Shuyi's message was left elegantly ignored. By the time Meng Shuyi arrived at the office, she was 10 minutes late for the weekly meeting. Once again, she lamented her choices, realizing that indulging in fleeting pleasures could lead to significant consequences. Though she knew Shin Shudong's words were not to be trusted, Meng Shuyi could not help but take them to heart. Over the course of the week, she adopted a routine of early nights and early mornings, dedicating herself to physical exercise. Meng Wenyu, observing her daughter's unusual behavior, was left perplexed. What has gotten into you, dear? Having just returned from a run, Meng Shuyi found herself cornered by her mother at the entrance. I'm fine. Meng Wenyu eyed her daughter skeptically. You were never this diligent when I urged you to exercise that I'm truly fine. I just feel a bit of strain in my neck and shoulders from sitting at the office. Running helps, Meng Shuyi fibbed. Otherwise, when I retire, I won't have the stamina to travel the world. Meng Wenyu, I don't believe you. However, she chose not to press further, recognizing that her daughter had grown up and now held her own secrets. Come, let's have breakfast, that we need to visit your grandfather later. Meng Shuyi remained silent as she followed Meng Wenyu into the dining hall. Chapter 14. I prefer women. Qingchuan Mountain Villa, resembling a brilliant jewel, is nestled halfway up Qingchuan Mountain. This is the ancestral home of the Shan family. Meng Shuyi turned off the main road into Qingchuan Mountain Road, flanked by towering, bare trees. Sunlight filtered through wispy clouds, casting its glow upon the stark branches, revealing the mottled bark in a pallid and lackluster hue. Upon entering the grand gate of Qingchuan Mountain Villa, a magnificent fountain came into view. Water gushed forth from underground, forming towering columns that burst into a kaleidoscope of colors in the air. Under the sun's rays, the droplets sparkled with a crystalline brilliance, creating a dreamlike ambience. Surrounding the fountain were exquisite stone sculptures and flower beds, adding an air of elegance and artistry. The vehicle was parked beside the fountain, and Meng Shuyi turned off the engine, unbuckled her seatbelt, and exited the car, with Shan Ziyuan and Meng Wenyu following suit. Shan Ziyuan fussed over Meng Shuyi, saying, Dear, just let your parents handle things when they arrive, and don't argue with your grandfather. Meng Shuyi smiled and replied, Dad, I understand that. I will be good and just eat. Without speaking, good girl, Shan Ziyuan praised his daughter, then turned to hold Meng Wenyu's hand, adding, just bear with it for a while. After so many years, I know his temperament well. I have it all under control. Meng Wenyu's demeanor was calm, showing no signs of anger. The family of 3 strolled up the steps and entered the hall. In the hall, sitting on the sofa was Shan Ziyuan's father, Shan Meng. The old man, with hair as silver as frost, shimmered with a faint glow, his meticulously styled hair impeccably arranged. He wore impeccably clean clothes, not a speck of dust to be found. His buttons were fastened tightly, and his collar and cuffs were crisply ironed. The old man stood tall and dignified, his expression grave, exuding an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. Meng Shuyi reflected that while her father was lively and easygoing, she herself had inherited none of the old man's meticulousness. She pondered where things had gone awry. The family of 3 bowed respectfully to Shan Meng, Meng Shuyi obediently called out, "Grandfather." Shanming glanced at Meng Shuyi and replied flatly. Not wishing to engage with the old man, Meng Shuyi excused herself on the pretext of having work to do and retreated upstairs to her room at noon. During the meal, in addition to Shan Ziwan and his wife and Shan Ming, there was an impeccably dressed man at the table. Meng Shuyi frowned as she took her seat in silence. Shan Ming looked at the man and then at Meng Shuyi, saying, This is your cousin, Lin Qinting." Meng Shuyi casually greeted. "Hello, cousin Lin." Lin Qinting fixed his intense gaze on Meng Shuyi, smiling as he said, "It's been years, You've become quite beautiful." Meng Shuyi felt uncomfortable under Lin Qinting's scrutinizing gaze, and her displeasure grew. She turned to Shan Ming. "Grandfather, when will we eat? I'm hungry." Shan Ming replied, "Qinting is the grandson of my cousin. We are family, and you know each other well. Is already 30. It is time to consider settling down." Shan Ziyuan interjected, "Dad, we live in an era of marital freedom, and I'm not saying should marry right away, just that we should introduce them and cultivate some feelings." Shan Ming countered, ignoring Shan Ziyuan's words. Lin Qinting added, "Indeed, is beautiful and has inherited a substantial company. It would be a pity for her to be deceived by outsiders. Who can be more trustworthy than family?" Shan Ming continued, "Qinting is a master's graduate from a prestigious overseas university, specializing in finance. After marriage, he could join the company and support Meng Shuyi stood up. "Did grandfather invite me here for a meal or for a blind date?" Shan Ming's expression darkened, his voice tinged with anger. "Is that how you speak to your elders? Sit down." Meng Shuyi looked at Shan Ming, her tone icy. "I will make myself clear today. First, whether I marry or not is my own business. Grandfather need not worry. You are getting older. Mind your own affairs. Second, I am in charge of the company now. I am capable of managing it without assistance. Third, I prefer women, not men that don't bring just anyone to me." After stating her piece, Meng Shuyi turned to her parents. "Dad, Mom, I'm leaving now. Please have the driver pick you up later." Ignoring everyone else, she turned to leave. "Stop." Shan Ming's voice thundered behind her, his tone laden with fury. Meng Shuyi did not look back. The voice continued, "As a descendant of the Shan family, who allowed you to prefer women? Who sanctioned such unorthodox behavior? What woman does not marry, no matter how capable you are? You are still a part of the Shan family, enjoying the benefits of the Shan family. Is this how your mother raised you? Fooling around with women, arguing with your elders, showing disrespect. Where has your upbringing gone?" Just as Meng Shuyi was about to retort, Shan Ziyan stood up, distressed. "Dad, are you trying to drive your son to divorce?" Meng Wenyu also rose, her tone remarkably calm. "Firstly, was raised solely by me until she turned 20. Secondly, if it weren't for Shan Ziyuan undergoing a sterilization procedure, I would not have allowed to return to the Shan family. Finally, since neither of us meets your standards, we will leave. Lao Shan, prepare the divorce agreement. We'll meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau," she declared. "You," Shan Ziyuan called out pitifully, immediately pleading, "Please don't act impulsively." Meng Wenyu scoffed, "If my upbringing is poor, then I won't raise my daughter. We are unworthy of the Shan family." Shan Ziyuan turned to Shan Ming. "Dad, are you satisfied now that you've torn my family apart?" Shan Ming paused, murmuring, "The world is declining, and morality is lost. My descendants are unfilial. I feel I have failed the ancestors of the Shan family." Meng Shuyi wore a cold expression as she addressed the silent Lin Qinting. "Thinking of coveting the Shan family? Dream on. Even if the Shan family were to perish, it would not be your place to meddle in our affairs." Shan Ming seemed provoked, shouting, "The Shan family faces extinction because of you. If you had listened to my arrangements, how could the Shan family face such a fate?" "Dad," Shan Ziyuan interjected, "can you speak some sense? Why are you meddling in others' affairs?" Shan Ming raised his voice. "Am I meddling in others? My son is someone else. You abandoned the Shan family for Meng Wenyu all these years. For a woman, you disobeyed me, and you claim I am unreasonable. So, all of you are dutiful descendants of the Shan family, but when the son disobeys, the granddaughter does the same, and I am the unreasonable one." Chapter 15. Meddling in others' affairs. Meng Shuyi thought to herself, "That's your fault for not raising your son properly." However, she only dared to think it, as voicing it might provoke the old man to a hospital visit. Before this thought could dissipate, Shan Ming clutched his chest and began to breathe heavily. "Dad," Shan Zan rushed over. "What's wrong?" Shan Ming gasped. "Why do you care if I live or die? Aren't you devoted to your wife and daughter? Wouldn't it be better if I just died? If I die, no one will bother you. Shan Zuan quickly called for the maid to fetch medicine, while Meng Wenyu dialed the family doctor. Meng Shuyi found herself in a predicament, neither able to leave nor stay, and ultimately, her pent-up frustration was directed at Lin Qinting. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Lin Qinting observed the chaotic Shan family and said to Shan Ming, I'll come to visit you another day, uncle, before departing without even saying goodbye to Shan Zuan. After administering medication to Shan Ming, Shan Zuan gradually calmed him down. The doctor arrived promptly, advising the old man to avoid anger and maintain a peaceful state of mind. Humph, Shan Ming sulked, refusing to look at Meng Wenyu and Meng Shuyi. Not a single one of you brings me peace. Seeing Shan Ming had regained enough strength to scold, Meng Shuyi remarked, I'm leaving. With that, she turned and exited the hall as the car traveled halfway. Her stomach growled, reminding her that she had not eaten due to her anger. Meng Shuyi exhaled deeply, realizing she could not return to the old home. Every visit turned into a chaotic affair. The old man had the audacity to try to set her up with a man. Earlier, he merely wished for her to change her surname, and today, he had gone so far as to directly introduce a man as a suitor. After calming herself for a while, by the time she returned to the city, her mood had somewhat stabilized. She casually selected a private Hunan restaurant, not wanting to reserve a private room for herself. She sat in the bustling lobby. Halfway through her meal, she spotted Shin Shutong exiting with a group of people. Shin Shutong's cheeks were flushed, her earlobes crimson, and her neck bore a similar hue. Meng Shuyi frowned, thinking, this person clearly cannot handle spicy food. Why would she come to a Hunan restaurant? Is it the weekend and she still has to work? Is it necessary to push herself so hard? Alas, why concern oneself with such matters? Meng Shuyi withdrew her gaze and resumed her meal, whether it was due to a diminished appetite or the sight of Shin Shutong, whom she hadn't seen in a week. Meng Shuyi felt an unexpected loss of hunger. Upon settling the bill and exiting the establishment, she spotted Shin Shutong squatting by the roadside. Despite her inclination to ignore her, Shin Shutong appeared quite disheveled. Yet engaging might not elicit any gratitude from her. After much internal conflict, Meng Shuyi decided to purchase a bottle of water and approached Shin Shutong, offering it to her. Must you endure discomfort and yet put on a brave face? Should we consider a visit to the hospital? Shin Shutong looked up, her cheeks, once flushed, now pale. Thank you. She accepted the water from Meng Shuyi, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Where is Miss Shin? Just moments before. Meng Shuyi had clearly seen Shin Shuang following closely behind her. Furrowing her brow, she glanced around but found no sign of Shin Shutong's vehicle. Where is the driver? After drinking, Shin Shutong clasped her abdomen and rose to her feet. Observing the frail appearance of Shin Shutong, Meng Shuyi instinctively reached out to steady her. The client decided at the last minute to inspect the factory personally. My company has matters to attend to. So I sent Shuang with the client. Shin Shutong's tone was flat, leaving Meng Shuyi unable to discern whether she was in pain or recovering. Concerned about Shin Shutong's condition, Meng Shuyi momentarily forgot it was the weekend, a time when the factory would typically be closed. Shall we go to the hospital? Shin Shutong shook her head, explaining that her secretary had already dispatched a vehicle, which should arrive soon, as there were pressing matters at the company. An inexplicable surge of frustration welled up within Meng Shuyi. What is more important, your work or your health? Shin Shutong replied with an unperturbed tone, work is important. Infuriated, Meng Shuyi retorted, I shouldn't have come. Thank you for your concern, Miss Meng. I am fine. Shin Shutong spoke with sincerity, yet her tone remained polite and distant. Taking a deep breath to suppress her anger, Meng Shuyi replied coolly, no need for thanks. It seems I have meddled in affairs that do not concern me that I shall take my leave. She turned on her heel and walked away briskly. Behind her, footsteps approached as Shin Shutong called out. Miss Meng, I apologize, that was not my intention. Meng Shuyi halted and turned to face Shin Shutong. What you wish to do is your own business. It is of no concern to me. Shin Shutong's pallor persisted, and her eyes betrayed an emotion that Meng Shuyi could not decipher. Something unspoken, as if burdened by silent suffering. Just then, a black sedan approached and halted at the curb. The driver exited and walked around the front of the vehicle to open the door. Miss Shun, please get in. Shin Shutong glanced at Meng Shuyi before entering the car and departing. Meng Shuyi watched the vehicle vanish from sight, chastising herself once more for her unwarranted meddling. Beep, that a notification chimed from her phone. Meng Shuyi glanced at it to find a message from Shen Shutong. Still feeling irked, she dismissed it and tossed her phone back into her bag. Distracted and agitated, Meng Shuyi drove toward the suburban racetrack. Midway, she received a call from Qi Ran. "Where have you been gallivanting this weekend?" "I'm planning to ride a few laps," Meng Shuyi casually replied as she connected her Bluetooth. "And you didn't invite us?" Yi Chun's discontented voice echoed in her ear, prompting Meng Shuyi to remove her earphones. Unable to tolerate Yi Chun's boisterousness. "Are you trying to deafen me? Why didn't you invite us to join the fun?" Meng Shuyi shot back. "Did you two invite me when you went surfing at the beach?" Yi Chun's voice softened. "That was because you, the workplace elite, were too busy with work that we, the laid-back ones, are different. Get lost that I'm heading to the racetrack in April, and I'll go whether you come or not." Meng Shuyi hung up the phone and continued driving with a sense of relief. She parked her car in the lot, ready to disembark when she felt her phone vibrate again. Upon checking, it was another message from Shen Shutong. "I've already taken my medication that I'll go to the hospital once I'm done." Meng Shuyi scoffed. "Go if you wish. It's none of my business. It's not me who's in pain that I'm not your caretaker. So why should I be informed of this?" Fuming silently, she stepped out of her car only to see Qi Ran and Yi Chen approaching. "So, you two have finally decided to return from your escapades." Spotting her friends lifted Meng Shuyi's spirits, momentarily easing the irritation caused by Shen Shutong. "If you hadn't shown up, someone might have forgotten about us." Qi Ran feigned indignation. The trio chatted as they made their way to the racetrack. Meng Shuyi selected a horse, and the instructor assisted in saddling it. Once mounted, she gently pulled on the reins, and the horse began to trot. The wind tousled her hair, setting it aflutter. Qi Ran and Yi Chun mounted their horses as well. Trailing behind Meng Shuyi, the three galloped across the racetrack, racing for half an hour until Meng Shuyi, feeling jostled, reined in her steed to slow down. Chapter 16. The four children. The trio lay on the grass, and Yi Chun inquired, "Meng, what prompted you to come riding today?" Meng Shuyi reflected on the day's troubling events and sighed, unsure of where to begin. "It's only been a month since we last met. What could have happened?" Qi Ran sensed something significant had occurred from Meng Shuyi's side. Yi Chen, not one to probe too deeply, bluntly suggested, "Then tell us what brings you to ride today." Meng Shuyi gazed at the drifting clouds above, recounting her quarrel with her grandfather. "Why?" Yi Chen asked. "Didn't he stop insisting you change your surname? What's the fuss now?" Meng Shuyi briefly summarized the events at the ancestral home that day, prompting Yi Chun to frown at the elder's antics. Pulling out her phone, Meng Shuyi sent a message to Meng Wenyu. "Mom, is Grandpa doing well?" Qi Ran poked Meng Shuyi's shoulder, sensing that her mood was affected by more than just this incident. Meng Shuyi remained silent, the pause stretching uncomfortably long. Yi Chun and Qi Ran flipped onto their sides to scrutinize her, simultaneously declaring, "You have something going on." Meng Shuyi neither confirmed nor denied it. Was her situation indeed significant? Perhaps not. It was merely a fleeting romance. Why was she overly concerned with Shen Shutong? Her friends persisted, one from the left urging her to speak, while the other from the right insisted she confess. The clamor made Meng Shuyi's ears buzz. Yi Chen warned, "If you don't spill, we might just call on Lan Jie for an interrogation." Meng Shuyi. Sheng Qinglan was typically gentle and kind, but her methods of handling matters were quite numerous. She was, after all, a smiling tiger. It's personal. Please refrain from inquiring further. Yi Chun and Qi Ran exchanged a knowing glance, an understanding passing between them. Qi Ran suggested, "Let us go and mooch dinner from Lan Jie." Meng Shuyi regarded them skeptically. "Are you truly intent on an interrogation? If you're reluctant to share your personal matters, then fine. Who cares?" Yi Chen replied with irritation. "It's been ages since I've enjoyed Lan Jie's handmade beef balls. I'm craving them." Meng Shuyi observed their sincere expressions and, recalling her fondness for Sheng Qinglan's cuisine and wine, readily acquiesced. "Very well, let us go." The two cars returned to the city, one leading the way while the other followed. Yi Chun drove, while Qi Ran busied herself with her phone. "Have you calmed down?" Yi Chun inquired. Qi Ran stared blankly at her screen. "Have you calmed down?" Yi Chen repeated. "Lan Jie mentioned she should be aware of what is happening." "What?" Lan Jie said that previously, Meng had been entangled with Shen Shutong at her bar. Yi Chun pondered for a moment before sighing deeply. "The Shen family is quite complicated and tumultuous." "Not necessarily," Qi Ran replied, putting her phone down. "You should know Meng well. If she had a girlfriend, everyone would know by now." Perhaps Meng doesn't wish to make it public? Yichen still seemed uncertain as Xu Ran shook her head. What's there to hide? Meng has never concealed anything from us. At Qingqing Bar, Sheng Qinglan had just opened for the evening when the trio squeezed inside. Upon entry, Yichen immediately called out, "Lan Jie, I want 8 handmade beef balls." Sheng Qinglan shot him a glare. Playfully chiding, "You only think of my kitchen's offerings." Meng Shuyi chimed in, "I want some too. I not only want beef balls but also garlic ribs." That Xu Ran quickly followed suit. "I want some as well." "We haven't had dinner yet," Sheng Qinglan sighed. "This is a bar, not a restaurant." Xu Ran and Yichen flanked Sheng Qinglan, playfully pleading with her. Eventually, Sheng Qinglan, exasperated, conceded to their demands and called for the kitchen to prepare their order. Leading them to a private room on the 3rd floor. As they settled in, Sheng Qinglan asked, "Where have you 3 been gallivanting? You're all drenched in sweat." That Yichen casually replied, "We went riding." "Oh, you go out to play without inviting me, and now you think of me during dinner?" Sheng Qinglan shot them a disapproving look. Xu Ran immediately lunged to embrace Sheng Qinglan, sweetly apologizing, "Lan Jie, we were wrong." Sheng Qinglan pushed Xu Ran away, exclaiming, "Go away, you stink of sweat." Meng Shuyi was utterly amused by the antics of the two. Unable to suppress her laughter, the 4 of them engaged in a game of cards for a while. But Yichen, continually losing, finally threw his cards onto the table in frustration, exclaiming, I'm done. It's all my loss. How pitiful." Just then, food arrived from the kitchen, prompting the other 3 to toss aside their cards and rush to seize the dishes. Sheng Qinglan, with no regard for decorum, joined the fray to snatch at the food, to which Yichen protested, "Sister Lan, how can you shamelessly compete with us for food?" Woo-woo. As he lamented, he stuffed meatballs into his mouth, occasionally letting out muffled whines of protest, only to end up grimacing from the heat. Meng Shuyi could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter at Yichen's antics. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Ran slyly snatched a piece of rib from Meng Shuyi's bowl. Unbelievable. Meng Shuyi, momentarily abandoning her restraint, cursed and chased after Xu Ran to reclaim her rib. The 4 of them frolicked around the table for a considerable time before finally settling down to eat in peace. Sheng Qinglan remarked disdainfully, "You 3, combined, must be 100 years old, yet you act like 3-year-olds, fighting over food." Yichen, swallowing his mouthful, mumbled incoherently, "Oh Sheng, aren't you also competing with us for food?" Indeed, Shaoqing. You eat every day. How dare you join us in the scramble?" Xu Ran chimed in. Sheng Qinglan tossed her chopsticks aside, crossed her arms, and shot them a cold glare. "Ah, before we eat, you call me Sister Lan. But once you're full, I become Old Sheng and Shaoqing." Taking advantage of the standoff, Meng Shuyi quietly pinched the last rib from her plate and, on a whim, grabbed a hefty beef ball as well. Yichen caught sight of Meng Shuyi's sneaky move and, disregarding his earlier caution towards Sheng Qinglan, shouted, "Old Meng, that's my meatball." He lunged forward to snatch it back, just as Yichen pounced. Meng Shuyi swiftly took a bite of the meatball. Yichen exclaimed, "Even though I love to fight for food, I have a cleanliness obsession. I won't snatch food from someone else's mouth, not even from my best friend." Seeing Yichen outmaneuvered, Sheng Qinglan could no longer maintain her stoic facade and burst into laughter. Meng Shuyi savored her small bites of the meatball, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Yichen turned to Sheng Qinglan. Adopting a woeful expression, "Sister Lan, Old Meng is bullying me." Chapter 17. Sister-in-law is right. Sheng Qinglan, disinterested in the tears that had yet to fall, picked up her chopsticks again and ate her meal nonchalantly. Meng Shuyi's bad mood from the day had dissipated halfway, the other half soothed by the delicious food. Noticing Yichen looking somewhat pitiful as she reported her grievances to Sheng Qinglan, Meng Shuyi couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair, hoping to comfort her. However, Yichen turned her head away, disdainfully saying, "Speak properly. Don't touch me." Meng Shuyi was left speechless, lamenting, "What a waste of good intentions." After their meal, the 4 began to drink and sing. Yichen and Xu Ran had intended to ply Meng Shuyi with alcohol and have Sheng Qinglan extract secrets from her, but Meng Shuyi, like a cunning little fox, drank her fill while revealing not a single word. The 3 of them, feeling exhausted, finally surrendered and let loose, abandoning all pretense of restraint. In the end, only Sheng Qinglan had other matters to attend to. The remaining trio, worn out, sprawled across the sofa and fell asleep at 3 in the morning. When Shen Qinglan returned home, she was met with the sight of 3 beautiful women sleeping in various awkward positions. Yi Chun lay with her legs draped over the armrest of the sofa, her head precariously close to rolling off the edge. Qi Ran rested on Yi Chun's stomach, lying horizontally with one leg dangling off the sofa. Meng Shuyi was sprawled out, one hand hanging over the edge. With a sigh, Sheng Qinglan approached to wake them one by one. The 3 stirred groggily. Meng Shuyi yawned and sat up, suddenly catching a whiff of a sour odor, which seemed to emanate from her own being. After shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she recalled that she had run over to Sheng Qinglan's place reeking of sweat after indulging in food and drink, then had drunkenly collapsed into sleep. Although Meng Shuyi was not particularly obsessive about cleanliness, she found it unacceptable to have slept without washing up. Ruffling her hair and rubbing her eyes, she stood to straighten her clothes and turned to search for her jacket. "Are you two getting up or not?" she asked. Yi Chun and Qi Ran shook their heads in unison, still half asleep. Meng Shuyi and Sheng Qinglan exchanged a knowing glance, then moved to help them up. "You like dead weights," Meng Shuyi commented as she assisted Yi Chun, while Sheng Qinglan supported Qi Ran, and they all made their way upstairs to the hotel. Sheng Qinglan looked at Meng Shuyi and inquired, "Are you staying with them or heading home?" "Heading home," Meng Shuyi replied decisively. "These 2 are terrible sleepers. Sharing a bed with them would either get me kicked out or beaten up. Shall I drive you back?" Sheng Qinglan offered, standing by the elevator and pressing the button. Meng Shuyi politely declined. "I'm awake now and can drive myself. That you've been up all night. You should head back early." "All right," Sheng Qinglan acquiesced, not pressing the matter further. After bidding farewell to Sheng Qinglan, Meng Shuyi drove home alone. She rolled down the car window, letting the night breeze invigorate her senses. As she approached Yunwan, she noticed a familiar vehicle ahead. It was Shen Shutong's car. Meng Shuyi furrowed her brow. What was Shen Shutong doing out at this hour? Unconsciously, she followed Shen Shutong's car to building A9, as she saw Shen Shuang helping Shen Shutong out of the car. Shen Shutong glanced in Meng Shuyi's direction. The light was dim, but Meng Shuyi could still make out the pallor of Shen Shutong's face, not wishing to intrude at such a late hour. Especially with Shen Shuang attending to her, Meng Shuyi opted to drive home. After freshening up, she felt more awake, though the image of Shen Shutong crouched on the roadside, clutching her stomach, lingered in her mind. Checking the time, half an hour had passed. Meng Shuyi hesitated before reopening her chat with Shen Shuang. After much deliberation and several edits, she finally sent a single message. "Is your sister all right?" In the Shen household's living room, Shen Shuang brought water to her sister, keeping a watchful eye as Shen Shutong took her medication. Suddenly, her phone lit up. Shen Shuang muttered, "Who's messaging me at this hour?" Upon checking, she broke into a smile. "Sister, your Meng Miss has messaged to ask about you." After taking her medicine, Shen Shutong heard her sister's words and glanced at her phone resting quietly on the coffee table. There was no immediate response, and after 10 seconds of silence, she asked Shen Shuang, "What did she say?" Shen Shuang, amused by her sister's subtle movements, replied, "Nothing much, just asking if you're feeling better." "MHM," Shen Shutong acknowledged. Shen Shuang was puzzled. "What does MHM mean? Does it mean you acknowledge this or that you're responding to Meng Shuyi? Should I reply?" "MHM." Shen Shutong took another glance at her phone, answering her sister's question nonchalantly. Shen Shuang remarked, "My sister is such a closed book. It's a wonder she can even pursue someone. That I'm fine now. The doctor said I just need to rest. Thank you for your concern, Miss Meng." After replying to Meng Shuyi, Shen Shuang raised her head, meeting her sister's gaze. "Sister, why don't you just pursue her directly instead of lurking around with these little gestures?" The silence stretched for a moment, and Shen Shuang thought her sister wouldn't respond. But Shen Shutong finally spoke. "I have someone in my heart. I'm just overly cautious." Shen Shuang was taken aback. "Shouldn't that mean you should take the initiative?" "How do you know?" "I was there when you first slept together." And she hesitated halfway. Shen Shutong's revelation left Shen Shuang speechless. "What? My sister? Is this something I can hear? I can't believe you were actually willing to share a bed with someone who doesn't even know you. What in the world is happening?" "No, wait. What is happening with my sister?" "Sister, tell me honestly. You didn't fall for her at first sight, did you?" Shen Shutong shook her head and nodded. Shen Shuang was utterly bewildered. "Forget it. I'll mourn for my future sister-in-law for a second. With her sister's temperament, if she didn't ask, she wouldn't say anything. Even if she did ask, she might not share the truth." "Sister, you should rest. Take a proper day off tomorrow. I'll attend your meeting. Xin Shuang stood up, ready to help Xin Shutong to bed. Xin Shutong remained silent, her gaze drifting back to her phone before standing up with Xin Shuang's assistance. Once Xin Shutong was settled, Xin Shuang pulled out her phone. Miss Meng, why not just directly message my sister? Ding ding. Meng Shuyi, on the verge of slumber, was jolted awake by a message that was polite yet distant, expressing safety and gratitude. She couldn't quite discern whether to feel disappointed or relieved. Did she hope for a personal reply from Xin Shutong? Was she disappointed by the lack thereof? Or had she finally relaxed knowing that Xin Shutong was fine? Meng Shuyi set her phone down, allowing sleep to wash over her. Just as she began to drift off, her phone buzzed again. Seeing it was Xin Shuang's message, she felt a fleeting disappointment. Why did I expect Xin Shutong to message me? She mused. It was absurd to think that given Xin Shutong's illness, she would have the energy to check her phone. Meng Shuyi chastised herself. With bleary eyes, she stared at her phone, contemplating for a long moment before finally replying. Isn't your sister sick? Does she still have the energy to check her phone? Xin Shuang. Meng Shuyi responded with another remark. Furthermore, your sister is so aloof and taciturn. Even if you ask her, she wouldn't divulge anything. Xin Shuang silently put away her phone, acknowledging her sister-in-law's words as sagacious. After responding to the message, Meng Shuyi peacefully drifted off to sleep. The fact that Xin Shuang could engage in conversation with herself indicated that Xin Shutong had already retired for the night. Chapter 18. Overthinking, Wandering Thoughts. Morning. The alarm clock persistently buzzed. Meng Shuyi turned over and swatted the alarm clock with her hand. After burrowing under the covers for a while, she finally threw off the blanket and got out of bed. Squinting her eyes, she shuffled into the bathroom, and when she splashed cold water on her face, the shock of the chilly water jolted her awake. After freshening up, she descended the stairs. Dan Ziyuan and Meng Wenyu were already seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Good morning, Mom. Good morning, Dad. Meng Shuyi greeted her parents, pulling out a chair to take a seat. Noticing Meng Shuyi's somewhat lackluster demeanor, Meng Wenyu inquired with concern. What's wrong, I'm fine, Mom. Meng Shuyi replied, taking a sip of milk while directing her gaze towards Dan Ziyuan. Dad, how is Grandpa? He's fine. Still has the strength to scold people. Dan Ziyuan chuckled. He's getting old, and his words may not be as pleasant, but don't take it to heart. He thought if the sky were to fall, your father would be there to support you. Whether you marry a man or a woman, your father will always stand by you no matter who you are. You will always be my precious daughter. Thank you, Dad. Long live Dad. Meng Shuyi raised her milk glass and clinked it against Dan Ziyuan's, toasting cheerfully. Meng Wenyu smiled at Meng Shuyi, who remained as lively and innocent as in her childhood. Her heart filled with a myriad of frustrations regarding Dan Ming's interference with her beloved daughter. Yi had always been well-behaved. She had never found it in her heart to scold her even once. Why should that old man overstep his bounds to impose restrictions on her? Seeing her mother in low spirits, Meng Shuyi leaned over and planted a kiss on her cheek. Mom, are you scheming again? Go away, go away. How much did you drink last night? You reek of alcohol, Meng Wenyu complained, though she did not push Meng Shuyi away. Meng Shuyi cuddled against Meng Wenyu for a while longer. Mom, do you disdain your precious daughter? Not at all, not at all. Meng Wenyu relented, allowing her daughter to snuggle for a bit before patting her back. Now, eat your breakfast properly. Understood, Meng Shuyi replied with an exaggerated salute. Then returned to her seat. Feeling comforted by her parents, Meng Shuyi's spirits brightened. She hummed a tune as she entered her office. Throughout the day, Meng Shuyi maintained a cheerful disposition until she received a WeChat message from Xin Shuang just before leaving work. Sister Meng, I have to work overtime today. My sister is home alone. Could you please keep an eye on her for me? Meng Shuyi replied with a string of ellipses. Xin Shuang, I realize this is rather presumptuous, but my sister doesn't listen to Auntie, and Auntie wouldn't dare to impose. Meng Shuyi, I wouldn't dare either. Now it was Xin Shuang's turn to fall silent. Indeed, Meng Shuyi was uncertain of her standing in her sister's eyes. What obligation did she have to intervene? They weren't even friends at this point. Xin Shuang, I was too forward. My apologies, Miss Meng. Meng Shuyi glanced at the title Miss Meng on her phone. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, Xin Shuang had addressed her as Miss Meng only once when they first met, thereafter always referring to her as Sister Meng. Now, the sudden shift to Miss Meng felt significantly more distant. Having grown up alone, Meng Shuyi had genuinely accepted Shen Shuiying as a younger sister after being affectionately called sister for months. Shen Shuiying's abrupt aloofness left Meng Shuyi feeling somewhat unsettled. While her parents' love for her was undeniable, they often showcased their affection openly or would frequently leave her behind to indulge in romantic escapades that at times it could feel quite lonely. Meng Shuyi gathered her belongings and left work. After dinner at home, she mindlessly scrolled through her phone, her mind elsewhere. The previous day, when she had gone to urge Shen Shutong to visit the hospital, Shen Shutong had distanced herself, stating that work was paramount and that she shouldn't meddle. Why should it concern her? Shen Shutong was an adult. If she didn't care for her own health, what was it to Meng Shuyi? Irritated, Meng Shuyi turned off her phone, intending to join Meng Wenyu in watching television. As Meng Wenyu sat beside her, engrossed in the show, she noticed Meng Shuyi's restlessness and asked, "What's bothering you, Mom?" Meng Shuyi nestled against her mother's arm, resting her head on her shoulder, and sighed deeply. Meng Wenyu rubbed Meng Shuyi's hair. "What's troubling, my dear? Can you share it with me? Shen Shutong is unwell." "What? Is it serious? Have you seen her? I don't know that I saw her looking quite unwell yesterday. And she only just returned from the hospital late at night. She should be fine now." "Then what were you pondering about?" Meng Shuyi hesitated for a moment before saying, "She's home alone. And her sister asked me to help keep an eye on her." "What about the housekeeper?" Shen Shuiying said the housekeeper wouldn't dare to manage Shen Shutong, and she doesn't live in Meng Wenyu. She glanced at the wall clock, the hands indicating 8:30. "Let us go visit her together." "Mom." Meng Shuyi hesitated, reluctant to rise. Meng Wenyu insisted, "As neighbors, if we don't know, it's one thing. But if we do know, we ought to check in." Observing her daughter's reluctance, Meng Wenyu sensed something amiss as they walked. Meng Wenyu curiously inquired about Meng Shuyi's romantic life. After a moment of hesitation, Meng Shuyi divulged the incident where Shen Shutong had coaxed her into bed with delicious food. Upon hearing her daughter had been tricked by Shen Shutong and had even suffered a loss, Meng Wenyu couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Mom," Meng Shuyi exclaimed in irritation, "I'm already upset enough, and you're finding this amusing?" Meng Wenyu stifled her laughter, secretly thinking it was Yi's first time being deceived. If Shen Shutong didn't go too far, perhaps it was worth observing. Moreover, judging by Yi's expression, it seemed she might have developed feelings for Shen Shutong. Rumor had it that the Shen family was in disarray. Yi diving into it could be either a blessing or a curse. With just one piece of news, Meng Wenyu found herself deep in thought, contemplating the implications. Never mind. It was recently said that Shen Shutong had employed ruthless tactics to seize half of the Shen family's control. And since the old man was willing to take a step back, he must possess some capability. They could always reassess later. If worse came to worst, both she and old Dan would have Yi's back. So there was no need to panic. Chapter 19. The delicate flower Meng Shuyi pressed the doorbell, and after 5 minutes, no one had come to answer the door. "Mom, she must be asleep. Let us go back." Meng Shuyi thought, unsure whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Meng Wenyu suggested, "Don't you have her number? Why not give her a call? Isn't that too intrusive? Then send a message." Meng Wenyu stepped back, stating that if Shen Shutong replied, it meant she was awake. If not, she was likely asleep, and they could leave. Meng Shuyi fell silent for half a minute before finally pulling out her phone. "Shen Shutong, are you asleep?" Shen Shutong replied almost instantly that my mom heard you were ill and wanted to come see you. "We're right at your door, that I'm feeling better. Please extend my gratitude to Aunt Meng for her kindness." Meng Shuyi, feeling helpless, responded, "All right, I'll take my mom back then. Remember to take your medicine and rest well." Just as she sent the message, the dark villa lit up. Almost immediately, she received a message. "Miss Meng, please wait. I'll be right out." Meng Shuyi frowned, puzzled by Shen Shutong's sudden change. 5 minutes later, the door opened, revealing Shen Shutong in a loose nightgown, an air of fatigue evident on her face. Her lips pale and slightly chapped. "Ms. Meng, I sincerely apologize for troubling you at such a late hour. Please come in." Shen Shutong's tone was somewhat lackluster, clearly not in high spirits. Meng Wenyu smiled and offered a polite apology for the intrusion as she entered the yard. Meng Shuyi followed closely behind her mother, passing by Shen Shutong, who seemed to gaze at her with an intensity that felt almost piercing. When Meng Shuyi looked back, Shen Shutong's eyes were once again calm and composed. Seated on the living room sofa, Meng Wenyu inquired delicately about Shen Shutong's symptoms. Shen Shutong answered every question dutifully. Thank you for your concern, Aunt Meng. Did I have a sensitive stomach? I ate something spicy yesterday and aggravated my condition. It's nothing serious, so please don't worry. Meng Wenyu observed that Shen Shutong didn't appear to be lying, exchanged a few pleasantries, and noticing Shen Shutong's poor condition, prepared to take her leave. Sorry for disturbing your rest. If you're feeling better, we'll take our leave. As Shen Shutong stood, she clutched her abdomen with one hand and leaned on the arm of the sofa with the other. Struggling to rise, Meng Wenyu quickly interjected, if you're unwell, don't get up. Don't worry about these formalities. Shen Shutong insisted on standing, saying, allow me to see Aunt Meng out. Meng Shuyi felt that Shen Shutong was clearly addressing her mother, not sparing a glance for herself. Yet she had the uncanny feeling that Shen Shutong's gaze was consistently on her. At the door, Shen Shutong turned to Meng Shuyi, saying, thank you, Miss Meng, for your kindness yesterday. I will take better care of myself moving forward, and I appreciate your restraint in not meddling. Meng Shuyi. This person shows absolutely no sincerity in their apology. The explanations are so vague. Meng Shuyi feels lazy and has no desire to concern herself with Shen Shutong anymore. Let her say whatever she wishes. Meng Shuyi follows her mother through the courtyard, just as they are about to exit the gate. Meng Wenyu turns to offer some advice. However, she is met with the sight of Shen Shutong leaning against the doorframe, appearing small, helpless, and pitiable. Why don't you stay and take care of Shen Shutong? Meng Shuyi is taken aback for a moment. Following her mother's gaze, Shen Shutong resembles a porcelain doll, seemingly so fragile that she might shatter if she fell to the ground. Mom, I have work tomorrow. Meng Wenyu replies, I'll cover for you. Isn't it reasonable to test the waters? The thought of having to reclaim the work she had previously delegated feels somewhat painful. Meng Shuyi. Who can explain what has happened to my mother? Is she truly willing to make such sacrifices? Mom, isn't Shen Shutong your biological daughter? Meng Wenyu pokes Meng Shuyi's forehead with her index finger, exasperatedly scolding. What are you thinking? Look at her, she can barely stand. And there's no one to pour her a glass of water. Besides, we still have a collaboration with her. Just consider it as serving a client. Meng Shuyi counters, Mom, we are the clients. Meng Wenyu. Why is my daughter so difficult to persuade? Shen Shutong interjects, Aunt Meng, there's no need to trouble Miss Meng, that I'm fine. Xiaoying will be back from work shortly. Seeing Shen Shutong's obviously weak, yet still defiant demeanor, Meng Shuyi feels a surge of anger. Why must this person always put on a brave front? Always so stubborn. Even when ill, she wears a facade of nonchalance. Would it kill her to show a little vulnerability? I refuse to comply with your wishes. Mom, you should go home. I'll stay here for a while and leave once Shen Shuang returns. Meng Wenyu, contemplating Shen Shutong, realizes her daughter may be easily taken advantage of. With a sigh, she withdraws her gaze and exits the gate. Well then, let the young ones handle their own affairs. It's best not to meddle. Watching her mother walk away, Meng Shuyi turns back to Shen Shutong. Reaching out to assist her, Shen Shutong does not refuse, allowing Meng Shuyi to help her back to the sofa. Have you eaten dinner? Would you like some water? Shen Shutong shakes her head. Haven't eaten, or just don't want to? I don't want to. Meng Shuyi. As cold as ever. You want to go upstairs and rest? You napped a bit too long this afternoon. Are you not sleepy now? The air falls silent. Meng Shuyi turns on the television. The two sit in silence, staring at the screen. Less than half an hour later, when Meng Shuyi glances over at Shen Shutong, she finds her curled up on the sofa. Asleep. Meng Shuyi turns off the TV, scans the room, and spots a blanket draped over the other sofa. She gently lays Shen Shutong down and covers her with the blanket. Watching Shen Shutong lying there reminds Meng Shuyi of the last time she brought her home, when Shen Shutong had also been peacefully asleep on the sofa. Their previous entanglements come to mind. Last time, Shen Shutong had exhausted herself, complaining about her lack of stamina, and now, just a few days later, she appears so weak. The resentment within Meng Shuyi still lingers. Sitting on the carpet, Meng Shuyi stares at Shen Shutong's face, her emotions boiling over. This person always effortlessly stirs her feelings. Meng Shuyi reaches out, wanting to pinch Shen Shutong's nose, but fearing it might wake her, she changes direction, instead pinching her earlobe. The delicate earlobe is soft and slightly cool. Shen Shutong's brow twitches slightly, startling Meng Shuyi into retracting her hand. Resting her head on the sofa, Meng Shuyi gazes at Shen Shutong's face, her vision blurring as she gradually loses consciousness. Chapter 20. Patience is a virtue as Shen Shuang opens the door and steps into the living room. She immediately spots the two heads nestled together on the sofa. So, this Meng's sister claimed she wouldn't come. Yet here she is, Shen Shuang, carrying takeout, heads toward the dining room. The moment the door swings open, Shen Shutong awakens, momentarily bewildered as she sees the person beside her. She had not napped that afternoon. Instead, she had spent the entire day engaged in video conferences, just as she was finally ready to take a short rest. She received a message from Meng Shuyi to see someone. She had pushed through her exhaustion, only to end up falling asleep while watching TV. Hearing familiar footsteps, Shen Shutong realizes it was Shen Shuang who had just entered. Alleviating her earlier unease, her gaze lands on Meng Shuyi's face, which is resting against her. With elegantly arched brows and tightly shut eyes, Meng Shuyi's long lashes flutter slightly as she breathes, her soft lips slightly parted. Revealing a glimpse of her pearly teeth and pink tongue, Shen Shutong swallows hard, quickly averting her gaze. She throws off the blanket draped over her and sits up. Shen Shuang walks in from the dining room. Awake, Sister Dunham. Shen Shutong ponders for a moment before deciding to wake Meng Shuyi. It's not good for her neck to sleep like this. Shen Shutong shakes Meng Shuyi awake. The latter opens her eyes, filled with confusion. Upon realizing it is Shen Shutong calling her, she quickly straightens up and reaches to feel Shen Shutong's forehead. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Do you need to go to the hospital? Seeing Meng Shuyi still in a semi-conscious state, concerned for her well-being, Shen Shutong's eyes inexplicably brighten for a moment before dimming again. Shen Shutong thinks to herself, you truly are something else, though you are indeed unwell. Is it a bit excessive to drain someone's genuine concern like this? I'm fine. Shen Shutong gently pulls Meng Shuyi's hand away from her forehead. Sleeping like this isn't good for your neck. Oh. Meng Shuyi lets out a sigh of relief, momentarily not realizing that her hand is still held by Shen Shutong. She forgets to withdraw it, thinking, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. As Meng Shuyi's gaze drifts from Shen Shutong's face, it lands on her right shoulder, partially exposed due to a loose collar, and she finds it hard to look away that I've bitten there before. Ugh, what am I thinking? She's still sick. Meng Shuyi chastises herself and shifts her gaze back to Shen Shutong's eyes to her surprise. Shen Shutong is also looking back at her. Their eyes meet for a fleeting moment. Meng Shuyi. Oh no, caught in the act of peeking. Although the room is warm, it's still wise to be cautious. One should avoid catching a cold after recovering from a stomach ailment. Meng Shuyi pretends to adjust Shen Shutong's collar, covering her delicate collarbone. Shen Shutong responds, her voice slightly hoarse. Standing a short distance away, Shen Shuang observes. Completely ignored. She can already foresee an endless supply of dog food in the future. Ahem. Shen Shuang's cough startles Meng Shuyi, who turns to see the source of the sound. Upon recognizing Shen Shuang, she feels a bit embarrassed. She had claimed earlier she wouldn't come, yet here she is, though it was her mother who summoned her. Well, since you're here, I'll take my leave that I brought back seafood porridge. Let us eat together. Shen Shuang timely extends an invitation, alleviating Meng Shuyi's awkwardness. Meng Shuyi instinctively declines. No need, you two enjoy it. The memory of being thoroughly exhausted after staying for a meal still lingers in her mind. It's best not to remain in such a precarious situation again. Seeing Meng Shuyi refuse so decisively, Shen Shuang can't help but chuckle inwardly. Perhaps Meng's sister was scared off by her own sister last time. Meng's sister, Shen Shuang affectionately calls, please stay with us. I can't manage my sister alone. Meng Shuyi. If you can't manage her, how could I? Turning to Shen Shutong, Meng Shuyi casually advises, make sure to eat well. I'm heading out. Shen Shutong glances at the clock on the wall. It is already midnight. All right. Shen Shutong responds promptly, then turns to Shen Shuang, Xiaoying, see Meng miss off. With a resigned sigh, Shen Shuang naturally takes Meng Shuyi's hand and leads her outside. Unaware, Meng Shuyi walks out with her. Shen Shutong watches their intertwined hands, her gaze darkening slightly. Less than 5 minutes later, Shen Shuang returns. The sisters sit at the dining table, sipping porridge. Shen Shutong speaks in a monotone. Thank you for your hard work today. Sister, this isn't just your responsibility. There's no need for you to feel guilty. The old man favors his eldest grandson too much, thinking he can use us to sharpen his knives for him. He's dreaming. Shen Shuang coldly remarks before lowering her head to take another sip of porridge. Shen Shutong remains silent, lifting her chopsticks to pick up a piece of shrimp, peeling it with gloves on. and placing it into Shen Shuang's bowl. Eat up, sister. Shen Shuang's voice is sweet beyond measure. Thank you, sister. Alas, sister, how could Miss Meng come to visit you? I messaged her this afternoon, inviting her to check on you. Yet she clearly declined my request. Shen Shutong. I have no idea. Indeed, Shen Shutong was unaware, not even cognizant of Shen Shuang's little schemes. Shen Shuang. Well, my attempt to stir the pot has failed. Is the person you sought after reliable? Shen Shutong suddenly inquired again. Shen Shuang, sipping her kanji, answered nonchalantly. No problem. We've known each other for years. After Shen Shutong acknowledged her response, a silence enveloped them. Shen Shuang, feeling helpless, remarked, Sister, with your reticent demeanor, how will you ever win over your partner? I am quite anxious for you. Shen Shutong stirred her kanji with a spoon, responding leisurely. One cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. Shen Shuang. All right, the queen is not in a hurry. Why should her humble servant be anxious? However, I must provoke my elder sister a bit. Last night, Miss Ming returned home at an unearthly hour. Perhaps she was out enjoying the moonlight with someone until then. Yet, she dared not voice this latter thought that as soon as the words left her mouth, Shen Shutong halted her stirring, and Shen Shuang suddenly felt the atmosphere chill by a couple of degrees. A shiver running down her spine. Oh no, I've angered my sister. Shen Shuang hastily buried her head in her bowl, eating with fervor, then tossed her spoon aside, declaring, Sister, I'm full and quite tired. I shall retire for the night. Without waiting for any response from Shen Shutong, she swiftly made her exit, vanishing in an instant. Shen Shutong gazed at Shen Shuang's retreating figure, lost in thought. That night, Meng Shuyi had casually lured her back to bed from the bar. Was Meng Shuyi this easygoing with strangers? Did she truly wish to bed anyone who caught her eye? Chapter 21. Thought I was striking a dog. A week had elapsed since Meng Shuyi's visit to inquire about Shen Shudong's health. During this week, the Shen sisters had remained remarkably quiet, not causing any disturbances. Initially, Meng Shuyi was somewhat concerned for Shen Shutong, but as work consumed her, she soon forgot. Were it not for attending this engagement banquet today and encountering that aloof figure, she might have completely relegated Shen Shutong to the recesses of her mind. Sister Meng. Shen Shuang greeted with a smile. Sister Meng, I did not expect to encounter you here. You look splendid today. Meng Shuyi donned a delicate apricot-colored dress. Her bare arms were as smooth and refined as mutton-fat white jade, harmonizing beautifully with the apricot dress, exuding a touch less flamboyance and a touch more understated elegance than before. The meticulously designed neckline perfectly showcased her exquisite collarbones. Meng Shuyi nodded in acknowledgement to Shen Shutong before responding to Shen Shuang. So, does that mean I wasn't beautiful before? Shen Shuang, with a mischievous glint, replied, It's been so long since I last saw Sister Meng that I can hardly remember. Meng Shuyi feigned indignation, claiming, So it's true that I wasn't pretty enough for you to remember me. Shen Shuang gleefully stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Meng Shuyi. Yes, Sister Meng, I simply dared not remember you. Meng Shuyi was momentarily taken aback. Shen Shuang leaned closer to Meng Shuyi's ear and whispered, I fear being sent to Africa by my sister, so I must forget you. We can only remain a pair of star-crossed lovers. Meng Shuyi was both amused and exasperated by this absurdity. Shen Shutong cleared her throat, causing Shen Shuang to immediately release Meng Shuyi and obediently return to stand behind her sister. Meng Shuyi. Shen Shuang. My own sister is far too petty. She is already jealous. Shen Shutong was dressed in formal attire today, resembling someone who had just emerged from the office after a long day. Observing Shen Shutong's calm demeanor, Meng Shuyi surmised that her health must have improved considerably. Yet out of politeness, she still inquired. Shen Shutong reciprocated with a courteous reply. Thank you, Miss Meng, for your concern. I am quite well now. Meng Shuyi nodded, refraining from further questions. Shen Shutong then took Shen Shuang to greet others. As Meng Shuyi engaged in idle chatter with those who approached to greet her, she eventually found a moment of respite and retreated to a corner to catch her breath when Lin Qingting approached. I did not expect to see you here. It truly delights me. Meng Shuyi remained silent. Lin Qingting continued unabated. I know you do not favor men. Let us take our time getting to know each other. I believe, in time, you will come to like me. After all, we are familiar with one another, and I would never deceive you. Meng Shuyi continued to say nothing. Lin Qingting persisted. I understand that people in this circle often have peculiar preferences. It is no great matter to like women. I can accept that. I do not harbor any disdain for you. Your grandfather is aging and may not have many years left. As a granddaughter, you should indulge him a little. Even if you truly do not like me, your grandfather wishes to see us together. Let us fulfill the old man's wish. Once married and children are born, you can live however you please without any obligation to meet my expectations. Have you visited your grandfather recently? I went to see him yesterday. His hair has grown much grayer, and his wrinkles have deepened. He seems to have aged significantly. I cannot bear to see your grandfather burdened by such worries. He cares deeply for you and loves you, that he fears for your well-being, which is why he has taken the liberty of planning your future. You must trust your grandfather. He would never harm you, nor would I doubt we are family. Do not oppose your grandfather. All he desires is for you to be happy. Meng Shuyi paid no heed to Lin Qinting's words, her gaze drifting towards Shen Shutong, who wore a composed smile, engaging in pleasant conversation, appearing entirely at ease. After a prolonged monologue, Lin Qinting noticed Meng Shuyi's indifference and followed her line of sight. A circle of people were engaged in their own dialogues, and he could not discern whom Meng Shuyi was observing. As Shen Shutong moved a dozen steps to the left, Meng Shuyi's gaze followed suit, and he sneered. So, it turns out he has a fondness for that illegitimate child from the Shen family. Meng Shuyi snapped back to reality, retracting her gaze, and with a swift motion, she stepped on Lin Qinting's foot with her stiletto heel. As Lin Qinting yelped in pain, lifting his foot, she delivered a resounding slap to his face. Lin Qinting, unsteady on one foot, was thrown into disarray by the slap, spinning several times before crashing to the ground. You! Lin Qinting lay on the ground, glaring up at Meng Shuyi, shouting, Meng Shuyi, how dare you strike me? Oh, I thought I heard a dog barking just now, and mistakenly thought I was striking a dog. Meng Shuyi rubbed her palm, cursing Lin Qinting's thick skin. Her hand stung. You! Lin Qinting pointed angrily at Meng Shuyi. You think you're something special? You filthy woman who likes women. How dare you hit me? Meng Shuyi frowned, utterly unwilling to engage in conflict. Yet this man's foul mouth was intolerable. She glanced around, noting that many eyes had turned their attention toward them, and she had no desire to cause a scene at someone else's engagement party. In a low voice, she said, Come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Qinting retorted, Don't think that by lowering yourself, I will forgive you that I've noted down your actions of stepping on my foot and slapping me. If you wish to marry me, come out. Meng Shuyi suppressed her urge to thrash him then and there, casually muttering a dismissal before turning to leave. Lin Qinting watched Meng Shuyi's graceful departure, her high heels swaying with an alluring rhythm. Filled with resentment and fury, spitting blood, he straightened his collar and followed after her. Once Meng Shuyi stepped out of the villa area, distancing herself from the crowd to ensure her actions would go unheard. She pulled out a cigarette from her bag, lit it, and waited for Lin Qinting to arrive. Lin Qinting, having been stepped on by her stiletto heel, walked awkwardly, resembling a clown. Meng Shuyi, do not think that just because you agreed to marry me, I will forgive you. You must apologize. Meng Shuyi regarded Lin Qinting with a look akin to that reserved for a fool. On what grounds did he presume she could only marry him? What audacity! Oh, Meng Shuyi exhaled a puff of smoke. So how must one apologize? Chapter 22. The filter is too strong. Lin Qinting squared his shoulders, clearing his throat. You listen closely. Were it not for your grandfather pleading with me, I would never contemplate marrying you. It is your family seeking my favor. When one seeks assistance, they must adopt a humble demeanor. Your family is on the brink of extinction, and it falls upon me to safeguard you. Reflect upon whether your earlier actions toward me were excessive. First, you must beg for my forgiveness. Only then will I consider whether to forgive you and whether to marry you. You must understand. Your preference for women is intolerable. Besides, at 30, you've become an old maid. Who would still find you appealing? Were it not for your grandfather's entreaties, I wouldn't even look twice at you. Let alone consider marrying a woman who favors her own gender. I find it disgusting. Spit it out. Hurry and apologize. Once you do, take me to the hospital. I'm in excruciating pain. Meng Shuyi suppressed her discomfort, looking at Lin Qinting with utter disdain. How had such a person managed to earn a master's degree? Is it truly not a remnant of the old society? To have lived to such an extent is indeed no easy feat. Meng Shuyi gazed at the cigarette in her hand, which was nearly finished. She stepped forward to Lin Qinting, smiling as she said, Did I hurt you earlier? My apologies. Now, open your mouth. Let me see if I drew blood. Enchanted by Meng Shuyi's smile, Lin Qingting thought to himself that although this woman was a bit older, she had a fiery spirit, and her smile was genuinely captivating. Her figure was well maintained. She must be quite passionate in bed. Overwhelmed with desire, Lin Qingting failed to notice the disdain and ruthlessness glimmering in Meng Shuyi's eyes as he obediently opened his mouth. They were merely a step apart, and as Meng Shuyi looked at Lin Qingting's gaping mouth, she casually tossed her cigarette butt inside, followed by lifting his chin to close his mouth. The burning sensation made Lin Qingting unable to scream, and he quickly grasped Meng Shuyi's wrist in an attempt to pry her hand away. Meng Shuyi kneed him, and disregarding the pain in his mouth, Lin Qingting bent over to protect himself, only to be met with another knee strike aimed at his jaw. Two rapid cries escaped his lips. Meng Shuyi warned, "If you dare to show your face again, spouting nonsense, I will sever your tongue." Lin Qingting spat out blood, clutching himself in anger and indignation. Meng Shuyi raised her hand, extending her index and middle fingers toward his eyes, causing Lin Qingting to shut them tightly in fear. She did not dare apply too much force. She merely wished to prevent him from keeping his eyes open, her fingers poking at his eyes with a measured pressure. Lin Qingting, eyes brimming with tears, could not open them, one hand covering his groin while the other shielded his face. The pain robbed him of his ability to articulate, leaving him to whimper helplessly. After a prolonged moment of crying, he accused Meng Shuyi, "You such a ruthless woman, destined to be alone." With a frosty tone, Meng Shuyi replied, "From now on, every time I hear you insult me, I will strike you. After all, my family is wealthy enough to cover the medical expenses." With that, she swung her fist, causing Lin Qingting to instinctively retract his head in fear that "You're unwanted, too vicious," Lin Qingting mumbled under his breath. This time, Meng Shuyi stood on one leg, removing her high heel. Lin Qingting, oblivious to her intentions, watched her in a daze. With a sharp crack, Meng Shuyi struck Lin Qingting across the face with her shoe. A blow of astonishing force. Lin Qingting spun around from the impact, and Meng Shuyi nearly lost her balance herself. Standing a short distance away, Xin Shutong instinctively moved to assist, but hesitated, fearing Meng Shuyi would not wish for anyone to witness her handling the situation. Xin Shuang stood with her legs together, one hand shielding her groin and the other covering her face, parting her fingers to peek at Meng Shuyi, and remarked with a tinge of dread, "Sister, I never imagined Meng Jia would be this fierce. I felt pain just watching." Xin Shutong remained silent, her eyes filled with gentle mirth, a smile gracing her lips. Xin Shuang sensed something was off. "Sister, what's wrong?" Xin Shutong responded, snapping back to reality. "Do you not think Meng Jia is a bit too fierce? If she were to be brought home, wouldn't you risk domestic violence?" She dared not finish her thought. "She is fine. She won strike without cause," Xin Shutong replied nonchalantly. Though Xin Shuang could discern her sister was in good spirits, Xin Shuang pondered, feeling her sister was overly infatuated with Meng Jia. Or perhaps exhibiting masochistic tendencies? That seemed unlikely, as her sister appeared quite normal. However, it was undeniable that her sister's demeanor changed around Meng Jia. "That I wonder what that person did to provoke Meng Jia," Xin Shuang muttered. Xin Shutong looked down. Meng Shuyi rarely engaged in fights, but each instance had justifiable reasons, especially since her mother always supported her, having once said, "As long as he doesn't suffer. If a fight occurs, so be it. I will cover all consequences." Furthermore, he saved someone today. She did exceptionally well. Hearing that made Xin Shutong feel a mix of laughter and tears. She had initially feared Meng Shuyi would be reprimanded by her parents, trailing behind her, ready to apologize if necessary. Yet, that was not the case. Her mother praised her for her actions. "Sister," Xin Shuang called out several times before Xin Shutong came to. "What is it?" Xin Shuang pointed. "Meng Jia is coming over." Xin Shutong saw Meng Shuyi approaching. Only a few steps away, there was no time to hide, so she stood her ground. Meng Shuyi noticed the Shun sisters and greeted them with a smile. "Mr. Shun, Miss Shun." Uncertain if they had witnessed her earlier actions, she felt compelled to maintain her ladylike facade. Xin Shutong nodded coolly in response. "Miss Meng." Xin Shuang had already withdrawn her hands upon Meng Shuyi's arrival and smiled. "Meng Jia, what brings you here? Was it too noisy inside?" Meng Shuyi stifled a laugh. She had not anticipated Xin Shuang would come up with an excuse for her. Indeed, it was a bit chaotic with so many people. "So I stepped out for a smoke," she concurred. Xin Shuang winked at Xin Shutong, implying that Meng Jia was quite the actress. Noticing Xin Shuang's gesture, Meng Shuyi inquired. Miss Shun, is something wrong with your eyes? Did the wind blow sand into them? Not really. Perhaps it's just discomfort from the wind, Shen Shuang replied. Then it would be wise to return to the hall early. There's a mad dog outside. Be cautious not to get bitten, Meng Shuyi remarked with a smile, her heels clicking sharply as she swayed her hips while re-entering the villa. Chapter 23. Why the heartache? Shen Shuang watched Meng Shuyi's graceful figure and suggested to Shen Shutong. Sister, how about I compete fairly with you? I feel Meng Jie is quite captivating that we seem to have more in common, and I believe I have a better chance of winning her over. Shen Shutong replied. You're quite the warrior. Just moments ago, you called her fierce, and now you think she is captivating. Are you planning to go to Africa for 3 years or 10? Instantly cowed. Shen Shuang quickly begged for forgiveness. Sister, I was wrong. I was wrong. Your heart is too small. Shen Shutong merely hummed in response, continuing her stride toward the hall. Shen Shuang hurriedly followed. Sister, even though I was violently subdued by you, Meng Jie is so dazzling. Surely she has many admirers. That man we saw earlier is likely one of them. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Shutong stopped abruptly, and Shen Shuang collided with her back. Following her sister's gaze, she spotted Meng Shuyi laughing and conversing with a tall woman. See, I told you so, Shen Shuang said with a knowing look, almost gleeful. Meng Jie is appealing to both men and women. Your rivals are not just men, but women too. Shen Shutong withdrew her gaze and earnestly asked, does Miss Meng prefer women who wear dresses? Perhaps those with a touch of femininity? Huh. Where did that theory come from? Shen Shuang asked, bewildered. Looking again at the woman conversing with Meng Shuyi, clad in a striking red vintage backless dress, she was undeniably alluring. If her face is equally beautiful, then my sister will have absolutely no chance. Especially since she struggles to charm anyone with her words, Shen Shuang tentatively remarked. I suppose so. Shen Shutong contemplated for a moment before saying, let's arrange to have the latest seasonal clothing delivered. Both casual and formal for events. Shen Shuang replied. Is my sister's brain malfunctioning? This could be troublesome. After a prolonged silence without a response, Shen Shutong asked with displeasure, what's taking so long? Shen Shuang quickly assured, it's not difficult. I'll take care of it right away. Shen Shutong gave her a look of approval, patting her shoulder. I believe you can handle it. Shen Shuang, witnessing her sister's earnest demeanor, couldn't help but laugh. Sister, if you're determined to reinvent yourself, it's certainly possible. But what type does Meng Jie prefer? We ought to gather some insights to avoid a blunder, Shen Shutong replied. Meng Shuyi's attire leans towards the mature and sexy side, yet at times, she exudes a simple and refreshing elegance. It's indeed somewhat perplexing. Observing her sister's predicament, Shen Shuang quietly suggested, how about you try wearing a different outfit each day to gauge her preferences? That's not reliable, Shen Shutong retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Shuang. Let us just have the latest styles sent over. All of them. Shen Shuang felt deflated. All right, I'll arrange for them to be delivered. Her sister was far from easy to manipulate. Sister, how about I go and gather some intelligence? Shen Shuang gazed at Shen Shudong's tense countenance, feeling increasingly uncomfortable in her presence. Shen Shutong replied in a nonchalant tone. Shen Shuang approached Meng Shuyi with a smile, greeting her. Sister Meng, this lady is remarkably beautiful. May I have an introduction? Upon seeing Shen Shuang, Sheng Qinglan's eyes sparkled with a fleeting astonishment. She exchanged a glance with Meng Shuyi, silently inquiring when she had acquired another sister. Meng Shuyi, ignoring Sheng Qinglan's teasing gaze, proceeded with the introductions, gesturing towards Sheng Qinglan. This is Sheng Qinglan, and then towards Shen Shuang, and this is Shen Shuang. The two extended their hands for a brief handshake, prompting Shen Shuang to inquire, Miss Sheng, are you Sister Meng's girlfriend? Meng Shuyi was taken aback by Shen Shuang's direct question and was about to offer an explanation when Sheng Qinglan playfully grasped Meng Shuyi's wrist and asked with a smile, is Miss Shen pursuing old Meng? Her laughter was akin to the blooming of a rose, vibrant and enchanting, capturing everyone's attention. Shen Shuang paused for a moment, quickly regaining her composure. Indeed, with Sister Meng's beauty, one must pursue her. Sheng Qinglan continued to smile alluringly. Then you stand no chance. Why not? She is mine, Sheng Qinglan declared, planting a kiss on Meng Shuyi's cheek. Meng Shuyi responded with a playful scoff. Ugh, a Qing's wicked sense of humor, Shen Shuang remarked. Sister, you truly have many rivals. Observing the dimming light in Shen Shuang's eyes, Meng Shuyi gently patted Sheng Qinglan's arm, softly explaining, "A Qing is merely jesting with you." Shen Shuang's eyes brightened again, nearly calling out sister-in-law, but sensing the inappropriateness of the moment, she quickly changed the subject. "My sister is looking for you regarding something." Meng Shuyi was somewhat perplexed. What could the Shin sisters possibly need from her? Hadn't they just exchanged pleasantries? She surveyed the crowd, searching for Shen Shutong's figure. Shen Shutong, clad in her work attire, stood out distinctly among the elegantly dressed women, making her easily identifiable. Noticing Shen Shutong's gaze directed towards her, Meng Shuyi withdrew her sight and informed Sheng Qinglan, "I shall step over for a moment." "All right." Sheng Qinglan nodded slightly. Meng Shuyi navigated through the throng. She felt Shen Shutong's gaze trailing her every step, causing her heart to race inexplicably. It was a perfectly ordinary scenario, and Shen Shutong's expression remained tranquil, devoid of any hidden emotions. This was not her first encounter with Shen Shutong, so why did her heartbeat accelerate uncontrollably under that scrutiny? Flashes of memories regarding Shen Shutong replayed in Meng Shuyi's mind. The first time she met her in a bar, she was impeccably attired in a shirt and suit, resembling a polished corporate professional. After a tumultuous breakup with Xu Ranwei, Meng Shuyi sought solace and distraction, leading her to casually bring Shen Shutong home with just a few exchanged words. "How much for the night? Is 10,000 sufficient?" Shen Shutong had gazed at her with calmness for 5 seconds before downing her tequila shot and replying softly, "All right." Upon further reflection, Meng Shuyi recalled that Shen Shutong's eyes seemed to look through her, as if searching for someone else. Despite the absence of affection in Shen Shutong's gaze, it felt as though she was not truly seeing Meng Shuyi. Suddenly, Meng Shuyi found herself questioning if that was indeed the case. Had she subconsciously resisted Shen Shutong's closeness all this time? But aside from suggesting a blind date, Shen Shutong had not acted inappropriately. Why had she proposed a blind date with Meng Shuyi? Did she wish for Meng Shuyi to replace someone in her heart? The thought left Meng Shuyi feeling somewhat chilled. The short distance of merely 20 steps felt arduous as her racing heart began to slow. A bittersweet sensation creeping in. When had she developed feelings for Shen Shutong? Why did it leave her feeling so melancholic? Chapter 24. No one can force her. Meng Shuyi suppressed her discomfort, stealing her emotions, and addressed Shen Shutong with her usual tone. "Ms. Shun, I understand you have something to discuss with me." Shen Shutong affirmed, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Meng Shuyi, feeling somewhat uneasy under Shen Shutong's scrutiny. Meng Shuyi turned her head away, urging, "If there's something to discuss, please, just say it. I would like to propose marriage to Miss Meng once more." Shen Shutong's cool voice resonated in Meng Shuyi's ears. Meng Shuyi's gaze snapped back to Shen Shutong's face. Shen Shutong's expression was as calm as water, her eyes devoid of any turbulence, as though she were discussing something trivial. "And the reason?" Shen Shutong replied. "I require a wife, and Miss Meng requires a shield. We are well suited." Meng Shuyi smirked. "Miss Shun, you must have noticed me handling that person." Shen Shutong nodded. "Indeed. Do you think I would fear complications? No, then your reasoning is insufficient." Shen Shutong hesitated for a moment before saying, "Today there is one. Tomorrow there will be two. If we continue resolving matters one by one, don't you find it rather tedious?" "Not at all." Meng Shuyi responded decisively. Shen Shutong conceded, "It appears I was too abrupt." She recognized that pressing too hard was unwise. Clearly, Meng Shuyi had begun to feel differently towards her, so why had she suddenly retreated? There was an air of wariness about her. Just as Meng Shuyi was about to speak, music suddenly filled the air from the stage. All eyes turned towards the protagonists of the day. The host took to the stage, microphone in hand, testing the sound. "Hello, esteemed guests. We warmly welcome you to the engagement ceremony of Mr. Lin and Miss Su." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The host continued, "In this beautiful moment, let us witness the love of this couple. They have shared many sweet times together, and today they finally embraced this moment of happiness." The couple walked onto the stage hand in hand, their faces radiant with joy. Meng Shuyi averted her gaze, dismissing the external sounds. She realized she should not have attended this engagement party. First, she was harassed by Lin Qingting, and then she inadvertently discovered her burgeoning feelings for Shen Shutong, only to realize Shen Shutong's ulterior motives. Clearly, she had not consulted the almanac before venturing out to date. On the way back, Shen Shuang sensed that her sister's mood had considerably darkened. Tentatively, she asked, "Sister, what did you discuss with Sister Meng just now? You seem much less cheerful after your conversation." The latter part of her sentence went unspoken. Shen Shutong rested her eyes against the back of the seat, remaining silent. Shen Shuang continued, I've gathered some information. The woman at the banquet earlier is a close friend of Sister Meng. Shen Shutong acknowledged. She had recognized Sheng Qinglan's face upon seeing her. Sister, Shen Shuang addressed her earnestly. Shen Shutong opened her eyes. What is it? If you have something on your mind, speak up so we can address it together. Two heads are better than one. Keeping it all bottled up doesn't tea that way on you. Shen Shuang's tone carried a hint of grievance. She had been trying her utmost to assist her sister, yet Shen Shutong was withholding her thoughts. Shen Shutong began, but faltered. The air in the car fell into silence as Shen Shuang waited patiently for her to gather her thoughts. After a considerable pause, Shen Shutong resumed. When she returned after dealing with that person, her tone was unmistakably normal. But when you approached her and brought her over, her demeanor was quite guarded towards me. I cannot discern the root of the issue. Could it be that Sheng Qinglan mentioned something to her? Shen Shuang speculated. Shen Shutong shook her head. I have met Sheng Qinglan once. She is not one to meddle. Shen Shuang attentively inquired about their earlier conversation, and upon hearing Shen Shutong's recounting, she expressed exasperation. Sister, why not simply confess your feelings instead of insisting on marriage first? Shen Shutong sighed softly, so faintly that Shen Shuang did not catch it. You see, sister, you're once again silent. Shen Shutong clarified. I do not wish to place too much pressure on her. I desire her to genuinely and willingly love me, not merely because I pursued her, leading her to choose to be with me. Shen Shuang found it difficult to comprehend Shen Shutong's reasoning. What difference does it make? Until I ascertain her feelings for me, I will refrain from disclosing my own. Suddenly, Shen Shuang had a moment of clarity. Sister Meng is your... Shen Shutong closed her eyes, nodding slightly. Shen Shuang felt a pang of foolishness, realizing she had assumed her sister had moved on long ago. That explains it. My sister has been single for so many years. How could she suddenly take an interest in someone? But why must marriage come first? The multitude of rivals weighs heavily upon her. With her by my side, she can perceive me more clearly. Shen Shuang believes that her elder sister is both too humble and excessively proud, a rather perplexing combination. Were she not my sister, I would have rolled my eyes at her countless times by now. What plans lie ahead? Shen Shuadong remained silent, her mind a tumultuous whirlpool. Initially, she had been steadily capturing Meng Shuyi's attention, step by step. However, the appearance of that man today instilled a sense of crisis within her. Even if that man were removed from the equation, there might still be others lurking today as long as Meng Shuyi remains single. She will undoubtedly attract many admirers. The only way to sever those unwelcome affections is to marry Meng Shuyi, thereby allowing me the opportunity to cultivate our relationship gradually, enabling her to fall in love with me. Yet, Meng Shuyi's sudden wariness is utterly baffling. Shen Shuadong is at a loss, uncertain of what she might have done to provoke such defensiveness. Given Meng Shuyi's proud nature, unless she willingly consents, no one can force her. Have my actions inadvertently wounded Meng Shuyi's pride? Shen Shuadong mused inwardly. Chapter 25. She paced in circles, lost in thought. Shen Shuang, observing her sister's contemplative state, resignedly abandoned any attempt at conversation and turned her gaze to the bustling scene outside the car window. The streets were alive with the ebb and flow of traffic. Her phone vibrated, a reminder from her calendar. Sister, Grandma's Memorial Day is approaching. Shen Shuadong glanced at her phone. Indeed, the date was imminent that I will return to Pingwang. It may take 2 days. Can you manage alone? Shen Shuang replied. Sister, why do you doubt me? Rest assured, you must try to have faith in me. I am merely concerned that you may find it burdensome on your own. Shen Shuang countered. Sister, when did you become so considerate? It's nothing. She nestled against Shen Shuadong's arm, resting her head on her shoulder. Sister, just smile more. Shen Shuadong did not reject her sister's affection, her gaze calm as she looked at Shen Shuang resting against her shoulder. It had been quite some time since they had shared such closeness, likely since going abroad, their encounters dwindling to a mere handful. Upon returning home, familiarity had flourished, yet intimacy had waned. Shen Shuadong glanced at her itinerary on her phone and messaged her secretary. Book me a flight to Quanshi for tomorrow afternoon. Shen Shuang suggested. Sister, why not bring along your secretary or driver? They might prove useful. No, mother and grandma dislike outsiders disturbing them. Quanshi, dusk. Shen Shuadong disembarked from the plane. Exiting the terminal and hailing a taxi back to Pingwang District, the The dilapidated old neighborhood bore witness to time's passage, the roadside walls adorned with a layer of parched moss, dimly lit by a solitary street lamp. The view remained indistinct. Shun Shuadong needed no clarity to discern its features. She had traversed this path for a decade. Yet after entering university, her visits had become infrequent. Here, there was no one waiting for her return. She was uncertain of her purpose in coming back. After settling the fare, she stepped out of the taxi, dragging her suitcase into an aged building. The staircase bore the wear of years, adorned with the once popular terrazzo style. The railings rusted beyond recognition, and the wooden slats were eroded by time, each crack whispering tales of passing years. Before a weathered redwood door, Shun Shuadong raised her hand, gently knocking once, pausing, then knocking twice more. "Grandma, I'm home." The door remained firmly shut, no response forthcoming. Shun Shuadong retrieved her key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it. "Grandma, this time I didn't forget to bring the key." Silence ensued. She entered. Suitcase in tow, flicked on the light, and everything appeared as she remembered: an old television, a sofa, a tea table draped with a white lace cloth, now tinged yellow with age. After a quick freshening up, she returned to her room, retrieving sealed bed linens from the wardrobe, which bore a hint of dampness. The night in the small town was quiet, only occasionally interrupted by the distant sound of passing cars. Most of the neighbors in the old neighborhood had moved away. The tranquility enveloped her, yet Shun Shuadong found rest elusive. After tossing and turning a couple of times, she abandoned the idea of sleep, turned on the light, and settled at her desk. She opened a drawer, where old notebooks lay in wait. Grabbing one at random, she flipped to the first page, where the name Shun Shuadong was inscribed in meticulous strokes. Neat and precise, though not particularly beautiful. Turning the page, she read, "Today, I saw her smile again. She truly looks lovely when she smiles." A smile crept onto Shun Shuadong's face, her earlier heaviness lifting. Further entries detailed trivial matters. "Today, I must memorize 10 vocabulary words that I completed the math problems assigned by the teacher. She praised me. Tomorrow, I will visit mother. I find it increasingly difficult to recall her face. The final exams are just a week away. I feel somewhat anxious." Eventually, Shun Shuadong fell asleep, clutching the notebook. The following day dawned overcast, with a chill in the air that allowed a small puff of mist to escape her lips. Clad in a black turtleneck sweater and a knee-length black coat, she ventured to the nearby market to gather items for the memorial service before heading to the cemetery on the outskirts of the city. Upon arrival, she carried her belongings up the stone steps, seeking her mother and grandmother's gravestones. Setting down her items, she began clearing the surrounding weeds and cleaning the headstone. The cold weather reddened her hands. Standing before the grave, Shun Shuadong stared vacantly, as if gazing through the stone into another realm. Gently touching the photograph on the gravestone, she murmured, "Mother, Grandma, I've come to see you that I'm doing well. Please visit me in my dreams more often. It has been far too long since I last dreamt of you. I have taken over the Shun family business, and work is going smoothly. Once I finish my current tasks, I will bring Xiaoying to see you. Grandma, I encountered her again. You once asked me to bless her, and I promised you. Now, I have the chance to draw closer to her, and I can't help but feel a bit of glee. Am I being slightly selfish?" "What? You say people are inherently selfish. Very well, I shall strive to introduce her to the family soon. Mother, don't be upset. When I bring her over, I'll show you both." Shun Shuadong's eyes remained vacant as she rambled on. And after speaking, she felt a significant weight lifted from her heart. As noon approached, she reluctantly took her leave. Upon returning to the bustling city, the cacophony of the crowd felt overwhelming. Shun Shuadong stood at the street corner, watching the vehicles traverse the road. Her stomach growled unexpectedly, breaking her reverie. The familiar streets and the bustling atmosphere awakened memories of the roasted chicken racks she adored as a child. That a craving for roasted chicken racks consumed her thoughts. The marinated chicken racks, brushed with honey when grilled to three-quarters doneness, then cooked until crispy, filled her senses. The thin layer of meat, salty with a hint of sweetness, even the bones crisped to perfection, beckoned her. Just the thought made her mouth water, and she swallowed hard, taking a deep breath to suppress her sudden longing. Grandma loved roasted chicken racks, and so did she. Back then, Grandma would buy them from the market, indulging Shun Shuadong from time to time. However, that chicken stall lay deep within the market, requiring her to pass by Grandma's old vegetable stall, where friendly neighbors would undoubtedly inquire about her personal life. questions about marriage and boyfriends would be inevitable. Standing across the street from the market, Shen Shuatong felt torn. Oh, how vexing. Why must it be so complicated? She circled several times, stomped her feet in frustration, and sighed repeatedly, unable to resolve her indecision about entering. Today, she would stay only one more night. Tomorrow, she must return to a city where there were no roasted chicken racks, and those that existed could not compare to Ping Huang's. Chapter 26. How does President Xin intend to thank me? Meng Shuyi accompanied her grandfather to the entrance of the market, preparing to enter when her gaze casually swept the vicinity and spotted Shen Shuadong loitering at the corner, clad in simple black attire. Shen Shuadong stood out, tall and striking, her presence commanding attention. She seemed agitated, pacing and stomping her feet. What brought her to this place? What are you looking at? Let us go. Her grandfather's voice broke through her thoughts. Meng Shuyi turned her attention back. Grandpa, I just spotted an acquaintance. Should we greet her? A moment of hesitation ensued. The thoughts that had surfaced 2 days prior were still a jumble in her mind. Now, approaching Shen Shuadong felt ill-timed. Usually composed and unflappable, Shen Shuatong now appeared uncharacteristically restless. Perhaps it was best not to approach. Stealing another glance at Shen Shuatong, her grandfather followed her gaze, his deep voice resonating. She appears to be grappling with a challenging situation. There is nothing she cannot handle. Meng Shuyi silently added to herself that she would work even when unwell to achieve her goals. Her grandfather said nothing more, leisurely suggesting, since that is the case, let us go inside and buy some pigeons. Meng Shuyi took a few steps to follow her grandfather, but felt something was amiss. She had never seen Shen Shuatong in such a restless state. Shen Shuatong was always composed and serene. This anxious demeanor might indeed signify that she was grappling with a particularly troublesome matter. Her previous assumptions were merely conjectures, and Shen Shuatong had never done anything inappropriate towards her. She had not informed anyone about her arrival in Ping Huang, and it was unlikely that Shen Shuatong, the workaholic, would abandon her duties to accompany her. Grandfather, I'll take a look. Please wait for me. Her grandfather gazed at Meng Shuyi with a relaxed expression, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemingly smiling. Go ahead. I shall wait for you at the pigeon stall. All right. After agreeing with her grandfather, Meng Shuyi turned to approach Shen Shuatong. Shen Shuatong. Upon hearing her name, Shen Shuatong ceased her agitated pacing and turned around, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise, her brow slightly furrowing. Miss Meng. Shen Shuatong's tone was devoid of emotion. Meng Shuyi observed Shen Shuatong transforming back into the poised and aloof CEO. She began to question whether she had misinterpreted her earlier demeanor. What are you doing here? Meng Shuyi inquired directly. Shen Shuatong hesitated for a moment. Just some personal matters. Earlier, Meng Shuyi hesitated to describe Shen Shuatong's adorable actions in front of her, fearing that Shen Shuatong might explode. Was there something troubling her that was difficult to resolve? Shen Shuatong replied, does not wanting to enter the market to buy roasted chicken racks count? Did Meng Shuyi just imply that she had seen her in a state of distress? Well, perhaps not. Shen Shuatong's slightly furrowed brow and hesitant tone made Meng Shuyi find this side of her surprisingly endearing. Far more so than her usual calm demeanor. It turned out that Shen Shuatong had her vulnerabilities. It was just that Meng Shuyi was unaware of what they were. Are you sure you don't need assistance? Shen Shuatong mused. If Meng Shuyi were to discover that she had been fretting over roasted chicken racks for so long, she would surely mock her mercilessly. Shen Shuatong adopted a serious demeanor, addressing her coolly. No need. Thank you, Miss Meng. Very well. I apologize for the intrusion. Meng Shuyi's tone bore a touch of aloofness as she relinquished the conversation. Upon hearing the distant tone in Meng Shuyi's voice, Shen Shuatong recalled the last time she had shown concern, only to have Meng Shuyi storm away in anger. That was not my intention. Shen Shuatong was about to explain, but Meng Shuyi had already taken a few steps aside, pulling out her phone and dialing Shen Shuang's WeChat call. Observing Meng Shuyi making the call, Shen Shuatong felt it was inappropriate to continue speaking, as interrupting her call would be impolite. Thus, she suppressed the words that threatened to escape her lips. The ringing lasted a bit longer than anticipated, but it eventually connected. Miss Shen, I hope I am not interrupting your work. Meng Shuyi did not lower her voice intentionally, ensuring Shen Shuatong could hear her. Why are you calling Xiaoying? Shen Shuatong exclaimed internally, fearing Xiaoying might divulge too much, just as Shen Shuatong prepared to eavesdrop further. Meng Shuyi had already lowered her voice, occasionally glancing over at Shen Shuatong. What had Xiaoying shared with Meng Shuyi? All right, I understand. Then, I shall hang up now. When I return, let us dine together. Shin Shutong watched as Meng Shuyi ended the call. Placing her phone back in her bag and approaching her with a smile that held a teasing undertone, Meng Shuyi drew nearer. Her smile radiated joy, her eyes sparkling with delight, as if even her hair was laughing. Clearly, she was in high spirits. Shin Shutong felt a surge of unease and contemplated leaving, but she recognized that doing so would be impolite. Forcing herself to remain composed, she stated, "Miss Meng, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. That I heard from Xiaoying that there's a stall in the market selling delicious roasted chicken racks, but I don't know the way. Would it be too much trouble for you, Miss Shun, to guide me?" Meng Shuyi struggled to contain her amusement, nearly losing her composure. Who would have thought that the aloof and cold Shin Shutong would be socially anxious? Moreover, she was like a gluttonous cat with social fears. Yes, akin to a proud British short-haired tabby, adorably haughty and utterly irresistible, Shin Shutong thought. I've preserved my dignity, yet lost my composure. Meng Shuyi must surely be aware of this. Shin Shutong was still wrestling with whether or not to acquiesce to Meng Shuyi's request when Meng Shuyi had already seized her wrist, pulling her across the crosswalk. Hurry, I heard from Xiaoying that the stall is quite popular, and there's usually a queue. Moreover, they sell out of the morning stock shortly after noon, so if we want to buy some, we must hurry. Shin Shutong was compelled to follow Meng Shuyi, attempting several times to free herself from her grasp, but ultimately refraining from doing so. Upon entering the market, Shin Shutong completely relinquished her resistance. Since she was already there, she might as well make the most of it. No sooner had they taken a few steps than acquaintances began greeting Shin Shutong. Xiaotong has returned, before they could finish. Meng Shuyi cheerfully replied, Uncle, business is thriving. Sister, you look well maintained. Yes, I am a friend of Xiaotong. Throughout the journey, Shin Shutong had no opportunity to speak. Naturally, those who wished to greet her were also unable to do so. They seamlessly made their way to the entrance of the roasted chicken rack stall. Thank you. Shin Shutong exhaled lightly, feeling considerably more relaxed as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Miss Meng. Hearing the sigh of relief beside her, Meng Shuyi found it amusing, releasing Shin Shutong's wrist and crossing her arms, gazing at Shin Shutong with an air of condescension. How does Miss Shin wish to express her gratitude? Chapter 27. Questioning life, observing Meng Shuyi's teasing expression. Shin Shutong felt her usual composure slip away. Why did she feel slightly restrained in front of Meng Shuyi? Perhaps it was the fear of her secrets and embarrassing moments being laid bare. Causing a sense of vulnerability, Shin Shutong quickly reined in her thoughts, forcing herself to regain her usual poise. As long as it falls within reasonable bounds, Miss Meng may request any form of gratitude she desires. Meng Shuyi's brow twitched, her gaze fixed intently on Shin Shutong. Shin Shutong stood gracefully, her demeanor exuding calm, yet a faint blush crept across her delicate earlobes, as if betraying her inner embarrassment and discomfort. This almost bashful appearance, like an invisible hook, ensnared Meng Shuyi's heartstrings. This sight was undeniably captivating. Compared to the usual icy demeanor of Shin Shutong, her current bashfulness was utterly irresistible, prompting Meng Shuyi to desire further playful teasing. With a slight smile, Meng Shuyi inquired with genuine interest, for instance, what might that be? Her tone was flat yet laced with a hint of mockery and barely concealed excitement. Miss Meng, which aspect are you referring to? All aspects, Shin Shutong. Today, Meng Shuyi was proving to be rather troublesome. Just don't go overboard. Very well, I shall ponder it. Observing Shin Shutong's troubled expression, Meng Shuyi decided to ease up on her teasing, recognizing that pressing too hard would be unwise. Given Shin Shutong's socially anxious nature, the matters she had been contemplating were likely non-existent, right? Even if she had an ex, Shin Shutong could move on from the past. Pursuing her would not be out of the question. After all, who hasn't had an ex? The stark contrast between her composed demeanor and her bashful side was striking. Meng Shuyi could no longer resist the urge to delve deeper into Shin Shutong's other intriguing facets. I'll have to ask Shin Shuyi later. Lost in her own schemes, Meng Shuyi was interrupted by Shin Shutong's voice. I can manage on my own later. Miss Meng, if you have matters to attend to, please feel free to leave. Thank you. Meng Shuyi. Is it use and throw away? She hadn't realized Shin Shutong possessed the trait of burning bridges after crossing them. I intend to buy roasted chicken racks. Did I not mention this to you earlier? I even asked you to guide me. Meng Shuyi's tone was unambiguously matter-of-fact and unhurried. Shen Shutong. All she wanted was to hasten Meng Shuyi's departure. She felt utterly uneasy with her presence, yet she had forgotten her earlier words. Assuming it was merely an excuse, could it actually be genuine? Did Xiaoying perhaps refrain from sharing her circumstances with Meng Shuyi? Most likely not. So why had she been so proactive in greeting others earlier? Rather than declining her gratitude, she had seamlessly proposed a request. Xiaoying had become increasingly bold that I end the conference room. Shen Shuang sneezed thrice. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Apologies, then I shall invite Miss Meng. Meng Shuyi raised an eyebrow, her displeasure evident. Earlier, you mentioned reasonable bounds. Is Miss Shen now suggesting to repay me with roasted chicken racks? No, Shen Shutong earnestly clarified. This is an invitation from Miss Meng. And any request you wish to propose can still be made. She found herself eagerly anticipating Meng Shuyi's daily requests. However, if it becomes too difficult, one must find a way to manage it regardless. Meng Shuyi was charmed by Shen Shudong's earnest demeanor, and her heart, once in a trough, began to soar, almost as if it were about to take flight. Meng Shuyi pressed down the corners of her mouth that threatened to curl into a smile and feigned composure, saying, "All right, given Mr. Shun's sincerity, I shall accept. Reciprocity begets reciprocity." Having received Shen Shudong's roasted chicken frame today, she now had one more reason to seek him out next time that I in her heart. Meng Shuyi calculated, her smile akin to a miser who had just stumbled upon a gold ingot, secretly reveling in her fortune. Finally, it was their turn. Shen Shutong inquired how much Meng Shuyi desired, to which she replied that she merely wished to sample one. Shen Shutong instructed the vendor to split it into 2 portions for packaging, while casually asking Meng Shuyi, "Miss Meng, how did you come to be a Pinghuang person?" Meng Shuyi was taken aback. How does she know I am from Pinghuang? It's a bit personal. She squinted, scrutinizing Shen Shutong. Does she know that I am from Pinghuang? Shen Shutong felt a bit unnerved under Meng Shuyi's assessing gaze and, in a moment of joviality, had spoken too freely. Shen Shutong quickly regained her composure, mentally justifying. Meng is a Pinghuang person, and naturally, Miss Meng is as well. Meng Shuyi nodded, acknowledging the validity of this statement. Recalling how her mother's entrepreneurial journey had begun in Pinghuang, to her surprise, Shen Shutong seemed to have quite the understanding of her mother. Shen Shutong finally set aside her earlier apprehension and calmly remarked, "Who doesn't know of Mr. Meng's illustrious entrepreneurial history as a Pinghuang person? As a fellow Pinghuang native, I am naturally aware." After saying this, Shen Shutong felt a weight lift from her heart, relieved to have shared that piece of information. Meng Shuyi was astonished to discover that Shen Shutong was also from Pinghuang. So that was it. She had not known that Shen Shutong was also a Pinghuang person. Was it possible that this shared background was why Shen Shutong sought her out for marriage? Had Shen Shutong also been pressured to marry? It seemed plausible. The two of them, each carrying a bag of roasted chicken frames, strolled toward the pigeon stall. Meng Shuyi's grandfather was still waiting for the vendor to prepare the pigeons. Upon noticing him, Shen Shutong greeted him naturally. Principal Meng. Meng's grandfather paused momentarily, then scrutinized Shen Shutong closely before breaking into a smile. "Ah, it's Shutong. You've returned, grown up, and become even more beautiful. I almost didn't recognize you. It's been a long time." "Principal Meng, you still look as vigorous as ever," Shen Shutong replied with a smile. "Haha. It's thanks to the youth of your generation," Meng's grandfather responded cheerfully. Meng Shuyi observed Shen Shutong and her grandfather reminiscing, feeling somewhat disoriented by this unfamiliar world. Shen Shutong knew her grandfather? They seemed quite familiar. Just moments ago, Shen Shutong had appeared socially anxious, yet upon encountering her grandfather, she showed no signs of discomfort. Hadn't she previously asked Shen Shutong if she knew who she was? Shen Shutong had replied that she was somewhat acquainted, so Shen Shutong had always known who she was, while Meng Shuyi had remained oblivious to Shen Shudong's identity. Meng's grandfather received the pigeons from the vendor and invited Shen Shutong. "Shutong, since you're back, why not come home with us for a meal? I won tea." "Thank you, Principal Meng," Shen Shutong politely declined, offering no reason. Meng's grandfather remarked, "You're still so averse to inconveniencing others. Very well, I won't tea press you." The trio walked toward the market exit, with Shen Shutong and Meng's grandfather leading the way, reminiscing, while Meng Shuyi followed behind, questioning her own existence. Chapter 28. Taking the initiative, Meng Shuyi watched as Shen Shutong politely bid farewell to her grandfather. Once they had walked a distance, she asked, "Grandfather, how do you know Shen Shutong?" With one hand carrying the pigeons and the other resting behind him, her grandfather replied, "She was my student." Meng Shuyi was taken aback. It was both absurd and somehow within reason. What kind of person is she? Did she have a crush in high school? Meng Shuyi hesitated before asking. Her grandfather playfully tapped her on the head. Didn't you walk here with her? You don't know her? Or are you just not familiar? Meng Shuyi hesitated but ultimately chose not to disclose her own relationship with Shen Shutong, offering a vague excuse instead. Her company collaborates with ours. We've met a few times. Why are you so curious about whether she had a crush? Her grandfather chuckled, his face full of mirth. That I heard from a junior staff member that she has had someone she liked for over a decade. If you do the math, wouldn't he that have been in high school? Meng Shuyi pondered. Her curiosity piqued. Her grandfather laughed mysteriously. Since when did you become so interested in others' gossip? Meng Shuyi. I should not have sought information from my grandfather. It was just a coincidence that we ran into each other. Forget it. I'm not interested. Her grandfather regarded Meng Shuyi for a while, the atmosphere turning somber. Finally, he sighed and said, that child, Shutong, isn't particularly gifted, but she works incredibly hard. In her senior year, her grandmother fell seriously ill and was hospitalized. She was busy caring for her grandmother while preparing for exams, to the point of wanting to drop out. Her grandmother wouldn't allow it and urged her to focus on her studies. She persevered through it all to avoid affecting her college entrance examination. Her grandmother cooperated with the treatment. 2 months before the exams, the school organized a fundraiser to help with her grandmother's surgery, which was quite successful. Her grandmother recovered, appearing as if nothing had happened, even taking her in and out of the examination hall during the exam days. Yet, not long after, her grandmother passed away. In light of this, Shen Shutong's return this time is to visit her grandmother's grave. Meng Shuyi felt a heavy weight settle in her heart, unable to fathom how Shen Shutong had endured the year. No wonder Shen Shutong worked so tirelessly, valuing work above all else. Why had she perceived Shen Shutong in such a negative light? Meng Shuyi felt ashamed of her petty thoughts. Perhaps Shen Shutong merely sought a trustworthy person to shield herself from the malicious pressures of marriage. Coincidentally, Meng Shuyi was also troubled by such pressures, and since Shen Shutong knew and trusted her, she had approached her with a marriage proposal. However, why hadn't Shen Shutong been forthright about it? Everything seemed reasonable, yet paradoxical. Sighing, Meng Shuyi lamented her inability to comprehend Shen Shutong. Her grandfather scolded her gently. You're still young. Why sigh so? It's nothing. Meng Shuyi tucked away her lingering doubts and turned her attention to the roasted chicken frame in her hand. This seemingly contradictory food favored by Shen Shutong piqued her curiosity about its taste. Yet, her good upbringing prevented her from indulging in the act of eating while walking. Upon returning home, Meng Shuyi tore a piece of chicken from the roasted frame and tasted it. The aroma was intoxicating, the seasoning just right, with a hint of sweetness, though perhaps it had cooled, rendering the texture less than ideal. That evening, after celebrating her grandmother's 75th birthday, Meng Shuyi booked a flight back to City A for the following day. In the days that followed, Meng Shuyi felt quite conflicted, wanting to reach out to Shen Shutong but uncertain of how to approach her. Moreover, she was at a loss for words once she did. Given Shen Shutong's haughty demeanor, she probably did not require consolation. They hardly had a close relationship. What reason did she have to intrude upon her life? Meng Shuyi cautiously sought information from Shen Shuyi regarding Shen Shutong, only to receive a disappointing response. Sister Meng, I've been put under a gag order. I cannot disclose anything about my sister. Oh, Meng Shuyi. It appears Shen Shutong does not wish for anyone to know about her past. Then I shall pretend to be unaware. The feather that had weighed heavily on Meng Shuyi's heart floated away, and she resumed her carefree, rebellious demeanor. After work that day, Meng Shuyi directly called Shen Shutong. Not knowing how to present herself or what to say, she decided to take the initiative, following her most instinctive feelings. The call, as expected, was abruptly ended. Meng Shuyi tucked her phone away and muttered to herself. I knew it would be like this. That workaholic is probably either in a meeting or negotiating a project. Just as she finished her thought, a message from Shen Shuyi arrived. Sister Meng. My sister is in a meeting. It will be over shortly. Meng Shuyi did not reply, instead grabbing her car keys and exiting the office. Upon returning home for dinner, Meng Shuyi hummed a tune. Her footsteps light as she entered the hall. Meng Wenju's gaze shifted from the television to her daughter. You seem very happy today. Is it that obvious? Meng Shuyi changed her shoes, set down her bag. and made her way to the sofa with a buoyant step. Meng Wenju nodded, quite obvious. Meng Shuyi embraced her mother and planted a kiss on her cheek, feeling genuinely delighted. Did you find money on the ground? Meng Wenju teased with a smile. Mom, perhaps you will soon have a daughter-in-law. Poof. Meng Wenju was taken aback. Am I really going to have a daughter-in-law so soon? Who is it? Meng Shuyi burst into laughter. Just kidding. It won't happen that quickly. Meng Wenju shot her daughter a glare. Don't disturb me while I'm watching TV. Mom, did you know that Shin Shutong is from Pinghuang? Meng Shuyi inquired. I know. After noticing Shin Shutong's unusual interest in my precious daughter, I did a background check. Meng Shuyi. Am I the only one who was unaware? Meng Wenju regarded her daughter meaningfully. Are you interested in pursuing Shin Shutong? Meng Shuyi nodded. She has proposed marriage to me. Meng Wenju. You've reached the point of discussing marriage already? Shin Shutong personally poses no issues. Rather, it is the Shun family that concerns me, as my mother wishes for you to steer clear of their affairs. Meng Shuyi immediately recalled the rumors surrounding this matter. Although Shin Shutong belongs to the Shin family, she was raised in Pinghuang. Her background indeed seems to present significant complications. Yet, what relevance does this have to me? My interest lies solely in Shin Shutong. I have no desire to delve into the quagmire that is the Shin family. I understand, mother. Meng Wenyu remarked, it's perfectly acceptable for you to harbor feelings for Shin Shutong, or even to consider marriage. As for the Shin family, I will handle that. Meng Shuyi found herself both amused and exasperated. Mother, you are thinking too far ahead. We haven't even reached that stage yet, and I have yet to begin pursuing Shin Shutong. Previously, you seemed indifferent towards Shin Shutong, even quite resistant. What has prompted this sudden interest in pursuing her? Observing her mother's eyes ablaze with the fervor of gossip and an insatiable curiosity, Meng Shuyi chose to remain silent. Teasing the shy and aloof beauty is a matter best shared between the two of them. Not for the ears of outsiders. Chapter 29. Undercurrents after dinner. Meng Shuyi received a call from Shin Shutong. The call connected. Shin Shutong's deep, cool voice resonated. Miss Meng, is there something you wish to discuss? Hearing the faint fatigue in Shin Shutong's voice, Meng Shuyi suddenly felt a pang of trepidation. Yes, trepidation. The fervent passion of her youth had long since faded in the past. Upon seeing Zhou Baiyang, she had instantly recognized her feelings and boldly confessed. Yet, after enduring countless jibes, she now found herself fearful. Fearful that if she spoke her heart, Shin Shutong might reject her and that she would once again become the subject of ridicule. The resolve that had supported her in making the call dissipated as the phone rang, leaving her at a loss for words. Meng Shuyi nervously twirled her hair, and after a long pause, finally spoke. Tomorrow is Christmas. I wanted to inquire if President Shin has any availability. On the other end, Shin Shutong patiently awaited Meng Shuyi's response. After Meng Shuyi finished speaking, a prolonged silence ensued. The faint rustling noises suggested Shin Shutong was preoccupied with something. After what felt like an eternity, her voice returned. I will be somewhat busy during the day. I may finish late this evening. Upon uttering her first sentence, Meng Shuyi found her confidence growing. She thought to herself, what's the worst that could happen? I've already faced criticism countless times. This time, it was merely over the phone, better than facing it in person, where there was also the risk of coffee being thrown in her face. The roasted chicken that President Shin treated her to last time had been quite delightful. It was only fitting that she reciprocate with a meal. After another lengthy pause, Meng Shuyi patiently awaited Shin Shutong's reply. Perhaps 2 or 3 minutes passed before Shin Shutong's cool voice broke the silence. All right. A small spark of joy ignited within Meng Shuyi's heart. She had initially thought that after witnessing Shin Shutong's embarrassment the last time, she would be reluctant to meet her again. She had expected that approaching her would require considerable effort. Yet Shin Shutong had agreed to the invitation. Will it be Western or Chinese cuisine? Chinese, I suppose. Very well. What time do you finish work? Another silence fell. Meng Shuyi waited quietly. 7 o'clock. Shin Shutong finally replied. All right. I shall make the reservation and send you the location. Okay. The main topic was settled, yet neither seemed inclined to end the call, listening to the sound of paper rustling on the other end. Meng Shuyi refrained from interrupting, instead opting to listen intently. The subtle sounds of breathing traveled through the receiver. Meng Shuyi made her way to her small study, casually pulled a book from the shelf, and flipped through its pages, matching the rhythm of the conversation on the line, absent-mindedly browsing the text. She had no recollection of what she was reading or any content absorbed. Her focus was entirely on the delicate sounds emanating from the other end of the call. Meng Shuyi pondered whether Shen Shutong was handling documents or perhaps reading something. Was she still wearing those delicate silver-rimmed glasses in her office? Had she regained her composed and cool demeanor? No, she preferred the Shen Shutong who would stomp her feet and sigh in frustration. The one who displayed a hint of shyness amidst her elegance. Lost in her thoughts, Meng Shuyi was jolted back to reality when Shen Shutong's voice broke in. "Miss Meng, I must leave work now. It is inconvenient to continue our conversation." Meng Shuyi assumed the call had ended, only to find it still connected. "All right, goodbye," she responded. Before hanging up, Meng Shuyi suddenly realized that she had come to know so many facets of Shen Shutong. The determined woman who insisted on working despite being unwell, the quietly intoxicated version of her, the shy and reserved one, and the alluring figure she cut while jogging. All these impressions filled Meng Shuyi's mind. After a moment of dazed reflection, she snapped back to attention. She opened her phone and reserved a table at a Cantonese restaurant, opting for lighter fare given the late hour and the unlikelihood of indulging in heavy meats. Just as she set her phone down, a WeChat message arrived. Xiaoying wrote, "Tomorrow night at midnight, there will be a fireworks show at Xinjiang Beach. Are you going, Miss Meng?" Meng Shuyi. Shen Shutong would actively invite her. But wait. No, Shen Shutong likely held no romantic inclinations towards her. Perhaps she merely wished to foster goodwill to facilitate a potential marriage. But what of it? She could pursue her nonetheless. The challenge of wooing her seemed rather enticing. One could easily foresee delightful days ahead. During work hours, she could tease Shen Shutong into blushing. That would undoubtedly be amusing. Meng Shuyi smiled like a fool, reveling in her own amusement for a while before remembering to reply to Shen Shutong's message. "All right, is Xiaoying going? Let us go together." Shen Shutong. She replied that she wanted to attend. Meng Shuyi didn't press the issue. If she didn't want to go, that was fine. Before she could dismiss her thoughts, a message from Shen Shuyi appeared. "Sister Meng, I've secured an opportunity for you. Make sure to seize it that I want to be a third wheel, but remember that you owe me a favor." Meng Shuyi. Had her feelings for Shen Shutong become so transparent that even Shen Shuyi could see through them? "All right, let me know when you're free, and I'll treat you to a drink." Shen Shuyi. "Sure, I'll be waiting." Meng Shuyi was immersed in the excitement of having secured an invitation from Shen Shutong to watch the fireworks together. After finishing her evening routine, she lay in bed. Still bubbling with enthusiasm, unable to sleep, she turned over and reached for her phone on the nightstand. What was the point of being unable to sleep? Naturally, it was time to bombard her friends with messages. She accessed WeChat and navigated to their small group chat. Meng Shuyi. "Ladies, I've got a target. Chiron." "Who?" "Meng Shuyi. Shen Shutong. Yi Chun." "Huh? Are you serious, old Meng?" Meng Shuyi. "Absolutely. I've decided to pursue her." "Chiron. Go for it. I support you." But what prompted this sudden ambition? Shen Shutong, of all people. Meng Shuyi. "Hee, that's none of your concern. I'm committed to winning her over. Yi Chun." "All right. What your plan? Do you need our help?" Meng Shuyi. "Not at all. We're going to watch the fireworks at Xinjiang Beach tomorrow night. Yi Chun." That last line seems to be the crux of the matter. The excitement is palpable. Chiron. 1 Sheng Qinglan. 1 Yi Chun. "It seems there will be plenty of dog food in the future. I wish you luck in failing." Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi. "Can you speak properly?" Yi Chun. "Then I wish you success, followed by eternal rest." Chiron. 1 Sheng Qinglan. 1 Meng Shuyi. "Let us break up." Irritated, she didn't even bother with punctuation. Yi Chun's offhand remark reminded Meng Shuyi of that night she had been so easily lured into Shen Shutong's embrace. Shen Shutong possessed a cunning side, and Meng Shuyi made a mental note of this. She still owed her for being so easily coaxed. She would need to find an opportunity to settle that score and ensure it was repaid double. "Yi Chun, enough already. It's been a minute since you declared our friendship over." Meng Shuyi ignored the comment. Yi Chun. "The other party has requested to add you as a friend." Meng Shuyi. "Request denied." Sheng Qinglan. "Immature." Chiron. "Immature 1. Meng Shuyi. I'm going to sleep now." Meng Shuyi set her phone down and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, the trio bombarded by her messages found themselves wide awake. Whispering and strategizing. Meng Shuyi's phone buzzed incessantly, soon displaying a notification count of 99. Chapter 30. What is Shen Shutong's intent? Throughout the day, Meng Shuyi's mood could only be described as exceedingly joyous. From the moment she opened her eyes at dawn, she was enveloped in a springtime spirit, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Even when her subordinates made careless mistakes, she merely chuckled lightly, letting them slide without a hint of reproach. The entire secretary's office was left in a state of confusion, each colleague speculating about what could have brought such happiness to Meng Shuyi. She felt as though the day was interminably long, yearning for the evening to arrive. She contemplated sending a message to Shen Shutong, yet hesitated, fearing she might disrupt her work. After half an hour of tumultuous thoughts, Meng Shuyi recognized that her current state was problematic. She had experienced love before, and yet felt as uncertain as a teenage girl. In comparison to Shen Shudong's diligence and tenacity, I seemed to exude an air of undue languor and indulgence. Taking a deep breath, I dispel all distractions and focus on my work. Meng Shuyi arrived at the designated restaurant half an hour early, when Shen Shutong appeared at the door of the private room. Meng Shuyi was taken aback by her beauty. Today, to Meng Shuyi's surprise, Shen Shutong did not don her customary formal attire, but instead wore a beige half-collared cashmere sweater paired with a coffee-colored skirt, topped with a coat of the same hue. Upon entering the private room, Shen Shutong removed her coat, revealing her elegant long dress and half-up hairstyle, exuding an enchanting grace that radiated a unique gentleness. Meng Shuyi felt a sense of delight. Indeed, women adorn themselves for those they wish to please. Shen Shutong caught a glimpse of astonishment in Meng Shuyi's eyes. With a slight, humble smile, Shen Shutong apologized. "I am sorry for being late." Meng Shuyi snapped back to reality and moved forward to pull out a chair for Shen Shutong, teasingly asking, "What punishment shall I impose for your tardiness?" Shen Shutong replied, "I was merely being polite. Let us heed Miss Meng's suggestions." Once seated, Shen Shutong casually ordered a few dishes. Observing Shen Shutong's attire, Meng Shuyi chuckled, "You've certainly surprised me today." "Director Shen Duo," Shen Shutong feigned ignorance, her tone slightly displeased. "Are you certain you want me to feel the tension of work while enjoying this meal?" Hearing Shen Shudong's playful remark, Meng Shuyi's smile deepened. "I apologize." After her apology, however, she struggled to find an appropriate form of address. Shen Shutong responded with a gentle smile. "It's perfectly fine. You may address me however you wish." Shen Shutong let him one spoke naturally, while the other responded in kind. Meng Shuyi gazed at Shen Shutong. "Have you always known who I am?" Shen Shutong nodded. "I've always known." "Did you know while in S-City as well?" The fact that she did not deny it left Meng Shuyi with an uncomfortable feeling. Meng Shuyi inquired, "Why?" Shen Shutong countered, "Is a reason truly necessary?" Just then, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. As the waiter brought in the dishes, Meng Shuyi suddenly remembered that today's meeting was intended to pursue Shen Shutong. If she were to ask directly now, would there still be an opportunity? Yet, if she refrained from asking, a weight would remain in her heart. If Shen Shutong were to say she didn't know, then all past occurrences could be dismissed as mere coincidence. But if Shen Shutong acknowledged her awareness, did that imply she had approached Meng Shuyi with intent from the very beginning? Shen Shudong's earlier question lingered. Was a reason truly required? What rationale was Shen Shutong concocting for herself? The two fell into silence as they dined, no further conversation transpiring. After dinner, the two exited the restaurant together. Shen Shutong remarked, "It's still early. How shall you pass the time, Miss Meng?" Meng Shuyi frowned. "You are not planning to return to work, are you?" "Not at all," Shen Shutong replied with conviction. Meng Shuyi sighed in relief, but before she could fully relax, Shen Shutong added, "We could find a nearby SAF to settle in. Returning would be a waste of time." Meng Shuyi, "That could work." Shen Shutong nodded and made her way to the roadside vehicle, retrieving her laptop bag from within. Meng Shuyi thought to herself, how should one even assess this individual? If one claims she lacks a sense of romance, she indeed set aside work for this meeting. Yet, if one asserts she understands it, she simultaneously frets over work, seizing every opportunity to attend to it. Upon arriving at the CAF and settling in, each ordered their drinks. Meng Shuyi watched as Shen Shutong sat opposite her, opening her laptop and typing swiftly, the crisp sound of keystrokes resembling a grand symphony. The glow from the computer screen illuminated the bridge of Shen Shudong's nose, where her glasses glinted softly. Shen Shutong was utterly absorbed, meticulously focused on her work. Occasionally, she would blink, adjust her frames, smooth a rebellious strand of hair, or take a delicate sip from her coffee. Meng Shuyi silently observed Shen Shudong's every movement, momentarily entranced. The way she diligently worked was simply captivating. The way she blinked was beautiful. The gesture of adjusting her glasses was striking. The act of brushing her hair was alluring, almost unknowingly so. Even the elegance with which she sipped her coffee, followed by the enticing motion of licking her lips, was enough to stir desire. Meng Shuyi was unsure how long she had been lost in thought until Xin Shutong finally closed her laptop. "Miss Meng, I'm done." "Huh?" Meng Shuyi snapped back to reality, surprised at how swiftly the time had flown. Xin Shutong checked her wristwatch, noting that 2 hours had passed, and it was nearly 11 o'clock. "Meng Shuyi, have I truly been daydreaming about Xin Shutong for 2 hours? Let us go. We'll likely hit traffic soon." Xin Shutong suggested. "Shall I have the driver take us? It might be difficult to find parking." Meng Shuyi offered no resistance. "All right, can I hitch a ride?" "Of course. It was my invitation to you." "Miss Meng." The car smoothly made its way towards Qingjiang Beach, the two seated side by side in the back. Meng Shuyi inhaled the fragrance emanating from Xin Shutong, suddenly recalling the night of their first car ride together. She had been curious as to why Xin Shutong accepted that unreasonable request of hers. What had Xin Shutong said in response? "If I said I liked you, would you believe it?" Meng Shuyi had scoffed. Retorting that Xin Shutong's method of flirtation was lacking in originality, Xin Shutong had simply replied, offering no further explanation. Could Xin Shutong's words have held sincerity? Who would believe such sentiments from someone they had only met once? Yet, Xin Shutong had always been aware of her. Meng Shuyi considered herself self-assured, but not to the extent of believing that Xin Shutong's approach stemmed from affection. That so, what was Xin Shutong's true intention? Would this enigmatic Xin Shutong grant her a chance to unravel the mystery? Chapter 31. Longing to Embrace. Upon reaching their destination, the two disembarked. The cobblestone path along the river was teeming with people, forcing them to walk side by side. Meng Shuyi felt inclined to speak, but the throngs around them made it an unsuitable moment for conversation. She pondered how to broach the topic left hanging at the restaurant. Inadvertently falling behind Xin Shutong as she lost track of her pace, someone tugged at Meng Shuyi's arm, and turning around, she found it was Xin Shutong. "What's the matter?" Meng Shuyi asked, her expression blank. Xin Shutong chuckled softly. "I saw you so focused ahead. I thought you were on a quest for something worthwhile." That a moment of embarrassment washed over Meng Shuyi, and she smiled awkwardly. Perhaps there truly is something. Xin Shutong gestured towards the riverbank's entrance. "Shall we go for a stroll down there?" "Sure." Once they reached the riverbank, the crowd thinned. Xin Shutong found a quieter spot, turning to Meng Shuyi. "Miss Meng, if you have any questions, feel free to ask." Meng Shuyi. "So she has noticed. You truly are perceptive." Xin Shutong smiled. "Your thoughts are etched upon your face. Even your hair seems to whisper. I have many questions to ask." "Really?" Meng Shuyi observed the genuine joy radiating from Xin Shutong's smile. "Indeed." Meng Shuyi inquired. "In S City, was your presence intentional or merely coincidental?" "I suppose it was somewhat intentional." "Then, if I hadn't taken the initiative to reach out, what would have happened?" Xin Shutong paused momentarily before responding. "Nothing would have happened. You wouldn't have approached me. No, what was your purpose in visiting S City? On business?" Meng Shuyi began to piece together the puzzle. "Then, why do you wish to marry me?" Xin Shutong replied earnestly. "Because it is suitable." This rationale was one Xin Shutong had previously mentioned, and now she reiterated it with such sincerity that Meng Shuyi found it difficult to discern whether her words were truthful or veiled in ulterior motives. "Then why not speak candidly?" Xin Shutong tilted her head, asking, "What have I not disclosed, Miss Meng?" Meng Shuyi hesitated. "I wanted you to acknowledge that you know me." Xin Shutong responded with utmost seriousness. "I have already stated that." Meng Shuyi. It seems she really did mention it. Xin Shutong met Meng Shuyi's gaze, stating with conviction, "There is nothing noteworthy about my knowledge of Principal Meng. It does not enhance my standing. Whether you agree to my proposal is entirely your decision. That my acquaintance with anyone in your family bears no relevance to this matter. If you wish to decline my offer, my connections will not sway you. And it may even add unnecessary pressure, suggesting undue influence from my family." Meng Shuyi looked into Xin Shutong's honest eyes, feeling the sincerity and transparency therein. Yet, she sensed that Xin Shutong had not fully articulated her thoughts. Or perhaps, she had not shared the complete truth. Xin Shutong continued, "Having interacted for some time, I wonder if I have passed Miss Meng's assessment." Meng Shuyi shook her head. "That is indeed disheartening news." Xin Shutong turned her head slightly to gaze at the river, no longer looking at Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi observed the profile of Xin Shutong. The lighting in this area was insufficient, casting half of Xin Shutong's face in shadow. The ethereal image of Xin Shutong was quite captivating, her long hair fluttering in the night breeze, stirring a longing in Meng Shuyi's heart. Meng Shuyi spoke softly. Perhaps we could embark on a romantic relationship. Xin Shutong returned her gaze to Meng Shuyi's face. Meng Shuyi reiterated, I said, Xin Shutong, let us date. You shall be my girlfriend. Xin Shutong sighed inwardly, recognizing Meng Shuyi's unyielding boldness. The phrasing implied that they would date. With no room for negotiation, there was not even an inquiry, nor an opportunity for refusal. Seeing Xin Shutong remain silent, Meng Shuyi earnestly explained, I am not fond of ambiguous situations. Everything should begin with clarity. In a relationship, if you wish to agree, then agree. If not, then let us not linger. Just give me a decisive answer. Xin Shutong felt a smile forming once more. This person truly possessed no patience whatsoever. Despite appearing to be a gentle and refined woman, her demeanor was decisively brisk. A.S. Meng Shuyi seemed poised to speak again. Xin Shutong promptly replied, all right. Meng Shuyi, having observed Xin Shutong's hesitation, had assumed she might be reluctant. Especially since Xin Shutong often spoke of marriage at the drop of a hat. To her surprise, Xin Shutong was willing to accept her proposal. You have agreed. What if I change my mind? Xin Shutong jested. Her mood buoyant. Meng Shuyi replied fiercely, you are not allowed to backtrack. Even if you wish to, breaking up should be my prerogative. Xin Shutong pondered, what sort of logic is that? Observing Xin Shutong's days. Meng Shuyi found her inexplicably endearing and felt an urge to tease her. Taking action, Meng Shuyi smiled and said, now that we are lovers, may I engage in actions befitting a couple? Xin Shutong regarded Meng Shuyi, thinking this was rather too forward. Though they had engaged in various actions prior to their relationship, the thought of doing so in public made her hesitate. Meng Shuyi sighed, feeling her attempt at flirtation had failed. She had anticipated Xin Shutong would blush, yet instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Where had the shy, aloof Xin Shutong gone? What is so inappropriate? Xin Shutong countered. Did you not express a desire to partake in the actions of lovers? Exactly, Meng Shuyi replied matter-of-factly. We are indeed lovers now. I cannot keep calling you by your full name, can I? It is time for nicknames that Xin Shutong was momentarily taken aback, then embarrassedly turned away, covering her face and stifling a laugh. Where did my mind wander? Behind Xin Shutong, Meng Shuyi teased. What were you thinking? Girlfriend. Xin Shutong chose to ignore the person behind her, realizing she had never noticed Meng Shuyi's talent for mischief. Call me whatever you like. As long as I know you are addressing me, that suffices. Xin Shutong endeavored to suppress her emotions, returning to her usual cool demeanor. However, the remnants of laughter in her voice carried a soft, husky, and tender quality, like a lover's whisper. Meng Shuyi felt her heart fluttering at the sight of this bashful Xin Shutong. She longed to embrace her in the distance. The quartet of onlookers yearned to inch closer to eavesdrop on the exchange. Shen Shuang had initially arrived alone, but encountered Sheng Qinglan and her companions. Once the two groups discovered their shared purpose, Shen Shuang seamlessly integrated into Sheng Qinglan's circle, recognizing the need for communication with someone who knew Meng Jie. As they watched Xin Shutong turn and stifle a laugh, the quartet felt as though they could almost plant a listening device beside them. My sister looks so happy, Shen Shuang remarked. Indeed, I was anxious watching them walk just now. Yi Chun added, Do you doubt Lao Meng's capabilities? Qi Ran queried. Exactly. Lao Meng is renowned for her decisiveness and efficiency, Sheng Qinglan concurred. Let us place a wager. Do you think Lao Meng will kiss Shinzong before the fireworks show begins? Yi Chun suggested, No need to wager. I predict Meng Jie will be the one receiving the kiss. Shen Shuang asserted that Yi Chun and Qi Ran exchanged glances, realizing they might have unwittingly revealed something. The three pairs of eyes suddenly focused on Shen Shuang, questioning in unison, does Lao Meng have any secrets we are unaware of? Shen Shuang shook her head vigorously. No, absolutely not. 3 denials only confirm the truth. Sheng Qinglan remarked knowingly that I truly do not, Shen Shuang insisted, her confidence unwavering. The trio redirected their gaze to the two figures not far away. Meng Shuyi poked Xin Shutong on the shoulder. Girlfriend, how long will you hide before you reveal yourself? Shen Shutong composed her expression and slowly turned. The rapid shift in identities necessitated a moment to digest. Meng Shuyi teased, "You were the one insisting on marriage. I merely suggested a date. That is different." Shen Shutong replied, her cool demeanor reasserting itself, her tone tinged with detachment. Meng Shuyi pressed, "In what way is it different? If marriage could merely be a superficial arrangement, dating required a deeper intimacy, a genuine exchange of hearts." Shen Shutong gazed earnestly at Meng Shuyi. "Miss Meng, are you prepared to entrust your heart to me?" Meng Shuyi had not anticipated Shen Shutong's understanding, having poured her ardent affection into Zhou Baiyang. Her heart bore many scars that a sense of unease gnawed at Meng Shuyi, as she pondered whether Shen Shutong would be satisfied with her imperfect heart. After much hesitation, Meng Shuyi summoned her courage and asked, "If my heart is not wholly unblemished, but rather flawed, would you still accept it?" Her hesitant tone betrayed the anxiety lurking within the silence that enveloped them. Meng Shuyi felt akin to a timid snail venturing into uncharted territory. Her heart brimming with apprehension and hope. Cautiously, as if afraid of disturbing something delicate, she extended her feelers into the unknown, trembling like a willow branch in the breeze. Shen Shutong regarded Meng Shuyi for a long while before responding softly. "Then it seems we are well matched. My heart is also missing a portion that it last." Meng Shuyi's tentative exploration yielded a reassuring affirmation. She locked eyes with Shen Shutong, and they shared a moment of profound connection. Forgetting the world around them, lost in the reflections of each other's gaze, they were like two solitary stars, having traversed countless trials across the cosmos only to converge and shine brilliantly together. Two fractured hearts had found each other, piecing together a complete soul. Shen Shutong had declared, "We are well matched," rather than simply saying, "I am willing to accept." What a wonderful thought. A gentle smile graced Meng Shuyi's lips, warmth flooding her heart as she felt something stir within, her eyes growing misty. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a series of thunderous booms erupted, deafening and relentless. Brilliant fireworks, as if enchanted, erupted in the inky darkness of the night sky, dazzling in their splendor. The two turned their gazes skyward, captivated by the vibrant display, the fireworks resembling shooting stars racing across the vast expanse above. The sky transformed into a grand and opulent stage, with the fireworks taking center stage, showcasing unparalleled beauty and charm in that moment. They once more turned their attention to each other as Shen Shutong stepped closer to Meng Shuyi. She tilted her head and gently kissed her cheek before swiftly retreating in the distance. The quartet of onlookers gasped in unison. "Aw." Yi Chun, frustrated, lamented, "Lao Meng is so disappointing." Qi Ran echoed her sentiments. "Lao Meng usually carries herself like a seasoned seductress. How is she so innocent in matters of the heart?" Sheng Qinglan remained silent, contemplatively observing Shen Shuyi. Feeling the weight of that gaze, Shen Shuyi swallowed nervously, attempting to ignore the intensity of the scrutiny. Yi Chun quickly covered Qi Ran's mouth. "Why are you covering my mouth?" Qi Ran protested, pulling away. Yi Chun leaned in closer, whispering, "What do you mean, seasoned seductress? Don't speak carelessly. Lao Meng has finally found a girlfriend." With a cautious glance at Shen Shuyi, Qi Ran noted that she was oblivious to their conversation, letting out a sigh of relief. Yet, Yi Chun still held her close. After Qi Ran regained her senses, she discovered that Yi Chun was still holding her, and she immediately snapped at him with irritation. Shen Shuyi was too preoccupied to notice the commotion between the two. Sheng Qinglan stood behind Shen Shuyi and leaned closer to her ear, asking if Miss Shun was aware of any scandal involving old Meng. If she shared some juicy tidbits, she would reciprocate with a little gossip of her own about old Meng's dark past. Shen Shuyi trembled at the thought. She dared not speak, fearing that her sister would tear her apart. Sister Meng has launched a counterattack. Shen Shuyi hurriedly diverted her attention. Meanwhile, Meng Shuyi found herself at a loss after Shen Shangtong drew near. Having kissed Shen Shangtong before, she wondered why her heart raced so violently this time. Surely, she didn't intend to kiss her again. Meng Shuyi felt her cheeks warm from the heated breath brushing against her, making her tremble uncontrollably. She instinctively wanted to retreat, but resisted, holding her breath as the soft sensation followed her inhalation. As Shen Shangtong's kiss descended, Meng Shuyi's heart momentarily halted, only to begin racing even more fervently. She could distinctly hear her heartbeat surpassing the sound of fireworks exploding. She really did kiss me. Meng Shuyi exhaled the breath she had been holding, her heart pounding fiercely, her breaths becoming slightly labored. Slowly, Meng Shuyi raised her hand to cover her heart, taking a long while to regain her composure. Was she truly so easily flustered by a single kiss from Shen Shangtong? How utterly pathetic. Meng Shuyi conveniently forgot the time she had bled from her nose at the thought of wanting to sleep with Shen Shangtong. Chapter 33 Sit. Do? Is it as I imagined? Meng Shuyi gazed at Shen Shangtong, who had stepped back, her expression still as cold as ever, yet the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her delight. Meng Shuyi, disregarding the presence of others, reached out to hook her arm around Shen Shangtong's waist, pulling her into her embrace. Taken by surprise, Shen Shangtong stumbled forward and collided into Meng Shuyi's arms. Their noses brushed lightly, sending a jolt through Meng Shuyi, whose heart, which had finally begun to stabilize, raced once more. Suppressing her own fluttering feelings, Shen Shangtong reached out to touch Meng Shuyi's earlobe, whispering, "Your heartbeat is so fast. Your breath is quite warm." Her voice, low and soft, was enticing. Meng Shuyi felt her ears heat up and itch, the warmth of Shen Shangtong's breath causing a tingling sensation on her lips. The feelings were overwhelming, and she was unsure where to focus her sensations first. Gripping Shen Shangtong's waist tighter, their bodies pressed closely together. "Don't tempt me," Meng Shuyi murmured into Shen Shangtong's shoulder, her voice muffled with a hint of grievance. Shen Shangtong's delighted laughter rang in Meng Shuyi's ears. "With you holding me like this, who is tempting whom?" Meng Shuyi tightened her embrace, as if attempting to quell her inner turmoil. "Are you a serpent?" Shen Shangtong lightly patted Meng Shuyi's shoulder. Meng Shuyi, puzzled, replied, "Huh, you're clinging to me so tightly." Shen Shangtong's voice was both soft and sultry. "It's quite suffocating." Meng Shuyi took several deep breaths before finally releasing her hold. She felt embarrassed, having just confirmed their relationship. Clinging to her like this was rather shameful. Meng Shuyi felt a flicker of indignation. Why was Shen Shangtong so composed? Did she not feel the slightest bit nervous or excited? Did she only agree to date her in order to get married? Meng Shuyi glanced up at Shen Shangtong, who was gazing up at the starry sky, focused on the fireworks. Noticing the slight blush on Shen Shangtong's ears and the rosy hue on her neck, Meng Shuyi realized that Shen Shangtong was indeed shy. This realization brought her a sense of balance. After all, it was Shen Shangtong who had initiated the kiss. Leaving Meng Shuyi flustered, a smile crept onto Meng Shuyi's lips as she tilted her head to watch the fireworks, her hand subtly reaching out to intertwine her pinky with Shen Shangtong's. Meanwhile, a group of 4 peepers in the distance exclaimed, "Pa!" Yichin remarked, "From today onwards, I have lost all respect for old Meng." Qi Ran added. Shen Shuang and Sheng Qinglan chimed in. "We have nothing to say." "There's no kissing scene." Yi Chun lamented. "I stayed up late, skipped the club, and came here to endure the cold wind just to see this. I must be out of my mind." Qi Ran had already given up on voicing any complaints. "Never mind. Now we have more material to tease old Meng," Sheng Qinglan said. Yi Chun brightened at this thought. "Oh right. This is enough for me to mock old Meng for half a year." Shen Shuang remained silent. The fireworks display lasted for 20 minutes. Once the excitement faded, a palpable stillness settled in. The crowd began to disperse. Shen Shangtong and Meng Shuyi took their time, remaining still, until Meng Shuyi suddenly shook her head in frustration. Shen Shangtong turned to her, asking, "What's wrong?" Meng Shuyi replied, "We shouldn't have chosen today to start dating." "Huh? Why?" Shen Shangtong, thinking Meng Shuyi had changed her mind, spoke with a tremor in her voice that she was unaware of. Meng Shuyi earnestly explained, "Today is Christmas, and it's also the day we began our relationship. That means we've lost a holiday." Shen Shangtong paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What kind of logic is that?" "Hey, happy holiday." Shen Shangtong shook her head. Meng Shuyi asked, "What's wrong? Are you not happy?" Shen Shangtong replied seriously, "We can still celebrate 2 holidays." Meng Shuyi patiently waited for Shen Shangtong to finish her thought. "You see, it's already the 26th." Meng Shuyi responded, "That's true. Considering that they had fireworks right when they confirmed their feelings, their relationship technically began at that moment." "All right, then we'll celebrate too." Meng Shuyi felt joy surge within her. After Christmas, they would celebrate their anniversary. Shen Shangtong couldn't help but ruffle Meng Shuyi's hair, affectionately agreeing. "Yes, we will celebrate too." Meng Shuyi tugged at Shen Shangtong's hand, accusing her playfully, "You're treating me like a child. Don't you like it?" "Well, it's not bad." They exchanged a glance, and Meng Shuyi found it amusing. Unable to suppress her laughter, Shen Xiangtong, influenced by Meng Shuyi's joy, raised her eyebrows and smiled. Let's head back, Shen Xiangtong said. Pinching Meng Shuyi's cheek, stop laughing. It hurts. Okay, Shen Xiangtong called for the driver. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the driver finally arrived. With others around, Meng Shuyi and Shen Xiangtong behaved themselves and refrained from saying anything inappropriate. They traveled in silence from Qinjiang Beach back to Yunwan, stopping in front of Building A9, that once they got out of the car and the driver drove away, the two tall figures stood facing each other in front of the door. Thank you, Meng Shuyi, that I had a wonderful evening, Shen Xiangtong said calmly, though Meng Shuyi detected a hint of affection in her tone. Meng Shuyi corrected her. The fireworks show was your idea, I know, but that's not what I meant. I had a great time too. So, shall we plan for next time? Shen Xiangtong nodded slightly. Sure. Meng Shuyi said. Good night. See you. See you tomorrow. Though Meng Shuyi bid her farewell, she remained rooted in place, her eyes still glued to Shen Xiangtong. Shen Xiangtong also hesitated to enter, and they gazed at each other in silence for a long while. How about we go inside and sit for a while? Shen Xiangtong finally broke the silence. Meng Shuyi replied, Sit? Do? Is it as I imagined? Before she could fully process the situation, Shen Xiangtong had already opened the door, taking Meng Shuyi's hand and leading her through the yard. Once inside, Meng Shuyi found herself pressed against the door. Her mind still in a daze as Shen Xiangtong's lips descended upon hers. Their cool lips initially made only fleeting contact, but soon, Shen Xiangtong grew dissatisfied with merely lingering on her lips and began to explore further. The soft sensation brought Meng Shuyi back to her senses as she wrapped her arms around Shen Xiangtong's neck, deepening the kiss. This is a censored version. Cherish it while you can. Chapter 34, Because I Like You. The passionate kiss behind the door lingered for what felt like an eternity. Meng Shuyi's hand slid from Shen Xiangtong's neck to her lower back. Shen Xiangtong gasped, releasing Meng Shuyi as she pulled away. Playfully scolding, You're not being very compliant. Meng Shuyi replied softly. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I couldn't help but think of you. How could I be compliant? Shen Xiangtong pinched Meng Shuyi's earlobe and asked in a husky voice. Is that so? Yes. Then who hesitated midway? Meng Shuyi hesitated. Shen Xiangtong continued to press. I did. Do you regret it tonight? Shen Xiangtong teased Meng Shuyi. I can give you another chance. Meng Shuyi shook her head but then remembered that in the darkness, Shen Xiangtong couldn't see her. Are you working tomorrow? Shen Xiangtong raised an eyebrow. What does work have to do with this? Meng Shuyi leaned closer to Shen Xiangtong's ear, speaking softly. I won't regret it tonight. I also want to make up for what we missed. I want to keep you from going to work tomorrow. Shen Xiangtong responded. Is this the Meng Shuyi I used to know? First, take a shower. Shen Xiangtong kissed Meng Shuyi's ear and then called out. Meaning, turn on the lights. The entire living room suddenly illuminated as brightly as day. Two individuals exchanged their shoes and stepped into the space. Meng Shuyi inquired. Shall we go together? Shen Xiangtong shook her head, citing the cold weather. Meng Shuyi observed that Shen Xiangtong did not appear to be as cold as she pretended, and seemed rather understanding. Shen Xiangtong led Meng Shuyi to the master bedroom upstairs, while she herself retreated to the guest room. Half an hour later, both were clad in bathrobes, disheveled from each other's playful tugging. Meng Shuyi recalled the last encounter, realizing she had lacked the strength to resist, and thus her movements became more fervent, her lips tinged with frustration. Meng Shuyi, be gentle. Shen Xiangtong gently nudged her shoulder. Is this truly your first time? Shen Xiangtong grasped Meng Shuyi's collar, pulling her closer, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Meng Shuyi's thoughts wandered back to the last occasion she had been thoroughly overwhelmed, igniting a mix of anger and embarrassment, compelling her to lower her head and stifle her sounds. Shen Xiangtong's voice faded at a critical moment. Meng Shuyi suddenly felt warmth in her nose, hastily covering it with her hand, only to reveal a palm full of blood. Upon seeing the blood on Meng Shuyi's hand, Shen Xiangtong could not contain her laughter. What's wrong with you? Shen Xiangtong adjusted her clothes and turned to the bedside table for tissues, recalling the last time this had happened. Meng Shuyi, muffling her nose, felt a wave of despondency wash over her. I don't know, she admitted. Shen Xiangtong tidied Meng Shuyi's attire and guided her to the washroom. Once cleaned up, Shen Xiangtong leaned against the doorframe and asked, Do you experience this with others as well? No, Meng Shuyi replied. Are you sure you want me to recount my past relationships on our first day of dating? Apologies, Shin Shutong responded, realizing her misstep. After washing her hands, Meng Shuyi removed the tissue from her nose. Noting the absence of further bleeding, she turned to Shin Shutong and declared, "As punishment, you shall keep me company in solitude." Shin Shutong retorted, "You may leave." Caught off guard, Meng Shuyi questioned, "Are you upset? I need a shower." Shin Shutong insisted, pushing her out and retreating to cleanse herself anew. When Meng Shuyi returned to the bed, she found herself half reclined, engrossed in her phone. Shin Shutong extinguished the lights and beckoned Meng Shuyi to lie down beside her. In a soft voice, Meng Shuyi asked, "Are you still feeling unwell?" "Sleep," came Shin Shutong's cool, emotionless reply. "I'm sorry. Why apologize? I feel like I'm neglecting you on our first day of dating." Meng Shuyi's voice carried a note of grievance. Shin Shutong reassured her softly, "It's perfectly fine. Love is not merely about physicality. That I do not exist solely for that purpose. Matters of the heart should occur naturally, like the ebb and flow of life, not as a scheduled event." Meng Shuyi remained silent, recognizing Shin Shutong's workaholic tendencies even in such discussions. "Then may I hold you as we sleep?" Shin Shutong nodded, raising her head slightly as Meng Shuyi wrapped her arm around her neck. Drawing her closer, Shin Shutong, "Why did you agree to date me?" "Must I answer?" Meng Shuyi hesitated. Shin Shutong avoided a direct response, leaving Meng Shuyi to wonder if the question had caused her discomfort. Perhaps it was best left unanswered. Meng Shuyi pondered that her interest in Shin Shutong stemmed from mere intrigue rather than love, making the inquiry seem unnecessary. Adults discussing love could be rather amusing. In the stillness of the room, as Meng Shuyi drifted into a hazy consciousness, Shin Shutong whispered, "Because I like you." Meng Shuyi, in a dreamy state, felt as though she were in a fantasy until her awareness faded completely. Shin Shutong murmured softly to herself, "Meng Shuyi, you have unwittingly started to care for me. Embarking on my ship, there is no turning back now." As soon as she finished speaking, Shin Shutong noticed Meng Shuyi's hand, resting on her waist, beginning to wander. Even in slumber, you are restless. Shin Shutong recalled the previous night when Meng Shuyi had been intoxicated, clinging to her, tugging at her clothes while babbling about needing to assess her suitability as a partner. Ultimately, she had fallen asleep mid-tug, leaving Shin Shutong to chuckle softly at the memory. She grasped Meng Shuyi's wandering hand and placed it on her forehead, planting a gentle kiss there, murmuring, "I never imagined I would reach the day of kissing you, of holding you while you sleep." My initial plan was to charm you into my grasp before gradually pursuing a relationship, yet you sought to dive into romance first. Very well, I shall yield to your wishes. Whatever you desire is acceptable. As long as the outcome remains the same, the journey matters little. Shin Shutong, savoring the moment, placed another kiss on Meng Shuyi's cheek and embraced her as they both succumbed to slumber. Chapter 35. A test of affection. When Meng Shuyi awoke, Shin Shutong was no longer by her side. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was only 7 o'clock. After freshening up, she descended the stairs. The first floor was eerily quiet, with sounds emanating from the kitchen. As she approached the kitchen doorway, she spotted Shin Shutong in casual attire, an apron tied around her waist as she cooked eggs. "Why are you doing this yourself?" Shin Shutong turned to face Meng Shuyi. "You're awake. Wash your hands and join me for breakfast." After washing her hands, Meng Shuyi, feeling a sudden urge, snatched a piece of toast and took a bite. Shin Shutong observed her without comment, carrying a plate of food outside, while turning back to instruct Meng Shuyi, "Pour some milk." "Oh, all right." Meng Shuyi complied, then frowned, realizing how naturally Shin Shutong had given instructions, following her lead. Meng Shuyi entered the dining area. Seated across from one another, they ate breakfast in silence, the atmosphere devoid of conversation. The quiet dining room was punctuated only by the occasional clink of cutlery against plates or glasses being set down. Meng Shuyi felt that the atmosphere, which should have been awkward, somehow felt right, as if they had been living this way for ages. After finishing their meal, Shin Shutong asked, "Would you consider moving in here?" Meng Shuyi shook her head. "You frequently travel for work. Why would I move in?" Shin Shutong found herself at a loss for a counterargument and shifted the topic. "Shall we schedule a visit to the doctor?" "Why?" Meng Shuyi questioned, puzzled. With a serious demeanor, Shin Shutong replied, "While it's entirely avoidable, frequent nosebleeds are not particularly good. It's best to have a checkup." Noticing Shin Shutong's pointed expression, Meng Shuyi reluctantly agreed. "I understand. Let me know when you've scheduled it. I can accompany you if you'd like, or I can arrange it for you." Shin Shutong spoke in an overly formal manner, making Meng Shuyi feel as though Shin Shutong was treating the matter as a project. Realizing this made Meng Shuyi's scalp tingle. I'll book it myself and go alone. You're too busy. Meng Shuyi was determined not to impose on Shin Shutong. Shin Shutong meticulously organized her tasks, executing them with precision. Meng Shuyi pondered how long she could endure Shin Shutong's stringent self-discipline. Fine. Shin Shutong did not dwell on the minutiae. That afternoon, Meng Shuyi visited the hospital for a checkup, quickly receiving the report indicating her health was normal. She called Shin Shutong to relay the news. Just avoid getting too excited. Everything is perfectly fine. Good to hear, came Shin Shutong's cool voice through the phone. What time do you finish work? Shall we have dinner together? Meng Shuyi asked, one hand on the steering wheel, the other holding her phone casually. Meng Shuyi found their relationship peculiar, yet not entirely so. It was odd that they had confirmed their relationship only the day before and had ended up in bed together. Yet their morning conversation and interactions resembled those of a long-married couple rather than newlyweds. However, it was not entirely surprising, given that they were no longer in their teenage years, where constant closeness was expected. All right, I should finish around 7. I'll pick you up then. After hanging up, Meng Shuyi couldn't help but chuckle at the sudden thought that crossed her mind. Everyone has their own way of dating. Why must it align with someone else's? As long as they felt comfortable, that was enough. As evening approached, the lights began to twinkle. Meng Shuyi drove to Shin Shutong's office building, parking before sending a message. I've arrived and I have a bit of work to finish up. I'll send Xiaoying to bring you up, came the reply. After a short while, Meng Shuyi spotted Shen Xiaoying exiting the building. Stepping out of her car, she was greeted cheerfully by Shen Xiaoying, who called out, "Sister-in-law." Finally managed to say it. Shen Xiaoying added with a grin. Meng Shuyi replied, "Let us not get carried away." "Why not? Is being called sister-in-law just a game between me and my sister?" "Of course not," Meng Shuyi instinctively countered. "Then it's settled. It's just a matter of time," Shen Xiaoying teased, grinning like a sly fox. Leading Meng Shuyi to Shen Shutong's office, Shen Xiaoying said, "Sister-in-law, please have a seat. My sister is still in a meeting and will be a while. There are books on the shelf and snacks in her drawer. Don't be shy." "All right." Meng Shuyi nodded, casting a casual glance around Shin Shutong's office. It bore a striking resemblance to most offices, featuring a reception area, a tea corner, a lounge, and a workspace, complete with a long desk and a plush executive chair. To the left of the desk, there was another door, presumably leading to a temporary living space. A flourishing cactus adorned the desk, its vitality evident. Meng Shuyi randomly pulled a book from the shelf, flipping through a few pages filled with professional texts. Indeed, it was very much like Shin Shutong. Even her office was lined with specialized books. Meng Shuyi silently scoffed, considering that with Shin Shutong's serious demeanor, it was unlikely she indulged in light reading. Bored, Meng Shuyi reclined in Shin Shutong's executive chair, staring vacantly at the ceiling. The door clicked open, and straightening up, she saw Shin Shutong enter, laptop in her arms. "I am sorry to have kept you waiting." Shin Shutong immediately apologized as she set down her computer. Meng Shuyi sighed. "No need to apologize. You haven't done anything wrong. Work is important. I'm just a bit idle." "All right," Shin Shutong replied without contesting. Shifting the topic, "Shall we dine at home or go out?" Meng Shuyi raised an eyebrow. "Will we have enough time to get home? The maid is on duty. Then let us eat at home." Shin Shutong concluded, packing her laptop into a bag. "Let us go." As they stepped out of the office, Shin Shuang sidled up. Sister-in-law, where are you two off to for a meal? Bring me along." Meng Shuyi felt a pang of embarrassment. It was one thing for Shin Shuang to call her sister-in-law when they were alone downstairs, but now, with a crowd of employees still working late, her shout drew everyone's attention. Shin Shutong took Meng Shuyi's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze, and turned to Shin Shuang. "You don't look hungry. Get back to work." Sister, Shin Shuang pleaded with a woeful expression. "I was wrong." Shin Shutong remained silent, and Shin Shuang leaped forward, wrapping her arms around Meng Shuyi's arm. "The sister-in-law, please be the judge. My sister has forgotten her sister for the sake of a pretty face." Meng Shuyi couldn't help but chuckle at Shin Shuang's antics. "The pretty face your sister is enamored with is me. Are you sure complaining to me will help?" Shin Shuang exclaimed. "Ah, this is outrageous. Sister-in-law, you and my sister are in cahoots." Meng Shuyi quipped. "We even share the same bed." Shin Shuang gasped. "Wow, there's juicy gossip. Sister-in-law, do tell. If you can't feed me, at least feed me some gossip. Are you sure it's not dog food?" Shin Shutong interjected coolly from the side. Shin Shuang retorted. Cruel. Chapter 36. No means no. Shin Shutong held Meng Shuyi's soft hand tightly as they walked slowly towards the door. Throughout the journey, Meng Shuyi kept her head down, uncertain whether it was due to shyness or some other concern. Upon reaching the door, Meng Shuyi spoke softly. Shin Shutong, don't you think what we're doing is a bit inappropriate? Her voice was barely audible, but Shin Shutong picked up on it, tilting her head slightly. Shin Shutong's gaze landed on Meng Shuyi's radiant face. Why do you say that? What do you wish to do? Meng Shuyi looked up and glanced back, her heart aching for the child who seemed so pitiful. I feel we can't just leave her behind. Shin Shutong furrowed her brow, questioning with uncertainty. So you want to take her along? Meng Shuyi nodded. Shin Shutong chuckled softly, turning to Shin Shuang, who was not far behind. If you want to indulge in some dog food, then hurry up and catch up. As soon as the words left her lips, Shin Shuang, previously downcast, pumped her fist in excitement, letting out a delighted howl. With a spring in her step, she dashed into the office, emerging less than half a minute later with her laptop bag in tow. Shin Shuang quickly bounded over to them, cheerfully exclaiming, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Meng Shuyi thought that if Shin Shuang had a tail, it would surely be wagging joyfully. All right, calling me sister-in-law is making me anxious. Shin Shuang pondered. Well, I can't exactly call you Meng Jie, can I? That would just confuse things. Fine, Meng Shuyi conceded, as long as it makes you happy. Shin Shuang raised an eyebrow at Shin Shutong, who nodded in approval, albeit subtly. Yet, Shin Shuang still found herself abandoned by the two. Meng Shuyi insisted on driving her own car, and Shin Shutong naturally took the passenger seat. Shin Shuang, feeling dejected, climbed into Shin Shutong's car, lamenting that she could only ride with the driver. Watching Shin Shuang stomp her feet in discontent as she reluctantly opened the car door, Meng Shuyi couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoying is just too amusing. Shin Shutong fastened her seatbelt, narrowing her eyes slightly at Meng Shuyi's words. Is Xiaoying perhaps too lively? Are you overly focused on her instead of your actual girlfriend sitting beside you? Shin Shutong unfastened her seatbelt with a click. As Meng Shuyi prepared to start the car. She heard the sound and turned to Shin Shutong, asking in confusion, "What's wrong? Did you forget something?" "Yes," Shin Shutong responded with a serious face. "What?" Meng Shuyi watched as Shin Shutong remained still, prompting her to unbuckle her own seatbelt. "Do you want me to accompany you to get it?" Without answering, Shin Shutong leaned over and kissed Meng Shuyi on the lips. Meng Shuyi was taken aback, bewildered by Shin Shutong's sudden kiss. Once she regained her composure, she blushed and pushed Shin Shutong away, but to no avail. The more she pushed, the more fervently Shin Shutong kissed her, even nibbling her lips. Resigned, Meng Shuyi ceased her resistance and began to kiss back. Sensing Meng Shuyi's response, Shin Shutong softened her approach, gently teasing Meng Shuyi's lips, murmuring, "Still thinking of others?" Meng Shuyi retorted, "Are you really jealous? Over your own sister?" Yet, a sweetness bubbled within her heart. She playfully chided Shin Shutong. "You seem different from before." Shin Shutong pulled back, a smile playing at the corners of her lips, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. "How was I before?" Meng Shuyi replied without hesitation. "You were the archetype of a cold and aloof CO. And now, a jealous vinegar jar," Meng Shuyi considered, adding, "like a real person." Shin Shutong couldn't help but chuckle at the description. What a peculiar analogy. Meng Shuyi took a moment to think, articulating, "You used to be like an ethereal being, detached from worldly emotions, not like an ordinary person with feelings." Shin Shutong gazed intently at Meng Shuyi, her hand forming a fist as if holding a microphone, presenting it to Meng Shuyi, clearing her throat theatrically. Shin Shutong declared, "This ethereal being has descended to the mortal realm for you, acquiring emotions. Pray tell, Miss Meng, what are your thoughts?" Meng Shuyi, amused by Shin Shutong's earnestness, felt a wave of sleepiness wash over her. Shin Shutong exclaimed. Meng Shuyi was indeed astonishingly candid, daring to speak her mind. "Are you shocked?" Meng Shuyi observed Shin Shutong's silence with unease. "Not at all," Shin Shutong replied, fastening Meng Shuyi's seatbelt, adding casually, "Just don't bleed from your nose." "This is utterly unanswerable," Meng Shuyi quipped. "Just wait. Tonight, I will definitely manage." Let us dine at home," Shin Shutong said, pinching Meng Shuyi's cheek. Meng Shuyi playfully grabbed Shin Shutong's hand, planting a kiss on it before securing her own seatbelt. "Girlfriend." Shin Shutong's smile broadened, her lips nearly stretching into a grin. The drive home was smooth and uneventful. During dinner, Meng Shuyi received a call from her mother. Where have you been? You've been away for 2 days. Setting down her chopsticks, Meng Shuyi picked up her phone to respond. Mom, I'm at Xin Shutong's place, so you found a good daughter-in-law. Forgetting your mother. Meng Wenyu replied teasingly. All right, be sure to bring her over for a meal. Meng Shuyi nodded in agreement. Sure, whenever she is free. After exchanging a few words, Meng Shuyi hung up the call. Xin Shuang looked astonished. Sister-in-law, did my sister just expose herself? Meng Shuyi turned to Xin Shutong, uncertainly asking, are you unwilling? Xin Shutong served a meatball to Xin Shuang, coolly instructing her, eat your meal properly. Don't speak out of turn. I'm aware. After Xin Shuang complied and returned to her food, Xin Shutong placed a piece of rib on Meng Shuyi's plate, calmly stating, there's no reluctance. It would be rude of me to have Meng Ai speak first. What rudeness? We just confirmed our relationship yesterday. We are not at the stage of discussing marriage yet. Meng Shuyi dismissed the concern. Persistently, she asked, are you hesitant about my family knowing about you this soon? Xin Shutong answered earnestly, I have no reservations. Let us just eat. Meng Shuyi remained silent. Xin Shutong was someone who rarely revealed her emotions, yet she had witnessed her displeasure firsthand. When Meng Shuyi had managed to infuriate Xin Shutong, the latter had simply left her, disregarding her inebriated state. Therefore, when Xin Shutong declared that something did not exist, it indeed did not. After dinner, Xin Shuang, ever perceptive, discreetly made her exit, despite her desire to linger and enjoy the unfolding drama. Chapter 37. Refusing to meet an ex. Starting with me, Meng Shuyi couldn't help but chuckle at Xin Shuang's hasty retreat. She had recently noticed that her sense of humor had diminished significantly. Even the slightest jest could send her into fits of laughter. Xin Shutong ruffled Meng Shuyi's hair, inquiring if it was truly that amusing. Meng Shuyi shrugged, admitting that she didn't know why she found it so easy to laugh. Meng Shuyi then composed herself, pulling Xin Shutong's hand away from her head. Xin Shutong asked, it's still early. Shall we go out or watch a movie? Do you want to go out? Meng Shuyi countered. I need to attend to some work, Xin Shutong replied candidly. Meng Shuyi waved her hand dismissively. Then you handle your business. I'll entertain myself. All right, Xin Shutong said, leaning down to plant a brief kiss on Meng Shuyi's lips. I'll be quick. If you feel bored, you can explore on your own. There's a gym, karaoke room, and movie room upstairs. You can check them out until I'm free to show you around. Meng Shuyi pinched Xin Shutong's waist, noting the lack of excess flesh, and found the sensation unappealing. She settled into the living room sofa, lost in thought. Although she had pursued Xin Shutong, it felt as if Xin Shutong perpetually regarded her as a child to be coddled. According to Xin Shutong's usual routine, she should have been working late at the office, yet yesterday and today, she had brought her work home. Had she disrupted Xin Shutong's rhythm? Was her previous insistence on marrying her merely a strategy to avoid such complications? Now, however, she was willing to carve out time to indulge in romance. What had changed? Last night at Xinjiang Beach, when Xin Shutong kissed her, Meng Shuyi felt certain that her emotions were genuine as for what she had vaguely heard last night. Because I like you. It felt ethereal, leaving her uncertain if it had truly been spoken or if it was a figment of her imagination. Perhaps she would inquire about it later. Meng Shuyi turned off the television and picked up her phone from the coffee table, intending to scroll through social media to pass the time. Just then, a text arrived. Shuyi, I'm in a city on a business trip. Can we meet? The sender was Xu Ranwei, who had been silent for the past 6 months. Meng Shuyi stared at the message, her expression somewhat dazed. She and Xu Ranwei had once shared an unhealthy relationship. Xu Ranwei was a meticulous egoist, and Meng Shuyi had never been part of her plans. Xu Ranwei always prioritized her work, to the extent that Meng Shuyi felt she might be less significant than Xu Ranwei's cat. Initially, after their breakup, Meng Shuyi had hoped for a message from Xu Ranwei seeking reconciliation. Yet, over the last 6 months, there had been no contact whatsoever. Now, the sudden outreach left Meng Shuyi feeling disoriented. After a moment's contemplation, Meng Shuyi replied, I'm not available to meet right now. Her laziness prevented her from even typing punctuation. She didn't want Xin Shutong to misunderstand, nor did she know how to face Xu Ranwei. There was no deep emotional bond between them. Meeting would only lead to physical encounters that it was better not to meet at all. However, Xu Ranwei was persistent, sending another message. Shuyi, I just want to see you. I mean no harm that we can chat like friends and reminisce. Meng Shuyi glanced at the time. It was 9 o'clock. Shin Shutong would likely be busy until 11. Would 2 hours suffice for a round trip? She was curious to know what Xu Ranwei had to say to ensure safety. Meng Shuyi suggested meeting at Sheng Qinglan's BAR.as. It turned out it was an utterly mortifying scene. Was it too late to buy a time machine? The moment Xu Ranwei entered and sat down, Shen Shuang and Sheng Qinglan descended the stairs, Meng Shuyi thought. Another day of failing to check the calendar before stepping out. Meng Shuyi, refusing to meet an ex, starting with me. I beg for mercy. Shen Shuang. Sister-in-law? Sheng Qinglan. Old Meng? Meng Shuyi had no choice but to stand up. Aching, Xiaoying. Shen Shuang looked at Xu Ranwei, her heart heavy as she asked Meng Shuyi, sister-in-law. Who is she? Sister-in-law. Xu Ranwei exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face. Shuyi, you're married? To a man or a woman? Why didn't you tell me? Upon hearing this, Shen Shuang's understanding dawned. Sister-in-law had just been flaunting her relationship with her sister, and within an hour, she was meeting her ex. Sister-in-law, does my sister know you're out? Seeing the disappointment in Shen Shuang's eyes, Meng Shuyi felt inexplicably guilty. She's busy with work. Shen Shuang replied. What work is so important that your wife is at risk of being taken away? She was incensed, unable to articulate her frustration. Wait, if my sister is busy with work, does that mean you feel justified in meeting your ex? It seemed absurd. How could her sister be so easily sidelined? Sheng Qinglan interjected. You truly have a knack for self-destruction that you're beyond saving. She gave Meng Shuyi a look that said handle your own affairs, then made her exit, before Meng Shuyi could utter a word to Xu Ranwei. She was dragged out of the bar by Shen Shuang. Xiaoying, Meng Shuyi protested, pulling her arm free. That you're hurting me. Shen Shuang released her grip, her tone frantic as she apologized. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I acted impulsively. Meng Shuyi hesitated, unsure how to begin explaining, and after a lengthy pause, she finally managed. There's nothing between us. It's all in the past. Shen Shuang opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately fell silent. Merely responding with a nonchalant Meng Shuyi felt drained. She had been caught red-handed, and no explanation would suffice. Let us go home. Shen Shuang nodded. In the Shen family's living room, Meng Shuyi and Shen Shuang exchanged glances, both unsure of how to proceed. Shen Shuang was torn about whether to inform her sister, while Meng Shuyi didn't know how to clarify the situation. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase, and as Shen Shutong descended, she regarded them with a puzzled expression. She first turned to Shen Shuang, asking, Xiaoying, what's wrong? Didn't you leave? Did you forget something? Shen Shuang replied, yes, I left something behind. I'll be on my way. With that, she turned back, glancing over her shoulder multiple times as she left. Meng Shuyi watched Shen Shuang depart, feeling lost and uncertain about how to face Shen Shutong. Shen Shutong settled beside Meng Shuyi, observing her dazed demeanor, and reached out to touch her forehead. What's the matter? Xiaoying has already left. What are you staring at? Meng Shuyi grasped Shen Shutong's hand, staring down at their entwined fingers. Mentally gathering her thoughts, Shen Shutong knelt beside her, tilting her head to meet her gaze, and softly asked, what's wrong? Are you upset because I've been too busy with work and haven't had time for you? The more considerate Shen Shutong became, the heavier Meng Shuyi's heart felt. Shen Shutong treated her with such kindness, carving out time from her busy schedule to be with her, yet here she was, allowing Xu Ranwei's mere words to entice her away. Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi looked up, meeting Shen Shutong's gaze directly. Shen Shutong, observing Meng Shuyi's serious expression, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. What's wrong? Has something happened? Chapter 38. A firm choice. Meng Shuyi took a moment to compose herself before finally asking, Shen Shutong, if one day you discover that I am not as wonderful as you believe, would you feel disappointed? Holding Meng Shuyi's hand, Shen Shutong's tone was unusually gentle as she replied, I've always known who you are. What's the matter? I want to meet Xu Ranwei, Meng Shuyi managed to say, the words escaping her lips with great difficulty, and Shen Shuang had witnessed it. Shen Shutong was taken aback. How could Meng Shuyi have finished meeting her ex so quickly? She struggled to articulate that it was all right. However, the words lodged in her throat, refusing to come out. An indescribable pain surged within her, akin to a multitude of tiny needles piercing her heart, rendering her almost breathless. This agony enveloped her heart like an invisible net, leaving her with no escape. Each breath became increasingly laborious, as if the air had transformed into lead, weighing Shen Shutong down until she could scarcely breathe. Did this mean she could never compete with Xu Ranwei? On that night in City S, Meng Shuyi's hesitation had allowed her to momentarily harden her heart and push Meng Shuyi away. But now, with Meng Shuyi meeting Xu Ranwei, did that signify regret over their relationship? If Meng Shuyi still harbored feelings for Xu Ranwei, could she bear to push her away once more? Just last night, they had agreed to try being together. This morning, they had shared breakfast in the evening. Meng Shuyi had come to pick her up from work. Earlier at the dining table, they had even discussed introducing each other to their parents. How could everything have shifted so dramatically in such a short span? Meng Shuyi gazed at Shen Shutong, who appeared utterly despondent before her. The rosy hue of her delicate lips had faded, rendering them pale, as though all vitality had been siphoned away. The pallid lips quivered faintly, reflecting a visage filled with despair and helplessness. Meng Shuyi's heart clenched painfully, as if gripped by an invisible hand. She had never encountered such a version of Shen Shutong, who had always exuded pride and grace. Maintaining an air of serene composure, with concern, Meng Shuyi asked, "Shen Shutong, what is the matter?" Shen Shutong collapsed onto the carpet, her hand weakly slipping from Meng Shuyi's grasp. After a prolonged silence, she finally reclaimed her voice, asking hoarsely, "Are you going to break up with me?" In a state of panic, Meng Shuyi tumbled from the sofa onto the carpet and exclaimed, "What breakup? I have no intention of breaking up." She shook Shen Shudong's shoulders anxiously. "Where are your thoughts wandering?" Shen Shudong's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart echoing the refrain that Meng Shuyi did not wish to part ways. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Shen Shudong stammered, forcing her tears back as she hesitantly inquired, "Do you still have feelings for her?" A glimmer of realization dawned on Meng Shuyi, and she felt a mixture of laughter and sorrow. How could Shen Shutong be so naive? She threw her arms around Shen Shutong, burying her face in the crook of her neck, and declared, "I went to see Xu Ranwei, but before I could even speak, I was brought back by shouting that I don't like Xu Ranwei. I don't like her. I don't like her at all." Meng Shuyi repeated this thrice, fearing that Shen Shutong might misinterpret her intentions. As Meng Shuyi's embrace caused Shen Shutong to fall back onto the carpet, the warmth at her neck jolted her back to reality, her mind finally clearing. Meng Shuyi had declared her disinterest in Xu Ranwei. Slowly, Shen Shutong extended her arms, wrapping them around Meng Shuyi's waist. "Meng Shuyi, please stop crying. I'm sorry." Meng Shuyi buried her head in Shen Shudong's neck, scolding, "Shen Shutong, can't you be a bit more assertive? You could question me about why I would be ambiguous with someone else, why you would allow such thoughts to fester, causing me to worry as well." Shen Shudong's tears, which she had tried to suppress, began to flow freely. They trickled from the corners of her eyes, tracing over her temples and disappearing into her hair. Shen Shutong struggled to articulate her thoughts, unsure of what to say, after having schemed for so long. Seeing a flicker of hope, she found this sudden turn of events unbearable and couldn't react in time. Meng Shuyi continued her tirade. "Shen Shutong, can't you be a little more fierce? Can't you assertively declare, Meng Shuyi, I will not allow you to harbor feelings for anyone else. You shall not like anyone else. You shall not be ambiguous with anyone else. You are my girlfriend, and you can only love me." Listening to Meng Shuyi's words, Shen Shudong's tears flowed even more freely than I'm afraid. "Meng Shuyi, you are so recklessly proud. How could you endure being treated in such a domineering manner?" It dawned on her that the haughty and proud Meng Shuyi also yearned for someone to make a steadfast choice. While she had pushed her away, Shen Shutong tightened her embrace and solemnly articulated, "Meng Shuyi, I will not allow you to harbor feelings for anyone else. You shall not like anyone else. You shall not be ambiguous with anyone else. You are my girlfriend, and you can only love me." Meng Shuyi playfully bit Shen Shudong's shoulder, who suppressed a cry of pain. "That I have said before, I do not appreciate ambiguity. Everything should be clear from the start, including our relationship. If I err, I will admit it, but Shen Shutong, will you acknowledge your mistakes?" "I'm sorry," Shen Shutong conceded, admitting that in the realm of romance, she had indeed faltered compared to Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi was open and forthright, love being an unadulterated expression of passion, while she herself had always been a shadowy figure, unworthy of Meng Shuyi's affection. Resting her head on Shen Shudong's shoulder, Meng Shuyi inquired softly, "So, can you tell me now?" Shen Shutong gently pushed Meng Shuyi into a seated position so they faced each other. Gazing into Meng Shuyi's eyes, she confessed, "Yes, I like you, Meng Shuyi. I truly like you." Meng Shuyi reached up to wipe away Shen Shudong's tears, playfully scolding. Why didn't you say so earlier? Shin Shutong asked. And what about you? Meng Shuyi wrapped her arms around Shin Shutong's neck, drawing her closer and planting a fervent kiss upon her lips. The kiss was passionate and unrestrained, soothing the tumultuous ache within Shin Shutong's heart. Meng Shuyi tenderly caressed Shin Shutong's slightly swollen lips, whispering, Shin Shutong, I like you, do you remember? I like you. If I didn't like you, I would never pursue a relationship with you. Remember, Xu Ranwei is not an ex. She is merely a passerby. I never had a romantic involvement with her. Do you understand? Meng Shuyi's voice grew louder with each declaration, resonating in Shin Shutong's ears and sending tremors through her heart. Overcome with emotion, Shin Shutong embraced Meng Shuyi tightly, whispering in her ear. I remember. Meng Shuyi reassured her. From now on, no more jumping to conclusions. You can ask me anything. Shin Shutong obediently nodded. I understand. Then, Shin Shutong hesitantly began. Can you tell me the backstory? Meng Shuyi took Shin Shutong's hand, guiding her to wash away the remnants of tears. All right. Chapter 39. Confessions of the Heart. Once both had freshened up, they nestled together on the sofa, with Meng Shuyi leaning against Shin Shutong's shoulder. Meng Shuyi gathered her thoughts about her encounter with Xu Ranwei, pondering, did I disrupt your rhythm? What makes you say that? Shin Shutong asked, one arm around Meng Shuyi's waist while the other played with her hand. Meng Shuyi recounted how Shin Shutong had taken time to address work matters yesterday and today. Shin Shutong candidly replied, whenever you come to find me, I will always make time for you. You are my girlfriend, and I must consider your needs. Of course, when I am busy, I will inform you, like I did just now. You did throw off my rhythm a bit, but that's negligible. You need not feel any psychological burden. Meng Shuyi felt a wave of relief wash over her and explained, I didn't wish to meet Xu Ranwei. I merely wanted to see what she might say. We never had any feelings for each other. So rekindling anything is utterly impossible. That's not true. Back in S City, when we were halfway through, you hesitated, and I was too afraid to gamble, Shin Shutong said, sounding aggrieved. Meng Shuyi chuckled. We weren't even in a relationship then. You holding me accountable for something so long ago? Shin Shutong averted her gaze in embarrassment, her voice growing even more pitiful. But you went to see her without telling me. Meng Shuyi, noticing Shin Shutong's bashful demeanor, was tempted to tease her, but given Shin Shutong's earlier state, she decided against it. With a gentle tone, Meng Shuyi comforted her. I was wrong. I feared I would disrupt your work, thinking I could return before you finished. Who knew I would run into Xiaoying? You went to see another woman and got caught by Xiaoying, and now you're blaming her. Shin Shutong struggled to maintain her anger, but ended up laughing mid-sentence. If not for the commotion that evening, she might not have confirmed Meng Shuyi's feelings. Meng Shuyi quickly admitted her fault. It's all my fault. I was too reckless before, which made you feel insecure. But you never expressed your feelings either, so I felt wronged. Shin Shutong tightened her embrace, suggesting, let's just let this go, shall we? Meng Shuyi squeezed Shin Shutong's hand. All right, let's move past it. I will tell you when I meet anyone in the future. Shall we sleep? It's already late, Shin Shutong said, observing Meng Shuyi's fatigue. Yes, Meng Shuyi replied, feeling drained after a long day spent at the hospital and then crying that evening. Shin Shutong lifted her gently, carrying her upstairs. Meng Shuyi reveled in the warmth of Shin Shutong's embrace, burying her face into her neck. Shin Shutong, you are truly wonderful, Meng Shuyi murmured, her voice soft and filled with affection. Why are you so coy? I am not, Shin Shutong retorted playfully as she laid Meng Shuyi on the bed, helping her remove her shoes and pulling up the blanket to keep her warm. With half-closed eyes, Meng Shuyi mumbled. You can't deny it. You clearly like me, but won't admit it. Shin Shutong slipped off her shoes and joined Meng Shuyi under the covers, wrapping her arms around her. I have said it. You just didn't believe me. Meng Shuyi turned to face Shin Shutong, asking, so, the reason you persistently sought to marry me is that you like me? Shin Shutong nodded. Meng Shuyi concluded, see, you indeed are a little coy. This is truly irrefutable. If one were to be as direct as Meng Shuyi, it would not be appropriate either, considering she herself proposed marriage, only to be rejected. I straightforwardly approached you with the same intention. Yet you did not consent. Meng Shuyi. It seems that is indeed the case. Shin Shutong is quite forthright, taking a direct approach, yet she finds herself doubting Shin Shutong's intentions. Meng Shuyi sincerely apologized. Expressing her regret, Shin Shutong pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, reassuring her that what was past is past, and henceforth, there is no need for apologies. All right. Meng Shuyi suddenly felt the need to address Zhou Baiyang. If the chaos caused by Xu Ranwei was so tumultuous, what if Zhou Baiyang returned to stir up trouble? Would Xin Shutong not be devastated? Xin Shutong. Meng Shuyi's tone was overly formal, causing Xin Shutong's heart to tighten with the premonition of impending significance. What is it? Meng Shuyi briefly explained the situation regarding Zhou Baiyang, feeling somewhat anxious afterward, only to be met with Xin Shutong's response. I am aware of this, Meng Shuyi. It slipped my mind that she and Xin Shutong attended the same high school. How could Xin Shutong not know? Clearly, I had been preoccupied with Zhou Baiyang, neglecting other matters. My grandfather mentioned that the school organized a fundraiser for Xin Shutong's grandmother's surgery back then, yet I have no recollection of it. So, do I still have secrets from you? Xin Shutong gazed at Meng Shuyi with a smile. None. Meng Shuyi, feeling indignant, asked with a smile, do you remember what you asked me during the interview today? Xin Shutong froze for a moment, her smile faltering as she had not anticipated such a sudden shift in topic, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, Xin Shutong stammered. Wasn't that a rather abrupt change of subject? As if attempting to evade something, Xin Shutong quickly yawned, rubbed her eyes, and feigned weariness, saying, oh dear, I suddenly feel so sleepy. However, Meng Shuyi had no intention of letting Xin Shutong off easily. She swiftly reached out, gently cradling Xin Shutong's face, looking at her with a blend of authority and tenderness, and softly commanded, no sleeping. Xin Shutong lifted her head to meet Meng Shuyi's gaze, hesitating momentarily before cautiously inquiring, do you truly wish for that? Meng Shuyi nodded, affirming her desire. Xin Shutong bit her lip, hesitating as she suggested, very well, you should wash your hands and trim your nails first. Meng Shuyi shook her head, playfully pouting, I don't want to. Xin Shutong adopted a serious demeanor, pretending to be stern as she warned Meng Shuyi, if you refuse to wash your hands and trim your nails, I might just kick you. Do not blame me for being too harsh at that point. Meng Shuyi was not intimidated. Instead, she laughed and leaned closer, her lips near Xin Shutong's ear, whispering, did I kick you too hard last time? The warm breath from Meng Shuyi brushed against Xin Shutong's sensitive skin, causing her to shiver and nearly lose control. Meng Shuyi leaned in closer, lightly kissing the side of Xin Shutong's neck. Xin Shutong, her face flushed, softly replied, yes, it did hurt a bit. Who told you to tease me so? Meng Shuyi queried, were you plotting this all along? Indeed, Xin Shutong admitted, momentarily distracted by Meng Shuyi's playful words and gentle kisses. Could you not be more direct? Did I not speak directly? Xin Shutong wrapped her arms around Meng Shuyi's neck, tilting her head to kiss her lips. I asked you first. I only proceeded once you agreed. Meng Shuyi, never mind. Revisiting old grievances seems pointless. Xin Shutong had long since laid the trap, leaving no room for error. Meng Shuyi focused on teasing Xin Shutong. Longing for her. It had been a desire long nurtured. A condensed version, likely trimmed by 100 words. Those who arrive late may fill in the blanks themselves. Meng Shuyi did not disappoint Xin Shutong's expectations, receiving several playful kicks in return. Meng Shuyi massaged her shoulder while assisting the fatigued Xin Shutong with washing up and changing the bedding. Afterward, she took a refreshing shower and returned revitalized to embrace Xin Shutong as they drifted to sleep. Xin Shutong felt a twinge of regret for having offended her partner so harshly, realizing the retaliation was somewhat severe. Yet, more than anything, she felt at ease and fulfilled, knowing her sentiments were reciprocated by Meng Shuyi. It was worth it. Does your shoulder hurt? Xin Shutong took a long moment to regain her composure, her thoughts finally aligning. It does, but the kicks were worth it, Meng Shuyi replied softly, inhaling the fragrance of Xin Shutong's hair. Chapter 40. This prize is quite nice. Xin Shutong tossed and turned throughout the night. As the time for work approached, at precisely 7 o'clock, she hurried to Xin Shutong's residence. Upon entering the living room, a faint sound emanated from the kitchen. Initially, Xin Shutong assumed it would be the aunt preparing breakfast. But what she encountered was an astonishing sight. Meng Shuyi was embracing Xin Shutong from behind, their necks intertwined like conjoined twins, intimately preparing breakfast together. Xin Shutong instinctively covered her eyes, unable to bear witnessing such an overly affectionate scene. She had initially worried about her sister being heartbroken, so she had risen early to check in, only to be met with 1,000 points of critical damage from the reality before her. She was forcefully inundated with a mouthful of dog food. Unable to contain herself, Xin Shutong spat. Pa. The two in the kitchen turned at the sound, and Meng Shuyi cheerfully waved to Shen Shuai. Xiaoying, you're here so early. Have you had breakfast yet? Shen Shutong felt a bit uneasy. She usually presented a serious and aloof demeanor in front of Xiaoying, and now being seen in such a close manner with Meng Shuyi made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Shen Shutong maintained her composed facade, leaving Shen Shuai none the wiser. However, Meng Shuyi quickly noticed the rising temperature in Shen Shutong's neck, the pale skin hinting at a slight blush. How enticing. I want to kiss her. Unfortunately, someone was still standing at the kitchen door. Meng Shuyi released Shen Shutong, opting to rein in her demeanor in front of others. Shen Shutong was easily flustered, and Meng Shuyi did not wish for anyone to witness Shen Shutong's blushing and bashful reactions. Even if that person was Shen Shutong's sister. Shen Shuai exhaled in relief, seeing that her sister had indeed been cheered up by her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is quite capable. She managed to cheer up my sister. Good morning, sister-in-law. Good morning, sister. Is there breakfast for me? Shen Shutong, in high spirits, listed the breakfast options: congee or bread, egg salad, whole wheat chicken wrap, custard bun, or wontons. Shen Shuai, astonished, exclaimed, Sister, why are there so many varieties today? Shen Shutong replied. Is it because I forgot to instruct the aunt to prepare a proper breakfast the day before, leaving Meng Shuyi and I to settle for bread? And so, I specifically asked the aunt to prepare a wider selection today? Clearly, that was not the case. What do you want to eat? Feel free to grab it yourself, Shen Shutong said, as she and Meng Shuyi took what they desired, each carrying a plate to the dining room. As Shen Shutong placed her plate down, Meng Shuyi swiftly glanced at the kitchen, then pressed a kiss to Shen Shutong's cheek. After the kiss, she lingered a moment before sitting down across from her. Shen Shutong smiled, clearly relishing Meng Shuyi's affection. Meng Shuyi took a sip of milk and teased, I thought you wouldn't enjoy such displays of intimacy. Shen Shutong, sipping her congee, nodded slightly. Did that mean she didn't like it? Meng Shuyi, noticing Shen Shutong's shyness, took delight in teasing her further. You do like it. Shen Shutong, resigned, earnestly stated her feelings. Such a good girl. I'll reward you later. Shen Shuai, carrying her plate to the dining room entrance, thought to herself, I really shouldn't be here. What on earth am I doing here? Meng Shuyi called out to Shen Shuai, Xiaoying, why are you dawdling at the door? Come in and sit down. All right, sister-in-law, Shen Shuai replied, moving to sit beside Shen Shutong. Upon closer proximity, she noticed her sister's complexion was somewhat off. Sister, did you not sleep well last night? Perhaps you should go to the office a little later. Shen Shutong paused her hand that was scooping congee, then resumed as if nothing had happened, softly stating, Eat your breakfast. Shen Shuai wondered if she had inadvertently asked something inappropriate. Glancing at Meng Shuyi, she noted her rosy complexion and vibrant energy. A bold thought crossed her mind. Could it be that her sister had engaged in intimate activities? Sister, how do you plan to celebrate your birthday this year? Meng Shuyi paused her meal, looking up to inquire, Shen Shutong, is your birthday approaching? Shen Shutong responded with a nonchalant nod. Yes, January 2 ND. Meng Shuyi appeared somewhat perplexed, even if birthdays were not a grand affair. Was it not odd to react so indifferently? Do you have any plans? Shen Shutong shook her head. It will probably be like any other year. Meng Shuyi turned her gaze to Shen Shuai, who seemed hesitant to speak. Shen Shutong set down her spoon, stating, I'm finished eating, before standing up and leaving. Shen Shuai watched her sister's retreating figure, then withdrew her gaze, whispering to Meng Shuyi, my cousin's birthday happens to fall on New Year's Day. Our grandfather favored boys over girls, so my sister's birthday was always celebrated alongside New Year's when we were young. Meng Shuyi felt a complex mix of emotions, unsure of what to say. Tossing her spoon aside, she declared, I'll go check on your sister. All right, sister-in-law. Shen Shuai conscientiously returned the tray to the kitchen. Meng Shuyi entered the cloakroom, where Shen Shutong sat on the carpet, her arms wrapped around her knees. With a calm expression and a nonchalant tone, Shen Shutong inquired, What brings you up here? Shen Shutong, are you unhappy? Meng Shuyi sat beside her, their arms brushing against one another. I am not unhappy, Shen Shutong replied, her voice cool and devoid of emotion. Did you have enough to eat for breakfast? Meng Shuyi took Shen Shutong's hand, playfully biting it. Are you a dog? Stop biting and let go. Shen Shutong, slightly vexed, swatted at her shoulder. Meng Shuyi chuckled. I thought you wouldn't get angry. Isn't that just your cat-like claws showing? Shen Shutong covered her wrist, glaring at Meng Shuyi with mild annoyance. Who bites without saying a word? Meng Shuyi lunged at her, pinning Shen Shutong onto the carpet, her entire weight pressing down. I don't just bite. I also devour you. Shin Shudong's words were abruptly silenced by Meng Shuyi's kiss, rendering her voiceless. After some time, Shin Shutong finally began to respond. They kissed for over 10 minutes before Meng Shuyi released her. Shin Shudong's chest rose and fell, breathing heavily, her face a picture of confusion as she remarked, I just finished breakfast. I haven't even rinsed my mouth. And now you remember this, after we finished kissing? Meng Shuyi laughed, rolling on the floor. Why did you suddenly kiss me? Shin Shudong's cheeks flushed, her expression tinged with playful reproach. I was rewarding you, Meng Shuyi declared with conviction. What reward? The reward I promised at the dining table earlier. Shin Shutong, recalling their conversation during breakfast, suddenly smiled. Meng Shuyi's surprises were always unexpected. Your kissing skills are quite impressive. Meng Shuyi boasted, tilting her chin towards Shin Shutong, isn't it? The brave Shin Shutong, who dares to voice her feelings, deserves a reward. Isn't this prize delightful? Shin Shutong's heart softened. Meng Shuyi had always been so considerate and kind. It's time for work. You should go. I need to change. The workaholic Shin Shutong has returned, Meng Shuyi teased. Shin Shutong. Meng Shuyi called out as she reached the door. Chapter 41. Work still awaits. Why are there so many clothes here that suit me? Meng Shuyi questioned, perplexed, noting how many items in the cloakroom matched her style and size, including undergarments and toiletries. Shin Shudong's wardrobe had primarily consisted of work attire, and she doubted these were meant for Shin Shutong herself. They were prepared for you, Shin Shutong admitted after a moment's hesitation. Meng Shuyi, taken aback, asked, specifically for me? Shin Shutong nodded. Meng Shuyi struggled to comprehend. Had Shin Shutong been certain they would be together? When did you prepare these? How long have you been getting ready? Meng Shuyi hesitantly inquired. Since half a year ago, Shin Shutong replied casually. Upon hearing this, Meng Shuyi felt a surge of fear. Observing Shin Shudong's composed demeanor stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her. Half a year ago, Shin Shutong had started preparing so long ago. How much did she truly like me? Meng Shuyi felt her throat dry, swallowing hard as she stammered. This, so early. Her voice was slightly hoarse. I apologize if I frightened you, Shin Shutong said softly. Meng Shuyi took a deep breath, attempting to regain her composure. She found it difficult to accept Shin Shudong's actions. Such meticulous thoughtfulness left her both astonished and burdened. Dark thoughts crept into her mind. Was this some scheme devised by Shin Shutong? Shin Shutong was too profound, too intimidating. Over the past 6 months, she had been gradually attempting to ensnare her, while Meng Shuyi found herself slowly falling deeper. She had watched herself cautiously approach Shin Shutong, wondering if Shin Shutong reveled in this pursuit, like a hunter observing its prey inch closer to the trap, relishing the sight of it sinking deeper into the quagmire. Meng Shuyi struggled to articulate her thoughts, her mind swirling chaotically. I'm sorry. I need to calm down. Before she could finish her sentence, Meng Shuyi, resembling a startled deer, turned and fled in a panic. Her hurried departure seemed as if she were being chased by something terrifying. Meng Shuyi, Shin Shutong called out softly, instinctively, as she watched her retreating figure. The only response was the profound silence of the empty corridor. Had she truly frightened her? Shin Shudong's gaze dimmed, her heart sinking like a stone. The cool, aloof aura that enveloped her returned, resembling an insurmountable iceberg, cold and distant, seemingly untouched by the world around her. Shin Shutong reverted to her emotionless, work-absorbed self, devoid of warmth or feeling. The icy figure lingered at the door for some time before silently retreating to her room. Changing into a neat and appropriate work outfit, then descended the stairs slowly. Each step appeared steady and resolute, lacking the lightness of the past few days. Shin Shuyi approached her. Sister, what's wrong with your wife? Shin Shutong offered no reply, brushing past her as she exited. Once in the car, Shin Shutong closed her eyes in the back seat, leaving Shin Shuyi uncertain of her thoughts. Everything had seemed perfectly fine. Isn't your wife supposed to be checking on you? Why did she come down looking so lost and hurried? Shin Shuyi hesitated before suggesting, Sister, let me handle the collaboration with Qing City. I will go. Shin Shudong's voice remained cold and unwavering within the vehicle. Shin Shuyi turned to her. Sister, are you not? I said I will go, Shin Shutong repeated, her tone leaving no room for dispute. All right, Shin Shuyi acquiesced reluctantly. What about your wife? The only response was silence. As the car neared the exit of the community, Shin Shutong said, Xiaoying, you? What's wrong, sister? Go check on the Meng family. Shin Shutong struggled to articulate. See if she's returned home. Take the afternoon off. Understood. The driver halted, and Xin Shuang exited the car. Meng Shuyi returned home in her pajamas, her disheveled appearance startling Meng Wenyu. What's wrong? Mom, Meng Shuyi uttered, but said nothing further. Meng Wenyu fetched a blanket to wrap around her. What happened? You seemed fine during our call last night. Why are you home like this so early? It's so cold. Don't you know to dress warmly? What if you catch a cold? Cocooned in the blanket on the sofa. Meng Shuyi stared blankly, not absorbing a single word from her mother's concerned inquiries. Her mind was a chaotic mess, replaying moments over the past 6 months involving Shen Shutong, that it felt like every instance of Shen Shudong's presence was too coincidental. Although, most of the time, it had been her own doing. No, Shen Shutong was always busy with work. How could she possibly appear at her convenience to assert her presence? When Meng Shuyi first added Shen Shutong on WeChat, Shen Shutong had not shown up for an entire month. What about Shen Shuang? To what extent had she played a role in this? From the moment they first met at the CAF, Shen Shuang had been eager to introduce her to Shen Shutong. During their hot pot dinner, she had shared little secrets about Shen Shutong. And when Meng Shuyi was on a business trip, Shen Shuang had asked her to bring tea leaves. That very act had led to her entanglement with Shen Shutong. Later, when Shen Shutong fell ill, she had again asked Meng Shuyi to look after her. Were these actions solely Shen Shuang's initiative? Or had Shen Shutong orchestrated them? The doorbell rang. Auntie informed her that someone named Shen Shuang wished to visit. Hearing the name, Meng Shuyi coldly commanded, "Tell her to leave. I don't want to see her." Regardless of whether Shen Shuang acted independently or under Shen Shudong's direction, Meng Shuyi placed the blame squarely on Shen Shutong. After all, they were sisters. Together, they had conspired against her. How foolish she had been to plunge into this situation. Even developing feelings for Shen Shutong, what was Shen Shudong's true motive in orchestrating this? Meng Shuyi tugged at her hair, burying her head in her knees in distress. Meng Wenyu, worried, watched her daughter sit in silence. The clock on the wall chimed. Meng Shuyi looked up to see it was already 9 o'clock. Frustrated, she shook her head, realizing she had forgotten to go to work. Meng Shuyi rose to head upstairs, tidied herself, and then descended. Spotting Meng Wenyu in the living room, she curiously asked, "Mom, why are you still home? Aren't you going to work?" Meng Wenyu replied, "Where are you going?" Meng Shuyi succinctly responded, "To work. Long past is the age of being consumed by heartbreak. And moreover, this time it is not a matter of lost love. A brief period of despondency is all that is required. For classes must continue. It was only upon stepping outside that I remembered my car was parked at Shen Shudong's villa. The car keys and my phone both remain in my bag, as I had hastily departed without them." Meng Shuyi vented her frustrations into the air. Chapter 42. The number you dialed is currently turned off. Meng Shuyi arrived at the company following Meng Wenyu's car. The secretary's office, intimidated by her unsmiling countenance, fell into a hushed silence, their voices reduced to mere whispers, though she claimed to be at work. She accomplished little and found her thoughts drifting during the meeting. After the meeting adjourned, Meng Wenyu guided her disheartened daughter back to the office. Perhaps your mother should grant you a break. You should take a moment to clear your mind." "Mother, I'm fine." Meng Shuyi's voice was mechanical, hollow, and calm. Yet Meng Wenyu remained unconvinced that a mother knows her child well. It seemed that this time, her daughter was struggling to overcome something significant. It was a mistake to be complacent. That night, she had clearly witnessed Shen Shudong's deep-seated machinations, yet she allowed her beloved daughter to sink into despair. Alas, as a parent, one can provide ample material comforts and quality educational opportunities. But certain experiences must be faced alone, burdens borne individually, and one cannot forever shield their child beneath their protective wings. Meng Wenyu led Meng Shuyi to the sofa, enveloping her in an embrace. Gently asking, "Can you share your thoughts with your mother?" Meng Shuyi leaned weakly against her mother, unsure of how to begin. After a prolonged silence, Meng Wenyu tenderly patted her shoulder, reminiscent of soothing her to sleep as a child. Patiently awaiting her to speak. "Mother," Meng Shuyi began, her gaze vacant, "Shen Shutong had prepared everything for me 6 months ago. Clothes, toiletries, and such. It terrifies me. I had not even met her at that time." Meng Wenyu, upon hearing this, felt a chill wash over her, involuntarily shivering. "Did you discover this yourself, or did Shen Shutong tell you?" She inquired hesitantly. "I asked her. She told me herself." Meng Shuyi's tone was flat, but her slightly trembling hands betrayed her inner fear. Meng Wenyu tightened her embrace, reassuring her, "It's all right. Did Shin Shutong mention why she did this? Meng Shuyi fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, Mother, when I heard her say she had begun preparing everything before I even knew her, I was frightened. I didn't ask further. Has Shin Shutong ever harmed you in any way? Meng Wenyu's gaze rested on her daughter's pallid face, yet she still posed the question. Meng Shuyi pondered, following her mother's train of thought. Indeed, she had been so consumed by fear that she neglected to ask Shin Shutong the reason behind her actions, nor did she provide her an opportunity to explain. After all, she had not done anything to hurt her. Shin Shutong, with her enigmatic nature, often left many things unsaid, keeping her thoughts concealed. However, Shin Shuyi had stirred the waters between them, introducing elements of deception. No, Mother, Meng Shuyi reflected, finding no evidence of harm from Shin Shutong. Perhaps there were instances of which she was unaware, startled by her own thoughts. Meng Shuyi questioned why she had cast Shin Shutong in such a negative light. When had her thoughts turned so dark? It would be prudent to clarify things with Shin Shutong. If she had approached you upon your first meeting, declaring her long-standing affection for you, would that not have frightened you even more? Meng Wenyu was reluctant to speak in defense of Shin Shutong, yet she could not bear to witness her precious daughter entrenched in anguish. Meng Shuyi rummaged through her coat pocket, only to find it empty. Her phone was not with her. Mother, I am going back to my office. Meng Shuyi gently pressed her forehead against Meng Wenyu's. Thank you. Mother, be sure to ask clearly, Meng Wenyu added as her daughter departed. Back in her office, Meng Shuyi retrieved her spare phone from the drawer and logged onto WeChat. There were no messages from Shin Shutong. She felt her heart, which had briefly fluttered, sink once more. Then she shook her head. Having left her phone at Shin Shutong's home meant she would miss any calls or messages. Halfway through typing a message, she deleted it and opted to call instead. However, a mechanical voice responded. The number you have dialed is currently turned off. Please try again later. Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is powered off. Meng Shuyi's hand, which held the phone, fell limply to her side. Shin Shutong was perpetually enigmatic. She must be in a meeting. How could she maintain such an unflappable demeanor while working? A single word from her sent Meng Shuyi into turmoil, yet she remained focused on her tasks. Was this not a testament that she held no affection for her? Clearly, her work took precedence over Meng Shuyi's emotions. Her preparations were merely a calculated assurance that Meng Shuyi would fall for her, that they would be together. The past few days were simply Shin Shutong taking a break to indulge in playful moments with her, creating the illusion that she reciprocated those feelings from the onset of their acquaintance. The topic of marriage had been broached on Christmas Eve. She had asserted, it's different if it's merely about marriage. It can be a superficial arrangement. A romantic relationship requires intimacy and heartfelt connection. Thus, it became evident that from the very beginning, Shin Shutong sought a marriage of convenience that in contrast, Meng Shuyi had eagerly pursued a romantic connection, to which Shin Shutong had readily acquiesced. Last night, when her mother called, she had not resisted the idea of meeting her. Did that imply she wished for a swift marriage? Meng Shuyi let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, adults seemed ill-suited for love. Why dwell on such matters? Her affection for Shin Shutong was her own concern. It mattered little whether Shin Shutong returned those feelings that it was her insistence on pursuing someone who was seemingly unwilling to engage. What significance lay in chasing after someone who no longer wished to play? Meng Shuyi, it was high time you relinquished your naive and childish notions. Zhou Baiyong was right. She had remained immature and oblivious, even after all these years. Taking several deep breaths, Meng Shuyi set her phone aside. She diligently addressed the backlog of documents and emails that had accumulated. Once completed, she even seized the opportunity to take over Meng Wenyu's assignment for the afternoon business trip. Meng Wenyu was perplexed. In the past, she had wished to delegate work to her daughter, who would often shy away from responsibility. Now, witnessing her daughter's newfound diligence made her heart ache. Ultimately, the weary mother had no choice but to call the family housekeeper, instructing her to pack Meng Shuyi's belongings, while the driver returned home to fetch them, ensuring Meng Shuyi would fly to Jiangqing. Meng Shuyi sat in the airport lounge. Lost in thought, she reflected on the events of the past few days. Akin to a child playing house, a quiet laugh escaped her. How could she be so trivial? Previously, she had sought ways to evade business trips, yet now she found herself eagerly accepting such burdensome tasks. Meng Shuyi boarded the plane with her team, and as she switched off her phone, Shin Shutong was just disembarking. The moment she turned her phone back on, A missed call notification from Meng Shuyi appeared. Chapter 43. Fei Yu. Xin Shutong entered her vehicle and began dialing Meng Shuyi's number, only to be met with the same cold, mechanical voice. The number you have dialed is currently turned off. During the 40-minute drive, she spent 30 minutes attempting to reach her, but to no avail. Xin Shutong then called Xin Shuyi, only to learn that Meng Shuyi had not been in contact. Frustrated, she hung up and continued to dial several more times, each resulting in the same disheartening message that it was time to meet with a client. Xin Shutong sent Meng Shuyi a text. "I am sorry. I was unable to answer your call." After sending, she silenced her phone in the conference room. A 3-hour discussion unfolded smoothly, with the other party displaying remarkable sincerity and professionalism that a consensus was reached on the major points, while several critical contract clauses required further negotiation and modification. Stealing a glance at her phone, Xin Shutong noted the absence of any messages. Taking a deep breath, she quelled her hopes, stowing her phone away as she and her team checked into the hotel to work overnight on revisions. As Meng Shuyi disembarked from her flight and opened her phone, a cascade of missed calls greeted her, each one from Xin Shutong. Staring at the 47 missed calls, she felt an indescribable sensation. A single message lay in her inbox. "I am sorry. I was unable to answer your call." Without any explanations or inquiries, Meng Shuyi did not return calls or messages, having switched off her phone. After settling into the hotel, she opened the materials to review. Meng Shuyi had taken Meng Wenyu's position, yet she was not well acquainted with the tasks at hand and still needed to familiarize herself. Both individuals busied themselves with their respective affairs. Immersed in the company's documents, Meng Shuyi managed to push aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. A restful night followed. The next day, Meng Shuyi went to meet the partners. Greeted by a tall and stunning woman who seemed familiar, though she could not recall where she had seen her before, Fei Yu smiled and remarked, "Little Meng, have my looks captivated you? You've been staring at me." Meng Shuyi politely smiled and humbly replied, "I apologize, I merely find you quite familiar, as if we've crossed paths before. Did I ask that so?" Fei Yu chuckled, her laughter vibrant. Does Little Meng compliment every attractive woman she encounters? Are you implying that Fei is praising her own beauty? Meng Shuyi retorted with a smile. Fei Yu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, Little Meng is amusing. So, you do know of me?" "I do," Meng Shuyi responded. A hint of unease flickered in Meng Shuyi's demeanor, and she self-deprecatingly mused that it likely was not a positive reputation, given Fei Yu's buoyant laughter. Within moments, they arrived at the conference room, where Fei Yu suggested, "If Little Meng wishes to know more, let us first complete our work, shall we?" Meng Shuyi stowed her smile, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Fei Yu showcased the company's promotional capabilities, advertising design skills, and various awards. She concluded, "If Little Meng seeks to penetrate the market in Jiangqing, Qingyu would undoubtedly be a formidable ally." Having perused Qingyu's materials overnight, Meng Shuyi was aware that although the company had been established for just over a year, under Fei Yu's leadership, it had surged to prominence, firmly establishing itself in Jiangqing with rapid growth. One could not deny that her mother had a keen eye for selecting partners. After a morning of discussions, Meng Shuyi readily signed the contract. Fei Yu jested, "Little Meng, are you not concerned this might be a fly-by-night operation? You signed so quickly." Meng Shuyi replied nonchalantly, "My mother said to treat this as practice. The outcome is of little consequence." Fei Yu, momentarily speechless, eventually muttered, "The wicked face of capital." Meng Shuyi laughed, "I heard that, but it matters not, for Little Meng has already signed the contract." Fei Yu feigned fear, clutching the document tightly. Meng Shuyi ignored her, and Fei Yu tossed the contract to her assistant, inviting Meng Shuyi, "Since Little Meng rarely visits Jiangqing, allow me to treat you to the local fish for lunch." As they stood to leave, Meng Shuyi pondered what to have for lunch, and Fei Yu eagerly chimed in. Meng Shuyi playfully remarked, "I wonder if it's you, Fei. If Little Meng wishes, I can present myself, freshly prepared." Fei Yu retorted defiantly. Meng Shuyi felt a jolt. She needed to curb her flirtatious tendencies. Previously single, she could flirt without consequence, but now she had a girlfriend. They were currently at odds. Just yesterday, everything seemed fine. How had it escalated to this? Noticing Meng Shuyi's somber expression, Fei Yu, sensing her jest may have gone too far, quickly added, "Oh, my foolish words. Surely, Little Meng is deeply in love with Xin Shutong and would never look my way." Meng Shuyi's gaze sharpened. She scrutinized Fei Yu and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean?" Is it possible Shen Shutong has not captured little Meng's heart yet? Fei Yu murmured. Surprised, Meng Shuyi halted, turned back to the conference room, and said, "Fei, may I borrow your space for a moment? You stay, everyone else may leave." Once the room cleared, Meng Shuyi carefully examined Fei Yu. The latter, feeling the intensity of the gaze, nervously stammered, "Little Meng, I was merely joking. You wouldn't really want to harm me, would you?" Meng Shuyi's mind raced, recalling she had indeed seen Fei Yu, albeit from a distance, during a tea outing with Shen Shutong. "Do you know Shen Shutong?" Meng Shuyi's tone was inquisitive yet firmed out. "Of course," Fei Yu replied freely. Meng Shuyi had many questions about Shen Shutong, but was momentarily at a loss for how to approach the topic. "How long have you known her?" Fei Yu tilted her head, pondering for a moment before responding. "About 10 years. I believed we were college roommates, and after she went abroad, I did too. That we kept in touch sporadically, but hadn't met until 6 months ago when I returned." A vague sense of foreboding crept over Meng Shuyi. She hesitated to voice her concern. "Did she mention anything about me 6 months ago?" Fei Yu nodded, then shook her head. Chapter 44. Even more chaotic, Meng Shuyi's expression turned cold as she scrutinized Fei Yu. "Did she tell you about any plans she had concerning me?" Fei Yu's gaze faltered, avoiding Meng Shuyi's eyes. Observing Fei Yu's evasion, Meng Shuyi's suspicions solidified. It became increasingly apparent that Shen Shutong's interest in her was not merely personal, but perhaps tied to her own familial legacy. Was Shen Shutong seeking to marry her to gain a stronger foothold within the Shen family? Could the proud and dignified Shen Shutong truly be so base as to harbor ulterior motives? Deep down, Meng Shuyi resisted the notion of viewing Shen Shutong in such a negative light. Yet, her actions were undeniably perplexing. Fei Yu, noticing Meng Shuyi's distraction, finally defended Shen Shutong, "That I can vouch for her character. Regardless of what she may have done, Shen Shutong would never exploit or harm you, little Meng." Meng Shuyi was somewhat moved by Fei Yu's earnestness, yet her skepticism remained. Fei Yu possessed the capability to run the company effectively, but her character was still under scrutiny. Meng Shuyi felt a twinge of frustration. Why did she instinctively defend Shen Shutong? Fei Yu, bold in her assertions, was met with Meng Shuyi's pointed remark, "It appears you are quite confident." Fei Yu smiled, not elaborating further. "It seems little Meng has yet to learn the full truth from Shen Shutong. I shall refrain from speaking more, as it is best left for her to disclose." Fei Yu's words confirmed Meng Shuyi's suspicions about Shen Shutong's intentions, yet the specifics remained elusive. "Forget it. That I suppose I am not in the mood for fish today." However, Fei Yu continued to tease. "Are you not curious about Shen Shutong's past?" Meng Shuyi sighed in resignation. Fei Yu had an uncanny ability to hit the nail on the head, effortlessly steering the conversation. "Well, it seems I am indeed interested in your fish." Meng Shuyi replied with a smile, eager to sample the local delicacies. Fei Yu gestured grandly. "After you, little Meng." At a riverside restaurant, Fei Yu reserved a private room with a view of the water, while Meng Shuyi instructed her secretary to lead the others to a different room, excluding them from this meeting. Fei Yu encouraged Meng Shuyi to order, but the latter demurred, claiming she was not well versed in fish dishes. Leaving the selection to Fei Yu. Fei Yu perused the menu. Meng Shuyi's mind was elsewhere, preoccupied with thoughts of Shen Shutong. Yet, Fei Yu playfully insisted on consulting Meng Shuyi about each dish. "How about steamed perch?" Meng Shuyi nodded. "Sure." Fei Yu continued. "What about black pepper grilled cod?" Meng Shuyi replied. "Sounds good. And cod with steamed tofu. That works." Observing Fei Yu's continued inquiries, Meng Shuyi finally declared, "Fei Yu, just take charge." With a smirk, Fei Yu finalized her choices, including fish dumplings, barbecued fish balls, and pineapple fish stir-fry. Once the room settled into silence, Meng Shuyi found herself unsure of where to begin. Fei Yu, arms crossed and a smug expression, asked, "What does little Meng wish to inquire about Shen Shutong? Is she always so cold and serious?" Meng Shuyi, flustered, blurted out whatever came to mind. Fei Yu nodded. "She was that way when I first met her. Those circumstances were unusual." "What circumstances?" Meng Shuyi pressed, her curiosity piqued. Fei Yu replied earnestly, "When she thinks of the person she likes, she smiles. In those moments, she resembles a normal person." Meng Shuyi's heart sank. Her earlier suspicions were indeed validated. The way Shen Shutong looked at her held significant meaning. Hesitating, Meng Shuyi finally asked, "Why didn't you two end up together?" Fei Yu shrugged. I honestly don't know. Meng Shuyi's heart was filled with questions, yet ultimately, she found no answers. Fei Yu remarked, why doesn't Xiao Ming ask herself? Meng Shuyi felt a bitter pang. How could she inquire? They had only been together for 2 days. And the ensuing events had escalated into absurdity. If Xin Shutong intended to conceal the truth, there was little she could uncover on her own, despite the multitude of actions Shun had taken. Not a single flaw had been left behind. After a moment of silence, Meng Shuyi raised her gaze to Fei Yu. Fei, do you know something? Fei Yu arched an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. What could I possibly know? Meng Shuyi's eyes burned with intensity as she regarded Fei Yu. Wondering about the identity of the person Shun cherished, Fei Yu met her gaze unflinchingly, responding in a steady tone. This is Xin Shudong's private matter. It is inappropriate to gossip about others. Meng Shuyi's expression dimmed. Fei Yu lifted her glass, taking a delicate sip. Xiaoming, some matters require your own exploration. Perhaps you could directly ask her. I. Meng Shuyi bit her lip, about to speak when a series of knocks interrupted from the compartment door. Her words were abruptly cut off. The door swung open, and a waiter entered with the dishes. The table was laden with a feast, yet Meng Shuyi found herself eating without any appetite. Fei Yu, ever slippery, had seemingly said much, yet offered not a shred of useful information. In her phone, apart from 47 missed calls and a solitary message from yesterday, there was no further news. Fei Yu enjoyed the meal, occasionally urging Meng Shuyi to try this or that. Persuaded, Meng Shuyi ended up eating quite a bit, though she hardly registered the flavors or the dishes. Initially intending to travel for work, to reflect on her relationship with Xin Shutong and ponder whether to continue, she found herself further entangled instead. She had hoped to clarify things with Shun the day before, yet her calls went unanswered. When Xin did call back, Meng Shuyi had missed it. Today, she made no effort to reach out. And Shun did not call again. Meng Shuyi sighed inwardly. Perhaps it was best to set it aside for now and allow herself some calm. Observing Meng Shuyi's distracted demeanor, Fei Yu cautiously probed, how long do you plan to stay in Jiangcheng? Xiaoming? Meng Shuyi casually replied, 2 days, to assess the market. Very well, I can act as your guide, Fei Yu said, while her fingers swiftly typed a message beneath the table. Engcheng. Meng Shuyi remained oblivious, gazing out at the river. Lost in thought, perhaps she could attempt to trust Xin Shutong. Shen understood that romance necessitated a foundation of intimacy, and she had willingly agreed. Surely, there was a measure of sincerity in her feelings. The kiss that had descended upon her amidst the fireworks had been so pure, yet tinged with an uncontainable joy. After returning home, she had found herself pressed against the door, receiving fervent kisses that were both passionate and restrained. In bed, she had experienced a nosebleed, to which Shun had playfully teased her, though her expression bore a hint of anxiety, and the next day, she remembered to take Meng Shuyi to the doctor. She would apologize for neglecting Meng Shuyi due to her busy work schedule. Such a proud individual, who valued her work above all else, had lowered herself to apologize merely because Meng Shuyi had waited for her for a few minutes. She even punished herself for casting a fleeting glance at Xin Shuang. That evening, when Meng Shuyi met Xu Ranwei, Xin Shudong's pallid face upon learning of it had revealed her fear of losing Meng Shuyi. That night, she had embraced Meng Shuyi, confessing, I like you. Meng Shuyi, I truly like you. Her voice rich with tenderness yet grave sincerity. The emotionally reserved Xin Shutong had wept that night, her tears restrained yet full of meaning. Surely, she held some affection and concern for Meng Shuyi. This was not merely a one-sided fervor, was it? Yet, the thought of Xin Shuang's influence left Meng Shuyi feeling as though she had been deceived by the two of them together. Chapter 45. Returned to a city. Meng Shuyi spent 2 days in Jiangcheng, and the team completed their market assessment, planning to establish a presence before the new year while seizing the opportunity for advertising. The afternoon before New Year's Day, Meng Shuyi led her team back to a city. Fei Yu accompanied them to the airport, smiling as she said to Meng Shuyi, Welcome back, Xiaoming, Adio come again. Meng Shuyi ignored Fei Yu. This person appeared carefree, yet was astutely tight-lipped. I appreciate Fei's company these past 2 days. You are welcome to a city anytime. Farewell. With a stoic expression, Meng Shuyi exchanged pleasantries and proceeded through security with her team. Once the plane took off, Meng Shuyi leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to rest. The days had been bearable thanks to Fei Yu's playful banter, yet when left to her thoughts, she found herself inevitably contemplating Xin Shutong. Perhaps it was time to have an earnest conversation with Shun. Upon disembarking, Meng Shuyi spotted her mother. Meng Wenyu rushed over to embrace her, exclaiming, "My dear, you've worked hard." Meng Shuyi returned the embrace. "Mom, I'm back." "Yes, let us go home for dinner," Meng Wenyu said, affectionately ruffling Meng Shuyi's hair as she took the suitcase. The accompanying team members greeted Meng Wenyu before dispersing. As mother and daughter settled into the car. Meng Shuyi gazed vacantly out at the neon lights. Meng Wenyu refrained from prying. Matters of the heart were delicate, and professional issues were even less appropriate to question. That if things went awry, they could bear the loss. "Mom," Meng Shuyi suddenly turned to her mother, calling out. Meng Wenyu looked at her. "What is it? How will we celebrate New Year's this year? Will we return to the old house? Can I stay back? If you don't wish to return, then don't. But where will you be alone? I'll stay home. After all, you'll only be gone for a little while." Meng Wenyu pondered for a moment before deciding. "Then I'll prepare some food for you tomorrow and leave it in the fridge. Just heat it up when you eat. That it's all right, Mom. There's always takeout." Meng Shuyi reassured her gently, not wanting her mother to worry. "Takeout is best kept to a minimum. I'll ask Wang Ma if she's willing to work overtime," Meng Wenyu replied. "All right then," Meng Shuyi acquiesced. Upon returning home, she arrived just in time for dinner. After the meal, Meng Shuyi feigned fatigue and retreated to her room. After washing up and lying in bed, sleep eluded her. She tossed and turned for half an hour before finally mustering the effort to rise. With a languid gait, she descended the stairs, poured herself half a glass of red wine, and returned to the balcony of her bedroom. Settling into a comfortable lounger, Meng Shuyi tilted her head back. Bringing the glass to her lips for a gentle sip, the faint bitterness of the wine spreading across her palate. Letting out a long breath, she relaxed her muscles, half reclining as she gazed at the sky. Unfortunately, the air was thick with haze, obscuring any view of the stars. A gentle breeze brushed against her cheek, carrying a chill, accompanied by the soft rustle of leaves, as if someone was softly singing. Meng Shuyi lay quietly in the lounger, listening to the unremarkable sounds of the wind and falling leaves, realizing that after the hustle, such relaxation was truly delightful. All worries and troubles faded away, leaving only a profound sense of peace and contentment within her soul. Unbeknownst to her, the half glass of wine had been drained. Perhaps it was the weight of her mood or the complete relaxation of her spirit. But that mere half glass had rendered Meng Shuyi pleasantly tipsy. The scenery before her began to blur, her mind buzzing as if swarmed by countless bees, a disorienting sensation enveloping her, struggling to open her bleary eyes to the sky. She fancied she saw pure white snowflakes gently cascading down. Captivated, she gazed at the snowflakes for some time, until her heavy eyelids could no longer bear the weight. Gradually, slowly, they closed. In her dreams, Meng Shuyi vaguely felt a chill enveloping her. Instinctively tightening her arms around herself and curling into a ball, suddenly, she sensed a gentle weight upon her, as if someone had softly draped a warm blanket over her. After a while, she felt cool fingers tenderly combing through her disheveled hair by her ear. The cool, soft hand carefully glided to her cheek, caressing it with a gentle, delicate touch that lingered for an eternity. Meng Shuyi struggled to awaken from her slumber, reminding herself that she could not simply fall asleep on the balcony. In such cold weather, she would surely fall ill after a night's rest. With great effort, she managed to crack open one eyelid, only to find Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi's mind sluggishly registered. What is Shen Shutong doing here? She shook her head slightly, attempting to gather her senses. Fully opening her eyes, that it was indeed Shen Shutong. Dressed in a tailored, high-quality business suit, she appeared as though she had just emerged from an intense negotiation. Though her attire was sharp and professional, it did little to conceal her evident fatigue. Her long hair, once neat and lustrous, now hung in disarray, a few strands cascading down her cheeks, enhancing her weary appearance. The deep lines of exhaustion etched across her brows and eyes, which had once sparkled with life, now appeared dimmer than before. Through the lenses of her glasses, her eyes, bloodshot and weary, spoke volumes of her prolonged fatigue and stress. Evoking a sense of sympathy, Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi's gaze lingered on Shen Shutong, her thoughts drifting into a whisper. Chapter 46. I want you. Shen Shutong's uniquely cool and deep voice resonated in Meng Shuyi's ears. She distinctly felt the gentle touch of a soft hand caressing her face, and instinctively, she reached out to grasp it in her own. Realizing that everything was indeed real, that the person before her was truly Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi's gaze remained fixed on Shen Shutong's face, noting her evident weariness, which stirred a pang of pain in her heart. She was not yet prepared to face her. Yet, seeing Xin Shutong, who appeared so fatigued, forcing herself to meet her, the chaos and doubts in Meng Shuyi's heart transformed into intricate threads of heartache. Xin Shutong, so strong, so proud, always exuding confidence and composure, had come to her in such a disheveled state. Slowly, Meng Shuyi extended her hand to remove the glasses perched on Xin Shutong's nose, her voice a tender and affectionate whisper. Hug. Meng Shuyi was uncertain whether her desire for a hug stemmed from a wish to comfort Xin Shutong or a yearning for her own solace. Xin Shutong seemed incredulous at the request, her gaze vacant as she locked eyes with Meng Shuyi, hesitating to move. Meng Shuyi repeated, hug, her voice laced with a hint of longing and a sense of unfulfilled desire. Xin Shutong blinked, the depths of her eyes shimmering, finally comprehending that Meng Shuyi was indeed asking for a hug. Gradually, she leaned down, enveloping Meng Shuyi in her embrace, their trembling hearts drawing close together. With their cheeks almost touching, Xin Shutong restrained the urge to nuzzle against Meng Shuyi's face. However, Meng Shuyi gently rubbed her nose against Xin Shutong's ear, inhaling the faint fragrance of camellias that enveloped her. The familiar scent flowed through her senses, bringing an inexplicable serenity to Meng Shuyi's restless heart that had been tumultuous for days. This action caused Xin Shutong to stiffen momentarily before a slight tremor coursed through her. Her breath becoming somewhat erratic and heavy, the skin of her neck, illuminated by the dim light, revealed a delicate layer of goosebumps. Meng Shuyi lowered her eyelids, savoring the moment as she took a deep breath. Then released it slowly, her voice soft and melodious as she called out, Xin Shutong. I'm here, Xin Shutong replied, her cool, husky voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. The warmth of Xin Shutong's gentle breath brushed against Meng Shuyi's ear, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Listening to Xin Shutong's deep, hushed tone, Meng Shuyi felt as if the tip of her heart was being delicately stroked by a feather. Kiss. Meng Shuyi's voice was as soft as cotton candy, imbued with a hint of sultry allure and vulnerability. Xin Shutong supported herself on her elbow, slowly lifting her head to meet Meng Shuyi's gaze. In Meng Shuyi's moist eyes, there was a mix of grievance and a slightly intoxicated haze, reminiscent of a forsaken puppy beseeching its owner not to abandon it. The two gazed at each other for a while, and Xin Shutong's throat constricted slightly, her lips quivering as she leaned in, her soft mouth brushing gently against Meng Shuyi's red lips. That it was a kiss devoid of desire, filled only with profound compassion. Xin Shutong lingered for a moment, suppressing the urge to continue kissing, and gradually withdrew. In that instant, as Xin Shutong began to pull away, Meng Shuyi reached out to encircle her neck. Unprepared, Xin Shutong's upper body was drawn downward by Meng Shuyi's force, but she quickly resisted, ensuring she did not fall onto Meng Shuyi. Their lips met perfectly, and Meng Shuyi lifted her head, instinctively extending her tongue to effortlessly pry open Xin Shutong's lips, demanding freely. Meng Shuyi sensed a fleeting moment of surprise from Xin Shutong, followed by a restrained yet enduring response. Xin Shutong, you still have some feelings for me, don't you? Xin Shutong allowed Meng Shuyi's boldness, indulging her whims. As Meng Shuyi continued to kiss, she suddenly broke into tears. Xin Shutong panicked instantly, sitting upright and tenderly wiping away the tears on Meng Shuyi's face, her tone filled with urgency, concern, and helplessness. Meng Shuyi, please don't cry, don't cry. Meng Shuyi also sat up, tightly wrapping her arms around Xin Shutong's neck. Resting her head against Xin Shutong's shoulder, she sobbed, Xin Shutong, what is your intention? What do you want? Please tell me. Will you? Xin Shutong's eyes grew misty, and she instinctively tightened her embrace around Meng Shuyi's slender waist. She leaned in close to Meng Shuyi's ear, articulating each word deliberately. I want you, Meng Shuyi. What I desire is you. Xin Shutong's voice was deep, resolute, and unwavering, as if she poured all her strength into conveying her most sincere emotions. Each word imbued with profound affection and persistence. Meng Shuyi's fluttering heart gradually settled, returning to its rightful place. Please tell me the truth, will you? I don't want to remain in the dark. I don't want to be led along without understanding, nor do I want you to keep me in ignorance. Meng Shuyi languished in Xin Shutong's embrace, her voice softly coaxing, please tell me. Xin Shutong released her hold on Meng Shuyi's waist, cradling her face in her hands, compelling her to meet her gaze. Meng Shuyi, I hesitate to tell you. Part of it is my own pride. and part of it is my fear of scaring you. In Meng Shuyi's eyes, there was a web of bloodshot veins, mingling sincerity with fear, yet she retained a semblance of pride. The aloof and dignified Shin Shutong had seemingly vanished. Shin Shutong spoke slowly. I intended to reveal it gradually, but you are too perceptive, too sensitive. You sensed the slightest anomaly, and when I revealed even a fraction, you fled in panic, avoiding me for 3 days and even running off to Jiangchen. A wave of discomfort washed over Meng Shuyi, acknowledging that her reaction had indeed been excessive. Noticing Meng Shuyi's silence, Shin Shutong softened her tone. Let us go back inside, shall we? It's snowing outside, and it's cold. No. Meng Shuyi shook her head, stubbornly insisting, you haven't told me the truth yet. Shin Shutong remained silent for a long while, long enough for Meng Shuyi to think that she still refused to share. With a sigh, Shin Shutong summoned her courage and declared, I liked you even before you had feelings for Zhou Baiyang. After saying this, she resembled a prisoner awaiting judgment, her hands that had cradled Meng Shuyi's face falling limply to her sides. Her head bowing slightly. Meng Shuyi fell into a state of shock, unable to regain her composure for a long time. In her disbelief, she could only feel disbelief. How could someone possibly harbor feelings for another for so long? How old was Shin Shutong at that time? How old was she? What was Shin Shutong even saying? Meng Shuyi felt her mind growing even more chaotic. Chapter 47. And used. Shin Shutong pondered how Meng Shuyi would perceive her after divulging such a secret. No one appreciates being regarded as a thief for a decade. Yet, if she remained silent, Meng Shuyi would never allow her to draw near again. Faced with the choice, neither option seemed favorable. Shin Shutong awaited Meng Shuyi's reaction in quietude. The sensation of life and death resting in another's hands was utterly unsettling. This power of judgment had been willingly placed in her hands. No, Meng Shuyi had once stated that she was her girlfriend, and thus she had the right to demand that Meng Shuyi's affections be solely for her. Meng Shuyi, I am determined to claim you. Regardless of how she perceived her, Shin Shutong was resolved to entangle herself with her. If she could inspire Meng Shuyi to love her once, she could certainly inspire that love again. After so many years of harboring feelings, how could she relinquish the opportunity to stand by her side? Even if labeled as a dark and petty person, she would not easily let her go. With this thought, Shin Shutong's anxious heart gradually steadied, her gaze growing more resolute. Meng Shuyi finally spoke. I'm sorry. I was indeed frightened, her voice trembling slightly, tinged with regret. Shin Shutong endeavored to keep her voice calm. I should apologize. I scared you that I'm a bit disoriented. Let me take my time. Meng Shuyi curled her legs, encircling her knees with her arms, resting her head against them. Shin Shutong contemplated reaching out to stroke Meng Shuyi's head, but after a moment's hesitation, she refrained, instead pulling the blanket around Meng Shuyi. It's all right. You can think it over slowly. After all these years, I can wait. Shin Shutong resumed her usual calm demeanor. Meng Shuyi had contemplated many things over the past few days. She had considered that Shin Shutong might be leveraging her to solidify her position in the Shin family. She had thought that Shin Shutong's agreement to be with her was merely a means to appease her elders. She had speculated that Shin Shutong's proximity to her was for ulterior motives. Ultimately, it turned out that she had harbored feelings for her all these years. Meng Shuyi reasoned that even if Shin Shutong was truly with her to placate her elders or to strengthen her standing within the Shin family, or for financial or professional reasons, as long as she voiced it, Meng Shuyi could forgive her. Yet the answer she received was unexpected. Meng Shuyi spoke softly. Shin Shutong. Shin Shutong replied that I'm scared. Meng Shuyi's voice trembled slightly. Shin Shutong's gaze darkened, a shadow of melancholy crossing her features. Ultimately, Meng Shuyi was frightened by her own thoughts. That I'm sorry. I know this is wrong. I shouldn't have schemed against you, shaking her head. Meng Shuyi confessed. I fear I will let down your deep affections. That I will never be able to navigate the intricacies of a close relationship between two individuals. Zhou Baiyang calls me immature and inconsiderate, while Xu Ranwei says I am frivolous and lacking in determination. That I dread the moment when you might label me as willful and spoiled. It's true. I yearn for a meaningful romantic relationship. But when faced with unequal love, the one who loves deeply is destined to be disappointed. I fear betraying your profound feelings. And I am even more terrified that once I plunge into this, you might suddenly withdraw, and that deep affection would no longer belong to me. Shin Shutong gazed into Meng Shuyi's eyes, perceiving the unspoken words hidden within, yet her tone turned considerably stern. Meng Shuyi, Can you not be a bit more confident, a tad more assertive, and perhaps a touch more audacious? Meng Shuyi paused, the words resonating with familiarity, as though she had uttered them herself. She reached out, gently caressing Shen Shudong's cheek. Could you please return to your rest? You look utterly exhausted. Shen Shutong shook her head. Meng Shuyi, how long do you intend to hide? Where is that audacious Meng Shuyi? The one who fiercely declared to me, you are my girlfriend, and you can only love me. Where has she gone? Meng Shuyi opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, what was she truly afraid of? Initially, it was Shen Shudong's profound schemes that intimidated her. Now, however, everything lay bare. Shen Shutong had revealed her secret. The one who should be fearful was her. Shen Shutong, you are truly foolish. Meng Shuyi thought for a long while before finally muttering this. Shen Shutong felt a wave of relief wash over her. The willful and spirited Meng Shuyi had returned. I truly feared scaring you away. Can I return to my room now? Meng Shuyi demanded imperiously. You must embrace me. Shen Shudong's heart softened, and she gathered both Meng Shuyi and the blanket into her arms, rising to head back to the room. Once in the bedroom, however, Meng Shuyi clung to Shen Shutong and refused to let go. These past few days have frightened me. You owe me compensation, Shen Shutong teased. Would a physical compensation suffice? Meng Shuyi shook her head. Then what do you desire? Shen Shudong's previously steady heart began to sink once more. Meng Shuyi replied earnestly, you are far too tired right now. Shen Shutong felt a pang in her heart. How could Meng Shuyi be so endearing? Meng Shuyi struggled out of Shen Shudong's embrace. Are you planning to sleep here? Shen Shudong's eyes lit up, her gaze fixated on Meng Shuyi with fervor. Meng Shuyi, feeling uncomfortable, turned her head away. That if you don't wish to, then never mind. Fine, Shen Shutong acquiesced. Wrapping her arms around Meng Shuyi's waist, Meng Shuyi pushed Shen Shutong away, moving to find some clothes for her. When Shen Shutong returned after freshening up, Meng Shuyi held back the words she wanted to say, insisting, you need to sleep now. Whatever you wish to discuss can wait until you awaken. Shen Shutong obediently lay down, but as soon as her head touched the pillow, she sat up again. What's the matter? Meng Shuyi asked curiously. Aren't you accustomed to it? No? I rushed over and only briefly greeted Aunt Meng. Shen Shutong felt her behavior was quite rude. Meng Shuyi pressed her back down. Just sleep. My mother isn't particular about these things. But I can't be rude, Shen Shutong insisted. Look at this, Meng Shuyi said, retrieving her phone from the nightstand. It's already midnight. Shen Shutong was compelled to suppress her desire for propriety, returning to her position on the bed. Feeling utterly drained, she lay down but found herself unable to sleep. Meng Shuyi. I can't sleep. Then what do you intend to do? I want to see you. With a sigh, Meng Shuyi instructed the smart assistant to turn on the ambient light. Shen Shutong turned on her side, gazing dreamily at Meng Shuyi beside her. Her gaze fell upon Meng Shuyi's charming, albeit slightly fatigued, features, listening to her soft breaths. Meng Shuyi's eyelashes fluttered gently, like the delicate wings of a butterfly. Unable to resist, Shen Shutong reached out to lightly touch her cheek, the texture soft and delicate as her fingertip glided over her skin. Her gaze gradually shifted to Meng Shuyi's eyes, which still held a glimmer of tears from moments before. Along with a hint of the haze from intoxication, the realization that Meng Shuyi lay beside her brought a smile to Shen Shudong's lips, filled with affection. What are you grinning about? Meng Shuyi felt as though she had discovered yet another side of Shen Shutong, one that was adorably silly. Shen Shutong, a bit helplessly, remarked, actually, I had prepared a great deal to say. Many contingencies, but none were put to use. I'm tired. Let us discuss it tomorrow. Meng Shuyi yawned. A flicker of concern crossed Shen Shudong's eyes. Sleep now. Meng Shuyi placed a gentle kiss on Shen Shudong's eye, rubbing her earlobe. Good night. Chapter 48. Avoid the fragile little flower aesthetic morning. Meng Shuyi awoke groggily, only to find the space beside her empty. She reached out to touch the spot where Shen Shutong had once lain, now devoid of warmth. After a quick freshening up, she descended the stairs that in the living room. Shen Shutong was engaged in conversation with Meng Wenyu. Apparently having said something amusing as Meng Wenyu laughed joyfully, as Meng Shuyi approached. Shen Shutong paused upon hearing her footsteps. Turning her gaze towards her, you're awake. Meng Shuyi nodded, first greeting Meng Wenyu with a cheerful, good morning, Mom. Before inquiring of Shen Shutong, what did you say to my mother to make her so happy? Taking a seat on the armrest of the sofa beside Shen Shutong, Meng Shuyi leaned slightly against her arm. She noticed Shin Shutong suddenly straighten up, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Meng Shuyi's proximity made Shin Shutong feel a bit awkward, especially with Meng Wenyu present. Such intimate gestures. Shin Shutong glanced at Meng Wenyu, who regarded them with knowing amusement. Just sharing some amusing anecdotes from work, Shin Shutong's anxiety eased slightly. Meng Shuyi turned to Meng Wenyu. Mom, she has never shared any amusing work stories with me. Meng Wenyu replied helplessly. Get up and have breakfast. After that, let Xiao Shen accompany you to chat. Where's Dad? Meng Shuyi asked, pulling Shin Shutong to her feet as they headed to the dining room. Your father has gone for a morning jog. He should be back soon. Meng Shuyi frowned. Why would he go running outside when it's snowing? Not much snow. The roads are practically clear. Just then, Dan Ziyuan entered from outside. Shin Shutong felt a surge of pressure. Having arrived at the Meng household unprepared. Fortunately, Dan Ziyuan merely exchanged a brief greeting with her and, during breakfast, asked nothing. Shin Shutong's anxiety dissipated. After breakfast, Dan Ziyuan and Meng Wenyu left. Meng Shuyi inquired of Shin Shutong. Are you going home to rest? Or do you have to work? Or perhaps, back to the old residence? Listening to Meng Shuyi's unfinished sentence, Shin Shutong met her gaze steadily, replying earnestly, I'm on leave. Meng Shuyi was taken aback. Even a workaholic like you takes a break. She pulled Shin Shutong upstairs. What's the matter? Shin Shutong followed Meng Shuyi upstairs, puzzled in the room. Shin Shutong found herself pushed onto the sofa, while Meng Shuyi stood 2 steps away. Arms crossed, scrutinizing her. You might as well confess, she declared. Huh? Shin Shutong blinked innocently. I already told you everything yesterday that so? Meng Shuyi's tone turned icy. If you don't speak, I'm leaving. With that, she turned to walk away. Shin Shutong quickly wrapped her arms around Meng Shuyi's waist, pulling her back, forcing her to sit on her lap. Shin Shutong tightened her hold around Meng Shuyi's waist, resting her chin on her shoulder. Warm breaths brushing against Meng Shuyi's ear. Shin Shutong, speak properly. Don't be so touchy-feely, Meng Shuyi exclaimed, slightly exasperated that I only touched you. I didn't kick, Shin Shutong innocently stated. Let go of me. Meng Shuyi maintained a calm tone. Shin Shutong obediently released her. Meng Shuyi stood, returning to her previous spot, silently waiting for Shin Shutong to speak. Shin Shutong began, struggling to find the words, I intentionally approached you. Meng Shuyi scoffed, remaining silent. Shin Shutong adjusted her glasses. I sought you out for marriage to establish a formal relationship first, and then gradually nurture our feelings. Why not just state your reasons directly? Meng Shuyi asked. Shin Shutong's gaze drifted, as if lost in a memory. Before she finally asked, do you remember when you once rejected a girl's advances? Meng Shuyi shook her head, that time. The girl blocked your path with a love letter, confessing her feelings. Yet you didn't even glance at her, completely ignoring her. Shin Shutong stifled a laugh while recounting the past. Was I really that cold? Meng Shuyi frowned in response, suddenly inquiring, that girl wouldn't happen to be you? Would she? That is not the case, Shin Shutong quickly clarified. You were never cold. You are quite gentle. Meng Shuyi was amused by Shin Shutong's serious demeanor as she spoke nonsense with a straight face. After laughing, she felt it inappropriate to smile in such a solemn moment, so she composed herself and asked, what does that have to do with now? Observing Meng Shuyi's feigned seriousness, Shin Shutong's lips curled slightly. And she continued in a leisurely manner, you've rejected many girls' confessions that at first, I thought you didn't like girls, but later, you actively pursued Zhou Baiyang. Meng Shuyi. Why does Shin Shutong know all about my dark history? Is there no justice left? Get to the point. Shin Shutong sighed and spoke with a hint of melancholy. You only take the initiative with those you like. You never spare a glance for those you don't. Meng Shuyi remained silent, waiting for Shin Shutong to elaborate. Therefore, I must find a way to make you take the initiative to like me. Marriage is the fastest means to achieve this, as it will create an intersection between us. Meng Shuyi. Shin Shutong truly understands her own character that I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Shin Shutong looked at Meng Shuyi with confusion. What's wrong? I always thought you had a deep scheming nature. Indeed, you are quite crafty, Meng Shuyi replied, her face filled with indignation. She felt anger towards Shin Shutong for her cunning ways, yet also frustration at herself for knowing Shin Shutong's depth of cunning and still willingly approaching her. No, it's Shin Shutong's schemes that are too profound. I fell for her trap and ended up liking her. Shin Shutong could not refute this. It was indeed her who first employed schemes against Meng Shuyi. I'm sorry, Shen Shutong said, lowering her head in apology. Humph, Meng Shuyi huffed. Shen Shutong observed Meng Shuyi's cold expression, unsure if her anger was genuine or merely an act. She tentatively asked, if 6 months ago, when I proposed marriage to you, I had confessed my feelings, would you have accepted? No, Meng Shuyi replied swiftly and resolutely. Shen Shutong shrugged, wearing an expression that suggested she had anticipated this outcome. Shen Shutong asked in a neutral tone. At that time, you didn't know me. If I had told you I had liked you for many years from the start, how would you have handled me? Meng Shuyi was nearly brought to laughter by Shen Shutong's words. What do you mean by handling me? I would probably not even bother to look at you. Meng Shuyi maintained her stern demeanor, replying coldly. Shen Shutong lowered her head, clearly feeling hurt, seeing her pitiable expression. Meng Shuyi's heart softened. She stepped closer and gently touched Shen Shutong's head, letting out a sigh. Shen Shutong looked up at Meng Shuyi, lamenting, my girlfriend is so cold-hearted. Meng Shuyi, observing Shen Shutong's typically aloof face now contorted with sorrow, could hardly contain herself. She chuckled lightly and caressed Shen Shutong's chin, saying, stop mimicking those delicate, pitiful looks. Return to being my aloof female CEO. Chapter 49. Humble yet proud Shen Shutong, still wearing a woeful expression, asked, have I passed the test now? Not yet. Meng Shuyi tossed back, turning to return to her previous spot. Shen Shutong frowned in dismay, retracting her feigned pitiful demeanor and regaining her usual coolness. Humph, Meng Shuyi huffed. You haven't called or texted me at all in these past 3 days, yet you claim to have liked me for many years. Meng Shuyi felt a bit embarrassed, but she couldn't help but nitpick. Shen Shutong faltered, feeling guilty for not reaching out to Meng Shuyi. She quietly defended herself. You said you needed some time to think. Meng Shuyi. It's still my fault. Well, I tried calling you, but couldn't get through. I couldn't reach you either, Shen Shutong replied. Meng Shuyi, annoyed, pouted, you just think your work is more important than me. Go ahead and chase after your work. Watching Meng Shuyi throwing a tantrum, Shen Shutong found it endearing. She had never seen this side of Meng Shuyi before. Shen Shutong stood up and walked over to Meng Shuyi, wrapping her arms around her waist and pulling her close, stating seriously, work is important. But my girlfriend is even more important. You must choose one. Meng Shuyi pushed against Shen Shutong's shoulder, but her effort was half-hearted. It was merely for show. Shen Shutong tightened her embrace around Meng Shuyi's waist, whispering sadly in her ear, but I'm greedy. I want both my girlfriend and my work. What should I do? There's no such good fortune. Meng Shuyi leaned her head on Shen Shutong's shoulder, defiantly declaring, don't even think about it. Shen Shutong's lips curled upward slightly, her tone calm yet tinged with triumph. But I have encountered such a situation. Meng Shuyi, infuriated, shot back. Absolutely not. I am not. Shen Shutong playfully drew out with a low, gentle voice, teasing Meng Shuyi, have we broken up? Meng Shuyi took a moment before gritting her teeth and answering, no. Her voice dwindling to almost nothing. A soft, melodious laugh escaped Shen Shutong's lips. She leaned close to Meng Shuyi's ear, whispering, then now, I will exercise my rights as your girlfriend. Meng Shuyi felt a tingle in her ears from Shen Shutong's light laughter, stirring her heart. She suppressed the fluttering feelings and buried her head in Shen Shutong's neck, muttering in protest, no, I refuse. Shen Shutong, observing Meng Shuyi's shy demeanor, found it all the more amusing. You cannot refuse. You are my girlfriend, and you have the obligation to fulfill the duties of a girlfriend. Shen Shutong continued to tease with a mischievous glint in her eye. What do you want? Meng Shuyi's voice was muffled, laced with a hint of embarrassment. Shen Shutong, however, asked earnestly, why are you afraid? Meng Shuyi's heart raced at Shen Shutong's question. She lifted her head from Shen Shutong's embrace to search her face, confirming the seriousness of her inquiry. Upon seeing Shen Shutong's earnest expression, Meng Shuyi felt a flicker of disappointment. After pondering for a moment, she asked, if someone confirmed their relationship with you and then revealed that they had been preparing your clothes and such before you even met, having been certain you would fall for them all along, would you be scared? Shen Shutong nodded. So, I was indeed looking to marry you from the very beginning. Meng Shuyi grew even more agitated. It's precisely because you wanted to marry me from the start that I felt even more scared when I learned you had planned so much. Shen Shutong inquired, did you think I had ulterior motives for wanting to marry you? Meng Shuyi nodded. Yes, the thought that you only agreed to date me to manipulate me for marriage, guiding me step by step to fall for you. Made me realize you had been well prepared and waiting for me to step into your trap. So you're angry? Yes, I'm afraid of your deep scheming that if I truly had ulterior motives, how would you handle our relationship? Meng Shuyi paused for a moment before replying. The question I asked you last night, regardless of whether you said you wanted to marry me to appease the elders or for some other reason, as long as you clarify your intentions, I was ready to forgive you. Shen Shutong was stunned for a while, digesting Meng Shuyi's words. You would still forgive me even if you knew I had ulterior motives for your wealth and connections? Yes, Meng Shuyi replied nonchalantly. After all, you are the girlfriend I chose. As long as you express your intentions, I will support you. The surprise was overwhelming, and Shen Shutong felt disoriented. She smiled for a while before asking. Then, if your girlfriend were not me, would you still forgive her like this? Of course, Meng Shuyi replied matter-of-factly. She is my girlfriend. After all, as long as she sincerely states her intentions and they aren't too excessive, I would certainly forgive her. Shen Shutong's heart, which had soared, now settled down. So Meng Shuyi only treats her girlfriend this way. Meng Shuyi pinched Shen Shutong's cheek, teasingly saying, What are you thinking? You are my girlfriend now. Shen Shutong felt a twinge of regret for her emotional display and forced a smile. So, Meng Shuyi said solemnly, You must maintain this status. You must always be my girlfriend to enjoy this privilege. Shen Shutong. Truly, very Meng Shuyi. Who exactly has been criticizing Meng Shuyi for being immature and irresponsible? Who has been scolding Meng Shuyi for being frivolous and unfocused? Meng Shuyi is clearly irresponsible. Moral, law-abiding citizen. Meng Shuyi. Shen Shutong's voice carried admiration and surprise. Meng Shuyi beamed brightly. What? Have I captivated you? Indeed, Shen Shutong replied earnestly. I have long been captivated by you. Meng Shuyi suddenly ceased her laughter, stating with utmost seriousness. Your being captivated is of no use. I am not captivated by you. I am quite fickle. What if one day I find someone else appealing? Shen Shutong felt no particular emotion regarding this statement, confidently asserting, If one day you encounter someone more outstanding than me, I will give you the opportunity to choose. Confident. Meng Shuyi raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, Shen Shutong replied calmly, leaving Meng Shuyi somewhat puzzled about her thoughts. Why? You possess the right to choose those who treat you better, to select a more fulfilling life. If such thoughts have crossed your mind, then I have already failed you, and there is no need to confine you. Have you truly given up? Did you not harbor feelings for me for many years? Indeed, I have cherished you for a long time. Shen Shutong gazed intently at Meng Shuyi and declared, Therefore, I shall make you fall in love with me all over again. Meng Shuyi. Where did Shen Shutong acquire such flirtatious skills? She spoke of rekindling her own affection, not of pursuing me anew. Truly, she embodies the essence of Shen Shutong. Humble yet proud. Chapter 50. The moment I see you, Meng Shuyi. Nestled in Shen Shutong's embrace, murmured inquisitively, If you have liked me for so long, why have you only come to find me now? Shen Shutong softly reassured her. The journey is rather complicated. I promise to explain it to you in due time. If that pleases you. Contemplating Shen Shutong's background and the information she gleaned from her grandfather, Meng Shuyi feared that Shen Shutong's life was not as idyllic as it seemed, suppressing her concerns. She shifted the conversation, asking, Could you tell me why you like me? That should be permissible, right? Shen Shutong hesitated. Meng Shuyi pushed away from Shen Shutong's embrace, seating herself on the sofa. What is it? Is there something you find difficult to articulate? Indeed, it was somewhat challenging to express. Shen Shutong gazed at the emptiness where Meng Shuyi had been, feeling a pang of loss. Meng Shuyi tilted her head to observe Shen Shutong, tentatively inquiring, Could it be that you simply find me aesthetically pleasing? Shen Shutong retorted, Did you fall for Zhou Baiyang solely because of her looks? She fixed her gaze unwaveringly upon Meng Shuyi. Taken aback, Meng Shuyi had not anticipated such a question, but quickly regained her composure. Nodding in agreement as she elaborated, Beauty is one aspect. I recall the first time I encountered her, she was reading by the roadside, waiting for the bus. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a beam upon her, and in that moment, she radiated brilliance that I found her utterly captivating. And that's how my affection began. Shen Shutong lowered her eyelids, feeling a bittersweet ache within. Why was she engaging in a discussion about Meng Shuyi's first love? Was she not merely inviting heartache? Observing Shen Shutong's despondent demeanor, Meng Shuyi felt a twinge of guilt mixed with amusement. She felt remorseful that her response might have displeased Shen Shutong. yet she wished to remain transparent. After all, it was merely a chapter in her life, one that was not shrouded in secrecy. Moreover, Zhou Baiyang was a distant memory, long since reconciled. The humor lay in seeing Xin Shutong with her head downcast. Resembling a little cat with its head drooping, that it was as though she were inviting Meng Shuyi to pet her. Such a sight was utterly adorable. Meng Shuyi smiled brightly, beckoning Xin Shutong closer. Her voice laced with tenderness and affection. "Come here." Obediently, Xin Shutong approached and sat beside her. Meng Shuyi took Xin Shutong's hand, intertwining their fingers tightly. Then she firmly pressed Xin Shutong's head onto her shoulder. A smile playing on her lips as she teasingly asked, "Would you like to know how I came to love you?" Xin Shutong, complying with Meng Shuyi's sequence of actions, sincerely nodded, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. Meng Shuyi adopted an exceedingly serious tone and stated, "I believe, upon seeing you, I simply wanted, Xin Shutong." How did Meng Shuyi manage to articulate such sentiments with such ease? After a moment of hesitation, Xin Shutong queried, "When I suggested a blind date and mentioned I would be a good partner, why did you not agree?" Meng Shuyi regarded Xin Shutong's calm expression, though her ears discreetly turned crimson, and replied with a light-hearted tone, "Your condition to be a partner was JH, and I had no desire to be intimate with someone I had only met a few times." Reflecting on how long she had been upset over Xin Shutong's earlier remark, Meng Shuyi couldn't help but chuckle. Xin Shutong sighed in resignation, realizing that this particular statement had been her downfall. "If I hadn't said that, would you have considered it? Perhaps," Meng Shuyi mused, resting her head against Xin Shutong's. Xin Shutong played with Meng Shuyi's hand, gently squeezing her delicate fingers. "Meng Shuyi," she called softly. It's nothing. I merely wish to call your name." Hearing Xin Shutong's voice slightly lacking in vitality, Meng Shuyi inquired, "Are you feeling tired?" Xin Shutong mumbled, "Not tired." "What are you thinking about?" "I was contemplating your first love." Meng Shuyi was taken aback. "What? Why are you thinking about Zhou Baiyang?" Xin Shutong lamented. "I ponder why I do not possess her fortune. She did nothing but stand there, and you liked her. I, on the other hand, have employed various strategies to place myself in your bed, yet you do not favor me." Meng Shuyi, is she truly envious of Zhou Baiyang? How endearingly charming. You still have yet to tell me why you like me. Meng Shuyi teased, playfully nudging the person in her arms. Xin Shutong fell silent, sealing her lips tightly. After a prolonged silence, Meng Shuyi gently shifted Xin Shutong from her shoulder, noticing her biting her lip, seemingly grappling with something. All of Meng Shuyi's thoughts were captivated by those luscious lips. Suddenly, Xin Shutong was pushed away from Meng Shuyi's shoulder, her expression one of bewilderment as she stared at Meng Shuyi, blinking in confusion, as if questioning why she was no longer permitted to lean against her. Meng Shuyi covered Xin Shutong's still blinking eyes with her hand, leaning forward to capture the half-biting lip of Xin Shutong. Xin Shutong gasped in surprise, instinctively releasing her hold on her lower lip. Meng Shuyi seized the moment, and only after some time did she release Xin Shutong, declaring, "You did nothing, yet I fell for you." Xin Shutong struggled to finish her sentence, but Meng Shuyi silenced her with a kiss. Meng Shuyi's sudden boldness left Xin Shutong momentarily dazed, her eyes shimmering with confusion. After being released, she blinked, looking somewhat dazed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, prompting Meng Shuyi to feel an overwhelming urge to cradle her close. Meng Shuyi asked, "Do you feel my affection?" Xin Shutong, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, "Not really." "Then why not try placing yourself back in my bed?" Meng Shuyi regarded her with a teasing smile. "No way." Xin Shutong firmly rejected, "You lost your chance last night." Meng Shuyi stroked her chin thoughtfully, shifting the conversation. "In that case, I must account for the schemes you and Xin Shuang devised against me." Xin Shutong. Meng Shuyi was genuinely irked, employing Xin Shuang's full name. Xin Shuang had orchestrated numerous schemes behind her back. Some were known to her, while others were tacitly allowed, making it impossible to extricate herself from this situation. "I believe I have work to attend to." Meng Shuyi detained the guilt-ridden Xin Shutong, pushing her back onto the sofa. "You are on leave today." Meng Shuyi leaned onto Xin Shutong's chest, grasping her face in her hands, refusing to let her evade. Xin Shutong turned her head away, attempting to escape Meng Shuyi's grasp, and with a hint of acidity remarked, "She radiates brilliance. I found her utterly captivating, and that is why I liked her." Meng Shuyi instantly deflated. "Wasn't that what you asked me?" Chapter 51. Now I still want to sleep with you, Shin Shutong. Maintaining a stern expression, stated, I asked if you liked Zhou Baiyang solely because she is beautiful. I did not inquire about the details. Meng Shuyi felt exasperated again, trying to redirect the conversation. Shin Shutong, do not evade the topic. We have yet to clarify your collusion with Shin Shuyi. Then let us address each matter one by one. Starting with your first love, Shin Shutong turned her head back to face Meng Shuyi, who was resting on her chest. Meng Shuyi playfully poked Shin Shutong's delicate, fair chin, admiring her soft skin. Leaning in, Meng Shuyi placed a gentle kiss on Shin Shutong's chin, teasing, were you perhaps reincarnated from a vat of vinegar? Just consider me as such. Shin Shutong allowed herself to indulge in Meng Shuyi's affection. Meng Shuyi leaned in closer, aiming to kiss Shin Shutong's lips. Meng, Shin Shutong barely began to speak before her lips were silenced. Meng Shuyi kissed fervently, and as Shin Shutong began to reciprocate, her hands ventured toward Meng Shuyi's waist. However, Meng Shuyi, caught in laughter, paused to say, am I going to turn sour if I keep kissing a vinegar jar? Shin Shutong. How could Meng Shuyi's thoughts stray at such a moment? Shin Shutong pushed Meng Shuyi up and then pounced on her, firmly kissing back with a serious expression. Meng Shuyi, overwhelmed by the kiss, pleaded for mercy. Shin Shutong playfully nipped at Meng Shuyi's neck, asking, are you still laughing? No more laughing. Meng Shuyi quickly covered her mouth. After a considerable pause, Meng Shuyi finally spoke. Shin Shutong. Meng Shuyi gently cradled Shin Shutong's face, compelling their eyes to meet, with a tone remarkably calm. She stated, I can now speak of Zhou Baiyang with equanimity. She has lost all luster in my heart. She is merely a person I once knew, a fleeting chapter in the narrative of my life. Moreover, she now inhabits a different realm than mine. Her circle would never permit such trivial gossip. And what of me? Shin Shutong felt a pang of unease. If Meng Shuyi could let her first love fade into insignificance, what weight could her own affections hold after only a few days? You. Meng Shuyi pondered briefly before earnestly declaring to Shin Shutong, at this moment, I still wish to be with you. Shin Shutong was momentarily speechless. Meng Shuyi's responses were perpetually unexpected. Shall we go to my home? Shin Shutong's gaze darkened, her hand unconsciously grazing Meng Shuyi's waist. Meng Shuyi was taken aback by the sudden leap in Shin Shutong's thoughts. Momentarily rendered speechless. What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to be with me? Why are you dazed? Shin Shutong's voice was husky and low, tinged with a hint of teasing allure, inexplicably enticing. As Meng Shuyi observed the hazy look in Shin Shutong's eyes, a subtle sensation coursed through her waist, causing her throat to involuntarily constrict. Perhaps there would be no time to visit her home after all. Shin Shutong seized Meng Shuyi's hand, which was reaching towards her waist in an attempt to lift her shirt, and resolutely shook her head. Not here. Meng Shuyi suggested, let us go to the bed. Shin Shutong stubbornly insisted, let us go to my home. With a sigh of resignation, Meng Shuyi closed her eyes and nodded. Shin Shutong was a perplexing person. While she could employ various tactics against Meng Shuyi, she also adhered to decorum and propriety. Meng Shuyi marveled at how one could embody such contradictory traits. The two rose from the sofa, and Meng Shuyi glanced at the time, astonished to realize they had lingered on the couch for 3 hours. After adjusting their attire, they descended the stairs, a 10-minute walk from Meng Shuyi's home to Shin Shutong's. Upon entering, they immediately embraced, but as they tussled around the corner of the staircase, footsteps echoed from above. Both halted their kiss, looking up towards the source of the sound. There stood Shin Shuyi, clad in a bathrobe. Shin Shuyi awkwardly waved at Meng Shuyi, greeting her. Hello, sister-in-law, sister. Meng Shuyi felt her heart seize, wishing to vanish on the spot. Well, sister-in-law, you look more beautiful than ever, and your kissing skills are impressive. Perhaps you two should continue? I saw nothing. Shin Shuyi stammered, floundering in her words, completely oblivious to her own ramblings. All of Shin Shutong's desires evaporated, and she reached out to tidy Meng Shuyi's clothing before leading her towards the living room sofa. After a couple of steps, Shin Shutong turned back to Shin Shuyi and declared, you have 5 minutes to get dressed and come down. All right, sister, I'll be right there, Shin Shuyi replied, scurrying away in her slippers. Meng Shuyi wanted to laugh, but felt it inappropriate, maintaining a serious demeanor as she sat on the sofa. Shin Shutong returned from the kitchen with a pot of tea. It seemed today was destined for reckoning. Meng Shuyi lifted her teacup, blowing at the steam, casting a wistful glance at Shin Shutong. Shin Shutong remarked, It appears necessary to send Xiaoying to Africa for a while. Could you perhaps show some mercy? Xin Shutong inquired cautiously. For you, I shall certainly extend mercy, Meng Shuyi replied. Taking a sip of tea, she turned to observe the person descending the stairs. Xin Shuang rushed over, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, I swear on my life, I have never deceived you." Meng Shuyi replied nonchalantly, favoring honesty. Indeed, Xin Shuang had never lied to her, but she had certainly dug numerous pits for Meng Shuyi to fall into. Xin Shuang quickly raised her left hand, thumb pressed against her pinky, leaving 3 fingers extended. "Sister-in-law, I truly swear, I never intended to harm you. I believe you," Meng Shuyi responded, her expression still impassive, not probing further, simply holding her ground. Xin Shuang glanced at her sister, only to find her sitting upright like a student in training, devoid of any intention to defend her. Her sister was truly an expert in sibling sabotage. Xin Shuang felt a wave of despair and swiftly turned to Meng Shuyi, saying, "Sister-in-law, if I report my sister, can I earn some merit?" Chapter 52. Why are you so complicated? After all, if she were to offend someone, it would be better to offend her sister. The worst that could happen would be a few months in Africa. Offending a sister-in-law could lead to a sentence of 3 to 5 years. Xin Shuang mused, her left eyebrow twitching slightly, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. Meng Shuyi blinked, casting a sidelong glance at Xin Shutong, who maintained her usual serene demeanor. Meng Shuyi softly affirmed Xin Shuang's suggestion with a nod. As Xin Shuang prepared to speak, Xin Shutong suddenly coughed, interrupting her. The cough drew both Meng Shuyi and Xin Shuang's attention to Xin Shutong. Observing Xin Shutong's discomfort, Meng Shuyi hurriedly asked, "Xin Shutong, what's wrong? Are you coming down with a cold? Did you catch a chill last night?" Xin Shuang's eyes sparkled with gossip, her previously gloomy demeanor vanishing, replaced with vibrant energy. "Last night? Catch a chill? How long must one be exposed to catch a chill of that magnitude?" "I'm fine," Xin Shutong insisted, raising a fist to her lips. Meng Shuyi approached and touched Xin Shutong's forehead, noting a hint of warmth. Xin Shutong gazed up at Meng Shuyi, her tone placid. "I'm truly fine." "That," Xin Shuang interjected cautiously, "Sister-in-law, my sister faints at the sight of needles and cannot tolerate bitter medicine." Xin Shutong retorted, "This is utterly absurd." Meng Shuyi turned her gaze to Xin Shuang, observing her in silence. Xin Shuang, feeling the weight of Meng Shuyi's scrutiny, stammered, "Sister-in-law, please, my sister is unwell. Could you take her to the doctor? We can leave it at that for today. And I'll come back to a tone later." Xin Shutong, holding Meng Shuyi's hand, sounded a bit weaker than before, stating, "Today, Xiaoying must return to the old residence." The atmosphere fell silent for half a minute. "All right," Meng Shuyi agreed with a nod. Xin Shutong instructed Xin Shuang, "You go back to help. I'll return later." "Understood, sister-in-law, I'm off," Xin Shuang said before making her swift exit. Once Xin Shuang had left, Meng Shuyi gradually withdrew her hand, crossing her arms and regarding Xin Shutong with an inquisitive gaze. Feeling the intensity of the scrutiny, Xin Shutong blinked, unfazed, and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Fainting at the sight of needles? Afraid of taking medicine? Is that why you refused to go to the hospital last time?" Meng Shuyi probed. Xin Shutong sheepishly acknowledged, "Yes." Meng Shuyi couldn't help but reflect on how the seemingly composed and unflappable Xin Shutong could indeed faint at the sight of a needle. The image of the cold, aloof CEO she had first encountered had crumbled under her closer scrutiny. Initially, Xin Shutong had appeared frigid and unattainable, like an iceberg. During their blind date, she had been all business. As if conducting an interview at work, she was a heartless machine devoid of emotion. Yet, in the kitchen, she exhibited a gentle domestic charm. When their relationship was established, she had been shy and bashful. In bed, she was restrained yet fierce. In moments of social anxiety, she paced and sighed, unexpectedly endearing. Upon having her secrets uncovered, she would blush and shy away, undeniably captivating. Which of these personas was the true Xin Shutong? "What are you thinking about?" Xin Shutong inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Meng Shuyi. "Thinking of you," Meng Shuyi confessed without reservation. Xin Shutong raised an eyebrow, questioning why Meng Shuyi needed to think when she was right in front of her. Meng Shuyi called out thoughtfully, "Xin Shutong." Xin Shutong met her gaze, prompting, "What is it?" Meng Shuyi furrowed her brow in contemplation before inquiring, "Why are you so complex?" "Me? Complex?" Xin Shutong echoed, puzzled. "Yes," Meng Shuyi affirmed with a nod. "In what way am I complex?" "In every way," You are practically two extremes. Please provide examples. Shin Shudong's expression turned serious as she regarded Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi found Shin Shudong's earnestness amusing, and she chuckled. How can you be so serious? Shin Shutong, perplexed by Meng Shuyi's laughter, wore a bemused expression that we can discuss this later. Right now, we need to get you to the doctor. Meng Shuyi attempted to pull Shin Shutong to her feet. However, Shin Shutong took advantage of the moment, pulling Meng Shuyi into her embrace, forcing her to sit on her lap. That I'm fine, Shin Shutong reassured, resting her chin on Meng Shuyi's shoulder. Perhaps I merely caught a chill from the wind after disembarking from the plane last night and didn't sleep well. Meng Shuyi once again reached out to measure Shin Shudong's forehead temperature, then touched her own, finding them to be quite similar. We have a thermometer at home, right? Yes, Shin Shutong replied. Bring it out so we can check. Meng Shuyi retracted her hand, standing up and distancing herself from Shin Shudong's embrace. In an effort to reassure Meng Shuyi, Shin Shutong rummaged through a corner of the living room and produced an infrared thermometer. She turned it on and pressed it against the back of her ear. With a beep, the thermometer displayed a temperature of 36.8 degrees. Shin Shutong handed the thermometer to Meng Shuyi, saying, I told you I'm fine. Can you relax now? Meng Shuyi let out a sigh of relief, but her stomach audibly grumbled at an inopportune moment. I'm hungry, she admitted awkwardly. Unfazed, Shin Shutong placed the thermometer back down and returned to Meng Shuyi, asking, shall we go out to eat or order takeout? After a brief moment of indecision, Meng Shuyi opted for dining out. Shin Shutong nodded. What do you want to eat? Let us have Thai cuisine. Shall we? All right, Shin Shutong agreed. The two stepped out together, with Shin Shutong driving them out of Yunwan to the dining table. Meng Shuyi stared at a plate of fragrant northern Thai grilled fish, her thoughts drifting to Fei Yu and Jiangqing. A sudden thought crossed her mind, and she looked up at Shin Shutong. Have you been aware of my whereabouts these past few days? Shin Shutong met Meng Shuyi's gaze for 3 seconds before calmly nodding. Yes, Meng Shuyi replied. So that's why Fei Yu has been so eager, putting aside work to accompany me for 2 days. And how did Shin Shutong know precisely when I came home, arriving just in time to see me? Given Shin Shudong's reserved nature, did she deliberately appear disheveled to meet me last night? It seemed as though Shin Shutong could read Meng Shuyi's thoughts. As she spoke first, I did intentionally present myself that way when I saw you yesterday. Meng Shuyi exclaimed. Can we eat properly? She withdrew her gaze, her expression dimming significantly, as her chopsticks absent-mindedly poked at the mango rice, her appetite waning. Let us eat first, and I'll explain later, all right? Shin Shutong set down her chopsticks, her tone soft and soothing. Meng Shuyi took a few deep breaths, attempting to regain her composure. The emotional turmoil of the past few days was problematic. She had intended to flirt with Shin Shutong, yet her own feelings had been swept away by Shin Shudong's influence. She hadn't teased her at all. Instead, her own emotions had been tossed about like a leaf in the wind. After finishing their meal, the two exited together, with Shin Shutong holding Meng Shuyi's hand and placing it into her pocket. Meng Shuyi mused. I had originally intended to flirt with the Ice Queen, to see her blush and fluster, yet it turns out that the Ice Queen melted first. This thoughtfulness is a bit hard to adapt to. Noticing the subtle shift in Meng Shuyi's emotions, Shin Shutong squeezed her hand in the pocket, asking, What's wrong? Don't you want me to hold your hand? Meng Shuyi, not wishing to conceal her feelings, replied candidly, It's nothing. I initially thought you would be harder to flirt with, which is why I wanted to date you. Yet here I am, offering myself up for you to flirt with. Shin Shutong blinked and hesitantly asked, Do you prefer it when I'm cold and aloof with you? Not exactly. I just enjoy seeing your serious, cool demeanor blush and become shy because of my teasing, Meng Shuyi admitted with a smile. I see, Shin Shutong reflected, questioning whether she had been too forward. Meng Shuyi was straightforward and passionate, always expressing herself openly. If Shin Shutong were to act reserved, would Meng Shuyi think of her as lacking in charm? Then should I maintain a more aloof demeanor? Perhaps wear a sour expression? Shin Shutong hesitantly inquired, contemplating the feasibility of such an approach. Meng Shuyi shook her head. No need for that. Just be yourself. You don't have to go out of your way to be kind to me. Besides, if you keep looking like a grumpy cat, I certainly won't fall for a grumpy beauty. While she appreciated the challenge of winning over Shin Shutong, she also didn't want her to suppress her true nature, as it could dampen her appetite. Shin Shutong felt a sense of relief wash over her, her lips curving into a faint smile. There's no need for any pretense. Shin Shutong glanced at the overcast sky, asking, "Shall we head home? It seems like it might snow soon. Are you going back to celebrate New Year's?" Meng Shuyi followed her gaze to the heavy, dark clouds, which threatened a looming snowstorm. "Yes," Shen Shutong replied. "I'll take you back. I'll return later. That works," Meng Shuyi said with a smile. "I still need to settle accounts with you for last night." Shen Shutong felt a shiver run down her spine. Although she knew Meng Shuyi wouldn't do anything outrageous, the looming threat felt more intimidating than the actual outcome. As they walked towards the parking lot, they unexpectedly spotted Yuchen and Xu Ran. Caught in a tug-of-war, seemingly embroiled in some disagreement. From a distance, Meng Shuyi approached them, asking, "What are you two arguing about?" They both turned to Meng Shuyi, replying in unison, "Nothing." Meng Shuyi eyed them skeptically. "Are you really sure there's nothing?" "Really?" they insisted. "Absolutely." Again, they echoed each other. Meng Shuyi and Shen Shutong exchanged glances, both sensing an unspoken understanding that everything truly fine. Meng Shuyi scrutinized them with a gaze akin to an X-ray, unexpectedly noticing that Xu Ran was wearing a turtleneck sweater. In the past, Xu Ran had always insisted on maintaining her poise, refusing to wear turtlenecks, claiming they were constricting and suffocating. Even in colder weather, she had never donned one. Why was she wearing it today? Something felt off. Meng Shuyi resolved to let it go for now. Respecting the boundaries of friendship, the two shook their heads. "It's really nothing. We're just messing around if you want to share." "Then I'll take my leave," Meng Shuyi announced, turning to walk away with Shen Shutong in tow. Shen Shutong nodded at the two, quietly following Meng Shuyi to her seat. Oh, you think they're like a couple having a spat?" Meng Shuyi mused, glancing down at Shen Shutong, whose head was nestled against her chest as she fumbled with the seatbelt. "Yes," Shen Shutong replied succinctly. "That shouldn't be the case." Meng Shuyi stroked her chin thoughtfully, reflecting that the two often bickered yet always reconciled, having made it clear they wouldn't turn on their friends. "Why is that?" Shen Shutong secured her seatbelt and took the opportunity to playfully poke Meng Shuyi's cheek. Meng Shuyi shot her a glare. "Am I just leading myself into a lioness den?" "Yes," Shen Shutong's cool voice responded. "You are the lion, and I am the lamb." Meng Shuyi pondered, realizing that both she and Shen Shutong were like lions and lambs simultaneously. They each had a hunger for one another, a peculiar form of mutual pursuit. "Shen Shutong," Meng Shuyi called softly. Shen Shutong paused her actions, turning to meet Meng Shuyi's gaze. "How much do you like me?" "I don't know," Shen Shutong replied candidly. Meng Shuyi looked at Shen Shutong in surprise. Shen Shutong relinquished her intention to drive, unbuckling her seatbelt and focusing intently on Meng Shuyi. After a substantial pause, she continued, "You still possess the essence of your childhood self, yet you are entirely different now that I can't discern whether I am fond of the child you once were or the person you have become. I liked you as a child, which is why I am pursuing you now that I cannot tell if I am with you because I like who you are now or if I am trying to fill the void of my childhood regrets. We have been together for less than a week, yet everything that has transpired has been beyond my control. Our personalities, lifestyles, and ways of interacting still require adjustment. I am unsure how far my childhood affection will carry me, so I cannot ascertain how much I genuinely like you now." Meng Shuyi was taken aback. The rational and composed Shen Shutong is back at it again. "Are you evaluating our relationship as if it were a project?" Shen Shutong's response elicited a laugh from Meng Shuyi. "I apologize. I've never dated before, so I can only rely on my work experience for answers." Meng Shuyi retorted, "You've never dated. Yet I have, and it seems I lack experience as well." When she dated Zhou Baiyang, they were both so young, consumed by trivial matters like what to eat, how many practice exercises to complete, and where to play on weekends. Most of the time, Zhou Baiyang simply went along with her until disagreements arose. When Zhou Baiyang entered the entertainment industry for money, Meng Shuyi wanted to support her, urging her not to pursue that path. But Zhou Baiyang claimed she didn't understand her, calling her immature. Fine, she admitted, she truly didn't understand that as for Xu Ranwei, there was no experience to draw upon. She never listened to Meng Shuyi at all. Bringing her thoughts back to the present, Meng Shuyi chuckled at her own self-deprecation, realizing that despite her self-proclaimed status as a romantic femme fatale, she had ended up as a novice in love with zero experience. "Then let us grow together." Meng Shuyi extended her hand toward Shen Shutong. Shen Shutong reciprocated, their hands intertwining. "From now on, I look forward to your guidance. Let us learn together and improve together," Meng Shuyi replied. Both individuals gazed at each other with smiles gracing their features. How could this not be considered a unique form of mutual pursuit? Chapter 54. Unimportant. A thick cashmere blanket lay before the floor-to-ceiling window. Meng Shuyi, barefoot, walked a couple of laps on it and remarked, "This cashmere blanket is wonderfully soft, with an exquisite texture, making each step quite comfortable." Xin Shutong approached with a cup of honey pear green tea, offering it to Meng Shuyi. "Have some. It's good for your lungs." That I asked this in attempt to bribe me. Meng Shuyi accepted it, holding it to warm her hands. Xin Shutong settled on the carpet, looking up at the tall, slender figure. "So, will you accept my bribe? A single cup of tea is not sufficient." Meng Shuyi brought the cup to her nose to inhale its fragrant aroma. "I am not so easily deceived. Fei Yu and I were university classmates." Xin Shutong diverted her gaze, peering through the glass at the lawn below, where the snowflakes had completely melted, leaving the grass a dull yellow. Meng Shuyi sat beside Xin Shutong and replied softly, "I am aware of that. What I wish to hear is something different. Well, I couldn't get through to you the other day. Then I got busy discussing a collaboration. And it slipped my mind. I thought if you saw it, you'd respond." Xin Shutong took Meng Shuyi's hand and played with it. "Unfortunately, you did not reply to me. By the time I finished my work, it was already midnight. I thought about calling you in the morning, but considering you hadn't reached out the night before, nor given me any updates, and you had mentioned needing some time to cool off when you left, I hesitated and didn't call." Meng Shuyi inquired, "So you didn't intend to contact me at all?" Xin Shutong nodded. "Yes, I received a message from Fei Yu at noon, once I learned you were in Jiangsheng and that you were doing well. I chose not to disturb you further and only asked Fei Yu to keep me updated. You truly have remarkable restraint." Meng Shuyi chuckled lightly, then turned serious. "So you know exactly what time my flight back to a city is?" "Indeed," Xin Shutong replied honestly. "My flight is 2 hours later than yours. By calculating the time, it seems I might still catch a glimpse of you after landing if I hadn't traveled overnight. I would have had to wait until this morning." Meng Shuyi withdrew her hand from Xin Shutong's grasp, evidently displeased. Observing her empty hand, Xin Shutong's gaze dimmed slightly, realizing she was a bit difficult to placate. "Meng Shuyi," Xin Shutong called earnestly. Meng Shuyi looked up at Xin Shutong, noticing the loneliness in her eyes and the faint weariness etched between her brows. That a pang of sympathy struck Meng Shuyi. Xin Shutong had come to see her overnight, perhaps with ulterior motives, yet there was likely a genuine desire to meet her as well. She could have easily chosen to rest before visiting. Today, she was clearly on vacation, yet Meng Shuyi had pressed her with questions all morning and continued to interrogate her. "I'm sorry." Meng Shuyi's tone was unusually gentle. Xin Shutong reached out, ruffling Meng Shuyi's hair. "Why the sudden apology? You're on vacation," Meng Shuyi succinctly stated. Xin Shutong's brows relaxed, casually replying, "I am on vacation, and my time off is devoted to my girlfriend. Thus, there is no need for an apology." Xin Shutong's hand slid from Meng Shuyi's head, her fingertips softly tracing her cheek as she looked deeply into her eyes, asking, "Are you willing to accept my bribe now?" Meng Shuyi felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks at Xin Shutong's flirtation. Slightly tilting her head to evade Xin Shutong's fingers, with such sincerity, "I suppose I shall reluctantly forgive you." However, Meng Shuyi became particularly serious. "Your intentions are too heavy. I can hardly contend with you. Am I to be bullied in the future? What do you wish to do?" Xin Shutong's hand followed Meng Shuyi's face, grazing her smooth skin, her tone unexpectedly obedient. "That would be rather dull." Meng Shuyi ceased her evasion, allowing the restless hand to wander near her ear. "That if you comply with my wishes, how do you differ from a doll? I might as well play with a doll instead. What would be the point?" After finishing her remark, Meng Shuyi took a sip of tea. "Excellent tea. You wish to play with me?" Xin Shutong raised her eyelids, casting a questioning glance at Meng Shuyi. Her eyes glimmering with curiosity and anticipation. As Xin Shutong feigned misunderstanding, Meng Shuyi earnestly clarified, "I mean playing in a proper manner. Is there an improper way to play?" Xin Shutong continued to tease Meng Shuyi, her hand gliding from her temple to behind her ear. Xin Shutong felt her fingertips gradually sensing the warmth radiating from Meng Shuyi's ear. Meng Shuyi set down her teacup, instinctively covering her flushed ear with her hand. "Of course there is. Why can Xin Shutong effortlessly make her cheeks flush and heart race?" Observing the reddened ears, Xin Shutong's lips curled into a mischievous smile, her body leaning closer as she whispered in Meng Shuyi's ear. "Then you should teach me how to play, the kind of play that is considered improper." Xin Shutong's low voice quietly penetrated Meng Shuyi's ear, leaving her mind in a whirlwind of confusion. As Meng Shuyi's thoughts began to clear, Shin Shutong gently grasped her chin, softly instructing, "Look at me." Meng Shuyi's eyes, hazy and unfocused, lifted her chin to meet Shin Shudong's gaze, her mind utterly unresponsive. "Teach?" Shin Shudong's expression was earnest, resembling a student seeking guidance from a teacher. Meng Shuyi, in a daze, could barely hear the words, merely nodding in compliance, her vision consumed by the sight of Shin Shudong's lips moving. "Heh!" Shin Shutong chuckled lightly, her delighted laughter resonating in Meng Shuyi's ears, indicating her excellent mood. Shin Shutong leaned closer to Meng Shuyi, but refrained from hastily kissing her. She savored the sound of Meng Shuyi's breath. The warm aroma was pleasant, with a hint of evening primrose wafting from her. "Meng Laosher, it's time for class." Shin Shutong gently rubbed Meng Shuyi's earlobe. Upon inhaling the sudden, subtle fragrance, Meng Shuyi's mind began to clear. Yet hearing Shin Shutong call her Meng Laosher rendered her thoughts momentarily blank. Meng Shuyi instinctively lunged forward and became disoriented as clarity returned. Meng Shuyi gazed at Shin Shutong, her eyes glistening with allure. "Shin Shutong, don't you have something to attend to later?" Shin Shutong, witnessing the fading mist in Meng Shuyi's eyes, wrapped her arms around her neck, whispering, "It doesn't matter." Chapter 55. Are you satisfied? Meng Shuyi embraced Shin Shutong, her fingers lightly grazing Shin Shudong's jawline. "Shin Shutong, do you think you will become a person blinded by desire in the future?" Her voice carried a unique hollow depth. Tinged with joy, Shin Shutong nestled against Meng Shuyi's shoulder, the lingering echoes of their earlier intimacy still present, breathing lightly, her eyes dreamy, consciousness drifting. Upon hearing Meng Shuyi's question, Shin Shutong blinked slowly. "I might." The response, gentle yet firm, held an inexplicable allure. Meng Shuyi's delighted laughter danced in Shin Shudong's ear. "You will eventually perish at my hands." "Then let it be." Shin Shudong's hand, encircling Meng Shuyi's waist, lightly tapped her side as though playing a tune. Meng Shuyi shuddered at Shin Shudong's playful gesture, causing her brow to furrow slightly. "Cold?" "Not cold, just ticklish. Would you like more?" Shin Shutong inquired. "Meng Laosher, are you not going to assess your teaching outcomes? Do you still have the strength?" "There is still some strength left for that," Meng Shuyi replied. "Is it that Shin Shutong has extraordinary stamina, or have I simply regressed in skill? How could she still have energy?" In a moment of clarity, Meng Shuyi grasped the situation. "Shin Shutong, wait a moment." She seized Shin Shudong's mischief-making hand. "Just wait." "What is it?" Meng Shuyi hastily donned her clothing and covered Shin Shutong with hers. Shin Shutong, unsure of Meng Shuyi's intent, followed suit and dressed that it's a bit of a hassle. Meng Shuyi's abrupt remark left Shin Shutong puzzled, her gaze following Meng Shuyi's line of sight. The cashmere blanket needed washing, and no wonder she mentioned it was a bit of a hassle. Meng Shuyi's piercing gaze scrutinized Shin Shutong, her silence speaking volumes. Shin Shutong felt somewhat uneasy under her intense scrutiny. Mentally reviewing the recent events to ensure nothing was amiss. Had Meng Shuyi any grievances left unaddressed? Why was she staring at her like that? Meng Shuyi's gaze swept over Shin Shutong. "Why do I feel as if you were concealing something from me?" Meng Shuyi's expression hinted at a playful challenge. Shin Shutong furrowed her brows. "What could I possibly be hiding from you?" Meng Shuyi stepped closer to Shin Shutong, crossing her arms, looking down at her. "Truly nothing." "Then why do you hesitate to meet my gaze?" Shin Shutong lifted her head, meeting Meng Shuyi's eyes directly. "I have no hesitation. I genuinely have nothing to conceal from you. Here's a clue. It was the night of our first dinner at your place." Shin Shutong frowned. "That night's events have already been accounted for." "Haven't they?" Meng Shuyi replied coolly. "The matter from that evening has been settled. I had no intention of pursuing it further." "What is this?" Shin Shutong simply cannot fathom what kind of account Meng Shuyi is trying to settle. "That night, you had your way with me, displaying a remarkable proficiency and a myriad of techniques." Meng Shuyi gazed intently at Shin Shutong, remarking that you claim to have no exes, never having been in a relationship, nor having been with anyone else. Shin Shutong. Meng Shuyi continued, stating that despite having no past, no romantic entanglements, and no experiences with others, your skills were astonishingly adept, creating a contradiction, or are you simply gifted? Self-taught, perhaps, yet you were just learning from me? Shin Shutong. Meng Shuyi. Therefore, I implore you to provide me with a reasonable explanation. Shin Shutong. An explanation eludes me. observing Shin Shudong's face teetering on the edge of composure. Meng Shuyi spoke in a low, haunting tone. I shall grant you 20 minutes to prepare a lie. I will take a bath first. As Shin Shutong watched Meng Shuyi ascend the staircase. She exhaled softly, momentarily reveling in her own triumph, lamenting that she had been too hasty that evening and had inadvertently exposed herself. Shin Shutong entered the restroom on the first floor. 20 minutes later. Meng Shuyi descended the stairs, noticing Shin Shutong seated on the living room sofa, now clad in a different set of loungewear. Have you figured out what to say? Meng Shuyi sauntered over, settling into the armchair with an elegant posture. Leaning back against the sofa, her right leg casually crossed over her left, exuding an air of leisure. If only she had a cigarette in hand, her languid allure would be even more pronounced. Shin Shudong's gaze fell upon Meng Shuyi, her heart involuntarily marveling at her innate beauty. Even without makeup, her bare face radiated an enchanting brilliance, akin to a captivating and exotic flower blooming in a distant land. Shin Shutong began to speak, but only managed to utter a single word before falling silent. Meng Shuyi, with a flirtatious smile, asked teasingly, "What's wrong? Can't find the words." Shin Shutong, battling inner turmoil, maintained her composed and serene facade, her tone steady and unwavering. I did not deceive you. I truly have no exes, no romantic history, and aside from you, I have not been with anyone else that I believe you. Meng Shuyi responded with a smile. All you need to do is explain how you acquired those skills. I learned them on my own. Shin Shudong's voice remained monotonous, yet Meng Shuyi detected a hint of insecurity, and the thought of the icy, reserved beauty seeking to learn such things only intensified her desire to tease Shin Shutong. Where did you learn? How did you teach yourself? Shin Shutong inquired. Have you forgotten that I spent several years abroad? Meng Shuyi. I underestimated you. Did you learn by yourself? Meng Shuyi raised an eyebrow. Determined to uncover the truth, Shin Shudong's response was curt, her voice significantly softer. Meng Shuyi observed the faint flush creeping up Shin Shudong's neck and earlobes, nodding in satisfaction while continuing to tease her. Now, repeat after me. Where did you acquire those skills? Shin Shutong, feeling utterly defeated, expressionless, stood and approached Meng Shuyi. I learned it all to be with you. Satisfied, Shin Shutong gritted her teeth as she spoke, pushing Meng Shuyi against the sofa's back and kissing her fiercely. Biting her chin in a fit of exasperation, Meng Shuyi. The proud and aloof tabby cat has begun to show its claws. Hee hee. Meng Shuyi's light-hearted laughter emanated softly from her throat as she reached out to caress Shin Shudong's earlobe. Whispering, Shin Shutong, how are you so adorable? Her tone resembled that of a person coaxing a child. The contrast was striking. There might still be many things that could provoke Shin Shutong that she had yet to uncover. Shin Shutong held Meng Shuyi in a kiss for quite some time before finally releasing her, lightly touching Meng Shuyi's chin, breathless as she asked, Are you satisfied? It's acceptable. Meng Shuyi, dazed from the kiss, failed to notice the flaw in Shin Shudong's words. Chapter 56. Are you aware of the cute offense? The two of them lingered together for quite a while, embracing as they indulged in an afternoon nap. At 5 in the afternoon, the groceries Shin Shutong had ordered online arrived. When Meng Shuyi awoke, she found herself alone, rubbing her sleepy eyes before heading downstairs, where the clattering sounds from the kitchen caught her attention. Approaching the kitchen doorway, she saw Shin Shutong standing at the sink, chopping something. Didn't you say you were leaving? Why are you still here cooking? Meng Shuyi inquired lazily, a hint of surprise lacing her voice. Shin Shutong paused her movements, turning slightly to glance at Meng Shuyi, her voice airy as she replied, What does that mean? Meng Shuyi stepped closer, noticing that Shin Shutong was slicing tofu. What dish are you preparing? Wensi tofu. Shin Shutong continued chopping the tofu, casually instructing. Handle the shrimp, peel them. We will stir-fry some shrimp later. Sure thing, Shin Shutong, giving me orders now. Meng Shuyi stepped behind Shin Shutong, wrapping her arms around her waist. It feels quite natural to give orders. The last word rose slightly, carrying a hint of threat as she tightened her grip, like a playful punishment. Shin Shutong was startled by Meng Shuyi's sudden action, her back instinctively straightening, and she began to squirm lightly, attempting to evade Meng Shuyi's hands. However, Meng Shuyi was relentless, pursuing her waist, pressing her body against Shin Shudong's back, resting her chin on Shin Shudong's shoulder. Breathing softly into her ear, Don't mess around. I have a knife in my hand. Shin Shutong, suppressing the ticklish sensation, replied coolly, Are you hoping for a free meal? Will you provide it? Meng Shuyi glanced around. As if searching for something. I will. Shin Shutong answered without hesitation. Noticing the head bobbing on her shoulder, she calmly stated, "The scissors are in the toolbox behind you. There are gloves inside." Meng Shuyi turned to look behind her. Indeed, spotting a toolbox on the counter. With a resigned sigh, she released the warm, soft embrace. After rummaging through the toolbox for scissors and gloves, Meng Shuyi returned to Shin Shutong's side, standing by the sink. "Really? Will you provide it?" Shin Shutong finished cutting the tofu and placed it on a plate before setting down her knife and moving to the gas stove, where a clay pot steamed gently. Following Shin Shutong's movements, Meng Shuyi asked, "What are you stewing? It smells fantastic. Crab meat lion's head. Wow. Are we having all Huaiyang cuisine today?" Shin Shutong nodded. Observing the dish was nearly cooked, she replaced the pot lid and turned off the heat. "Shin Shutong, is there anything you cannot do?" Meng Shuyi donned the gloves and began handling the shrimp. Shin Shutong watched as Meng Shuyi skillfully trimmed the shrimp heads, peeled the shells, and deveined them. "There are many things I cannot do," Shin Shutong praised. "Your technique is commendable. It seems white rice will have to wait. No, there is still a chance." While handling the shrimp, Meng Shuyi kept an eye on Shin Shutong as she chopped vegetables. "Shin Shutong, Meng Shuyi declared seriously. "You say you are good-looking, earn well, and can cook such delicious dishes. Whoever marries you will be getting quite a bargain." Shin Shutong set down the mushrooms she was chopping and looked steadily at Meng Shuyi. Asking, "You don't intend to marry?" Meng Shuyi shook her head. Shin Shutong averted her gaze, resuming her task, her eyes dimming significantly, the depths filled with a melancholy that could almost be felt. Meng Shuyi suddenly sensed the kitchen's atmosphere had grown considerably heavier. Sighing to herself that Shin Shutong was far too easy to tease, "That I don't plan to marry you. It's too troublesome. How about we just get married? You don't have to wed, and I don't have to marry." Meng Shuyi spoke as if negotiating, her tone casual as if trying to console someone sulking. Shin Shutong paused, her knife halting mid-air as she turned to look at Meng Shuyi, surprise flickering in her calm eyes. Meng Shuyi smiled slyly, like a cunning old fox, saying, "If you don't want to, then so be it, Shin Shutong. If you don't speak, I'll assume you agree." Meng Shuyi playfully blinked, sending a flirtatious glance Shin Shutong's way. Shin Shutong remarked, "Cute offenses are against the law. Seduction is a crime. Does this person not realize?" The two busied themselves until 6:30, when Shin Shutong plated the shrimp, ready to wash the pot. "Let us eat first. The dishes are getting cold." Meng Shuyi interrupted Shin Shutong, who was about to clean the frying pan. Shin Shutong, not wishing to quarrel with Meng Shuyi over trivial matters, acquiesced and prepared to serve rice. At the dining table, they enjoyed a feast of crab meat lion's head, Wensi tofu, and stir-fried shrimp. Seated across from each other, Meng Shuyi marveled at the visually appealing dishes, exclaiming in delight, "The presentation is remarkable. It looks truly delicious. Shin Shutong, you are simply a treasure." Shin Shutong's lips curled into a smile at the compliment, first serving Meng Shuyi a bowl of tofu soup, gently advising, "Taste it, be cautious, it's hot." Meng Shuyi accepted the bowl of soup that Shin Shutong offered, spooning it into her mouth. The flavor was exquisite, soft and delicate, melting in her mouth. "It's delicious, just like you." Shin Shutong's eyelids fluttered at this peculiar compliment, prompting her to ask, "How can soup be compared to me? It's fragrant and tender." After saying this, Meng Shuyi licked her lips. Shin Shutong watched as Meng Shuyi's pink tongue brushed over her lower lip. Unable to suppress a swallow. Why did I suddenly grasp what Meng Shuyi was insinuating? This person always finds a way to tease me even during a meal. Are you as alluring outside as you are here? Shin Shutong's deep-set gaze revealed her evident displeasure. "No." Meng Shuyi earnestly explained, "Before we became acquainted, did I ever show any particular fondness for you?" Meeting Meng Shuyi's seemingly playful eyes, Shin Shutong averted her gaze and, maintaining her composure, inquired, "How about this?" With that, she scooped a lion's head meatball from Meng Shuyi. Observing the substantial lion's head occupying most of her bowl, Meng Shuyi slightly furrowed her brows and asked with concern, "Although I am not picky, Shin Shutong, do you harbor ulterior motives?" "What?" Shin Shutong looked up to see Meng Shuyi's conflicted expression. "It tastes exquisite." Meng Shuyi sincerely complimented Shin Shutong's culinary skills before asking, "But this is meat. Are you trying to make me gain weight?" Shin Shutong placed one into her own bowl, ensuring fairness. Meng Shuyi, "Shin Shutong, you are adorably breaking the rules, you know, Shin Shutong. You do so frequently." Meng Shuyi. Chapter 57. Thank you for the delightful dinner. My girlfriend. Meng Shuyi held her bowl, using chopsticks to pick up a meatball and taking a small bite. The rich flavors of pork and crab melded with the fresh essence of vegetables, filling Meng Shuyi's mouth with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Once she swallowed her morsel, Meng Shuyi praised, Shin Shutong. It is a pity you are not a chef. This lion's head surpasses even the handmade beef balls from a Qing's house, and is far superior to what my aunt prepares. Shin Shutong maintained her impassive demeanor, yet Meng Shuyi sensed a smile dancing in her eyes, indicating her good spirits. Point one for each of us. We mustn't overindulge. Shin Shutong placed shrimp in a Meng Shuyi's bowl. Eat up. Meng Shuyi discovered another secret about Shin Shutong. When she does not wish to converse, she serves food, reminiscent of Shen Shuang, when in high spirits. She also serves food, akin to a reward, much like herself. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Meng Shuyi couldn't help but chuckle softly. What are you laughing at? Shin Shutong inquired, observing Meng Shuyi's sudden amusement with a calm tone. I recalled something amusing. Meng Shuyi stifled her laughter, picking up the shrimp that Shin Shutong had served her and placing it in her mouth. After finishing their meal, Meng Shuyi earnestly remarked, the dishes tonight remind me of you. Both fragrant and delectable. Shin Shutong regarded Meng Shuyi's serious expression and, recalling her earlier critique of the tofu soup, suddenly comprehended the implication behind her words. Shin Shutong felt somewhat overwhelmed, but not displeased to temper Meng Shuyi's exuberance. She replied coolly, then you can wash the dishes, Meng Shuyi. Had I known, I wouldn't have teased so excessively. Meng Shuyi pouted, resigned to tidying up the dishes and stepping into the kitchen. Turning on the faucet, she squeezed dish soap onto a sponge and diligently began washing the dishes. Shin Shutong leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching Meng Shuyi's silhouette, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of her mouth as she took out her phone to capture the moment. Hey, Shin Shutong, what are you doing? Meng Shuyi sensed the gaze behind her and turned to look at Shin Shutong. It's nothing. Just taking a picture of my diligent dishwasher. Shin Shutong waved her phone. I am not a dishwasher. Meng Shuyi shot her a playful glance, but truly, it was delicious. Shin Shutong crossed her arms, elegantly observing the industrious dishwasher at work, remarking, no need to thank me. You have also contributed labor. It is not a free meal. Meng Shuyi abruptly turned around, her gaze fixed intently on Shin Shutong, remaining silent. What is the matter? Shin Shutong blinked, her tone unruffled. Are you suggesting I should smash a few dishes in protest? Meng Shuyi tilted her head, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of her plan. Shin Shutong frowned slightly. Where did you get such an idea? Meng Shuyi answered earnestly. My grandmother taught me, she said when she was newly married. She didn't want to wash dishes, so she smashed a few, and thereafter, it became my grandfather's duty. Shin Shutong did not respond and turned to walk into the living room. Hey, Shin Shutong, don't walk away. Meng Shuyi called after her. Shin Shutong paused, coolly stating, then go ahead and smash them. You can afford it with that 3,000 yuan dish in your hand. Meng Shuyi ignited a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and then slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. Why all this fuss? She shifted her gaze towards Yi Chun, inquiring, and what about you? What's your story? I just don't want Ruan to leave, Yi Chun murmured. His head bowed, a tone of desolation in his voice. Meng Shuyi exchanged a glance with Sheng Qinglan, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. After being away for a year or two, Meng Shuyi had yet to hear Yi Chun articulate any sentiments. You two haven't gotten involved, have you? Meng Shuyi leaned back on the sofa, releasing a cloud of smoke, her eyes darting between the two. Silence enveloped them. One fiddled with her fingers while the other stared at the ceiling, as if evading something. Damn it! Meng Shuyi tossed the cigarette butt aside, leaping to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded the pair. Sheng Qinglan also rose, her brow furrowed, her tone serious as she asked, who initiated this? Still, silence reigned. Meng Shuyi took a deep breath and resumed her seat on the sofa, pinching the bridge of her nose, fatigue evident in her demeanor. From the looks of it, you both have no intention of being together? Yi Chun hesitated for a moment, slowly raising his hand, his voice barely above a whisper. I intend to take responsibility, and no need for that. I don't require your responsibility, Qi Ruan said flatly. We're all adults. Let's just consider it a lesson learned. Ruan. Yi Chun's voice was gentle yet tinged with guilt. Meng Shuyi and Sheng Qinglan stared blankly at each other. Qi Ruan's gaze turned distant as she sighed. We had a pact, remember? We promised never to act on our feelings for friends. Yi Chun, eyes downcast, nervously twisted his thumbs together, muttering, I didn't mean for it to happen. Qi Yuan looked at him, disappointment flickering in her eyes before she regained her composure. She sighed and continued, I bear some responsibility in this matter as well, so I won't hold it against you that I've decided to leave for a while. Lan Jie, Lao Meng, I will return. With that, Qi Yuan turned to exit the room. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's complexion paled, and he abruptly stood, grasping Qi Yuan's wrist. Ruan, if my presence makes you uncomfortable, I can leave. No need, Qi Yuan said dismissively, shaking off his hand and walking away without looking back. Why Yi Chen stood frozen, his expression hollow, shoulders slumped like a deflated balloon as he sank back onto the sofa. Motionless, Ruan, Meng Shuyi and Sheng Qinglan moved towards the door, disregarding the despondent Yi Chen in the corner. In the corridor, Meng Shuyi grasped Qi Yuan's hand, saying, Qi Yuan, we need to talk. It's dangerous for you to go out like this. Lao Meng, Qi Yuan removed Meng Shuyi's hand. I'm calm and clear-headed. I just need some time and space to think things through. She patted Meng Shuyi's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. Meng Shuyi regarded Qi Yuan with a resigned sigh. Sheng Qinglan took hold of Qi Yuan's other hand. Where will you go? Can we still reach you? Qi Yuan smiled faintly. Wherever I end up is fine. You don't need to worry about me. Once I've sorted things out, I'll naturally return. Hearing Qi Yuan evade the question of communication, Meng Shuyi's brow furrowed deeper. What kind of trouble had Yi Chen gotten into? The two exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in resignation as they watched Qi Yuan walk away. Back in the private room, Yi Chen was pouring shots straight from the bottle. Both Meng Shuyi and Sheng Qinglan chose to ignore him, allowing him to vent his frustrations. Within an hour, Yi Chen was intoxicated, slurring as he recounted the events leading up to this moment. On Christmas night, after watching the fireworks, Qi Yuan told me she was feeling down and asked me to keep her company at her place. She shared a lot, but we drank too much, and I can't recall everything. It was something about her having a crush on someone. In the end, it seemed we ended up kissing, and when we woke up the next day, we were both naked. As for what occurred, I can't quite remember. I want to take responsibility, but she said it wasn't necessary. Meng Shuyi's furrowed brow remained unyielding. So, you two were arguing over this matter this afternoon? Yeah, for the past few days, Ruan has been avoiding me, and this afternoon was just a coincidence, Yi Chen replied, squinting, his voice hoarse and sorrowful. Sheng Qinglan inquired, when did you start caring for Ruan? I don't know, maybe it was a long time ago, Yi Chen said with a bitter smile, taking another swig of alcohol. When I heard Ruan mention someone she liked, it hurt, but when I found out that person didn't reciprocate, I felt for Ruan, and I was angry at that person for being blind. Seeing Yi Chen in such a disheveled state, Sheng Qinglan sighed in resignation, clinking her glass against his and taking a drink. No, Meng Shuyi looked at Yi Chen and then at Sheng Qinglan. Why Yi Chen is drowning his sorrows. But what about you, Qinglan? I'm just keeping her company, Sheng Qinglan replied nonchalantly. Meng Shuyi sensed something was off with Sheng Qinglan. But since she was unwilling to divulge more, Meng Shuyi refrained from pressing further, watching as the two women continued their drinking. Unbeknownst to them, the night deepened. Meng Shuyi glanced at the time and lazily suggested, perhaps it's time to call it a night. If you both get drunk, I can't manage taking care of two inebriated souls. No worries, Sheng Qinglan replied, her eyes slightly squinted, a hint of intoxication evident. If it comes to it, we can just sleep here. Yi Chen raised her glass towards Meng Shuyi, a teasing tone lacing her words. What's this? Lao Meng, have you found a girlfriend and turned into a responsible adult? Meng Shuyi, disinterested in quarreling with someone inebriated, contemplated calling their families, but Yi Chen interjected, mind your business, just go about your own affairs. Sheng Qinglan set her glass down. Lao Meng, it's fine. I usually handle my liquor well. I'm aware of my limits. Meng Shuyi relinquished her attempts to manage the two. Chapter 59. Happy New Year at 10:30. Meng Shuyi received a call from Xin Shutong. Are you heading back? All right, I'll be down soon. After hanging up, she turned to the two. Are you really planning to sleep here? It's fine. I'll have someone take Yi Chen home later, Sheng Qinglan said, her eyes glazed yet her mind sharp. Her words articulate. Then I shall take my leave. Meng Shuyi draped her coat over her arm, slinging her bag over her shoulder as she stepped outside. Just as she reached the door, she spotted Xin Shudong's figure. Xin Shudong. Meng Shuyi smiled as she approached. Xin Shudong reached out to take Meng Shuyi's bag, draping her coat over her shoulders. It's cold. Make sure to dress warmly. Understood, Meng Shuyi replied, glancing up at Shen Shudong's expression. Sensing a hint of discontent, Shen Shutong adjusted Meng Shuyi's collar, leaning in to plant a kiss on her forehead. Meng Shuyi. What was that about? Are you trying to make a statement? She glanced around. Noticing no familiar faces nearby. Why the distraction? Shen Shutong cupped Meng Shuyi's face, feeling her not too warm cheeks, realizing she hadn't overindulged, easing some of her concern. It's just that your sudden intimacy took me by surprise. Meng Shuyi replied, gently pulling Shen Shudong's hands away. Let's go. Imichim. The two walked to the roadside, and Shen Shutong opened the car door for Meng Shuyi. As she settled into the passenger seat, Meng Shuyi voiced her concern. I say, if President Shun is opening doors and driving for me, am I going to live shorter? Shen Shutong remained silent, shutting the door, walking around the car to enter the driver's seat, leaning over. She kissed Meng Shuyi again. Hey, Shen Shutong. Who kisses someone without a word? Meng Shuyi pushed against the small gap, attempting to speak. Shen Shutong waited for her to finish before continuing to kiss her. Meng Shuyi, resigned, reciprocated, becoming lost in the moment. Suddenly, Shen Shutong bit her lightly, then pulled away to fasten her seatbelt and start the car. The motions fluid and seamless. A kiss was one thing, but a bite too? Meng Shuyi was bewildered, unable to comprehend Shen Shudong's erratic behavior. Shen Shutong, focused on the road, replied coolly, incorrect address, punishment. Incorrect words, punishment. Meng Shuyi. Is the domineering female CEO Shen Shutong making an appearance? But I didn't say anything wrong. Did I? President Shen, driver, shorten my life, humph. Laughter erupted from the back seat. Meng Shuyi. Wait, why is there someone in the back seat? She looked up at the rearview mirror, realizing it was Shen Shuyi, who had fled from Shen Shudong's house earlier that day. Sister-in-law. Shen Shuyi stifled a laugh as she greeted her. Meng Shuyi felt her cheeks flush slightly, forcing a composed smile. Xiaoying. Shen Shuyi, eager to clarify, exclaimed, Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop on you too. I didn't see anything at all. Meng Shuyi thought to herself, I believe you, sure. Really? Yes. Her voice had diminished considerably. Shen Shutong seized the moment. I need to fly to Z City early tomorrow morning. MHM. Meng Shuyi replied absently, her mind elsewhere, after spending an entire day with Shen Shutong. It was unrealistic to expect her to indulge in playful antics every day. That you're unhappy. Shen Shutong cast a fleeting glance at Meng Shuyi, her tone matter-of-fact. Meng Shuyi, somewhat flustered, hastily changed the subject. No, it's just that when you mentioned your business trip, I recalled that Xu Ranwei said she was heading out of town. She has already left. Shen Shutong, her tone neutral, inquired. What happened? A rather melodramatic affair, was the response. Shen Shutong chose not to pursue the conversation further. Focusing intently on driving, Shen Shuyi was completely forgotten. They traveled in silence back to Yunwan. Upon arriving, Shen Shutong parked the car, and Meng Shuyi opened the door to step out. Shen Shutong, I'm going home now. Since you have a business trip tomorrow, it's not convenient for me to stay here. Shen Shutong approached, taking Meng Shuyi's hand, asserting, there's nothing inconvenient about it. Meng Shuyi, somewhat dazed, allowed herself to be led by Shen Shutong towards the main entrance. Once inside, Shen Shutong guided Meng Shuyi through a maze of corridors to the equipment room. Shen Shutong, what are you planning to do? To make it convenient for you to stay here. Shen Shutong powered on the computer and then pressed Meng Shuyi's finger onto the fingerprint scanner several times. Meng Shuyi stared blankly as her fingerprints were recorded. Shen Shutong remarked, you can access all the doors here. Wait, aren't you being a bit too trusting? Are you not afraid I might empty your house? Meng Shuyi gazed at her palm in disbelief, then looked at Shen Shudong's face, illuminated by the computer screen, casting a surreal glow. Shen Shutong looked up at Meng Shuyi. I still need to record the safe's fingerprint. After saying this, she lowered her head and clicked the mouse, recording Meng Shuyi's fingerprint once more. Meng Shuyi, why do I feel like I've been kidnapped? What is your net worth? She asked, half-jokingly. Shen Shutong furrowed her brows in deep thought before responding with utmost seriousness. I have only been working for a short while. By the end of the year, I should receive around 50 to 60 million. However, what my mother left me must be in the billions. I can certainly afford to support you. Meng Shuyi replied. You really are wealthy. I want to cling to your leg. So, would you like to cling to my leg? Shen Shutong fixed her gaze on Meng Shuyi. How did you know what I was thinking? Meng Shuyi asked, struggling to see the eyes behind the glimmering lenses. Shen Shutong pondered for a moment, then playfully replied, I guessed. Meng Shuyi chuckled, pinching Shen Shudong's earlobe. Oh no, I have no secrets left in front of you. Well, we have already been quite candid with each other. There shouldn't be any secrets left, Shin Shutong replied earnestly. Yet, Meng Shuyi felt inexplicably that Shin Shudong's words were colorful and profound. What time is your flight tomorrow? You should get some rest. Shin Shutong glanced at her watch. Indeed, I should sleep early. My flight is at 6 tomorrow morning. The two left the equipment room. Shin Shudong's eyes bore into Meng Shuyi with an intensity that spoke volumes without words. Meng Shuyi, feeling helpless, said, I'll stay. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Shin Shudong's mouth, and Meng Shuyi sensed a sudden lift in the oppressive atmosphere around them. Upon returning to the second floor, Meng Shuyi entered the master bedroom's bathroom, while Shin Shutong headed to the adjacent room. After freshening up, Shin Shutong obediently embraced Meng Shuyi, ready to sleep. Meng Shuyi noticed the weariness etched on Shin Shudong's brow. Along with a hint of melancholy, Shin Shutong, Meng Shuyi called softly. Meng Shuyi pressed her lips to Shin Shudong's forehead. I haven't wished you a happy new year yet. Then say it now, Shin Shutong replied. Returning the gesture with a kiss on Meng Shuyi's brow, Shin Shutong, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Meng Shuyi. Chapter 60. No rejection. Two voices echoed, one sultry and tinged with longing, the other cool, yet laced with a hint of delight. As they gazed at each other, Shin Shudong's eyes deepened with emotion. Noticing Shin Shudong's gaze flicker to her lips, Meng Shuyi withdrew her gaze and lay flat on her back. Shin Shutong nestled closer into Meng Shuyi's embrace. Inhaling deeply against her neck, Shin Shutong, weren't you supposed to get up early? Stop teasing, Meng Shuyi protested, feeling the heat of Shin Shudong's breath against her neck, a delightful yet torturous sensation. Meng Shuyi pushed gently against Shin Shutong, attempting to create some space, but Shin Shutong clung to her like a piece of stubborn candy. You started it, Shin Shutong murmured, her voice low and plaintive. Shin Shutong leaned closer, her nose brushing against the side of Meng Shuyi's neck. Meng Shuyi suppressed a shiver of excitement, surrendering to the warmth of Shin Shudong's presence. After a moment of stillness, noticing Meng Shuyi's lack of response, Shin Shudong's fingers danced lightly over Meng Shuyi's waist, as if playing a piano. Meng Shuyi trembled slightly, her heart racing. Shin Shutong. Shin Shutong replied, her voice huskied. It's so ticklish. Just sleep peacefully and stop fooling around. I miss you, Shin Shutong confessed, her voice soft and tender. Meng Shuyi questioned, puzzled by the sudden admission. I'm afraid, Shin Shutong continued. Afraid of what? Meng Shuyi inquired. You have so many memories with Zhou Baiyang, while we share a blank slate, Meng Shuyi responded. I was merely reminiscing about things I fantasized about in my youth. None of them were ever realized, so the kiss Shin Shutong initiated earlier was merely a step in the dating process. Was her immediate decision to take Meng Shuyi to record her fingerprint an effort to bind her to her side? To leave a mark of belonging? Did Shin Shutong wish to occupy a more significant space in her heart? Meng Shuyi pondered these thoughts, only to realize that Shin Shudong's hand had moved to her shoulder. Meng Shuyi, I forbid you to have anyone else in your heart, Shin Shutong declared, a blend of humility and possessiveness in her tone. Meng Shuyi was taken aback, realizing that this domineering side of Shin Shutong had been cultivated by her own influence. Meng Shuyi met Shin Shudong's gaze, and Shin Shutong said, I haven't completely claimed you yet, neither your heart nor your body. There was a sense of unease and loneliness in Shin Shudong's voice, leaving Meng Shuyi with an indescribable feeling that if asked whether she liked Shin Shutong, the answer would be affirmative. Yet, how deep was that affection? What path lay ahead? There were no plans in her heart. The words exchanged in the kitchen earlier were half-truths, partly aimed at cheering Shin Shutong up. Meng Shuyi was enjoying their current romantic state, yet the idea of fully surrendering her heart still filled her with resistance. The pain she had endured with Zhou Baiyang was not something she wished to experience again. Shin Shutong, I'm sorry, Meng Shuyi struggled to say. I cannot fully entrust my heart to you just yet. Shin Shudong's gaze dimmed. Meng Shuyi's heart ached at the sight. She had promised to allow Shin Shutong to be more assertive, yet it was she who faltered. Shin Shutong turned away, attempting to distance herself from Meng Shuyi. But after a brief moment, she found herself tumbling back towards her. Acting on impulse, before Meng Shuyi could react, she had already encircled Shin Shudong's neck, pulling her closer. The force of Shin Shudong's movement was somewhat abrupt, causing her to collide with Meng Shuyi. Ouch! Meng Shuyi let out a muffled sound. Are you all right? Does it hurt? Shin Shutong asked anxiously, pulling away. I'm fine, Meng Shuyi replied with a hint of exasperation. Shin Shutong. Are you hesitating again? Shin Shutong remained silent, simply gazing at Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi wrapped her other arm around Shin Shutong's neck, smiling brightly as she looked back at her. Shin Shutong, how is it that you manage a large company and oversee so many people? Yet you lack the remarkable execution when it comes to us? You desire my heart and body. I cannot fully give you my heart just yet, but I haven't rejected you either. You. Meng Shuyi's words trailed off. Shin Shutong silenced her with a kiss, and after a moment, declared, All right, Meng Shuyi, if I cannot fully possess your heart and body, I shall first occupy your thoughts, ensuring that you cannot forget me in the future. No matter who you wish to be with, you will always think of me. A fill-in-the-blank statement, to be completed with your favorite words, Meng Shuyi. There's no need to be so ruthlessly possessive. As Meng Shuyi drifted into slumber, she was unaware of when Shin Shutong had risen that morning. Upon awakening, she felt a profound fatigue coursing through her body. She lamented her decision to involve herself with Shin Shutong, as she always seemed to be the one at a disadvantage. With a sigh, Meng Shuyi rolled over in bed, tossed aside the covers, and got up. Despite the warmth from the heating, she couldn't help but shiver. Shin Shutong didn't even provide me with a nightgown. Meng Shuyi mumbled to herself as she casually rummaged through the clothes at the foot of her bed, putting on a random piece before rising to enter the bathroom for her morning routine. Once she was finished and glanced at the watch on her bedside table, she realized it was already 9:30 in the morning. She picked up her phone, pressed the button, but the screen remained dark. Her phone was dead and had shut off. She walked to the study to find a charging cable, plugged in her phone, and turned it on. Messages from Shin Shutong, her parents, and her secretary flooded her notifications. Oh dear. Meng Shuyi rubbed her temples. This was quite the predicament. Sitting in the study chair, she pondered for a moment before deciding to call her mother to request a day off. After all, she was already late. She might as well make use of the time. Shin Shutong had seemed rather displeased last night. How could she possibly cheer her up? It's only the first day back to work after the new year. And you're asking for leave. That's unreasonable. Her mother's voice came through the phone. Mom, Meng Shuyi felt a twinge of guilt, recognizing her own capriciousness. Where did you go last night? You didn't even come home. Meng Shuyi touched the red mark on her neck, feeling her cheeks flush. She had stayed at Shin Shutong's house her mother's tone elongated, filled with understanding and teasing. Mom, Meng Shuyi exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and irritation. All right, I get it. Just remember to exercise some restraint. Youth is no excuse, Meng Wenyu admonished, her voice a continuous stream of advice. Meng Shuyi felt her cheeks burning, knowing her mother was the best. I love you. Mom. With a beep, Meng Wenyu ended the call. Her mother had hung up first. Chapter 61. Meng Shuyi rested her chin in her hands on the desk, contemplating whether Shin Shutong would return today. If she wouldn't all her preparations be in vain. After a moment's hesitation, she opened her phone and sent a message to Shin Shutong. Shin Shutong was likely busy and wouldn't have the time to respond. After sending the text, she noticed Shin Shutong had not replied. With no other choice, Meng Shuyi decided to head downstairs for something to eat. She needed to appease her own hunger first to owe her surprise. The housekeeper was present today. While eating breakfast, Meng Shuyi inquired, and the housekeeper explained, Mr. Shin mentioned that he would be bringing someone in to clean today and asked me to keep an eye on things. So that was it. Meng Shuyi nodded. What time are they coming? How long will it take? The housekeeper respectfully replied, It's a professional team. 2 hours should suffice. Did Mr. Shin mention if she would be back for dinner? Meng Shuyi asked. Mr. Shin did not specify whether she would return, but asked me to follow Miss Meng's instructions. It's fine. You don't need to worry about me. After hearing the housekeeper's words, Meng Shuyi formulated a plan and didn't ask any further. After finishing her breakfast, she went upstairs to change. She chose an elegant white long dress, her hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, and considering the cold weather, she grabbed a coat. After applying her makeup, she descended the stairs, car keys in hand, and stepped outside at Sheng Qinglan's door. Meng Shuyi knocked persistently for quite some time. I say, Lao Meng, can't you act like a decent person? Sheng Qinglan appeared with a tousled hairstyle, barking at her. Meng Shuyi scratched her head awkwardly, forcing a smile. Sorry, you were the only one I could think of. I only fell asleep at 4 this morning. Sheng Qinglan yawned and grumbled. What do you want? After saying that, she turned and plopped down on the sofa in the living room. Meng Shuyi, familiar with the routine, changed her shoes and followed her inside. You know a lot of people, right? I want to plan a birthday party. Sheng Qinglan rubbed her eyes and asked, "Isn't your birthday still a while off?" Meng Shuyi replied, "I want to celebrate Xin Shutong's Dao. When is that?" "Today." Sheng Qinglan immediately woke up from her drowsiness. "Today?" Her voice was alarmingly loud. Meng Shuyi jumped. "What's wrong? Is there not enough time?" Sheng Qinglan blinked, interrogating her. "A lot of things need to be reserved in advance. How big are you planning to go? What time does it start?" "Just something simple, flowers, cake, that sort of thing. The time is uncertain. She's on a business trip." Sheng Qinglan stared at Meng Shuyi, seemingly in a trance for a while, before suddenly saying, "Lao Meng, how long have you and Xin Shutong been together? Things are moving quite fast, aren't they? She's not even here, and you're planning a surprise." Just as Meng Shuyi was about to respond, Xin Shutong's call came in, startling her into signaling Sheng Qinglan to be quiet. Xin Shutong's voice came through. "Have you gotten up?" "Yes," Meng Shuyi replied softly. "In the future, if you have any matters, just ask me directly. There's no need to go through shouting." Xin Shutong's tone held a hint of displeasure. Meng Shuyi wanted to explain, but suddenly felt it unnecessary, so she cut straight to the chase. "Are you coming back today?" There was silence on the other end for about 2 minutes before Xin Shutong replied, "I should be able to make it back before noon. You don't have to wait for me. If you're tired, go ahead and sleep, or if you're scared being alone, just go home." "Okay," Meng Shuyi acknowledged, and was about to hang up when she suddenly remembered something and called out, "Xin Shutong." Meng Shuyi hesitated, ultimately deciding against it, simply advising, "It's nothing. Don't overexert yourself at work. Remember to rest." Xin Shutong replied coolly, "All right, I will take care." Meng Shuyi ended the call. Sheng Qinglan clicked her tongue in disdain. "What's with the clicking?" Meng Shuyi shot back, irritated. "The smell of love." Sheng Qinglan waved her hand in front of her nose. Meng Shuyi felt a twinge of embarrassment, but quickly regained her composure. "You single dog. What do you know?" "I don't know. So you should leave," Sheng Qinglan retorted bluntly. Meng Shuyi immediately begged, "Please, Qing. I am in desperate need of help." Sheng Qinglan, resigned, returned to her room to find her phone and sent Meng Shuyi a plethora of contacts. Meng Shuyi excitedly kissed Sheng Qinglan on the cheek and immediately began sending messages to book the necessary items. Sheng Qinglan wiped her face in distaste. "You're already someone's girlfriend. Show some restraint. I'll be more careful next time," Meng Shuyi replied, not lifting her head. Sheng Qinglan, exasperated, left her to wash up. Now that someone had come, sleeping was out of the question. Meng Shuyi ordered a multitude of items and eventually realized she was missing a chef. I wonder if Xin Shutong will make it back in time. Will there be any chefs willing to work overtime at noon? Meng Shuyi pondered, tapping her fingers on her knee. "Forget it. I'll deal with that when the time comes that I still need to select a gift." In her haste, she wondered where she could buy an appropriate gift. Meng Shuyi felt flustered and ultimately requested Sheng Qinglan's contacts for the heads of various jewelry stores, carefully examining images and selecting pieces. Logically, jewelry should be custom-made, but Meng Shuyi and Xin Shutong had been together for such a short time, and they had been embroiled in conflicts. Meng Shuyi initially thought to settle for something ordinary. But the words of Xin Shuang from that morning echoed in her mind, that my cousin's birthday happens to fall on New Year's Day. My grandfather favors boys, so my sister's birthday was always celebrated on that day. Meng Shuyi felt a surge of anger, wanting to stand up for Xin Shutong, but regrettably, they had been at odds lately. She had not contemplated this matter at all, and yesterday had been a whirlwind with no time to prepare. Xin Shutong lacked for nothing. Would she even appreciate such gifts? Meng Shuyi felt agitated, recalling her own past. Ugh, no, she couldn't dwell on matters concerning Zhou Baiyong any longer. After last night, Xin Shutong had been rather fierce, and she was still feeling sore from it, a bit intimidated. What on earth should she buy? When Sheng Qinglan emerged and noticed Meng Shuyi lost in thought, she asked with irritation, "What's wrong? Are you daydreaming?" "I'm trying to figure out what gift to give." Meng Shuyi poured out her worries. Sheng Qinglan clicked her tongue. "It's evident you're in love. Your IQ has dropped to 0. If you handed Xin Shutong a handful of grass from the roadside, she'd probably spin you around in joy and then display that grass." Listening to Sheng Qinglan's incessant remarks, Meng Shuyi felt a wave of irritation wash over her. The scenes from last night replayed in Meng Shuyi's mind. Noticing Meng Shuyi's pale expression, Sheng Qinglan cautiously asked, "Lao Meng, what's the matter? You look terrible. Did you not sleep well last night? Or did I say something wrong?" Meng Shuyi, Chapter 62 Casting a Vote. Colorful balloons danced gracefully from the ceiling of the living room, resembling ethereal bubbles. Each balloon was adorned with ribbons of various hues, gently swaying in the air as if engaged in a delicate waltz. The courtyard was carpeted with vibrant flowers, red as flames, pink as dawn, and white as snow, forming a romantic path of blossoms. Lush roses, pristine lilies, and elegant tulips. The flowers were gathered from dozens of florists in the city, filling the villa's garden to the brim. Tiny fairy lights were strung among the blooms, and one could imagine that as night fell and the lights illuminated, it would resemble a cascade of stars descending upon the earth. On the dining table sat a cake, its surface depicting a stomping woman, surrounded by fresh fruits and flowers. This cake, which Meng Shuyi had commissioned at double the price by cutting in line, bore a hint of mischief. Meng Shuyi directed the arrangement of flowers, striving to perfect the floral pathway. 86 in the evening, when Xin Shuang returned and beheld the garden awash with flowers. She was momentarily taken aback. Sister-in-law, are you planning to open a flower shop? Almost. Why are you back so early? Meng Shuyi turned to look at Xin Shuang. A resigned expression adorned Xin Shuang's face. My sister asked me to come home early to keep you company. She worries that you might be scared living alone. Meng Shuyi could only chuckle at this. It's not that she's worried about me being afraid of living alone. She's afraid I might run away, hence sending someone to keep an eye on me. Do you still dare to see me? Meng Shuyi raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Her expression one that demanded accountability. Xin Shuang forced a smile and approached. Sister-in-law, look, we're family now. Can't we just forget about the past? Absolutely not. Meng Shuyi replied with unwavering firmness. Can you at least go easy on the punishment? Xin Shuang continued to bargain shamelessly. Meng Shuyi crossed her arms, staring intently at Xin Shuang, who felt a shiver run down her spine. Just as she was about to speak, Meng Shuyi said, Fine. Xin Shuang let out a sigh of relief and pointed at the sea of flowers at her feet. Asking, Sister-in-law, does my sister know about this? I haven't told her. Meng Shuyi said nonchalantly, Sister-in-law, why go to such lengths without informing my sister? What if she can't return in time? Meng Shuyi shot Xin Shuang a calm glance. If she can't return, then she can't. That it's her loss, not mine. That you're not allowed to speak of this. Xin Shuang. All right, then in the spirit of not wasting anything, Meng Shuyi instructed the chef to prepare steak for dinner, euphemistically calling it a trial meal. Xin Shuang indulged in a candlelit dinner. Sister-in-law, if it weren't for my sister's objections, I would have pursued you long ago, Xin Shuang lamented, swirling her glass of red wine. With exquisite food and wine before them, the atmosphere was relaxed, and Xin Shuang spoke somewhat casually, inadvertently letting slip her thoughts. Are you sure? Meng Shuyi paused her knife and looked at Xin Shuang. Are you certain you can tolerate my temper? Xin Shuang opened her mouth to praise. For someone as beautiful as you, what if your temper is a bit fiery? Beautiful people have privileges. Her tone was unabashedly self-assured. Meng Shuyi. Xin Shuang was willfully unreasonable, yet so forthright. Truly, they were sisters to the core. Stop buttering me up. Meng Shuyi chuckled despite herself. Xin Shuang earnestly inquired, Sister-in-law, do you have any friends as beautiful as you? Why do you ask that? I want to find someone as stunning as my sister-in-law to date. Meng Shuyi was momentarily taken aback before responding. Wanwanshu, are you not afraid your sister would send you off to Africa? Xin Shuang, don't say that. My sister might actually do it. Perhaps it's best we avoid that. Meng Shuyi laughed as she diverted her gaze and resumed her meal. After dinner, Xin Shuang retreated to the study to finish her remaining work. Meng Shuyi opened her computer. Though she was on leave, her work could not be neglected. Meng Shuyi immersed herself in her emails. Xin Shuang's phone on the table lit up with a new message. After glancing at it, she quietly tucked it away and stealthily left the study, leaving Meng Shuyi oblivious. Assuming it was an important call she preferred not to share. Sneaking out, Xin Shuang collected a package from the community entrance. A mischievous smile spreading across her face as she returned to the villa. It was not until 10 o'clock that Meng Shuyi received a call from Xin Shooting. I'm about to board. If you're tired, you can sleep first. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Meng Shuyi gazed at the floral sea below, a smile curling at her lips as she cheekily replied to Xin Shooting. All right, I'm a bit tired as well. I had a day off yesterday, and getting back to work today feels a bit overwhelming. Xin Shooting's cool voice resonated in Meng Shuyi's ear again. I apologize. I will be more mindful next time. Meng Shuyi, who said that? Someone must be picking you up. Yes, I've already called the driver. Then I'll rest easy. Meng Shuyi pretended to yawn nonchalantly. Seated nearby, Shen Shuang noted, I didn't realize sister-in-law could act so well. Meng Shuyi hung up, put away her phone, and said, I'll go change. Shen Shuang grinned mischievously. Sister-in-law, do you need my help? Sure, I'll take a shower first. You can pick out some clothes from the wardrobe. After 20 minutes of deliberation in the wardrobe, Shen Shuang settled on a fiery red off-shoulder gown, one with a deep V neckline that in her mind. Shen Shuang imagined how stunning her sister-in-law would look in that dress. Her graceful figure gliding in high heels, the skirt swaying gently like a blooming red rose in motion. With exquisite makeup and luscious crimson lips, how alluring would she be? Surely, her sister would be captivated enough to willingly give her life for Meng Shuyi. When Meng Shuyi entered the wardrobe and saw the dress Shen Shuang had chosen for her, she nearly choked on her own breath. Are you trying to get me to seduce Shen Shuting? Or is this some sort of trap? Meng Shuyi refrained from voicing the latter part. Shen Shuang replied earnestly, I think many people can't pull off such a bold red, but sister-in-law is different. You can totally carry this color, Meng Shuyi. Seeing Meng Shuyi's silence, Shen Shuang added fuel to the fire. Sister-in-law, this is your first birthday celebration for my sister. You should dress spectacularly to leave an unforgettable impression. Even if you two were to part ways in the future, my sister would still remember you fondly. Meng Shuyi, both amused and exasperated, poked Shen Shuang on the forehead, feigning annoyance. What are you saying? You actually hope for me and your sister to break up? Well, if you two break up, I would have the opportunity to pursue sister-in-law. Shen Shuang responded with unwavering conviction. She penned this thought. A fleeting inspiration struck her. The bond between sister and sister-in-law was affectionate, yet the deranged younger sister relentlessly pursued her sister-in-law. Should Xiaoing undergo a transformation into a darker persona? Let us take a vote. One for the dark twist. Meng Shuyi. You're audacious, Shen Shuang. Would you dare to say that in front of your sister? Shen Shuang quickly shook her head, her mind racing in denial. Chapter 63. Astonishing. Shen Shuting disembarked from the plane, turning on her phone only to find a string of missed calls and not a single message. With a sigh, she tucked the device into her pocket and entered the car. Throughout the journey, she checked her phone every 10 minutes, finding it eerily silent. Shen Shuting reminded herself that Meng Shuyi had mentioned she would be sleeping. Stay calm, Shen Shuting. The driver, acutely aware of Shen Shuting's distracted demeanor, cautiously asked, Ms. Shen, is there something urgent? Should I drive faster? Shen Shuting replied coolly. Yes. That as they approached the nearly deserted elevated road in the early hours, the driver pressed the accelerator, the car speeding along the wide expanse. Shen Shuting leaned back in her seat, eyes closed, seeking solace. Recalling Meng Shuyi's words from yesterday only heightened her agitation. Their relationship sometimes felt as steady and natural as an old couple, yet at other times it resembled misaligned gears, producing a jarring noise. This unstable state left Shen Shuting restless as the car entered Yunwan. Even from a distance, Shen Shuting's gaze began to search for the silhouette of her villa. Upon spotting the darkened structure, her restless heart sank further, and she averted her gaze, lowering her eyelids to conceal her despondence. Perhaps the previous night had been too tumultuous. The driver, glancing through the rearview mirror, cautiously inquired, Ms. Shen, was the speed too fast? Your complexion looks rather poor. Everything is fine. Shen Shuting replied with a calm demeanor as the car entered the villa's gates. The headlights illuminated the flowers lining the path. Shen Shuting gazed at the scene before her, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. Slowly, she pushed open the car door and stepped out as her feet firmly touched the ground. The once dark villa was suddenly ablaze with light. The colorful lanterns throughout the courtyard flickering to life, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of the stars adorning the night sky, dazzling and resplendent. The sea of flowers in the courtyard appeared particularly vibrant under the glow of the lights. The ground strewn with stars and blossoms, creating a vision as enchanting as a dream. Gentle strains of piano music wafted from within the villa. Shen Shuting closed her eyes to listen intently. It was Nouvelle Biencha. Immersed in the melodious notes, her restless heart, agitated throughout the day, suddenly found tranquility. It was as if she could see the vast sky with pure white clouds drifting aimlessly, leisurely floating with the wind. As the piece concluded, the villa's grand doors slowly opened. Meng Shuyi, clad in a striking red gown, approached Shen Shuting with graceful steps. Shen Shuting was captivated by the alluring charm at the corners of Meng Shuyi's eyes. her enchanting gaze akin to a brush that ensnared Shen Shudong's attention, making it impossible to look away. Meng Shuyi's ruby lips were lightly pressed together, a hint of an elusive smile dancing at the corners. Infused with a touch of mockery and pride, as if she held all the world's secrets yet deemed them unworthy of sharing, her softly curled chestnut locks cascaded over her glistening shoulders, the tips playfully swaying with her movements. The delicate shoulder straps of her gown seemed barely there, poised to slip off at any moment. The low V-neck of her dress revealed her exquisite collarbone and a glimpse of fair skin, while a string of ruby jewels hung gracefully between her alabaster peaks. Below her flat abdomen, the high slit design subtly showcased her long, slender legs, the pale skin glowing even more brilliantly against the crimson fabric. The hem of her gown swayed gently with her elegant strides, akin to a blooming red rose dancing in the breeze. As Meng Shuyi reached Shen Shutong, she waved her hand before her eyes, her voice melodious and teasing. "Hey, Shen Shutong, have you fallen asleep?" Shen Shutong snapped back to reality, blinking and suppressing her astonishment, taking a deep breath to steady her somewhat erratic heartbeat. She removed her coat and draped it over Meng Shuyi, saying, "It's so cold, and you're dressed so lightly." Though her words carried a hint of reproach, they were laced with concern. Meng Shuyi raised her hands to her lips, exhaling a puff of warm air. "It is indeed chilly. If you keep me here much longer, the sun might rise." Shen Shutong felt her ears flush from Meng Shuyi's playful banter as she took hold of Meng Shuyi's hand, leading her into the house. "You mustn't dress like this again," she said, her tone calm yet tinged with seriousness. Meng Shuyi smiled, playfully responding, "If I don't wear it, I won't get to dazzle you. If it weren't for Xiaoing insisting I wear this to impress you, I wouldn't have bothered. But it seems you weren't even impressed. You're so composed." Shen Shutong furrowed her brow at the mention of Xiaoing. Had Xiaoing really been watching for hours? She hadn't even looked for that long herself. Sensing the slight drop in Shen Shudong's mood, Meng Shuyi suppressed a laugh. Her companion was simply too possessive. Once inside, the warmth of the house enveloped them, and Meng Shuyi attempted to remove Shen Shudong's coat. "You'll catch a cold," Shen Shutong firmly insisted, refusing to let it slip off. With no other option, Meng Shuyi resigned herself to wearing Shen Shudong's coat. "Are you hungry? The chef hasn't left yet, but eating beef this late might be hard to digest." "I want it well done," Shen Shutong replied defiantly. Meng Shuyi instructed the chef to prepare the meal, and just then, Shen Shuang wheeled in a cart with a cake. "It'll take a little time to prepare. Do you want to make a wish first?" Shen Shutong regarded Shen Shuang with deep-set eyes, lost in thought. Shen Shuang felt a shiver run down her spine, realizing that both her sister and sister-in-law were not to be trifled with. She might as well pack her bags and leave home one day. Meng Shuyi glanced at her watch, urging Shen Shutong, "Hurry, make your wish. Time is running out." Shen Shutong withdrew her gaze and closed her eyes in front of the cake. Shen Shuang sighed in relief and clasped her hands in prayer towards Meng Shuyi. The two of them sang happy birthday to Shen Shutong, collectively wishing her a joyful day. Shen Shutong graciously blew out the candles and cut the cake. Shen Shuang, ever perceptive, remarked, "I'll go share some cake with the driver and chef." Shen Shutong looked at the cake, somewhat conflicted, "But it's so high in calories. You must eat it, even if it's just a bite." Meng Shuyi insisted, playfully using a fork to bring a piece to Shen Shudong's lips. Shen Shutong opened her mouth and devoured it in one go. "Such a good girl," Meng Shuyi said, her tone akin to that of coaxing a child. Shen Shutong glanced at the cake's centerpiece featuring a stomping woman, her brows furrowing slightly. "How did you choose this design? Isn't it adorable?" Meng Shuyi replied cheerfully. Shen Shutong. Shen Shuang entered the living room, holding a gift box. "Sister, happy birthday. This is your birthday present." Shen Shutong accepted the box, preparing to unwrap it, but Shen Shuang hurriedly stopped her. "Sister, who opens gifts in front of me? Wait until you're back in your room." Shen Shutong had no particular objections and acquiesced to Shen Shuang's wishes. "Sister, sister-in-law, enjoy your camel at dinner. I'm off to bed now." Without waiting for a response, Shen Shuang dashed out of the living room. Chapter 64. Captivating yet dangerous. Meng Shuyi chuckled at Shen Shuang's hasty retreat, wondering how it felt for both her and Shen Shutong to have made her feel so bullied. Still watching Shen Shuang's departing figure, she suddenly felt her face cradled by warm hands, which firmly turned her head back. Before she could react, warm lips pressed against hers. Meng Shuyi was taken aback, her mind racing to catch up as Shen Shudong's slightly impatient demeanor emerged. Pausing momentarily before cautiously exploring and entwining with her. After responding with a hint of encouragement, Meng Shuyi allowed Shen Shutong to indulge, to seize, to take as she pleased. When Shen Shutong finally released her, satisfaction radiating from her, Meng Shuyi asked, "What's wrong, Shen Shutong? You seem a bit down." Shen Shutong, unguarded, replied, "You often smile because of Xiaoying. But I often smile at you too," Meng Shuyi said, gazing at the cool demeanor before her. Feeling a bit helpless, Shen Shutong hesitated for a moment, but eventually shared the emotional turmoil she had experienced returning from the airport. Meng Shuyi felt that Shen Shutong was truly unsuited for storytelling. Her voice was flat, lacking any fluctuation of emotion, rendering the atmosphere lifeless. Nevertheless, Meng Shuyi took Shen Shudong's hand in hers, earnestly stating, "Shen Shutong, I don't know what the future holds. That I won't make any promises lightly, for fear of failing to keep them. Please, don't make promises to me either, as I'm afraid of disappointment. Right now, we're perfectly fine as we are. Wherever we go is enough. That okay?" I lost my composure. Taking a deep breath, Shen Shutong closed her eyes and lowered her head. Observing Shen Shudong's despondent expression, Meng Shuyi wrapped her arms around her. "Shen Shutong, isn't it better to enjoy the present? Why fret over uncertain future matters?" Nestled in Meng Shuyi's embrace, inhaling her faint scent of evening jasmine, Shen Shutong sighed inwardly, realizing that Meng Shuyi was much like the evening jasmine itself, captivating yet perilous, fully aware of the risk, yet still yearning to draw closer. Relishing in the thrill of danger. "You haven't wished me a happy birthday yet." Her voice muffled, tinged with a hint of grievance. Meng Shuyi, in good humor, formally responded, almost like soothing a child, "Shen Shutong, happy birthday to you." "But you didn't kiss me," she whined, inching for more. Meng Shuyi pulled her from her embrace, gazing into Shen Shudong's slightly moist eyes, which were filled with a childlike desire for sweets. Meng Shuyi slowly leaned in, her lips nearing Shen Shudong's, when a voice rang out from the living room. "Miss Meng, the appetizers are ready. Shall we serve the meal now?" The two, caught in such proximity, froze in place. "Go ahead," Meng Shuyi said nonchalantly, then pressed a kiss on Shen Shudong's forehead. "Let's eat something first." Shen Shutong replied sullenly, her expression clearly displaying her displeasure. Meng Shuyi couldn't help but chuckle as she pinched the ear of the dissatisfied girl. Whispering playfully, "I'll make it up to you later." The atmosphere around them seemed to shift, with Meng Shuyi feeling her breathing become much easier. At the dining table, they sat opposite each other, after sipping some pumpkin soup. Shen Shutong felt unwell, and, not wanting to squander Meng Shuyi's kindness, reluctantly cut a piece of steak and half a lobster. Noticing Shen Shudong's lack of appetite, Meng Shuyi raised her glass towards her, saying, "If you can't eat, then don't force it." Shen Shutong nibbled on a potato, then set down her cutlery to clink her glass with Meng Shuyi's, assuring her, "I'm fine. I had a timely nap and rested for an hour on the flight back." The candlelight flickered softly, casting a hazy glow as Shen Shutong gazed at Meng Shuyi's alluring and radiant visage, her slightly dazed eyes evoking an unexpected sense of inebriation despite not having consumed any alcohol. Observing Meng Shuyi tilt her head elegantly, raising her chin to sip her drink, the graceful curve of her neck became distinctly apparent against her fair skin. Shen Shudong's gaze deepened with a shadowy intensity, and she unconsciously swallowed hard. Setting her glass down, she suddenly felt a wave of warmth enveloping the room, prompting her to shed her blazer, revealing a black silk blouse beneath. She instinctively loosened 2 buttons at the collar. Why was she suddenly undressing? Meng Shuyi's eyes wandered over the open neckline of Shen Shudong's blouse, the subtle outline of her collarbone rendering her even more enticing, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. And she averted her gaze with an effort that felt almost instinctual. Was Shen Shutong attempting to seduce her? This cool, yet seemingly fragile Shen Shutong rendered Meng Shuyi utterly defenseless. "Shen Shutong." Meng Shuyi's voice carried a hint of rasp. Shen Shutong rose slowly, inching closer to Meng Shuyi, halting beside her, gently placing her hands on Meng Shuyi's shoulders, turning her body to meet her gaze. The cake had been devoured, the candlelit dinner enjoyed. Now, could she not receive the kiss that had been promised? Shen Shudong's eyes locked onto Meng Shuyi's crimson lips. Meng Shuyi found herself bewildered by Shen Shudong's demeanor. Her cool and unassuming tone belied an alluring vulnerability that seemed to beckon. Despite Shen Shutong being the one in need of recompense, She exuded an overpowering dominance, subtly occupying the upper hand. Not eating anymore, Meng Shuyi's lips parted slightly, her melodious voice laced with playful teasing. Shin Shutong nodded lightly. I'm full. You should go freshen up, Meng Shuyi suggested, gently pushing Shin Shutong away before rising herself. Shin Shutong glanced at the clock. It was already 12:30. That all right, she replied, taking Meng Shuyi's hand and refusing to release it. With a resigned sigh, Meng Shuyi allowed herself to be led upstairs. Upon reaching the staircase, Shin Shutong remembered the gift left in the living room from Shin Shuang. She pivoted, taking Meng Shuyi with her to retrieve it before ascending again. Once inside the room, Meng Shuyi finally shed Shin Shudong's coat, feeling as though she might have broken into a sweat. Shin Shudong's gaze remained fixated, hungrily tracing each inch of Meng Shuyi's features and form. Meng Shuyi sensed that while Shin Shudong's eyes held a depth of shadow, they radiated an intense heat that left her cheeks feeling as though they had been thoroughly scrutinized. How long did you let Xiaoying see you like that? Shin Shudong's voice was husky as she scanned Meng Shuyi from head to toe. Not long. You were back in under half an hour, Meng Shuyi replied, not feeling that Shin Shudong's possessiveness was overbearing. Rather, she found it amusing to witness her jealousy, though she was cautious not to provoke her too much. And thus explained with good humor. Shin Shutong inclined her body in a mock gesture of formality, extending a hand in invitation. Dance with me. Shin Shutong, how did you know my program included dancing? Meng Shuyi inquired, somewhat surprised that I don't know, but right now, I wish for your company on the dance floor. After returning the gesture, Meng Shuyi placed her hand atop Shin Shudong's, asking, shall I play some music? No need, Shin Shutong replied, shaking her head, in the silence of the bedroom. The two twirled gracefully, the space ample enough for their gentle movements and spins. After about 10 minutes, both felt their heart rates quickening. Breaths becoming slightly labored, Shin Shutong embraced Meng Shuyi, their bodies pressed close as they moved together. Meng Shuyi, you mentioned dancing was part of the program, yet you didn't invite me. Shin Shudong's voice bore a hint of disappointment. The proximity of their breaths and the plaintive tone made Meng Shuyi feel her knees weaken. She replied, her voice trembling. I was going to, but seeing you so tired, I refrained. You could at least imagine me to be more resilient. After a full day of work and late-night overtime, I can manage quite well, Shin Shutong insisted, her tone earnest and unwavering. No, Meng Shuyi swiftly rejected. Working late is unavoidable, but dancing is not. If we don't dance today, we can tomorrow. It remains the same. It is not the same, Shin Shutong countered earnestly. Today is my birthday, and the surprise you prepared, I do not wish to miss any part of it. Meng Shuyi's hands, resting on Shin Shudong's shoulders, extended to encircle her neck, gently pressing her lips forward, a mere brush before retreating. Well, there's still this segment, Meng Shuyi murmured, her voice tinged with flirtation and allure. Shin Shutong faltered in her steps, her left foot failing to retreat as it should. When Meng Shuyi stepped forward, she inadvertently trod on Shin Shudong's foot, causing Shin Shutong to lose her balance and step back with her right leg to steady herself, abruptly halting their dance, nearly stumbling. Once Shin Shutong had ensured Meng Shuyi was stable, she remarked, you still owe me compensation. Meng Shuyi couldn't suppress her laughter, playfully chiding, Shin Shutong, how do you remember everything so well? It's my privilege. It must be remembered, Shin Shutong replied with utmost seriousness. Once Meng Shuyi had allowed Shin Shutong to finish, she cupped her face, gazing deeply into her eyes, and declared, now, Shin Shutong, I intend to kiss you. You must stand firm that I wouldn't want you to stumble again. Shin Shutong affirmed earnestly, I am ready. However, just as Meng Shuyi leaned in to kiss her, Shin Shudong's sudden remark caused her to burst into laughter, shattering the previously intimate atmosphere. What are you laughing at, Meng Shuyi? Shin Shutong queried, perplexed by the sudden amusement of the woman in her arms. Meng Shuyi, with her arms encircling Shin Shudong's neck, buried her face in her embrace, laughing uncontrollably, her breath uneven and her words fragmented. You are far too serious. I can't bring myself to kiss you. Is that so? Shin Shutong frowned, earnestly recalling her words. Meng Shuyi managed to stifle her laughter, mimicking Shin Shudong's previous demeanor. You sounded just like a soldier reporting. Reporting, sir, the number of personnel in a certain class is complete, with how many expected and how many present. Please advise. Meng Shuyi's imitation only elicited more laughter from her. Shen Shutong sighed lightly, chiding herself for ruining the moment of recompense. With the ambience dissipated, any further kissing seemed impossible. I am going to take a shower, Shen Shutong said, guiding Meng Shuyi to the sofa and gently pushing her down. Meng Shuyi looked up, teasing Shen Shutong. Need a bath service? I excel at it, capable of scrubbing you clean inside and out, Shen Shutong. How could she so effortlessly understand Meng Shuyi's words? Why could she so casually utter such lines? No need, Shen Shutong retorted curtly, swiftly turning away, though she exhaled softly after doing so. Meng Shuyi observed Shen Shutong's seemingly composed demeanor, which belied a hint of fluster, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. How could Shen Shutong be so amusing? The contrast was stark. Just moments ago, she had been demanding a kiss, and now, with a single teasing comment, she turned crimson and fled. One might think she had turned away swiftly. Yet Meng Shuyi had caught sight of the blush creeping onto her face. Meng Shuyi savored the memory of Shen Shutong's flushed cheeks for a while before rising, making her way to the vanity to remove her makeup before heading to the adjacent room to shower. The dance had not been overly strenuous, but a hint of perspiration lingered. When Meng Shuyi returned to the bedroom, she found Shen Shutong seated at the vanity, drying her hair. Meng Shuyi settled on the edge of the bed, watching as the silky strands danced in the warm air. Suddenly, she recalled the night Shen Shutong had first driven her home, sitting in the passenger seat, watching the night breeze tousle her hair as she focused intently on the road. Shen Shutong turned off the hairdryer and glanced at Meng Shuyi, who seemed lost in thought. What's wrong? It's not dry yet, she reminded Meng Shuyi, noticing her still damp hair. Shen Shutong's tone was nonchalant as she added, I am tired. I can't lift the hairdryer. Come help me. Meng Shuyi. The audacity with which she made the request mirrored Shen Shutong's demeanor perfectly. Noticing Meng Shuyi's silence, Shen Shutong asked, Are you unwilling? Not at all, Meng Shuyi replied. I just didn't expect you to be so audacious and unapologetically demanding when you act spoiled. It's a bit surprising, Shen Shutong pondered, wondering if she truly lacked the ability to act spoiled. What would be the correct way to do so? Meng Shuyi, unable to contain herself, collapsed onto the bed, rolling around in laughter. Unable to restrain her inexplicable amusement at Shen Shutong's serious expression, is this really the graceful, intellectual, and alluring Meng Shuyi I know? Why does she resemble a monkey descending from a mountain? Shen Shutong's cool voice broke through her mirth. Meng Shuyi quickly stifled her laughter, feeling a bit unkind for having laughed at her twice in one evening. No, I won't laugh anymore, she insisted, pressing her palms against her cheeks to suppress her giggles. You still haven't told me your answer. Shen Shutong rose to her feet, approaching the bedside with an air of authority. Her arms crossed defiantly as she cast a condescending gaze upon Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi found herself in a predicament. She understood that being coy was one thing. She often indulged in such behavior with her parents, but when it came to her romantic partner, she had never attempted it before. Shen Shutong incisively remarked, You simply cannot. It's not that I cannot, Meng Shuyi retorted stubbornly. You just won't. Otherwise why wouldn't you teach me? Meng Shuyi thought to herself. Realizing that seeking a partner who was overly intelligent, rational, serious, or meticulous was unwise. Their quick wit made them hard to deceive. Shen Shutong continued with unwavering certainty, You have never been coy with anyone else. Meng Shuyi nodded honestly, confessing that apart from her grandparents and parents, she had never been coy with anyone else. After uttering this, she descended from the bed, playfully pushing Shen Shutong onto the stool in front of the vanity, declaring, I shall dry your hair. Chapter 66. Would you like to view the world from a different perspective? You don't know how, and yet you mock me, Shen Shutong said, firmly grasping Meng Shuyi. Refusing to let go. As Meng Shuyi prepared to turn on the hairdryer, her hand trembled slightly. I was wrong to laugh at you, Shen Shutong replied. I won't accept your apology. You must be coy with me first. If you laugh, I must laugh as well. I cannot be the only one to be the object of your mirth. Observing Shen Shutong's stern expression, Meng Shuyi decided to abandon her reservations, adopting a high-pitched tone as she pleaded. Shen Shutong, could you please blow-dry my hair? My hands hurt and I can't lift them. Shen Shutong frowned, showing a hint of disdain towards Meng Shuyi's affected demeanor, yet relented, stating, Fine, go ahead and dry it. Shen Shutong said this with a hint of indifference, knowing that if Meng Shuyi continued in her current manner, she might very well be kicked off the bed that evening. Meng Shuyi first directed the hairdryer towards her own hand to test the temperature before she began to dry Shen Shutong's hair. Her delicate, fair fingers wove through Shen Shutong's thick tresses with meticulous gentleness, each movement executed with care, lest she inadvertently tug at the scalp of the person before her. The coolness of Meng Shuyi's fingertips brushed lightly against Shen Shutong's scalp, eliciting a tingling sensation that was both soothing and enticing, making Shen Shutong yearn to grasp something to distract herself from the sensation. Unconsciously, her hands encircled Meng Shuyi's waist, fingers rhythmically tapping at her lower back. The hairdryer buzzed softly as the damp strands gradually transformed into a smooth, flowing cascade, releasing a faint scent reminiscent of wood. As Meng Shuyi inhaled the fragrant aroma, she found herself momentarily distracted, and nearly lost her grip on the hairdryer due to Shen Shutong's subtle movements. With her thoughts scattered, she took several deep breaths, switched off the hairdryer, returned it to its place, and naturally extricated herself from Shen Shutong's embrace. Lowering her gaze to gather the fallen strands from the floor, Shen Shutong appeared somewhat surprised. Meng Shuyi, it was a simple task, Meng Shuyi replied calmly as she finished collecting the hair, then headed to the washroom to wash her hands before returning to announce, "It's time for bed. It's quite late." However, Shen Shutong moved to the corner of the room, rummaging through a cabinet to retrieve a bottle of red wine and 2 elegant wine glasses from the refrigerator below. Meng Shuyi frowned, questioning the wisdom of drinking at such a late hour, especially after having consumed quite a bit downstairs. "You prepared a sea of flowers for me, and I have yet to behold it." A scene devoid of wine lacks depth. As she spoke, Shen Shutong had already removed the cork and began pouring the wine. "Aren't you tired?" Meng Shuyi accepted the glass that Shen Shutong offered, her gaze drifting to Shen Shutong's face. Earlier, with her makeup on, it was hard to discern how fatigued she truly was. Now, having washed up, her weariness was starkly apparent. Shen Shutong shook her head. "Not tired. Quite the contrary, I am very happy." The two clinked their glasses gently, and Shen Shutong took a sip of the red wine, her gaze lingering meaningfully on Meng Shuyi. "Thank you, Meng Shuyi. For what?" "The flowers were not planted by me," Meng Shuyi replied casually, following Shen Shutong to the floor-to-ceiling window. Both gazing down at the sea of flowers below, Shen Shutong instructed the smart assistant to turn off the bedroom lights, plunging the room into darkness, while the fairy lights below continued to twinkle like a swarm of fireflies in flight. "Well then, no need for thanks. What about your birthday gift?" Meng Shuyi leaned languidly against the window, responding with a lazy drawl. "There is none. That song I played earlier was your birthday gift. Why did you choose Nouvelle Biencha?" Shen Shutong retracted her gaze from the flowers and turned to face Meng Shuyi's indistinct features. "It felt very much like you." "What?" Meng Shuyi sipped her wine, setting the glass down but maintaining the leisurely motion of drinking, her eyelids fluttering shut as if in contemplation. After a moment, she opened her slightly dazed eyes, her soft voice emerging from her rosy lips, tranquil, solemn, precious, elegantly mysterious, untouched by the mundane. Shen Shutong's gaze deepened as she listened to Meng Shuyi's melodious tone. "Meng Shuyi, I am not mysterious at all. I am merely a person. An ordinary individual. You can try to trust me and entrust your heart to me." Meng Shuyi met Shen Shutong's gaze steadily, replying, "Shen Shutong, life is vast like the sea, with mountains and rivers. An island may be embraced by the sea, yet the tide may also recede. You are both the island and the sea. I am both the island and the sea. As their words hung in the air, the two stood silently in the darkness, gazing quietly at one another, neither feeling the need to break the silence. Outside, the sea of flowers swayed gently in the breeze, as if whispering some unspoken sentiment. After a long pause, Shen Shutong sighed. "Shattering the stillness, the mountains and the sea have met, have they not?" She raised her glass, lightly tapping it against Meng Shuyi's, producing a clear, crisp sound. Meng Shuyi nodded slightly and downed her drink, savoring the rich flavor of the wine and its subtle bitterness. "Shen Shutong, you have become quite the charmer." A smile graced Meng Shuyi's lips as she recalled her earlier thoughts about Shen Shutong's storytelling abilities. Shen Shutong was puzzled. Meng Shuyi's smile was enchanting, her eyes dreamy, her voice languid in the darkness. "Just earlier, downstairs, you spoke of your emotional journey since returning from the airport, recounting it with such calm detachment, as if narrating someone else's tale, hardly captivating." Under the dim light filtering through the floor-to-ceiling window, Shen Shutong regarded the alluring figure before her, her eyes dark and profound. My ability to evoke emotion is lacking, especially concerning matters of the heart. I beg your understanding that as long as you can act, Meng Shuyi remarked, glancing at the flowers below before returning her gaze with a teasing smile. Why is it that every serious statement becomes so frivolous when uttered by you? Meng Shuyi? Shen Shutong regarded her in silence, prompting Meng Shuyi to add, being a fast learner is also acceptable. Meng Shuyi, what do you wish to do? Shen Shutong crossed her arms, scrutinizing the elegant figure leaning against the window. To be with you, Meng Shuyi replied, toying with her empty wine glass, her smile imbued with significant meaning. Meng Shuyi inquired softly, earlier, you mentioned a scene devoid of wine, lacking depth, now that the depth is present. Would you like to view the world from a different perspective? Shen Shutong felt her heart quicken at the implication of Meng Shuyi's words. Was she suggesting what she thought? What perspective? While doing. One can also observe, Meng Shuyi replied casually, her tone light, yet tinged with an irresistible insistence. Her captivating eyes sparkled like a pool of spring water, clear and fluid, as if they conveyed boundless affection. The slight arch of her brows resembled peach blossoms blooming in the spring breeze, alluring and enchanting. Shen Shutong hesitated, torn between rejection and her unwillingness to let go. Meng Shuyi, still savoring her own presence, was a promising sign, yet the proposal was clearly meant for the setting by the window, which was somewhat daunting if you remained silent. I shall take it as your acquiescence. I will go tidy up. Meng Shuyi smiled, standing upright and heading toward the washroom, nonchalantly snatching the empty wine glass from Shen Shutong's hand as she passed. Chapter 67. The long night. Shen Shutong felt a mix of defeat and an uncontrollable excitement. She had never experienced something so audacious. While watching movies, she had approached it with a studious attitude, feeling little even in the most intense moments. The impending challenge was immense. Every experience with Meng Shuyi felt beyond her control. Taking a deep breath, Shen Shutong finally spoke, meaning, turn on the lights. The light burst forth, dispelling the darkness that had sought refuge. Meng Shuyi, momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness, squinted until her eyes adjusted. She noticed Shen Shutong's cheeks were flushed, stirring a reaction in her. With a smile, she poured 2 glasses of red wine and then turned to head to the washroom. Shen Shutong redirected her gaze from Meng Shuyi's retreating figure to the forgotten birthday gift from Shen Shuyi, lying neglected nearby. In an effort to distract herself, Shen Shutong moved the gift box to the edge of the sofa and sat down, intending to unwrap it as her delicate, pale fingers brushed against the bow. She hesitated, recalling Shen Shuyi's words about why she should wait until returning to the bedroom to open it. Was there something wrong with the gift? After a moment's hesitation, Shen Shutong finally untied the pink bow. The instant the lid was lifted, a haphazard assortment of items lay within the box. She cast a cursory glance, the icy demeanor of her countenance freezing her in place. She lacked even the courage to reach in and examine its contents. When Meng Shuyi emerged, she noticed Shen Shutong's beautiful brows slightly furrowed, her gaze vacant as she stared at the gift from Shen Shuyi, a look of evident embarrassment crossing her features. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the gift from Xiaoying? Shen Shutong snapped back to reality in an instant, attempting to close the lid subtly, her tone calm as she replied, it's nothing. It's quite nice that I'm very pleased with the gift. Oh really? What did she send? Let me see. Meng Shuyi approached, sitting beside Shen Shutong and reaching for the lid. Shen Shutong pressed down on Meng Shuyi's hand, asserting, there's nothing worth seeing. Have you finished tidying up? Meng Shuyi raised an eyebrow, recalling how Shen Shutong had seemed somewhat resistant moments ago. Why was she now so eager to bring it up? She had initially felt pity for her after a long day and was considering letting her off the hook. But now it seemed as if she was offering herself up willingly. Was this gift more significant than the matter at hand? Did she not want her to know? What has Xiaoying gifted you? Are you trying to hide something from me? Meng Shuyi retracted her hand, pouting playfully. Shen Shutong responded earnestly, then inquired, are you coming back? If not, I'm going to sleep. I feel rather tired. Meng Shuyi replied nonchalantly. But you just asked me to imagine you as someone formidable. You said you're in great health, that staying up late is no problem. Shen Shutong, entangled in her own web. Today? It's different, her voice faltered, tinged with guilt. Meng Shuyi scrutinized Shen Shutong's eyes. Do you realize you cannot lie? I am not lying, Shen Shutong responded swiftly. Show me, or stay up until dawn. Choose one. Meng Shuyi laid down the conditions. Shen Shutong frowned, her face a mask of inner turmoil. Your terms are unfair, and you hiding things from me is fair? Shen Shutong resigned herself to Meng Shuyi, conceding, then go ahead and look. Meng Shuyi opened the lid. Her eyes widening in astonishment as she rummaged through the diverse assortment of items. She casually picked up a box, uncovering. Meng Shuyi turned to Xin Shutong, only to find the usually composed girl blushing fiercely. Her gaze averted towards the window, unable to meet her eyes. Xin Shutong, Xiaoying intends for you to take a break tomorrow. Meng Shuyi suppressed a laugh as she extracted a small box. Xin Shutong, wishing to avoid the sight, heard the sound of wrappers being torn and could not help but turn to see what Meng Shuyi was doing. What she found was Meng Shuyi beginning to disinfect. Xin Shutong, feeling flustered, exclaimed, Meng Shuyi, what are you doing? Disinfecting? Meng Shuyi replied with a seriousness that was entirely natural. Didn't I say you could look? And Shun Shudong's words were interrupted as she caught sight of Meng Shuyi's mischievous grin. Indeed, Meng Shuyi feigned innocence, saying, I said you could either look or stay up until dawn. I never said you could look without doing anything. Xin Shutong, once again toyed with by Meng Shuyi. Xin Shutong, I want to give you an unforgettable birthday, all right? Meng Shuyi fiddled with the items in her hand that it's already quite unforgettable, Xin Shutong managed to say, her voice slightly hoarse. Then let us make it even more unforgettable. As Meng Shuyi's words fell, Xin Shutong felt her heart tremble, as if struck by something. Meng Shuyi instructed their intelligent assistant to turn off the lights as darkness enveloped them. Xin Shutong felt a tad more at ease. Though her body remained tense, in a state of readiness, don't be afraid. Meng Shuyi gently approached Xin Shutong, her hand lightly caressing her back, attempting to soothe her. Relax, if you don't like it. I want to do it. Xin Shutong gradually relaxed, as Meng Shuyi leaned closer to her neck, brushing her nose against her skin, causing Xin Shudong's breathing to become slightly heavier. Meng Shuyi supported her, slowly pulling her into an embrace, as she sought to kiss Xin Shutong, guiding her towards the window. Xin Shutong, caught off guard by the kiss, lowered her defenses but remained a bit hesitant about moving towards the window. Meng Shuyi softly encouraged her, it's fine, no one can see in from outside. Xin Shutong was well aware that it was impossible for outsiders to see in, given the one-way glass, yet the thought of being visible still filled her with a sense of embarrassment. Time for imagination. Xin Shutong was turned around, with Meng Shuyi wrapping her arms around her from behind, both gazing out at the view. Meng Shuyi whispered into Xin Shudong's ear, look outside. How beautiful the flowers are. The lights are twinkling. Don't they resemble stars winking? Watching the picturesque scene of shimmering lights over the floral expanse, Xin Shutong felt both shy and ashamed. Yet this sensation was exhilarating and intense. Meng Shuyi. Her words trailed off, incomplete. Xin Shutong, you're truly amazing, absolutely stunning, really beautiful. Meng Shuyi showered her with unreserved compliments. For the first time in her life, Xin Shutong found herself unable to control her body. She wished to articulate her thoughts, yet lacked the strength to do so. After a moment, Meng Shuyi, seeing Xin Shutong regain some composure, reached for a glass of red wine and offered her a sip. Upon noticing Meng Shuyi set down the glass and turn her attention back to the nearby items, Xin Shutong trembled. Meng Shuyi. She struggled to speak. I don't want it. Her voice was hoarse and weak, only serving to further provoke Meng Shuyi's playful side. Meng Shuyi gently replied, the long night stretches ahead. The review didn't pass. Time for imagination. Ultimately, Xin Shutong, feeling drowsy and utterly exhausted, collapsed into Meng Shuyi's embrace. Meng Shuyi held her firm, ensuring she didn't drift into slumber, feeding her half a glass of water before finally allowing her to sleep. Xin Shutong mumbled, Meng Shuyi, you trickster, before succumbing to unconsciousness. Meng Shuyi found Xin Shudong's annoyed expression amusing, and after tidying her up, she took a shower, set an alarm, and nestled beside Xin Shutong to sleep. Chapter 68. Are you angry? At 7 a.m., the persistent alarm rang. Meng Shuyi was stirred from her slumber, bleary-eyed as she silenced the alarm and struggled to rise. After a day of busyness followed by a night of labor, both Xin Shutong and Meng Shuyi were weary. However, Meng Shuyi had taken the day off yesterday and couldn't possibly do so again today. Still somewhat dazed, she made her way to the washroom, and after freshening up, she brushed aside the covers to find Xin Shutong peacefully asleep. Her brows slightly furrowed, breathing shallowly, and her delicate lips slightly parted, looking utterly adorable. A red mark adorned her fair neck, and Meng Shuyi felt a sense of satisfaction. She leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Xin Shudong's forehead, silencing her phone and all alarms in the process. In the dining room on the first floor, as Meng Shuyi arrived at the entrance, She spotted Shen Shuang leisurely enjoying breakfast at the table. "Good morning, Xiaoying," she greeted. "Good morning, sister-in-law. Where's my sister?" Shen Shuang paused her meal and looked up at Meng Shuyi over her shoulder. Meng Shuyi halted in her tracks and then casually replied, "Your sister? She hasn't woken up yet. Please handle her work for now. Oh, all right," Shen Shuang responded, returning to her breakfast. Her sister had always maintained robust health, aside from occasional illness. She had been working tirelessly for over half a year without any signs of sleeping in. Meng Shuyi moved to the kitchen, returning with breakfast before asking Shen Shuang for the contact information of their housekeeper. Sister-in-law, why do you need the housekeeper's contact? Shen Shuang inquired, puzzled. It's useful, Meng Shuyi cryptically remarked before swiftly leaving after finishing her meal. Shen Shuang frowned at Meng Shuyi's odd behavior, wanting to knock on Shen Shudong's door but hesitating, ultimately finishing her breakfast in frustration before heading out. Meng Shuyi drove to the office and, upon arrival, her first task was to call the housekeeper. After identifying herself, she requested the housekeeper to procure some nourishing ingredients, preparing soups and dishes for replenishing yin and kidney health. The housekeeper hesitated, asking, "Miss Meng, who is this for? General Shen usually doesn't have lunch at home." This implied she had not received any orders from Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi leaned back in her office chair. "She's at home today. Just prepare it and send me your account details later. I'll transfer the money for the ingredients." The housekeeper reluctantly agreed, mumbling something before hanging up, which Meng Shuyi did not catch. After leaving a message for Shen Shutong via WeChat, Meng Shuyi immersed herself in work. Yet, her thoughts often drifted back to Shen Shutong, even as she listened to reports. Meng Wenyu observed her treasured daughter sporting a smile, seemingly lost in thought, and sighed as she lowered her head to message Dan Ziyuan. "I fear it may be several more years before I can retire," Dan Ziyuan replied. "Yu, what's the matter?" Meng Wenyu sent an image. "You can see for yourself." After concluding the meeting, Meng Wenyu waved her hand to dismiss everyone. The movement of people standing up from the conference room startled Meng Shuyi awake. "Mom, is it over already? What do you think of this proposal, Meng Wenyu asked teasingly. Meng Shuyi replied, "I didn't hear anything. How would I know? It's not bad." Her compliment lacked sincerity. Meng Wenyu shot her a glare, chiding, "Since you're here at work, you should focus on your job." "Yes, I guarantee the task will be completed," Meng Shuyi promptly responded, standing at attention with a serious demeanor. Upon returning to her office, she set aside all scattered thoughts and diligently attended to her work. Time flew by as she immersed herself in her tasks, and before long, it was time for lunch. Meng Wenyu arrived to summon Meng Shuyi for their meal. "Is it already time for lunch?" Meng Shuyi, momentarily bewildered, quickly regained her composure. "Mother, why aren't you having lunch with father today?" "I came to see how seriously you are working," Meng Wenyu replied with a smile. "Go ahead and eat. Your father is busy and has no time for me to at the restaurant." The mother and daughter found a quiet corner to sit. Meng Shuyi ate. Her mind wandered, pondering whether Shen Shutong had awakened and why she had not called. Noticing her daughter's distracted demeanor, Meng Wenyu sighed and inquired, "Is the company's food not to your liking? You seem lost in thought, even while eating. No, it's quite delicious," Meng Shuyi quickly responded, snapping back to reality. "I was just contemplating some work matters." Meng Wenyu shook her head in resignation, fully aware of her daughter's preoccupations. However, she ultimately refrained from lecturing her. After finishing their meal, Meng Wenyu reminded her, "Make sure to take a good nap. Your dark circles are worse than mine." "All right, mother, you should rest a bit too," Meng Shuyi replied as she escorted Meng Wenyu back to her office before returning to her own, rinsing her mouth, and entering the break room. Before drifting off to sleep, she glanced at her phone, noticing the chat interface still displayed the message from the morning. "Call me when you wake up." Perhaps it was best to let it go. After the commotion last night, Shen Shutong might still be asleep. Having gone to bed late and awakened early the day before, she had endured a tiring day, and it was unsurprising she would still be in a deep slumber. Meng Shuyi peacefully took a nap. Upon waking, there was still no call or message from Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi dialed Shen Shudong's number. It rang for half a minute before being disconnected. She then called Shen Shuang, who informed her, "My sister hasn't come to the office and hasn't called or messaged me either." Feeling helpless, Meng Shuyi called the housekeeper. The housekeeper spoke softly, "President Shen has just woken up and is having a meal." It sounded as though she was avoiding the call. "Please give her the phone. I need to speak with her," Meng Shuyi said, furrowing her brow, wondering if Shen Shutong might be upset. After half a minute, the housekeeper's voice returned, President Shun is not answering the phone. Meng Shuyi felt as though the sky had fallen. Surely Shen Shutong could not be so petty as to be angry. Ending the call with the housekeeper. Meng Shuyi tried reaching Shen Shutong again, but the call was still rejected. After struggling for 5 minutes, she sent a WeChat message. Shen Shutong, are you upset? Shen Shutong replied. No. Meng Shuyi pressed on. Then why aren't you answering the phone? Shen Shutong responded. It's inconvenient. Meng Shuyi retorted. What could possibly be inconvenient? Shen Shutong continued. I have work to attend to. I'll talk to you later. Meng Shuyi asked. Have you eaten? Is the food prepared by the housekeeper to your liking? Shen Shutong's gaze shifted from her phone to the dining table, surveying the nourishing dishes. Blackbone chicken soup, yam and yuzu with pigeon soup, honey pear, and lotus leaf porridge, all rich in nutrients. She typed back. Very good, especially the honey pear. Meng Shuyi felt somewhat relieved, but her annoyance lingered. You woke up and didn't even call me or reply to my messages. Yet Shen Shutong did not respond further. Meng Shuyi called again, but it was once more rejected. All right, Shen Shutong, if you want to answer my calls, I'll deal with you tonight. Meng Shuyi muttered in frustration to her phone. Throughout the afternoon, Meng Shuyi remained in a daze. Unable to comprehend what had caused Shen Shutong's displeasure, it was unreasonable for her to turn away so suddenly. After enduring until the end of the workday, Meng Shuyi hurriedly left the office. She drove swiftly back to Yunwan, and upon entering the villa, she asked the busy housekeeper in the kitchen, Auntie, is Shen Shutong at home? Miss Meng is back. President Shun is at home. Likely in her study, the housekeeper replied. Without changing her shoes, Meng Shuyi ascended the stairs in her high heels, the sound echoing at the study door. She steadied her anxious heart, taking several deep breaths before raising her hand to knock. After half a minute of silence and no response, she knocked again, and the door opened. Entering the study, she found Shen Shutong seated at the desk, remote control in hand. Shen Shutong, the person at the desk, glanced at Meng Shuyi before placing the remote down and gently tapping on the keyboard. Evidently busy with work, Meng Shuyi fell silent, taking a seat across from her and quietly observing her work. After about 10 minutes, Shen Shutong finally closed her laptop and turned her gaze toward Meng Shuyi. Shen Shutong, what's wrong? Meng Shuyi's tone carried a hint of grievance. Why are you ignoring me? Shen Shutong removed her glasses and leaned back in her chair, gently rubbing her temples. Meng Shuyi felt a pang of guilt at Shen Shutong's actions. Had she perhaps gone too far? Shen Shutong was already so busy, and she had added to her fatigue. Had she impeded her work significantly today? Last night, Shen Shutong had repeatedly asked her to stop. Yet she had persisted. Meng Shuyi stood up and moved to Shen Shutong's side, gently massaging her temples. Shen Shutong did not resist Meng Shuyi's attentiveness, allowing her fingers to knead at her temples. After a while, Meng Shuyi softly apologized. Shen Shutong, I'm sorry. Shen Shutong opened her eyes, looking at Meng Shuyi with a puzzled expression, as if she did not understand why Meng Shuyi was apologizing. Did I cause you to miss a lot of work? Meng Shuyi paused her ministrations, leaning back to sit on the edge of the desk, her gaze downcast, revealing a trace of regret and disappointment. Shen Shutong grasped Meng Shuyi's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze, yet remained silent. Meng Shuyi lifted her head, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at her. Why do you feel the need to apologize? Finally breaking the silence, Shen Shutong's voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible, her lips moving to indicate she had spoken. Meng Shuyi was taken aback. How could Shen Shutong's voice be so hoarse? This is simply unbelievable. Shen Shutong, what happened to your voice? Meng Shuyi asked anxiously, her eyes filled with concern. Shen Shutong slowly closed her eyes and nodded slightly. Is it that serious? Meng Shuyi fretted, cupping Shen Shutong's face with her hands. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Let us hurry to the hospital. Meng Shuyi stood up, taking Shen Shutong's hand to leave, but Shen Shutong grasped her arm to prevent her from going. I am fine. I've already taken medicine, Shen Shutong softly assured her, attempting to ease Meng Shuyi's worries. All right, stop talking. We're going to the hospital, Meng Shuyi insisted, turning to interrupt Shen Shutong. Shen Shutong shook her head, stubbornly remaining seated. The two held their ground for 2 minutes. I'm sorry, Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi began to apologize but faltered, unsure of what to say to seek fleeting joy. She had caused Shen Shutong such discomfort. Shen Shutong retrieved paper and pen from the desk, writing, I'm fine. You don't need to apologize or feel guilty. You did nothing wrong. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry or be distracted by these trivial matters. Shin Shudong's gaze held a mixture of helplessness and affection. Meng Shuyi clasped Shin Shudong's hand. This is not a trivial matter. I don't want to be left in the dark. Have you forgotten what happened last time? Shin Shutong lowered her head, silent. After a minute, she picked up the pen and wrote, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Are you feeling very unwell? Meng Shuyi's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Shin Shutong wrote, Don't cry. I'm not in pain. Just having difficulty speaking. I'm not crying. I'm just tired. Meng Shuyi retorted stubbornly. Shin Shutong smiled, rubbing Meng Shuyi's hand, and with her right hand. She wrote on the paper, You haven't kissed me since you came back? Meng Shuyi stared at the words on the paper, momentarily stunned. Shin Shutong trying to solicit a kiss again. Meeting Shin Shudong's expectant gaze, Meng Shuyi could only chuckle. Leaning down, she slowly pressed her lips to Shin Shudong's, kissing her tenderly, then playfully licking her lips. Shin Shudong watched Meng Shuyi with amusement, the final kiss eliciting a smile. Meng Shuyi, are you a dog? Just kiss me. Why do you have to lick me like one? Her voice was husky, low, and tantalizing. Meng Shuyi laughed. If I were a dog, I'd still be your dog. Shin Shudong took Meng Shuyi's hand and wrote in her palm. Then it settled. Meng the little dog. Meng Shuyi asked, What did you write? Shin Shudong shook her head, smiling without replying. If you refuse to tell me, I shall have to punish you. Meng Shuyi teased. Meng the little dog. Shin Shutong formed her lips into a shape, but emitted no sound. Meng Shuyi understood, feeling a mix of annoyance and desire as she leaned down once more to kiss Shin Shutong, gradually deepening the kiss. After what felt like an eternity, Meng Shuyi finally released Shin Shutong, gazing at her swollen lips, a pang of pain and regret stirring within her. The moment she became involved with Shin Shutong, reason seemed to elude her. Shin Shutong, do you possess some sort of poison? Or have you cast a spell upon me? Meng Shuyi inquired, her breath heavy and her voice hoarse. Indeed, only I hold the antidote. Shin Shutong scribbled on a piece of paper, thus, loving me. Are you afraid? Then continue to poison me. Meng Shuyi smiled alluringly, asking, Have you finished your work? Shall we dine? Yes, Shin Shutong replied softly, rising to take Meng Shuyi's hand as they exited the house and descended the stairs. Just as they reached the ground floor, Shin Shuang walked in. Sister-in-law, why are you back so soon? Meng Shuyi replied, I finished work early and avoided traffic. It was only then that Shin Shutong recalled how quickly Meng Shuyi returned. Given her nature, it was improbable for her to leave work early unless she had sped back. Instantly, both Meng Shuyi and Shin Shuang sensed a drop in the air pressure within the living room. What's wrong? Shin Shuang asked, puzzled. Sister, why the sudden? Shin Shutong remained silent, and Meng Shuyi interjected, We made a bet. Your sister lost, so she cannot speak tonight. Shin Shuang sighed in resignation. Sister-in-law certainly knows how to play. Please take care of this nationally protected species. Chapter 70. Shin Shutong. I am so happy. I adore you. The three of them sat at the dining table, and Shin Shuang gazed at the array of nourishing dishes before her. Chestnut stewed chicken wings, fresh earth fungus with pigeon stew, goji berry lamb soup, black rice, and longan porridge. A bountiful spread. Shin Shuang, perplexed, asked the cook, Auntie, is this a new recipe you've learned? The cook smiled warmly at Shin Shuang. This is not a new recipe. It is a special nourishing meal prepared for General Shin. General Shin has been rather fatigued and needs to replenish her health. Shin Shuang looked at her sister in confusion. Sister, your complexion seems a bit off today. Could it be that yesterday's business trip wore you out? The cook served a bowl of goji berry lamb soup to Shin Shutong, who frowned slightly, clearly disliking it. Meng Shuyi gently coaxed the displeased one. Just drink a couple of sips. If you don't want this, then have the pigeon soup, all right? Shin Shutong nodded, and Meng Shuyi ladled a bowl of pigeon soup for her. The lamb soup was quickly consumed by Shin Shuang. After dinner, Shin Shuang discreetly slipped away on the balcony. The two stood together, admiring the sea of flowers outside. Meng Shuyi asked Shin Shutong, Shall we take a walk? Shin Shutong nodded slightly, responding succinctly, Should we stroll further, or just around the neighborhood? After some contemplation, Shin Shutong, in a hushed voice, said, Let's walk on the street. Meng Shuyi instantly discerned Shin Shutong's thoughts. She was still preoccupied with what had transpired on New Year's Eve. Shin Shutong. Meng Shuyi called out gravely. Yes. Hearing the serious tone in Meng Shuyi's voice, Shin Shutong lifted her gaze to meet hers. Meng Shuyi earnestly stated, You don't need to do things you dislike for my sake. I know I was excessive last night, but you need not force yourself or feel wronged. Shin Shutong took out her phone, tapped away, And soon Meng Shuyi's phone chimed with a message from Shun Shutong that I wish to accompany you in pursuing the dreams you once cherished. I may not have been there to share your dreams, but I wish to help you realize them. This is my desire, not a compulsion. Shopping is not a burden, nor is what happened last night that I do not feel wronged. Meng Shuyi felt her heart soften at Shen Shudong's words. Sometimes Shen Shutong could be quite awkward, yet at other times she was refreshingly straightforward, always knowing just how to touch her heart. Ding ding. Meng Shuyi's phone chimed again with another message. You need not feel guilty. You are proud, and so am I. I love the forthright Meng Shuyi, the passionate and audacious Meng Shuyi. You needn't feel remorse for your actions, nor should you apologize. Meng Shuyi smiled, indeed very much like Shen Shutong. She wouldn't allow herself to feel even a hint of grievance or guilt. This is a reminder to herself to be unapologetically exuberant, to not compromise her spirit for anyone, to not bow down before anyone. I indulge in all your actions willingly. Should I feel discomfort or dislike, I will stop it in time. Do not forget, I am a businesswoman. Shen Shudong's way of loving may not be the most unique or the best, but it is certainly the most suitable for Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Shen Shudong's waist, murmuring softly, Shen Shutong, I somewhat regret not having met you sooner. Those words. Shen Shutong felt a warmth rising in her eyes, a touch of sourness, as her hands instinctively wrapped around Meng Shuyi's back. Sensing a signal, Meng Shuyi tightened her embrace, making Shen Shutong feel as if she might be pulled into her very being. Meng Shuyi, Shen Shutong called her name softly. Yet Meng Shuyi remained undeterred, holding on even tighter, their bodies pressed closely together. Not even a strand of hair could slip through. Are you born in the year of the snake? Shen Shudong's low voice whispered in Meng Shuyi's ear, entwining me so tightly. The playful tone sent ripples through Meng Shuyi's heart, causing it to flutter. Do not speak. Otherwise, I might be tempted to kiss you. Meng Shuyi buried her face in a Shen Shudong's neck, inhaling her fragrance. I am indeed born in the year of the snake. I am meant to entwine you. Heh. Shen Shutong chuckled lightly, her voice husky as she said, I am your girlfriend. Therefore, feel free to kiss or entwine as you wish, without any reservations. Meng Shuyi grasped the underlying implication in Shen Shudong's words, eagerly kissing her way from Shen Shudong's neck along her jawline to her lips. Passionately seeking Shen Shudong's mouth, upon finding it, she could hardly contain her eagerness as they became enmeshed in a fervent entanglement, their lips dancing together. The balcony resonated with indescribable sounds, the sensual whispers harmonizing with the gentle breeze, creating a poignant melody that stirred the heart and quickened the pulse. The sea of flowers swayed, and the colorful lights twinkled, seemingly cheering on the entwined lovers, after what felt like an eternity. Meng Shuyi finally released Shen Shutong, their foreheads resting against each other, breaths mingling chaotically. Meng Shuyi exhaled softly, her eyes brimming with laughter as she gazed at Shen Shutong. Shen Shutong, I am so happy. I adore you. Shen Shudong's lips curved upwards, her hand gently caressing Meng Shuyi's cheek. Then let us ensure that every day is filled with such happiness, and that you love me just as much. All right. Thank you, Shen Shutong. You are welcome. You deserve it. Meng Shuyi beamed like a child, exclaiming, Then let us go. We'll shop, enjoy the night view, and feel the evening breeze. Very well. Shen Shutong's lips turned upward, her eyes sparkling with delight as she agreed. As they stepped outside, Shen Shutong intended to drive, but Meng Shuyi interjected, Let me drive. After contemplating for 3 seconds, Shen Shutong acquiesced, but before entering the car, she sternly added, No speeding from now on. Meng Shuyi understood that Shen Shutong was aware of her earlier reckless driving. Hearing Shen Shutong's gentle concession, she eagerly nodded in agreement. I understand. I want to do it again. Her tone was unusually soft and sticky, as if she had suddenly laid down all her defenses. The subtle change did not escape Shen Shutong's notice. The last feather of pressure on her heart was swept away by Meng Shuyi's demeanor. As they drove along, the neon lights flickered. Shen Shutong felt that the night scene of this city was more beautiful than ever, pleasing to the eye and heart. Meng Shuyi attentively observed the road conditions, occasionally glancing at the cool figure in the passenger seat, her face alight with joy, relishing the moment. My girlfriend is truly beautiful. The girlfriend's smile was bright, radiating happiness. If it weren't for Shen Shutong's hoarse voice today, she would have definitely dragged her to show off to a Qing. She longed for everyone to know that her girlfriend was Shen Shutong. wanting to proclaim to the world that her girlfriend was the best in existence. Feeling the car sway slightly, Shen Shutong recognized that Meng Shuyi was likely feeling exuberant. Clearing her throat, she said softly, "Be good, drive carefully." Meng Shuyi had to suppress her excitement and concentrate on driving. A short distance from the pedestrian street, Meng Shuyi found a place to park. Chapter 71. She has learned to steal kisses as soon as the car came to a halt. Meng Shuyi unbuckled her seatbelt and lunged forward to embrace Shen Shutong. Seeking a kiss, Shen Shutong, "I am increasingly fond of kissing you. Have you applied something addictive to your lips?" Meng Shuyi spoke while kissing, struggling to keep pace. Shen Shutong allowed Meng Shuyi to indulge, even extending her hand to support her arm, easing the effort of the kiss. After releasing her, Shen Shutong ruffled her hair and asked in a low, raspy voice, "Are you satisfied?" Meng Shuyi wiped away the drool at the corner of Shen Shutong's lips, somewhat regretfully saying, "Why did I come out to shop? I should have pinned you down at home to kiss instead." Shen Shutong could not help but laugh upon hearing Meng Shuyi's words, her throat releasing a soft, husky chuckle that resonated with a deep-seated joy. Her cool visage blossomed like spring flowers thawing in the gentle breeze, captivating Meng Shuyi utterly. A light smile lingered on Shen Shutong's face as she playfully chided Meng Shuyi. "You pulled me out and then insisted on a kiss." Meng Shuyi, slightly embarrassed by her own pretentiousness, retorted, "You did say I'm your girlfriend, so kissing my own girlfriend isn't excessive, is it?" Shen Shutong held Meng Shuyi's hand, feeling its delightful softness. "Not excessive at all. You have every right to," she affirmed. Delighted by Shen Shutong's attitude, Meng Shuyi took her hand and planted a kiss on it. Noticing that Meng Shuyi seemed intent on causing a ruckus rather than shopping, Shen Shutong returned the kiss, insisting it was time to disembark. Reluctantly, Meng Shuyi clung to Shen Shutong a little longer before finally getting out of the car, guiding her towards the pedestrian street. Shen Shutong let go of the rationality and caution that usually occupied her mind, allowing Meng Shuyi to lead her through the bustling streets without regard for direction. Meng Shuyi, brimming with enthusiasm, indulged in street snacks and inexpensive trinkets, dragging Shen Shutong along as they wandered about. Observing Meng Shuyi's light, bouncy steps, like a joyful child, Shen Shutong felt her heart soften with delight, a gentle smile ever present on her lips. After purchasing an ice cream from a street vendor, Meng Shuyi eagerly offered it to Shen Shutong for a taste. Leaning down, Shen Shutong took a small sip, then exhaled a cloud of frosty air from her slightly parted lips, the white mist escaping her red mouth. "Eating ice cream in winter brings a unique flavor," she remarked softly as the sensation returned to her tongue. Meng Shuyi, entranced by the sight of Shen Shutong's lips parting and closing, found herself unable to look away, foolishly echoing, "Isn't it a new experience?" "Indeed," Shen Shutong replied with certainty, with Meng Shuyi's heart racing at Shen Shutong's affirmation. She remembered her desire to announce their relationship to the world. She promptly retrieved her phone from her pocket, placed the ice cream between them, and raised her hand to take a selfie. "Can I post this on social media?" she asked, realizing it only afterward. Shen Shutong nodded. "Of course. Then let us take another," Meng Shuyi exclaimed, holding her phone with one hand while bringing the ice cream to Shen Shutong's lips. Just as Shen Shutong leaned in to savor the treat, Meng Shuyi swiftly withdrew the ice cream, replacing it with her own lips. Click. With a quick motion, she captured the moment on her phone. Shen Shutong was taken aback, feeling playfully teased by Meng Shuyi, who was clearly enjoying the antics of young lovers despite their maturity. Yet, surprisingly, she felt no aversion, only a flicker of delight, gazing at the photo of their lips intertwined on the screen. Meng Shuyi nodded with satisfaction, teasing Shen Shutong about posting the picture online. Shen Shutong remained silent, prompting Meng Shuyi to chuckle. "Just kidding. I wouldn't want unrelated people to see our affection." After saying this, Meng Shuyi lowered her head to post on social media, while Shen Shutong, glancing at the ice cream in Meng Shuyi's hand and then at her engrossed expression, felt a pang of frustration. Was social media truly more important than the living, breathing person beside her? Meng Shuyi, one hand operating the phone, absent-mindedly brought the ice cream to her lips for a taste. Just then, her phone was snatched away, followed by a gentle warmth enveloping her lips. Soft sensations swept across her mouth, and before she knew it, Shen Shutong's tongue was stealing the melted ice cream from her mouth. Finally, the tender, slightly chilly sensation departed, leaving Meng Shuyi momentarily stunned, her mind struggling to catch up. Had Shen Shutong just kissed her forcefully in public? After a moment's pause, her thoughts returned to the forefront. Shen Shutong had dared to kiss her in broad daylight. A passionate kiss at that, but it was a one-sided advance from Shen Shutong. Meng Shuyi cursed herself for not reacting quickly enough to return the kiss. Glancing around, she noticed plenty of onlookers. And Shen Shudong's ears were turning a delightful shade of red. "I'll get back at you later," she resolved. Shen Shutong had certainly learned to be mischievous, mastering the art of stealing kisses. Meng Shuyi teased her, a smirk playing on her lips as she observed Shen Shudong's blushing cheeks. Initially irritated by Meng Shuyi's distraction with her phone, Shen Shutong had intended to teach her a lesson. However, once her lips met the cool, soft sweetness, her tongue seemed to navigate with uncanny familiarity. Now that she had crossed that line, she decided to indulge her desires further, exploring the territory she had claimed. After satisfying her curiosity, rationality rushed back into her mind. What had she done? This was in public, with so many passers-by around, and yet she had kissed Meng Shuyi right there in the open. A wave of embarrassment washed over Shen Shutong, warmth flooding her cheeks as she noticed Meng Shuyi still in shock. Unresponsive, a sigh of relief escaped her. Yet, before she could fully relax, Meng Shuyi's teasing voice broke through. "I was just eating ice cream, not stealing a kiss." Shen Shutong forced herself to maintain her composure, responding coolly, "Of course, I was merely tasting the ice cream." Chapter 72. Retribution. Seeing Shen Shudong's serious demeanor, Meng Shuyi was taken aback. How could she remain so composed after such a brazen act? If not for the unmistakably red hue of Shen Shudong's ears, Meng Shuyi might have believed that she had coerced the kiss. "Is that so?" she inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Shen Shutong. Shen Shutong nodded with an air of nonchalance. "Then why aren't you eating the ice cream in my hand?" "Because it's too cold," she replied. Meng Shuyi, momentarily at a loss for words, realized how cunning Shen Shutong could be. "Oh really?" she said, taking a bite of the ice cream. "It seems to have warmed up now. You should try it." Observing Meng Shuyi's playful demeanor, Shen Shutong leaned in closer, her lips inching towards Meng Shuyi's. Meng Shuyi watched, entranced, contemplating whether to initiate the kiss or allow Shen Shutong to take the lead. Just as their lips were about to meet, Shen Shutong suddenly pulled back, snatching the ice cream from Meng Shuyi's grasp. "I prefer it cold," she teased, taking a small bite from the melting treat held to her lips. Meng Shuyi felt a mix of amusement and irritation, realizing she had fallen victim to Shen Shudong's playful antics once again. "Shen Shutong, not only have you mastered the art of stealing kisses, but you've also learned to deceive. It's too cold. You can have it back," Shen Shutong offered, handing both the phone and ice cream back to Meng Shuyi. Meng Shuyi blinked, sensing a newfound playfulness in Shen Shutong's demeanor. "Wow, my usually reserved girlfriend has learned to be a little mischievous," she thought, taking the phone and ice cream. Meng Shuyi shook her head in mock exasperation, a fond smile brightening her eyes, sparkling with warmth. "Next time, no more teasing like this." Leaning in, she gently nudged her forehead against Shen Shudong's shoulder. Shen Shutong inclined her head slightly, a faint smile curving her lips. Occasionally teasing Meng Shuyi was rather enjoyable. As they wandered the streets for less than 2 hours, Meng Shuyi, feeling concerned for Shen Shudong's fatigue, insisted they head home before 9 o'clock. Shen Shutong, recognizing her need for rest, complied without resistance, allowing Meng Shuyi to guide her towards the parking lot. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Meng Shuyi's heart was already completely hers, once Shen Shutong settled into the passenger seat. Meng Shuyi eagerly clambered onto her lap, pushing her back against the seat and capturing her lips for an extended kiss. Finally, she playfully threatened, "Are you going to tease me again in the future?" Shen Shutong shook her head with a twinkle in her eye, her hands wrapping around Meng Shuyi's waist, pulling her closer with a challenging gaze. Meng Shuyi, resting her hands on Shen Shudong's shoulders, leaned her forehead against hers as she softly asked, "Was last night not enough? Are you planning to stay up all night again?" Shen Shutong remained silent, her hands gently tracing along Meng Shuyi's lower back. As Meng Shuyi felt the wandering hands exploring her sensitive spots, her body began to soften under the teasing touch. "Shen Shutong," she murmured, biting her lip as she lowered her voice, "are you looking to play a little game of thrills right here?" Shen Shutong remained silent, her hands deftly teasing the sensitive spots of Meng Shuyi, her legs slightly apart, presenting a posture of surrender to Meng Shuyi's whims. Upon witnessing Shen Shudong's demeanor, Meng Shuyi felt an overwhelming urge to impose strict discipline. Yet she could not bear to leave Shen Shutong disheveled in public on the verge of losing her sanity. She leaned down to bite Shen Shudong's neck, lingering there for a considerable time before releasing her. Burying her face in the crook of Shen Shudong's neck and breathing heavily, "Shen Shudong, you know I have always been defenseless against you, and now even more so, especially with you tempting me like this." Her muffled voice carried hints of passion and a touch of grievance. Shen Shutong ceased her playful antics, wrapping her arms around Meng Shuyi's back, gently comforting her with tender strokes, tilting her head to plant a soft kiss on Meng Shuyi's ear. Whispering an apology, "I'm sorry, there won't be in next time." Meng Shuyi nuzzled against Shen Shudong's cheek. The two shared an intimate moment, their foreheads brushing together for quite some time. Eventually, Meng Shuyi managed to dissipate the tumult of desire and grievance that had been stirring within her. Regaining her composure, she stepped off Shen Shudong's lap, exited the vehicle, and settled into the driver's seat, fastening her seatbelt and starting the engine, which gradually rolled out of the parking space on the way back. Shen Shutong once again found the city's nightscape utterly captivating, the vibrant neon lights masking the austere and cold skyscrapers of the daytime. They returned safely to Yunwan. Upon entering, Meng Shuyi first urged Shen Shutong to take her medicine, then prepared a bath for her. She meticulously arranged an array of bottles and jars, filling the spacious bathtub with petals and lighting aromatic candles. As Shen Shutong entered the washroom, the gentle scent of burning lilies wafted through the air, providing a sense of comfort and easing her nerves. When she turned to close the door, she caught sight of Meng Shuyi standing at the threshold, her eyes brimming with anticipation, as if her face were inscribed with the words, "I want to bathe with you." Shen Shutong smiled, extending her finger to beckon Meng Shuyi closer. With a bright smile, Meng Shuyi approached, and Shen Shutong pressed a kiss on her cheek before unceremoniously shutting the washroom door. "Shen Shutong." Meng Shuyi glared at the closed door, stomping her foot in frustration. They had agreed to refrain from teasing each other, yet here she was, still indulging in such mischief. Ding ding that a notification chimed on her phone. Upon checking, she found a single word: "Good." Undoubtedly a retaliation for the events of the previous night. I will not let her off easily. Meng Shuyi thought resentfully to in her irritation. She stared blankly at the washroom door for a while before reluctantly turning to take her bath. When she emerged, Shen Shutong had yet to come out. Meng Shuyi flopped onto the bed, pulling out her phone to scroll through her social media, noticing that her recent post had garnered several likes and comments. Shen Shuang was the most enthusiastic, exclaiming, "You've gone too far. It's one thing to feed me dog food offline, but to do so on social media as well." Sheng Qinglan remained composed, suggesting they should hang out sometime. Yi Chun, too, responded lightly. "Finally, some good news. Let us grab a drink sometime." Qi Ran, who had been absent for quite some time, also chimed in, congratulating Meng Shuyi on her romantic success. Two messages from her parents were ignored by Meng Shuyi, who continued scrolling, spotting Sheng Qinglan's reply to Shen Shuang. "Just block them or find a way to get back at them." Shen Shuang responded, "I think I'll just continue being tormented." Chapter 73. I also wished to be spoiled. When Shen Shutong emerged wrapped in a bathrobe, she found Meng Shuyi sprawled on the bed, her slender figure clad in a black silk camisole, her back nearly bare. There she lay, engrossed in her phone, the hem of her dress barely covering her her long, slender legs dazzlingly alluring. Hearing the commotion, Meng Shuyi turned her head to glance at Shen Shutong and coolly remarked, "Shen Shutong, you're done washing up." Shen Shutong averted her gaze from Meng Shuyi's legs to meet her eyes, questioning, "What are you staring at? You're not even dressed, and you're not covered by the blanket." "Nothing. Just found the post I made earlier quite amusing." Unfazed by Shen Shudong's piercing look, Meng Shuyi propped herself up, appearing as if she intended to rise, only to falter halfway. The loose neckline of her camisole hung precariously, revealing two voluptuous mounds that caught Shen Shudong's attention, her gaze narrowing behind her glasses, darkening with desire. Was Meng Shuyi doing this on purpose? Was this a retaliation for earlier? Shen Shudong inhaled deeply, instructing her smart assistant to close the curtains and dim the lights, leaving only the ambient light. She approached the bed, lifted the blanket, and slipped beneath it, softly murmuring, "Good night." Shen Shudong's actions led Meng Shuyi to feel a pang of insecurity. Had her seductive attempts failed? Did Shen Shutong no longer find her appealing? Why, after dressing so provocatively, was her response so tepid? Was she truly exhausted, or had she lost her allure? Lost in a maelstrom of thoughts, Meng Shuyi tossed her phone aside and climbed out of bed. The slumbering figure seemed to stir, opening her eyes to gaze at Meng Shuyi. "Did I wake you?" Meng Shuyi whispered. Shen Shutong replied lazily, stretching slightly, her left hand rising to massage her right shoulder. Observing Shin Shudong's series of movements, Meng Shuyi cautiously inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" A bit stiff, came Shin Shudong's low, slightly pitiful voice. "What's wrong? Can't sleep." "It's nothing. I'm just going to wash my hands." Meng Shuyi replied before heading to the washroom. When she returned, Shin Shutong was still gently massaging her shoulders. Noticing Shin Shutong struggling to reach, Meng Shuyi approached the bed and softly said, "Just relax. I'll give you a massage." Thank you." Shin Shutong readily complied, turning to lie on her stomach. Meng Shuyi drew back the blanket, sitting at the edge of the bed, her hands reaching for Shin Shudong's shoulders and neck. Gently massaging her, "Is the pressure all right?" Meng Shuyi asked as she worked. Shin Shutong responded softly, punctuated by a series of contented hums. Each sound sent Meng Shuyi's heart racing. "How did you become such a skilled masseuse?" Shin Shutong murmured, her voice muffled. Meng Shuyi, caught off guard, replied, "I often give massages to my mom. I think my skills are nearly on par with a professional, better than a professional." The two engaged in light conversation. Shin Shutong occasionally emitting soft sounds of pleasure. Having been teased by Shin Shutong in the car, Meng Shuyi felt frustrated at having her desire thwarted, now compounded by Shin Shutong's enticing hums that ignited a fire within her. The simmering desire, once at a mere 3 points, was now stoked to 9, threatening to engulf her reason. Stopping her massage, Meng Shuyi kicked off her shoes and climbed onto the bed, straddling Shin Shudong's lower back. "What's wrong?" Shin Shutong turned slightly to look at Meng Shuyi. "The way I was pressing ice and tea quite right," Meng Shuyi offered as an excuse. Shin Shutong fell silent. Meng Shuyi's hands returned to Shin Shudong's shoulders. But after just 2 presses, she began to explore further down to her back and then under her arms. "Meng Shuyi." Shin Shutong's voice carried a hint of alarm. Meng Shuyi leaned down, whispering in Shin Shudong's ear, "I think your body needs a full massage." Shin Shudong's lips curled into a smile, though her back was turned to Meng Shuyi, preventing her from seeing it. "Don't be ridiculous. It is time for bed." Shin Shudong's voice, already husky, had become even softer and more enticing after Meng Shuyi's ministrations. Meng Shuyi began to kiss the nape of Shin Shudong's neck, murmuring, "We agreed not to tease each other. Yet you spent the entire evening doing just that. You teased me in the car, then refused to let me bathe with you. And now, after your bath, you simply went to sleep without so much as a glance in my direction. You just dropped a cold goodnight and went to bed. Not even a goodnight kiss." Shin Shutong, have I been too good to you? Or have you forgotten about last night? Should I give you a refresher? As Shin Shutong attempted to turn, Meng Shuyi firmly held her in place, biting Shin Shudong's ear and whispering, "If you make a mistake, you must accept the consequences. Don't move." Shin Shutong couldn't help but let out a sound, quickly biting her hand to stifle it. She felt somewhat overwhelmed. Shin Shutong was vexed but did not resist. Ultimately, Meng Shuyi, unable to bear pushing Shin Shutong too far, adjusted her position slightly, spooning against Shin Shutong's back and gently coaxing her. "Come on, be a little louder." Shin Shutong turned her body and reached out to encircle Meng Shuyi's neck, subsequently rolling over to pin her down. As time passed, Shin Shutong remained silent while Meng Shuyi cried out for quite a while, her name echoing like a tender murmur, almost as if overwhelmed by her emotions. "Shin Shutong, why did you tease me today?" Meng Shuyi nestled into Shin Shudong's neck, her muffled voice laced with grievance. "You not only played tricks on me last night, but also deceived me, claiming I didn't like it and didn't need to. Yet it was all a ruse." Shin Shutong pinched Meng Shuyi's earlobe. Applying a slight pressure, Meng Shuyi replied, "All right, I did initiate it first. But if you were unhappy, you could have just told me. Instead, you toyed with me repeatedly tonight, and then turned the tables on me, letting you experience the taste of being tricked and deceived." Shin Shutong's words were cathartic, yet deep down, she thought, "I too wish to indulge in the luxury of being spoiled." Meng Shuyi, in exasperation, finally relented, sulkingly refusing to release her grip on Shin Shutong's neck until she had nibbled at it for a while. Chapter 74. Happiness must be earned, not waited for. In the Qingqing bar, Meng Shuyi sat in a corner of the first-floor hall, gazing at the singer on stage, with a sharp bob haircut. She exuded an air of competence and freshness. Her forehead was smooth, eyebrows thick and elongated, and her large, bright eyes revealed determination and confidence. Her petite, straight nose and subtly rosy lips contributed to a clean and clear smile that uplifted the corners of her mouth. Overall, her delicate and three-dimensional features, with soft and flowing lines and a defined jawline, presented a refreshing and natural beauty. Clad in a black sweatshirt paired with blue jeans, she embodied both fashion and individuality. Showcasing the unique charm of her style, the singer's voice was crisp and clear, distinctive and memorable, radiating the vigor of youth. Seemingly just over 20, Sheng Qinglan approached Meng Shuyi. "Old Meng, what brings you here today? Is your girlfriend neglecting you?" "She's on a business trip," Meng Shuyi replied, tilting her chin towards the stage. "When did such a clean-cut kid arrive? Are you interested?" Sheng Qinglan asked incredulously. "Don't tell me. As soon as your Shinseo stepped out, you couldn't resist the loneliness." Meng Shuyi swirled her drink, her eyes slightly glazed as she lazily complimented, "The singing is quite good." Indeed, Sheng Qinglan's gaze swept over the stage. "We just signed the contract yesterday, and on her first performance, she received a generous reward of 100,000 from a wealthy lady. You must be getting quite a cut from that." Meng Shuyi expressed curiosity. Which rich lady is so generous? Yet Sheng Qinglan's expression darkened. Sensing something amiss, Meng Shuyi withdrew her gaze from the stage. "What's wrong?" "It's complicated," Sheng Qinglan sighed. "Last night, because of Xiao Cui's performance, our revenue surged by 30%, but Qing Zheng went wild. For her." Meng Shuyi furrowed her brow, pointing at the stage as she asked, "When did Qing Zheng return?" "She's been back for a while." Sheng Qinglan opened a can of beer for herself. "Last night, Xiao Cui, a moonlit boat and captured Qing Zheng's heart, then sang girl, leading to a lavish reward from the Ding family's young lady, which caused quite a ruckus between them." Meng Shuyi couldn't fathom how intense the scene must have been. "So, are you afraid I might interfere? Isn't it reasonable to suspect?" Sheng Qinglan shot her a look that it is. Meng Shuyi leaned back against the sofa, responding nonchalantly, "Had I not known Shin Shutong, I might have interfered. But now that I have Shin Shutong, I'm uninterested in anyone else." Sheng Qinglan shot her a glare, exasperated and amused. "Even when Shun is not by your side, you still manage to shove dog food down my throat." "Ugh, Shin Shutong is wonderful." Meng Shuyi smiled, her expression full of affection. "So soon, you've pledged your fidelity to Shin Shutong?" Sheng Qinglan mocked. "You've only been dating for a few days, and you're already so infatuated? What kind of enchantment has she cast on you?" Meng Shuyi retorted. "You just said that when Shin Shutong left, I couldn't bear the loneliness, intending to scold me, and now you're backtracking, letting me off the hook." Sheng Qinglan opened her mouth but found herself without a counterargument. The facts spoke for themselves. Meng Shuyi pressed on. "What's bothering you? Do you wish to hide a beloved one?" "Old Meng, what nonsense are you talking?" Sheng Qinglan quickly retorted, her tone tinged with irritation. Meng Shuyi shrugged. "The night Qiran left, your demeanor was off that we're friends. If you don't want to share, I want pry. You can deal with it in your own way. Sheng Qinglan started but halted after a single word. "All right, I had no intention of probing." Meng Shuyi sipped her drink and added, "Speak if you wish." Sheng Qinglan hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. Observing Sheng Qinglan's silence, Meng Shuyi refrained from pressing further. Everyone has their own secrets. She lifted her glass, gently swirling the liquid inside, and gazed at her friend across the table. "Filled with emotions, then let it remain in your heart. To drinking," she proposed, clinking her glass with Sheng Qinglan's. After each took a sip, Sheng Qinglan looked at Meng Shuyi, a flicker of envy passing in her eyes. "I haven't congratulated you on finding happiness yet. May you both remain blissful." Sheng Qinglan sincerely wished her well. Meng Shuyi smiled warmly. "Thank you, Qing. Just the other night, I was thinking of bringing her to show off to you." "Can you behave like a proper person?" Sheng Qinglan immediately retorted, shooting several glares at the person opposite her. "Haha." Meng Shuyi laughed heartily. "It seems I can understand now why people love to flaunt their relationships on social media." "You should tighten your grip," Meng Shuyi said, her expression turning serious as she looked at Sheng Qinglan. "When you meet the right one, give it a try. Don't always be alone." Sheng Qinglan sighed, sarcastically responding, "You've just started dating, and here you are urging me. What's that about?" Meng Shuyi paused, ultimately asking, "Qing, have you not moved on yet?" "I've long stopped liking her," Sheng Qinglan replied flatly. "Since you've opened this topic, I might as well ask, have you been single all these years waiting for her?" "Old Meng, not everyone can be as brave as you," Sheng Qinglan said with a bitter smile. "And not everyone can be as lucky as you to meet Shin Shutong." Meng Shuyi pulled out a cigarette from her bag, lit it, took a puff, and slowly exhaled the smoke. Qing, one must keep moving forward. Happiness must be fought for, not waited for. Sheng Qinglan looked at Meng Shuyi. A relieved smile emerging. That I understand. Old Meng, I will try to move forward. That's the spirit. With your qualities, if you stand on stage and declare, I am looking for a girlfriend, countless people would rush to claim you. Meng Shuyi teased. Haha. Sheng Qinglan chuckled at Meng Shuyi's exaggerated words, laughing for a while before stopping, playfully retorting, it's not that exaggerated. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Meng Shuyi held the cigarette between her fingers, shaking out the ash idly. You just said you'd try to move forward. It can't be just talk to fool me. Right? Sheng Qinglan nodded with a smile. Of course not at that moment. Shen Shuang walked in through the door. Meng Shuyi raised her hand in greeting, and Shen Shuang approached. Upon seeing her, Sheng Qinglan's eyes flickered. And after greeting her, she turned to Meng Shuyi. I have some matters to attend to. I'll get busy. You two chat. Meng Shuyi watched Sheng Qinglan's retreating figure, puzzled. What's up with the Qing? As soon as you arrived, she left. Chapter 75. The young have vitality and good stamina. Perhaps she's busy, Shen Shuang casually replied. Meng Shuyi withdrew her gaze from Sheng Qinglan, focusing on Shen Shuang, and joked, What's this? Is Shen Shutong afraid I might misbehave, sending you to keep an eye on me? Yes, Shen Shuang settled onto the sofa opposite Meng Shuyi, adding, Who told you, sister-in-law? You have a past. My sister is understandably cautious. Meng Shuyi sighed. For your sister, you really go all out. Shen Shuang laughed. Of course. My sister treats me very well. Meng Shuyi stubbed out her cigarette in the ashtray, reclining against the sofa. Looking at Shen Shuang with a smirk, it seems we still have some unfinished business. Sister-in-law gazed sorrowfully at the enchanting visage of Meng Shuyi, an inexplicable aura of pressure emanating from her that instilled fear. This sensation was distinct from that of her sister, whose presence conveyed a sharp chill. In contrast, her sister-in-law exuded a perilous charm, akin to a knife concealed behind a smile, though these two feelings were worlds apart. Both evoked a profound sense of danger and trepidation. With a tightening in her heart, forced a smile, and began to divert the conversation. The weather is quite pleasant today, isn't it? The new singer at this bar is rather appealing. Sister-in-law, do you think I might have a chance if I pursued her? Meng Shuyi, perceptive to his intentions, raised an eyebrow, a mischievous thought swirling in her mind as she languidly replied, I believe you have a chance. Was taken aback, unable to fathom that Meng Shuyi would entertain her notion, momentarily stunned before inquiring, Sister-in-law, do you support me in this? Why wouldn't I support you in pursuing someone you desire, just as long as it doesn't interfere with our accounts? Meng Shuyi responded nonchalantly, sighed, realizing her sister-in-law was not as easily deceived as she had hoped. Since we will eventually settle the score, it's better to address it sooner rather than later. How do you intend to settle it? Meng Shuyi pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. How about this? I noticed the Qing seemed troubled earlier, yet she refused to disclose the reason when I asked. Since you know her, perhaps you could investigate what has been weighing on her mind. Hesitated, then tentatively asked, Sister-in-law, could it be related to her ex? Meng Shuyi shook her head. A Qing did pursue someone once. But that was long ago. Over the past few years, I've seen her infrequently, yet her recent demeanor has changed markedly. Probed further, did she never manage to win that person over? Meng Shuyi remained silent, deeming a Qing's personal matters inappropriate to share with. Let us not stray from the topic. Will you comply? Do I have any other options? Retorted, her furrowed brow betraying her frustration. Meng Shuyi smiled gently, her red lips parting as she replied, None. Sister-in-law, let out a distressed wail. This is sheer tyranny. You are free to refuse, Meng Shuyi remarked with a knowing smile. Filled with suspicion, asked, Really? Of course not, Meng Shuyi replied, stifling a laugh as she took a delicate sip from her glass. Leaned back against the sofa, resigned to the realization that her sister-in-law was not easily fooled. Meng Shuyi cast her gaze toward the stage, alluding, that new kid does seem rather dashing, and his singing is quite delightful. Sister-in-law, exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency, you can't be so fickle already. My sister has even been gone for 2 days. I heard from Shen Xiaotong that the Shun family intends to enter the entertainment industry. Admitted, not shying away from the truth. There are plans in the works for a company to be established around mid-next year. Who will be in charge? Meng Shuyi asked casually. Frowned, questioning, do you wish to dabble in this industry as well, sister-in-law? Meng Shuyi withdrew her gaze from the stage, responding lazily, not at the moment, but should the whim strike me one day. Perhaps I might consider nurturing a young talent. Felt an unsettling sensation, wondering if her sister-in-law was subtly threatening her. If her sister were to be away on business, and Meng Shuyi were to be lured by a pretty face. What would become of her own prospects, sister-in-law? Meng Shuyi lifted her eyelids, her eyes slightly unfocused as they met. What is it? I agree. Meng Shuyi nodded, quickly added a condition, but you must not engage in anything untoward with anyone else while my sister is away. Meng Shuyi found the demand amusing. You lack the standing to impose conditions. That lowered her head, acknowledging the truth in Meng Shuyi's words. The singer on stage had stepped down for a break, and the once boisterous hall fell into a quieter ambience. Meng Shuyi teased, Little, would you like to go play with that young singer? Sister-in-law queried with a frown. Are you trying to drag me into this for your own amusement? Clever girl. Meng Shuyi chuckled. Aren't you keen on pursuing her? Let us see who secures her affections first. Absolutely not. Firmly rejected. I have no interest in such a child. I was merely jesting with you. Meng Shuyi remained silent. Her calm gaze fixed on. Continued to plead earnestly. Sister-in-law, that young man appears rather immature and lacks stability. Moreover, someone involved in the arts is hardly suitable for you. Is that so? Meng Shuyi teased. I have the means to support her. Youth is a virtue. Young people possess vitality and robust energy. Was taken aback by Meng Shuyi's bold declarations, feeling a wave of disorientation wash over her. Thank goodness it was her sister-in-law. Had it been her girlfriend behaving in such a manner, she would have to keep a constant watch over her. Meanwhile, far away in Qing City, was laboring over her computer when her phone chimed with a message from, Sister, please think of a way to return early. I cannot keep an eye on sister-in-law. Following this was a series of exchanges between and Meng Shuyi. S expression remained impassive as she perused the messages, her mind untroubled as she was well aware of Meng Shuyi's affections. However, upon reading I have the means to support her. Youth is a virtue. Young people possess vitality and robust energy. Her brow furrowed slightly. Vitality? Robust energy? Have I not been attentive enough? Stood up and walked to the washroom. Staring into the mirror for an extended period, and no matter how well she maintained her appearance, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes betrayed her age, a far cry from the youthful girls in their early 20s. Seeing's picture of a small, adorable t-shirt felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. Although she recognized this was merely Meng Shuyi teasing, it still struck a chord deep within her. After washing her hands, returned to her desk, taking some time to compose herself before diving back into her work. Chapter 76. You seem quite concerned about little enough with the petty reports, Meng Shuyi observed, fiddling with her phone. Feeling too lazy to tease her further, I'm heading home. You haven't had any drinks, so please give me a ride. Glanced at the time, noting it was only 9 o'clock. Is sister-in-law turning over a new leaf? Indeed, Meng Shuyi responded, heading straight to her own home. With absent, she found it hard to rest at her villa, which only reminded her of her absence. I'm home now. I assure you I won't engage in any reckless behavior. You can rest easy, Meng Shuyi assured, who appeared apprehensive. Without waiting for his reply, she turned and stepped through the door. After freshening up, Meng Shuyi texted, Are you done with your work? No sooner had she sent the message than she received a video call request from. Accepting the call, she asked, Are you finished? Not yet, replied, her voice still a bit hoarse. Meng Shuyi looked on the screen, her silver-framed glasses perched on her nose, her expression weary, the background revealing a hotel room. You aren't engaging in any indiscretions, are you? Meng Shuyi settled onto the lounge chair on her balcony, adopting a languid posture. With whom would I be indiscreet? Replied, her gaze lingering on Meng Shuyi's exposed collarbone and a glimpse of fair skin contrasting against her red silk nightgown. An alluring sight that made her eyes narrow slightly behind her glasses. Who knows? Meng Shuyi responded innocently. Removed her glasses, rubbing her temples, her tone tinged with displeasure. Put on some proper clothing. It's freezing outside. You shouldn't be out on the balcony dressed so lightly. The balcony windows are closed, Meng Shuyi remarked, playfully tugging at the neckline of her nightgown. I still feel warm. Perhaps the heating is too high. You know my mother is older and afraid of the cold, so she always thinks I'm just like her. What is Meng Shuyi implying by saying that the young singer is full of life and vigor, and now referring to her mother's age? Is she insinuating that I am aging? Clearing her throat, said, You should head back inside. It's cold out. If you fall asleep out there, you might catch a cold. Just like the last time. Meng Shuyi smiled. All right, I understand. How much longer do you think you'll be working? Check the time. Not long. Why do you ask? Meng Shuyi stretched lazily. Just wanted to check in on you. Don't overexert yourself. Remember to take your medicine and take care of your throat. There has been a minor issue here. and I want to be back for another 2 days, replied, rubbing her throat. I've even had my secretary remind me to take my medicine on time, so don't worry. Meng Shuyi reiterated her concern. Just be cautious and watch out for throat inflammation. Nodded. I know. Just head back to your room. I'll keep an eye on you. All right, Meng Shuyi relented, getting up to return to her room while muttering, just don't let little follow me around. Replied, puzzled. I haven't sent her to follow you. Humph. Has she been reporting my whereabouts to you? Meng Shuyi shot an incredulous glance. Do you think I'm a child in need of constant supervision? Xiaoying indeed sent over Meng Shuyi's whereabouts. And there is no denying this. Xin Shutong nodded in acknowledgement, admitting that Xiaoying had indeed relayed some messages to her, and she would address it with her later. All right, I shall return to my slumber now. Meng Shuyi yawned and headed towards her room. Do not overexert yourself. Take care to rest, she cautioned. Fearing that Xin Shutong might disregard her advice, Meng Shuyi added a final warning before ending the video call. Since Xiaoying has already informed you, you are aware of what I witnessed today, so consider it wisely. Xin Shutong replied softly. I understand. I will make sure not to work past midnight. Watching Meng Shuyi retreat to her room, they exchanged goodnights before disconnecting the video call. Xin Shutong then put away her phone, donned her glasses once more, and resumed attending to her work-related matters.